knowing that I am about to die. But my sisters showed an unprecedented smile. Since I was young, I raised them by picking up garbage. Now worth billions, they threw me in a dark basement, eating scraps picked from the garbage every day. The whole world watches but no one speaks for me. They even curse me as scum. But I have no complaints, because having the highest reputation after death is useless, as long as my sisters can be happy. Everyone thinks I should die, but what they don't know is that the reason I ended up like this is all for raising my sisters. For over 20 years, I have not had a full meal, always hungry. I gave all the food to my sisters. Prolonged hunger has led to me now being in the late stage of stomach cancer. For them I can do anything, but in their eyes, I am a despicable scum, a scoundrel who wants to take over their parents' inheritance. In order to make my crimes public, they decided to use the latest high-tech technology to extract my memories and broadcast them globally. At this moment, on the set, a high and cold CEO Yi Mei, worth billions, is angrily speaking to Chen. He is not worthy of being our brother, not because he was adopted, but because of his character. He not only wanted to take over our parents' inheritance, but also made us go hungry in our childhood, not even giving us food for several days. Once, a kind uncle gave us candy, but he immediately snatched it and ate it himself. At this moment, esports queen, the second sister Yilan, then said, "Sister, that's right, Yi Chen is just a scumbag. He doesn't even allow me to play games, or compete in esports. He's a devil, an unforgivable devil." The third sister Yizhu and the fourth sister Yiju couldn't help but complain as well. It made the audience below extremely excited, almost wishing to tear me to pieces. At the same time, in a certain basement, they were quite happy when I was adopted. But I didn't expect that the couple who adopted me were complete perverts. Whenever they wanted to hit my sisters, I would step in. They were the ones who caused all the scars on my body, but fortunately, they were taken away by a car accident. Just then, my consciousness began to blur, and I vaguely seemed to hear a voice. Detecting the imminent death of the host, extracting memories and integrating them, the original scene is about to be played. On the large screen at the scene, a 5-year-old girl's face was filled with a bright smile. "Daddy can't catch me, but as soon as she finished speaking, a big hand grabbed her. "Ah, Daddy caught you. But if you're caught, you have to be punished." But the girl who was caught was not afraid at all. Instead, she showed a happy smile. This scene made the audience around the world watching the live broadcast feel very heartwarming. Yi Mei looked at the screen and explained that the little girl was her. Her father loves her very much, and he will give her whatever she wants. "I am the little princess in my parents' hearts." As she said this, she seemed to return to that joyful time. Her usually cold face involuntarily showed a faint warm smile. However, the next moment, the smile disappeared and turned into anger. But all of this was destroyed by Yi Chen. He was jealous of how good my father was to me and cunningly took my father away. This scene made the audience in the live broadcast feel extremely distressed, and the scene continued to play. After Daddy Yi caught Yi Mei, he wanted to hit her, but his hand had not come down yet. Before he could do it, a small figure bumped into him. It was a delicate and handsome boy, only 8 years old, but you could tell that he would definitely, yes, be a very, very, very handsome guy in the future. He hugged Daddy Yi's hand and said, "Daddy, come and play with me. Don't play with my sister. There's nothing fun to do with her. I have something good to show you." This piqued Daddy Yi's interest. "Oh, what good thing do you have?" Seeing this, the boy hurriedly said, "Dad, come with me and you'll understand." Upon hearing this, Mr. Yi didn't know what to think, but he still gently put down Xiaomei and said, "Xiaomei, be good. I'm going to see what your brother has for Dad." After speaking, he took the boy and left. This made Xiaomei's eyes turn red all of a sudden. It's always like this, every time. Dad always favors Big Brother the most, and the feeling of disgust slowly emerged in her heart. And Yi Mei in front of the screen didn't even bother to conceal her disgust. She said coldly, "This boy is our so-called brother, Yi Chen. I will never forget this scene, because this was the last time I saw Dad. After this, Mom and Dad completely left us." On the big screen, the picture gradually darkened. The door in the warehouse was just locked. Mr. Yi immediately transformed from the incredibly elegant man he was just now into a beast. He began to curse with all kinds of dirty words, accompanied by physical blows. But I bit down hard on my teeth, not letting myself make any sound. This scene left Yi Mei in front of the screen and the audience stunned. What is going on? No one understood why. The just now refined Mr. Yi. Why resort to violence? I'm covered in bruises on the screen, but my face remains calm. Since you've vented your anger, please don't lay a hand on my sisters. Mr. Yi sneered, "You, little wild seed, are quite interesting. It's my business if I want to hit my daughter. You're just meddling." I remained unfazed and continued, "If you're still not satisfied, you can keep hitting me, but you must never lay a hand on my sisters. They are still young. I don't want them to have a dark childhood." Upon hearing this, Mr. Yi slapped me again. "I'm tired of hitting you. I'll spare you for now. But who do you think you are? How long can you protect them?" He then left after saying this. Watching him leave, I murmured to myself, "As long as I'm here, I will never let you harm my sisters. My sisters are so dependent on our parents. If I report this, they won't have parents anymore. But if this continues, it's really difficult. I'll think again. There must be another way. The four sisters in front of the screen are all in a bad state. It's impossible, absolutely impossible. Dad couldn't possibly want to hit me, and Chen couldn't possibly protect me. He must have done something wrong to make Dad angry, leading to his punishment and harsh words. At this point, they suddenly thought of something. By the way, he just said there must be other ways. What other ways? Could it be because Dad hit him, made him hold a grudge, so he orchestrated the car accident to make our parents leave us forever? This reasoning quickly gained the approval of the majority of netizens. Yes, the goddess is indeed the goddess. From this small detail, she deduced the whole thing. It must be that Chen was beaten and wanted revenge. He is just a psychologically dark person. After all, in people's eyes, looks are everything. Whatever they say is always right. They don't even think about how young I was at that time. The scene continues to play. Daddy suddenly received a call and left with Mom Yi. As time passed, 4 hours later, I received a call. Dad Yi and Mom Yi were in a car accident and both died after unsuccessful rescue. When we arrived at the hospital, the doctor was visibly stunned. How come there are only you kids? Where are the other adults in your family? I said quietly, there are no adults left in our family, and no other relatives. If there's anything, you can tell me directly, Dr. Uncle. I can make decisions for everything. The doctor fell silent, his gaze filled with sympathy towards us, and then he called me to go with him. As for the 3 younger sisters, they were left in the care of the nurse. I still carried the youngest sister, Yi-ju, on my back. She was not even a year old and couldn't remember anything at all. I was quickly taken to the office, where 2 police officers were waiting inside. Little one, your dad was driving under the influence, mistook the accelerator for the brake, which caused the accident. After understanding what happened, I told them that my younger sisters are still very young, and I asked them not to tell them these things. I'm afraid they will have nightmares at night. Just tell them that Dad and Mom have become a star, flying up in the sky, watching over them all the time. Protecting them is enough. Everyone watching the live broadcast fell silent at these words. What ridiculous logic. The faces of the 4 sisters turned red instantly. How could this be? Mom and Dad actually had an accident due to drunk driving, not caused by Chen. At this point, Yume immediately said, I remember when relatives came to take us back to take care of us, but he stopped them. Although he didn't want us to be sad, he did want to take over Mom and Dad's inheritance, so he didn't let the relatives take us away. These words once again gained the approval of the audience who value justice. Yes, Chen is indeed ambitious. Everything he does is for his own benefit, plotting to seize the family property. His scheming runs deep. On the large screen, a couple appeared, and the kind-looking man said he was the father's cousin. They have been living abroad all this time. You are all still young, so it's normal not to remember us. I suddenly received news and remembered that apart from me, you have no other relatives, so I immediately gave up the business contract. Rushed back overnight. I'm not moved. You say you're my parents' cousin. Do you have any evidence? After hearing this, the man immediately took out a photo. Kid, look, this is a photo of me and your dad. If we're not relatives, how could we have a photo together? Seeing the photo, I didn't say anything yet. Yeme immediately snatched the photo and excitedly asked, is this really Dad? Is he really Dad's cousin? The man immediately said, of course, I gain nothing by lying to you, and I have to take care of all you little ones. I came back to the country specifically to adopt you all. At this moment, the woman next to the man immediately stepped forward, took out various candies, and said, my dears, since your mom and dad aren't here, you must be having a hard time. Take these candies and eat them. At the scene of the program, Yeme looked at the screen and was very moved. They gave up their contract work for us and rushed back from abroad. They even brought us so much food. They must be worried about us not living well. They are really good people. However, no one noticed the inconspicuous barrage in the live broadcast room. Aren't these 2 the human traffickers who were caught a long time ago? In the video, Yelan immediately reached out to take the candy, but before her hand could touch it, I pushed her away. You don't deserve these things, they are all mine, I said, then quickly hugged all the candies to myself. Seeing this, the man immediately said, we have plenty more, don't fight. It's hot outside. Can we go inside and rest for a while? Yeme also felt the weather was too hot, so she immediately ran to open the door. Uncle, Auntie, come in. The couple was just about to come in, but I was faster than them. I quickly closed and locked the door. This made Yeme furious. What are you doing? Why not let Uncle and Auntie in? I had a cold look in my eyes. Today, no one is allowed to open this door. Yeme was unwilling and wanted to open the door again, but I firmly stopped her. If you dare to open this door today, I won't be polite to you. As I said this, I glanced at the youngest sister, Yeju, making my meaning very clear. Then I ran to the kitchen and took out a kitchen knife. In their terrified gaze, I opened the door with a fierce expression and walked out. Yeme still wanted to see what I was up to, but I had already closed the door and stood alone outside, facing the couple. The 2 of you leave immediately, or there will be bloodshed today, either yours or mine. At the scene, the 4 of them looked angry, making the audience feel pity for them. Chen is so young and already using threats. There must be psychological issues. He will definitely be a social menace when he grows up. On the big screen, the couple faced this situation and could only temporarily retreat. They wanted to abduct the 5 of us, certainly without any mishaps. It wouldn't be good if we were caught by the police. After they left, I put the knife back in the kitchen, and I called the police. Just now, 2 human traffickers pretended to be our relatives, delivering things to us, trying to deceive us. I've already collected the things they brought as evidence. There's surveillance at my doorstep. They haven't gone far. You should act quickly. Inside the live broadcast room, the audience watching from all over the world seemed to disappear, and the barrage was blank for a moment. Then there was a collective outbreak, saying that the 2 couples were human traffickers, impersonating relatives, trying to capture the goddesses and sell them. So Chen did it for the safety of the goddesses, not for anything else. Soon, the production team called the relevant department. A man's voice came from the phone. "Hello, I happen to be watching this live broadcast. It's quite a coincidence." When that boy called the police, I was the one who answered the phone. At first, I thought it was a child from a family playing with the phone. Later, we investigated the surveillance and indeed identified those 2, plus the evidence provided by the child. Drugs and fingerprints were extracted from those items. After that, a huge trafficking organization was busted. This was the first major case I received at that time. I remember it quite clearly. On hearing this, the 4 of them fell silent for a long time. Finally, Yeme asked the question everyone wanted to ask. Why didn't Chen just tell us they were human traffickers instead of using this method? In a dark basement, I painfully clutched my stomach, my pupils filled with bloodshot veins. My lips were dry and even peeling. I hadn't eaten or drunk water for too long. Why take this approach? Because I want my sister's childhood to be free from so much calculation, and they don't have to think about how many bad people are in the outside world. I want them to stay in a safe environment. Those dirty and despicable things, it's best if they disappear forever from their sight. That's what I thought, but, alas, life is unpredictable. The burden on my shoulders is too heavy. I'm really exhausted. I closed my eyes, lost consciousness again. At the scene of the program, the clever host's brain was working rapidly. "Goddess, have you forgotten that he was also young at the time, and he was also a target? So don't blame yourselves. He's only doing it for himself. After all, he has seen the face of the human trafficker. The human trafficker will definitely not let him go. Rather than say he's saving you, it's more like he's saving himself." Sure enough, his words made everyone who had just felt a little guilty suddenly feel relieved. Yes, Chen is selfish. Everything he does is just for himself. Yime sat on the sofa, her stunning face looking cold. I also think that's how he is. Not only to save himself, but also scheming to seize our family's property. She almost gritted her teeth as she said this. The other 3 sisters were also very excited. Yes, for him, our survival is the greatest benefit. After our parents died, they left behind a large fortune, as well as the Yi Corporation. As soon as we come of age, we will be able to inherit it. Although I was young at the time, I still remember my father telling me that even though he adopted Chen, he was not registered as a family member. So legally speaking, Chen has no right to inheritance. The only way for him to get the inheritance is to take it from us. Speaking of which, the 4 sisters were all frightened for a moment. They all believed that the reason they could survive in the hands of this demon was entirely because I coveted their parents' inheritance. At this moment, the on-site production team, with the high-profile and cold CEO Yime, is furious. Obviously, he is not worthy to be our brother, not because he was adopted, but because of his character. Not only did he want to take over our parents' inheritance, but he also made us, who were growing up, go hungry. He didn't give us any food for several days. After our parents passed away, the family still had a large villa and several luxury cars, which together were worth millions, but he didn't even give us any food. I remember when I was a child, I was still sleeping in my bed, and Chen suddenly burst in, pulled me out of bed without a word, and threw a suitcase at me, telling me to get out of the house. That's how he drove all of us out and made us live in a dark and hopeless alley. As soon as the words left my mouth, the audience erupted in anger, rebuking me. Just then, a memory fragment played. In the footage, I was leading them in a pitch-black alley. Yeme was clamoring to go home, but I remained indifferent. "You don't have a home now, you'll live here from now on." "Who said we don't have a home? You're the one who drove us out of our home." Without saying more, I pulled them into a dilapidated, cobweb-covered little house. Seeing this, Yeme immediately exploded. "I don't want to live here, I want to go back." I blocked the door. "Where do you want to go? I've already sold your mansion. Now, you only deserve to live here, or you can go beg on the street." They've been princesses since birth. How could they agree to beg? In the end, they had no choice but to submit and live here. Watching the sisters tidying up, I sighed deeply, muttering to myself, bankruptcy froze everything. Now I have no money left. I must quickly make some money. This left everyone at the live broadcast site dumbfounded. What's going on? Didn't he sell the mansion? How could he have no money? The 4 sisters were also very puzzled. The family was clearly very wealthy at the time. How could they have gone bankrupt? At this moment, the large screen rotated, and a wave of my memories played out. In the video, law enforcement officers found me. The money obtained by your foster parents is all illegal gains, so now your assets will be frozen. But don't worry, we will send you and your sisters to the welfare home. I refuse. I and my sisters will not go to the welfare home. I can support my sisters. This made the law enforcement officer frown. But you are so young, how can you? Then tell me why you don't want to go to the welfare home? I don't want my sisters to feel like they are unwanted children, and I don't want them to be separated. I believe no one will adopt 4 children at the same time. At this point, I stopped. Actually, what I'm more worried about is that my sisters will be adopted by cruel people, and I'm afraid they will be tortured. At the live broadcast scene, Yimei looked at the big screen, unable to calm her heart as she watched this boy who was only 2 years older than her. In order to prevent her sisters from being separated, she used her frail body to support this family. Deep down, she also didn't want to be separated from her sisters. The third sister, Yi Qingyu, is the most fragile person among the 4 sisters. She couldn't help but shed tears. Could it be that we really misunderstood him? The audience also agreed one after another. Memory doesn't lie. To have such responsibility at such a young age. He will definitely be an amazing person when he grows up. But as the second sister, Yi Lan doesn't believe it. There must be a conspiracy. Legally, there are clear regulations. With the conditions we had at the time, there would be subsidies every month. But I have never seen it. The subsidy was definitely taken by him. Otherwise, why were we hungry all the time back then? And my older sister and I saw it with our own eyes. He would come out of the internet cafe every day. So the reason why Yi Chen didn't let us into the welfare home is not the reasons he mentioned. Instead, he wanted to swallow our subsidy, take it to play games online. Kids love to play games. He must have planned it this way. At this moment, the host suddenly remembered something. Right, Mimi mentioned before that a kind uncle gave her a candy to eat, but it was snatched by him. When did that happen? Hearing this, Yimei frowned. It was at that moment. Not only that, he also slapped me. Because of that slap, I fainted and went straight to the hospital. This made the talents and the audience explode again. The feeling of being angry was like hitting their own faces. The scene instantly descended into a chorus of curses. As for me in the basement, I couldn't help but look at my hands, with a hint of nostalgia in my eyes. At this point, the skin of my hands is as thin as paper. Back in the day, these hands of mine had won numerous game championships and killed countless tough bosses. It was also by selling equipment in games and helping others complete tasks that I was able to lead my sisters out of that difficult period. And the slap to Yimei was also for her own good. At the same time, the live broadcast scene began playing. In the scene, I walked out of the internet cafe and happened to run into Yimei and Yi Lan. Immediately, I reprimanded them and told them to go back. You still have the nerve to talk about us. What are you doing here? I coldly smiled, and isn't it obvious? I'm playing games. Can you still control me? This disgusted Yimei, and then she took Yi Qingyu away. They haven't had a full meal in 3 days. On the way home, both of them had growling stomachs from hunger. Just then, a man walked up to them and said, "Are you hungry, little sister? Here, I have a piece of candy for you." The scene ended here, but the audience in the live broadcast room all believe that I stole their goddesses' subsidies. Yi Chen is too much. Even when the goddesses were so young, he made them buy things, and he took the subsidy money to the internet cafe to play games. He even snatched the goddesses' candy to eat. He's really not a good person. Yimei's eyes were full of nostalgia. The uncle at the end of the scene was the one who gave me the candy, and it was because of his existence. It was only then that I realized not everyone in this world is as bad as Yi Chen. I just realized that there are good people in the world. I really miss this uncle. If he is watching this live broadcast now, I hope he can contact the production team. I want to thank him in person, and I also want to repay him within my ability. There is a sense of nostalgia and emotion in my tone. Meanwhile, in a mahjong parlor, a man in his 50s watches the live broadcast, extremely excited. What? Yimei, the billionaire CEO, wants to repay me? It's like a pie falling from the sky. This greatly shocks the friends nearby. You, the guy who hits women, are the one mentioned by the goddess Yimei. When did you become so compassionate? Soon, he took out his phone and called the program's hotline. After a rigorous confirmation by the program team, Yimei is extremely excited. Uncle, it's really you. I'm so grateful to you. Do you have any difficulties now? As long as it's within my ability, I will definitely help you with all my might. The man on the phone immediately shed tears like a crocodile. I really have a hard time. My wife had a car accident a year ago, and now she's disabled, lying in bed all the time. I've spent all the money I earned on my wife's treatment. Now I'm completely broke. My daughter and I often go hungry. My 7-year-old daughter is so thin, like a 4 or 5-year-old child. And when Yimei heard that her benefactor from the past was going through the same thing, going hungry just like him, she was immediately deeply moved. You can rest assured that your kindness will be repaid like a gushing spring. Your matter is now my responsibility. Meanwhile, in a dark basement, I, feeling powerless, saw this scene on the live broadcast and became completely furious. That candy from back then wasn't just a simple candy. I investigated for a long time for this matter, enduring the pain in my stomach. I sent a message to report to the police, and sent all the evidence I had been holding on to. I recounted the events from back then. Meanwhile, on the big screen, the recorded scene played. The scene showed me playing games at the internet cafe. After finishing the game, I said to the person next to me, "Alright, the task is completed, give me the money." This caused a stir among the audience. It turned out that Chen went to play games to earn money. While Mei remained expressionless, even if he was playing for money, it couldn't cover up the fact that he slapped me and caused me to end up in the hospital. The call hadn't been disconnected at this point. The man on the phone immediately started to make a commotion upon hearing this. Yes, your brother back then wanted to snatch your candy to eat, clearly wanting to starve you to death. The scene on the big screen continued. In the scene, I said to the person next to me, "Now that this task is completed, give me the money first. If there are more tasks to be completed later, then we'll do it next time. I have to go back and cook for my sisters." After saying this, I quickly took the money and ran out, and then the scene of meeting Mei and Yelan happened. That's not important. What's important is that there was a malicious person following behind the two. I immediately scolded them and told them to go back. After that, I bought some vegetables and rice by the roadside. When I arrived at the door of my house, but then I saw the same malicious man standing in front of Mei, holding a lollipop in his hand. But there was clearly something wrong with that lollipop. Seeing this, I didn't have time to think and rushed up, ready to snatch the candy away. But Mei, seeing me rushing over, immediately took a bite of the lollipop and was about to swallow it without a second thought. Seeing this, I was so scared that I slapped her directly, trying to knock the candy out of her mouth, but it was too late. She had already swallowed some of it. The next second, she fainted, and when someone arrived, the man ran away immediately. I quickly hugged Mei and rushed out of the alley to take a taxi to the hospital. Meanwhile, the lollipop that had fallen on the ground was found by a mouse. As soon as the mouse took a bite, it immediately began foaming at the mouth. Its legs stiffened, and it went limp right away. This scene left the audience in the live broadcast silent for a while before they came to their senses. Mei, on the other hand, was so excited that she stood up from the sofa, looking at the screen in disbelief at everything that was happening. The call hadn't been disconnected, so I quickly asked my uncle, "Uncle, tell me, that mouse was just an accident, right?" He couldn't believe it. The man who had once given him hope had actually come to harm him. After a long time, a voice finally came from the other end of the phone. But it wasn't the voice of the man from before, it was a police officer. "Hello, MS. Mei, I'm sorry to tell you that the uncle you wanted to thank is not a good person. His wife's leg was indeed disabled, but it was him who broke it. And his daughter also frequently suffers from his beatings. And more importantly, this person is a criminal who has been on the run for 15 years. Unfortunately, there was no evidence to arrest him at the time. But now, with your memory fragments as evidence, we can finally bring him to justice." At this moment, Mei felt that her entire childhood was shattered. Destroying a boy's childhood only takes one sentence. There are no Ultramen in this world. And to destroy Mei, it only takes one sentence from the uncle who gave you candy. He actually wanted to harm you. The uncle who once gave him candy was the last glimmer of warmth and hope in his childhood memories. But now, it has completely collapsed, leaving him trembling, feeling that his childhood was no longer beautiful. Although I was unconscious at that time, my consciousness was not completely lost. I faintly remember someone encouraging me. If it wasn't the person who gave me candy, then who was it? At this moment, the large screen continued to play. Mei had just been pushed out of the emergency room, having already escaped danger. However, her brow was furrowed, looking as if she was trapped in a nightmare, sleeping uneasily. I stood by her side, holding her hand. "I know you must hate the current life, not as carefree as before. But what's done is done, and it's irreversible. If you want to change the status quo, you have to rely on yourself. No one is born with everything going smoothly, and no one can keep smiling all the way to the end. The stage we step onto is not of our choosing, and the performance is not the script we wanted. But even if the script of our lives is terrible, we have to work hard to perform it well. And I believe that you are the one who can perform it to a perfect ending." After saying this, I was called out by the doctor because of the candy incident. Not long after, Mei woke up, her eyes looking a bit confused, as if someone had encouraged her while she was unconscious, making her feel very warm. Could it be the uncle who gave me the candy just now? Yes, it must be him. At the live broadcast scene, Mei was extremely devastated, looking at this real memory, realizing that it was actually Chen who was encouraging her back then. The other three women also had complex expressions. How could she have said such things? She clearly hasn't read any books. How could she say something so philosophical? This must not be something she said. The atmosphere among the others in the live broadcast room was different. My goodness, was Chen already contemplating life at such a young age back then? But the goddesses said he only attended first grade. He didn't even go to school, yet he said such things. He's truly a genius. If he had grown up like a normal person, would his achievements now be even more amazing than the goddesses? As soon as this was said, someone immediately retorted, "Brother, you've gone too far. It's hilarious." The goddesses are global film queens and billionaires. What is Chen? What does he have to compare with the goddesses? You're even more ridiculous than the goddesses. Please, stop spouting nonsense, Chen. Wake up, will you? No matter what, it can't change the essence of Chen. He's just a social scum. At this moment, Yi Mei also calmed down. He couldn't believe that the person who said those things could be him. How could it be someone as despicable and shameless as himself, the person who always thinks of and prays when in despair? He started to deny. It must be because the scene left in his memory was too beautiful, so he felt that his bright life was related to this place, but in fact, it wasn't. All of his achievements were the result of his own hard work and struggle. No one helped him. It must be like this. Yes, without those so-called words, he could also rise. Once, he was just on the ground in the park and saw someone using chalk to draw very romantic mathematical formulas. He became intensely interested and then learned that there was math beyond just regular math. And when he started to enter the world of Olympiad mathematics, the championship belonged only to him from then on. He was the god of the Olympiad mathematics field, so he relied solely on himself. What does it have to do with Chen? At this moment, on the big screen, Yi Mei saw mathematical formulas in the park. He was very interested and started solving them, but he put down the chalk halfway through because he didn't know how to solve the rest. However, the next day when he came back, he found a very detailed solution written there. From that day on, Yi Mei had a little secret. Whenever she encounters a difficult problem, she would write it down with chalk in the park. The explanation for it will be available the next day. Watching the memory scenes on the big screen, Yi Mei's face was not as cold as usual, but rather softened, showing deep nostalgia. I don't know who this person is in the park solving problems, but I really want to thank him. He has always helped me whenever I felt lost. Now I have two people I am most grateful for. The first one is the person who helped me solve problems in the park. He opened the door to mathematics for me and led me into the mysterious world of advanced mathematics. Without him, I probably wouldn't have developed such a strong interest in math. At that time, every day when I returned home, I had to face Chen's sarcasm, along with an extremely terrible environment and a seemingly hopeless path. But in the end, I managed to come out and achieved what most people envy. So, I want to tell everyone, as long as you keep facing the sun, darkness cannot corrode you. These words made the audience watching the live broadcast extremely excited. The goddess is truly worthy of being a goddess. Now, let's compare that Chen. Coming from the same environment, what kind of person is he? But seeing this scene didn't make me angry. From the beginning, I chose this path, knowing that I was destined not to be understood, not to be forgiven. It must have been very painful at that time. In the picture, I saw Yi Mei holding a book, with a warm smile in her eyes, but this smile quickly faded away. He turned disdainfully and said, holding books all day, thinking you're really good at studying. And Yi Mei really hates me. She didn't even bother to talk to me, just turned her head away, ignoring me. Why are you not speaking? Did I hit the nail on the head? With your intelligence, you're only fit for reading books here. You probably can't understand a single book in the library. Although the words were harsh, they were reminding him to go to the library, opening the door to a new world, no longer limited to the knowledge in these textbooks. The scene shifts to the library, where an extremely kind old man looks at Yi Mei and says, "Little girl, can you understand the books here?" Besides hating me, Yi Mei is very obedient to others. She honestly said, "There are still some parts one don't understand, but it's okay. I will understand it one day." This honest attitude made the old man pleasantly surprised. "Little girl, your attitude towards learning is good. If there's anything you don't understand, maybe Grandpa can teach you." Yi Mei was full of surprise. "Really? Grandpa, can you explain this question to me?" she said, pointing to a math problem that is only taught in 5th grade. This surprised the old man a bit. "This is not something you can currently understand. Can you comprehend it?" Yi Mei nodded shyly. "I can understand it, but not completely. I still don't quite get it. I'm really not good enough." The old man suddenly felt that she was showing off, and he had evidence. He then asked a few questions, and after receiving Mei's answers, he generously praised, "You're really amazing, little friend. You've learned so much at such a young age. Who taught you?" Mei blinked her eyes and replied, "I figured it out by myself." In her mind, she didn't lie. It was that unknown teacher in the park. They just gave me an answer to the question. But in the end, it's up to me to figure out the answer. So she instinctively believed that she had figured out the answers to these questions by herself, without relying on anyone. Hearing this, the old man was even more surprised. He muttered to himself that he had previously discovered a genius, and now he had found another one. After a moment of silence, not knowing what he was thinking, he suddenly asked, "Little friend, do you want to study math with me?" Inside the top-notch Huafu, several teachers who were taking a break were watching this live broadcast. When they saw the old man appear, they were all astonished. "Isn't this old man our principal? I heard a long time ago that Mei, the goddess, followed the principal for a while when she was a child. I didn't expect it to be true." The principal also valued Mei a lot, but unfortunately, for some reason, they fell out. Although it said that there was an unknown teacher calling her in the park, no matter what, she became a billionaire CEO through her own efforts. As for that person called Chen, he's still somewhere unknown, like a rat in a stinking ditch. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind. You say Chen, he's just a rat in the gutter. But what you don't know is, the so-called rat in your mouth. What kind of genius is he really? It shouldn't be said, even genius is not enough to describe him. Principal Zhou Qingguan recalled the scene when he first met this extraordinary genius, the brilliance in his eyes, more resolute than anyone he had ever seen. He should have been the one everyone looked up to, but he was shrouded by heavy dark clouds, and he brought it upon himself. Every time Zhou Qingguan thinks back, his heart aches. He really wants to ask, was it really worth it? At this live broadcast, Yimei, upon seeing Zhou Qingguan, also felt nostalgic. Principal Zhou is the second person I am most grateful to. The shadow teacher in the park introduced me, while Principal Zhou led me to Roman side. The host curiously asked, so why did you two later part ways? There was no such thing as a falling out. It's just that the path I wanted to take was different from what he expected. Actually, there's one thing I've always been curious about. Principal Zhou said he had encountered two geniuses in a row, one of them being me. I'm really curious who the other one is. I heard from him that the young genius was only a little older than me, but his mathematical talent was many times more terrifying than mine. And every time President Zhou talks about his eyes, it's a kind of regret, as if he missed the whole world. But when he knew he didn't want to pursue the path of mathematics, his eyes didn't show the regret that came with knowing that he didn't want to walk the path of that genius. This made Yimei very dissatisfied. Among the students taught by President Zhou, Yimei said she ranked second, but no one dared to rank first. How could there be someone more powerful than her? This made the audience very curious. Someone jokingly said, it can't be that scoundrel Chen, can it? Ha, Chen, he's not even worthy of carrying the goddess's shoes. Can you please not mention Chen and the goddess's name together? It's disgusting just to hear it. Among the various comments from the crowd, the big screen continued to play. In the picture, I appeared in that park. At this time, there were brand new numerical formulas written on the ground in chalk, which were exactly what Yimei had written down an hour ago. I looked at the question. This little girl, she can't even solve such a simple problem. That's what I said, but my eyes were filled with satisfaction. Then, I carefully wrote down the solution to this problem on the side, halfway through, suddenly remembered something, and quickly erased it. No, this solution is too advanced. My sister still can't understand it. Then I wrote it out again with a new approach, and finally left as if nothing had happened. This scene made Yimei at the live broadcast site feel terrible, and she immediately started shouting frantically, this is impossible, I don't believe it. It's definitely not like this. Is your machine malfunctioning? This statement made the director and the expert team present at the scene look grim. The memory extraction machine, which they take pride in, is being questioned for its functionality. That's equivalent to indirectly questioning whether they have issues. The audience, who believe that beauty is justice, are fervently supporting their goddess and clamoring that it's the machine's fault, strongly demanding an explanation from the production team. Seeing the situation, the production team is feeling uncomfortable. I think it's this Yimei who doesn't want to admit that others are more outstanding than him. Is it so difficult to acknowledge others' excellence? But they dare not speak out. They can't afford to offend the billionaire CEO and the fans in the audience. They have no choice but to call the old Dean, Zhou Qingguan. Dean Zhou Qingguan appeared in my memory and can prove all this. Soon, the voice of Dean Zhou was heard at the scene, stating that the machine has no issues and has always been teaching. The mentor who guides you is Chen. This statement made Yimei unable to accept it. He still refuses to believe it. At this point, Dean Zhou continued, I have never seen a genius like Chen. He is just too intelligent. I am already unable to express his talent in words. I have always felt regret about it until now. Speaking of this, Dean Zhou's tone changed. May, do you know? In fact, there aren't so many coincidences in this world. Many times, what you think is a coincidence is actually someone else's careful design. For example, our meeting might not be a coincidence at all. This leaves Yimei feeling a bit puzzled, as she recalls her memories, as if she has understood something. But if all of this was carefully designed by him, then how intricate his mind must be. Just then, the large screen image rotates, and a wave of my memories is being played. In the picture, I have been tracking director Zhou Qingguan, recording his activities, until 5 days later. Zhou Qingguan accidentally discovered that I was writing formulas on the ground in the park. It was then that he knew everything I had done. At the live broadcast scene, Yimei fell completely silent. He felt that all his achievements were obtained through his own efforts. However, the reality is that they were all designed by the person he most despised. But all of that was my previous life, and the achievements now are all obtained through my own hard work. His guidance certainly set me on this path, but if it weren't for my own hard work and learning, I wouldn't have been able to go this far on this path. This speech once again gained the approval of those audience members. Yes, even if Chen helped the goddess, it wouldn't be enough to make the goddess the current CEO of a multi-billion-dollar fortune. Although he has made a significant contribution to teaching, he cannot erase what happened afterwards. Director Qo was very disappointed to see this scene. It was disappointment towards Yimei, although all of this is related to his efforts. But if there is no guide, what's the use of your hard work? Without a guide, even if you want to work hard, you have no direction. But Yeme completely rejected all of this, and he quietly hung up the phone. He knew that his explanation was useless. At this point, Yeme spoke again, saying, "One does not feel pain until the needle pierces one's own skin. Perhaps you think that Chen is not as we described earlier, but he is just a waste, scum, and devil. This is what we have personally experienced." As he said this, his expression became even colder. He is absolutely not the person presented in our memories. His crimes cannot be fully described even if we talk for 3 days and 3 nights. Seeing this, the 3 sisters beside him also spoke up. Yes, perhaps he was kind-hearted at that time, but what you see now is only one side. He caused my 3rd sister to suffer from autism. Just this alone, we will never forgive him. How could our years of pain possibly be erased by these few clips? Could it be that our impression of him over the past decade is all false, deliberately concocted by him? But how could anyone act for more than 10 years? Hearing this, the audience who had originally been somewhat inclined towards "I am a good person" instantly stood firmly on the side of the 4 silly ones. He almost fooled us. He is just a disgusting guy. Seeing this, Yeme angrily said, "For more than 10 years, we have all been receiving subsidies and do not need him to go out and work to earn money. Not to mention, it's absolutely impossible that he went to the internet cafe to earn money to buy us food, as shown in the memory scene. I believe he went there just to play games. And then, I participated in the math competition and won a prize. But he took it all, and I even saw him going out to play with his group of friends." The scene continued to play, showing me forcing 6-year-old Yeme to go outside alone to buy groceries. This caused the audience to erupt again, criticizing me one after another, but as the scene changed, they fell silent again. In the scene, I followed behind Yeme, ensuring her safety, murmuring to myself, "The best way to relieve tension is to face it. Little sister, you need to learn to be independent from a young age. Brother believes in you." The silent live broadcast room exploded again. Why do I feel like my face is being slapped so hard? Every time I think he's up to no good, but then it directly reverses. Yeme's face was pale at this time. She repeatedly denied me, repeatedly saying that I was untrustworthy, but the truth was that I was repeatedly being proven wrong. In my heart, I secretly said to Chen, "Unless everything you've done in the past 10 years is just like what's presented in this memory, it's all a disguise, it's intentional, only then will I believe you, believe that everything you do is for our good, even though I don't understand what the purpose of your actions is." But just because he doesn't understand doesn't mean Director Joe doesn't understand. It doesn't mean that those psychologists don't understand. As the saying goes, associate with the good and you will become good, associate with the bad and you will become bad. Chen is setting up a negative image for his sisters. Establishing a negative image. He wants to tell these 4 sisters, if you don't study seriously in the future, indulging yourselves, then you will end up like him, becoming despicable, dirty scum like a rat crossing the street. Thinking of this, the psychology professor was extremely shocked. If this is true, then how great is he, and how much does he love his sisters? And he's so young, yet he's already paving the way for his sisters' future. If a person like this grows up, they will definitely become someone everyone looks up to. But he voluntarily gave up his life for his sisters. The scene continues to play. I followed behind Yime, protecting him from a distance. Suddenly, Yime was stopped by a few hooligans, and the little sister came to chat with her brothers. Yime was so scared that he kept backing away, biting his lip tightly and not daring to speak, but suddenly he bumped into something. It turns out that I saw the situation was not right and rushed over, although I was still young at the time. But my momentum was extremely fierce, my tone was cold, and I stared at these hooligans expressionlessly. And when those hooligans saw me, they suddenly felt tense all over. "Oh, we were just passing by." "Yes, just passing by." After saying these few words, they all scattered like mice seeing a cat. "You came here on purpose to watch me make a fool of myself." Yime glared at me with red eyes, full of anger. But I could see his fear, his fists involuntarily clenched, his face darkened for a moment. Then, with a mocking look, he said, "My friends here won't do anything to you, they just want to chat with you." Hearing this, Yime trembled with anger, turned and rushed back, but a faint sob could be heard in the wind. This scene exploded among the live streaming audience. Those bastards turned out to be Yi Chen's friends, so it's no wonder Yi Chen is fundamentally scum. The host also directly said, "Did everyone see that? Yi Chen did it on purpose, intentionally sending the goddess out to buy groceries, and then letting his friends scare her. Now you understand, right? Understand why I've always thought he's a bad person. I was only a few years old at the time. Who could have known how scared I was inside? How could he have done such a thing?" His eyes were red, full of grievance, and the barrage in the live stream was all cursing at me. But there was one inconspicuous barrage that slowly floated by, without attracting anyone's attention. "Yime, just give it a rest. We were more afraid of Yi Chen back then. That guy was simply inhuman." The scene is still playing. At that moment, instead of going home with my sister, I arrived at a doorway and kicked it open. When I saw the blonde youth, I slapped him, but the blonde youth didn't dare to fight back. "Chen, we really didn't do anything to your sister." I stared at him fiercely. "Who gave you the courage? Didn't I tell you earlier not to touch my sister? Can't you understand human language?" At that moment, I was extremely fierce. These young hoodlums were bold, but they were also afraid, reckless. Even though they were older than me, they all knew that I was reckless. This was my way of venting for my sister. This scene made everyone watching the live broadcast fall into silence, and they all began to doubt life. Even the host was unusually quiet, because he didn't know how to comment on it. For sisters also had an unsettled look. That scene just now really touched them deep inside. Unfortunately, this slight touch quickly disappeared. As mentioned before, the pain and bitterness of over a decade cannot be healed by just a few pieces of candy. Yimei stood under the dazzling flashlights, countless cameras aimed at them, and all the staff here served them. Those who watched the video also came because of them. They are the center of the stage, the stars under the spotlight. They shine brightly, embraced by everyone. Yimei calmly spoke, "Continue playing. I also want to see if his sarcasm and belittling after I win the competition are for our own good. Jian is extremely ridiculous. Her success clearly depends on herself. This Yechen only did a little, but wants to take credit for her success. Dream on. Did he help me with the title? Did he participate in the competition for me? Did he make every future choice for me? Did he help me when I was starting the company against all odds? He did nothing. Now, he wants to whitewash himself with a few slightly better memories and make everyone think we can't do without him? Dream on." A cockroach crawled across the damp, dirty ground. Yechen felt his eyelids incredibly heavy. The emptiness in his stomach and the intense nausea made him realize that he was one step closer to death. He saw the hatred in Yimei's eyes. Sisters, cough, hate me, don't they? How could they not hate? Over the long 18 years, he had always played the villain. Can anyone continuously act for 18 years? Can anyone endure the torrent of filth for 18 years? Yechen could. And the source of all this drive was his love for his sisters. Love can dispel everything. Yechen made an effort to lift his heavy eyelids and continued watching the playback of memories. The recent weather is not as rainy as before. The sun is high, and the clouds lazily float in the sky. Today is undoubtedly a good day. It is the day Yimei participates in the math competition. Although Zhou Qiguang is her teacher, he has another role this time. He is the judge and invigilator of the competition. As a judge, fairness is the most important. Because of this, Zhou Qiguang cannot enter the venue with Yimei. Yimei has to go to the competition venue alone. But when the twins found out that she was going to participate in the math competition, they insisted on going to support her. Although Yujie is only 1 year old, she also likes to join in the fun. Grabbing Yimei's hair, she babbles and calls out. Her little legs swing, obviously wanting to go along. In the end, Yechen went to the venue with the sisters. Although this math competition is small-scale, many people participate. Many participants come with the idea of gaining experience. Twin sister Yelan came to such a lively scene for the first time, her eyes curiously looking around. If Yechen hadn't said not to wander off at the beginning, she would have run off long ago. Yeju's interest, on the other hand, is not very high. Not only is she not interested, but she also clings to Yimei and tightly holds onto her clothes. She seems even more nervous than Yimei, who is about to compete. Yechen noticed something was wrong, but Yimei thought she was worried about her. "Don't worry, little sister, I'm fine. I'm not nervous, so you shouldn't be either." Yeju, with her bangs and a cute appearance, looks like a delicate doll. She pursed her lips without explaining what she was nervous and afraid of. She just nodded and softly said, "Sister, good luck." Yelan cheerfully said, "Big sister, good luck. The championship is definitely yours." Yechen, carrying Yujie on his back, grabbed his hair, shook his legs, and babbled. He imitated Yelan and cheered for her. Yechen looked at Yimei, who was sweating in her palms, with a challenging tone. "You little fool, I'll wait for you to come home with a 0 on your test, ooh. Yimei's anger instantly overwhelmed her nervousness. "I won't get a 0 on the test." The desire not to be looked down upon by Yechen, who wanted her to get a 0, completely suppressed her nervousness. When Yimei entered the classroom, she had already forgotten what nervousness was. She devoted her whole body and mind to the upcoming competition. The competition takes place in the classroom. Chen and his sisters, as family members, naturally couldn't go in. He led his 3 sisters outside to wait for the competition to end. At the same time, Zhou Qiguang also followed the other invigilators to the competition venue. Zhou Qiguang was originally talking to the invigilator next to him, but suddenly noticed Chen walking towards him. He was wearing a set of washed-out clothes, and even his pants didn't fit properly. Even the canvas shoes on his feet were coming apart. Zhou Qiguang slowed down, his eyes fixed on Chen. He had never seen this child before, but he felt familiar with the clothes he was wearing. He felt like he had seen them somewhere before. Chen, with his 3 sisters, approached him. Zhou Qiguang's brain was racing. Finally, he remembered. Although he hadn't seen the child's face at the time, the child writing mathematical formulas on the ground in the garden was indeed wearing this outfit. "Are you the child who was writing formulas in the park?" Chen was very alert and also noticed his gaze. But feeling that the gaze was not malicious, Chen wanted to ignore it. However, he was stopped by Zhou Qiguang. Chen subconsciously moved to protect the 3 girls behind him. Zhou Qiguang, with surprise and curiosity, asked, "Are you the child who was writing formulas in the park?" Yi Chen, expressionless, replied directly, no. He quickened his pace and soon disappeared in front of Zhou Qiguang. Zhou Qiguang felt a bit embarrassed. He hadn't expected to mistake the person. His colleagues next to him looked at him in confusion. Vice Dean Zhou, do you know that kid from earlier? Zhou Qiguang shook his head. No, I mistook him for someone else. But he couldn't help but look back at Yi Chen. Did he really mistake the person? The female audience in the live broadcast room seized on this scene as if they had caught something. They immediately began to attack. I knew that Yi Chen could not possibly be the shadow teacher. He denied it. He must be feeling guilty, that's why he denied it. Goddesses have every reason to hate him. Men are all trash. There were also a few calm viewers. Hey, can you guys stop leading the way and use your brains? The footage clearly shows Yi Chen writing down the solution step by step. They're just completely blackening him, right? What's wrong? Feeling threatened because Yi Chen is better than your goddess? Clicked on a few bullet screen avatars, and they're all female, just punching away. The bullet screen started to get chaotic, but the screen continued to play slowly. Yi Chen and his sisters walked outside. Perhaps because it was a math competition venue, there were various math problems everywhere. 1-year-old Yi Ju was now at a stage where she was very curious about everything. She pulled Yi Chen's hair and pointed to the various problems on the wall, exclaiming ah. Yi Chen took a glance at the problem and knew that it was no longer a difficult mode, but a hell mode. This problem should not exist here, but in a research institute. However, Yi Chen looked down at her very interested expression. What's wrong? Do you like it? Because she was moving around on his back, Yi Chen simply held her in his arms. Yi Ju couldn't speak yet, chubby fingers pointing at a problem on the blackboard, and calling out with her mouth, ah, do you like it so much? Yi Chen showed a warm smile. Then, shall I explain this problem to you? Yi Ju tugged at his hair. Yi Chen smiled and, regardless of whether the 1-year-old in his arms could understand, patiently explained in detail. Yi Ju seemed to really listen as if she could understand, without struggling, or She quietly held onto his hair and listened. Yi Chen, who was explaining in detail, did not know that someone was standing quietly behind him. Besides Zhou Qiguang, who else could it be? Although Yi Chen denied it just now, Zhou Qiguang felt more and more uneasy. His memory was very strong, not photographic, but not far off. Although he didn't see Yi Chen's face clearly at the time, the height and clothes were obviously a match. So he thought of coming over to ask, and after telling the other teachers that he would come back to invigilate later, he walked out. As soon as he came out, he saw Yi Chen explaining a math problem for college students to a little girl. Zhou Qiguang was extremely shocked and amazed. The problem that could be put on the wall blackboard naturally couldn't be simple. For example, the problem Yi Chen was explaining now was his masterpiece. Even his students, who were the pride of the heavens and could enter the top universities, couldn't solve it. It's worth noting that none of his students could solve this problem. This shows how difficult this problem really is. However, this little kid who was only 9 years old, solved it. Just as Yi Chen finished explaining the problem, he felt an extremely hot gaze behind him, staring at him. When he turned around, he met Zhou Qiguang's passionate gaze. I didn't remember wrong. It was you I saw in the park that day. Genius. I am a genius. No, you are a genius. I have discovered a genius. Zhou Qiguang was too excited. He even spoke incoherently. His logic was thrown out the window. His face flushed with excitement, and his eyes shone as if he wanted to devour Yi Chen. Yi Jiu was frightened by his appearance. She shrank into Yi Chen's arms, tightly gripping his clothes with her small hands. Her mouth pouted, and she looked like she was about to cry. Yi Chen immediately glared fiercely at Zhou Qiguang, but when he looked down at Yi Jiu, the hostility on his face immediately disappeared. He gently comforted her, little Yunxian, don't be afraid. Big brother is here. The effect was immediate. Yi Jiu stopped the crying motion, but her hands still clung tightly to his clothes. Zhou Qiguang also came to his senses and quickly restrained his expression. But he was too overjoyed, and even though he tried to control it, he couldn't contain his smile. So his expression became extremely eerie. Yi Chen clearly didn't want to say much to him, so after comforting Yi Jiu, he wanted to leave. Zhou Qiguang quickly stopped him. Little friend, don't go. Yi Chen knew that he couldn't leave without explaining to Zhou Qiguang. He looked at him coldly. What do you want? Zhou Qiguang ignored his indifference and excitedly asked, what's your name? Where do you go to school? Yi Chen turned and walked away. Zhou Qiguang quickly grabbed him. Little friend, I'm not a bad person. I'm the invigilator for this competition. He quickly showed his work permit. Yi Chen had known his identity for a long time. That's why he didn't want to get close to him. There's no need to light a second lamp when the first one is already lit. One genius is enough. And he gave this position to his sister. So he didn't want to deal with Zhou Qiguang. Afraid that he would run away, Zhou Qiguang began to blurt out, little friend, why didn't you admit that you were the one who wrote the formula in the park earlier? But luckily I'm smart. I still found a clue. No, that's not the point. The point is, little friend, are you interested in being my student? You can also be my apprentice. Little friend, don't go. Hey, if you don't want to be a student or apprentice, you can also be my grandson-in-law. My granddaughter is about your age. She's so cute and smart. Little friend. Yi Chen twitched his mouth. He now seriously doubted whether Zhou Qiguang was reliable. What was he talking about? Zhou Qiguang caught up with Yi Chen. Or rather, Yi Chen didn't continue walking and stopped to look at him. He really couldn't stand the old man's words anymore. Zhou Qiguang gasped for breath, just about to continue speaking, but Yi Chen interrupted first. I know what you want to say to me, Yi Chen said calmly. I won't agree to be your student because I have no interest in the field of mathematics. You don't need to keep staring at me. The decision I made cannot be changed by anyone. Zhou Qiguang's words were stuck in his throat. He stuttered for a long time before asking, why? Yi Chen repeated, because I have no interest in the field of mathematics. His eyes were extremely firm, and his body stood straight. He was not joking, nor was he giving a casual answer. After Yi Chen finished speaking, he ignored Zhou Qiguang's reaction and walked away. Zhou Qiguang was stunned for a moment and shouted, Kid, I can at least know your name, right? Yi Chen, he replied, completely disappearing into the crowd. In the top academic institution, the teachers watching the live broadcast were utterly confused, questioning their life choices. The person in front had a disgusting appearance, and the person behind looked bewildered, with eyes reluctant to part, resembling a pervert. Was this really the stern-faced Dean Zhou who usually seemed to say, I'm not in the mood today, don't talk to me? More importantly, he even said he wanted to introduce his granddaughter. Who is Dean Zhou's granddaughter? She's at a goddess level. Her looks are only surpassed, not inferior. Moreover, isn't Dean Zhou doting on his granddaughter the most? She's like a precious treasure, handled with care and cherished. No, wait. The point is, at that time, wasn't Zhou the goddess only 8 years old? Zhou Qiguang didn't expect to bring up this memory. His face turned red instantly. He was too excited at that time, and his rationality temporarily left him. In order to stop Yi Chen from leaving, he blurted out everything he could. Embarrassed, being scrutinized intentionally or unintentionally by everyone, Zhou Qiguang stared back fiercely. What are you looking at? Everyone quickly averted their gazes, tacitly shifting the topic's attention. Ahem. But speaking of which, why did Yi Chen's explanation of that problem look so familiar? Yes, I also noticed that. It seems like I've seen it somewhere, but it's been a long time. I remember. Isn't this a problem from our research curriculum? Later, Dean Zhou simplified it into a problem, but at that time, no student could solve it. Ah, yes. I was wondering why this looked so familiar. It's that problem. In other words, at that time, only 9-year-old Yi Chen solved this hellishly difficult problem. After realizing this group of teachers finally understood why Zhou Qiguang was so excited at that time, even saying that his beloved granddaughter could marry him. Yi Chen is more than just a genius. If nothing unexpected happens, if he continues to delve into this field, then he is destined to be the king of this field. However, his sisters call him a waste, trash, useless, only good for eating, drinking, and having fun. They even said they wanted to lock him up in prison. What kind of world is this? Compared to these shocked teachers, Zhou Qiguang, who knows more about the situation, couldn't help but sigh. What Yi Chen did for them was more than what was shown in the video. Yi Chen, oh Yi Chen, how could you, at the age of only 9, make those decisions? In the cold basement, Yi Chen wearily closed his eyes. He was really tired now. The septic tank from who knows which house outside was clogged again, emitting a nauseating smell. But Yi Chen's stomach had been empty for too long, and even if he wanted to vomit, he couldn't bring anything up. He had already vomited all his bile. Let me just close my eyes and rest. Let me rest for a while. The audience in the live broadcast couldn't understand the problem on the blackboard, and the souls of the keyboard warriors began to burn fiercely. What is Yi Chen doing? Is he really solving the problem? Can he understand it? Don't be funny, okay? He doesn't understand anything about solving problems. I guess he's just making it up for the goddess Yunxian to listen to. After all, at that time, the goddess Yunxian couldn't understand it at all. It's hilarious, he really made it up so convincingly. The smoky barrage discussion went on for a long time. The teachers of the highest institution naturally could see it. They just laughed out loud. They picked up their phones, opened the keyboard, and fought back one after another, mocking those people. Don't expose your intelligence. This question was set by Dean Zhou of the highest institution. When it was set, not a single student could solve it. Ignorance is not your fault, but if you come out and make a fool of yourself, that's your fault. Who doesn't understand after all? I suggest you figure out what Yi Chen is talking about before coming here to barrage. The people in the barrage gradually realized that something was wrong, but there was no answer to this question on the internet at all, so they couldn't even ask for proof. They turned their attention to Yi Mei. Yi Mei was so good at math, she must know whether Yi Chen was talking nonsense or not. The host saw the audience's request in the barrage. It seems that the audience is very concerned about whether Yi Chen's explanation of this question is correct or not. Goddess Yunxi, you have the most say in this field. Come and explain to us whether he is right and how difficult this question is. Yi Mei's face had been wrong since she saw Yi Chen explaining the question. It was like her worldview was collapsing, and it seemed like there was something else. He's right about everything he said. Yi Mei's hand on the side of her body gripped the sofa tightly. Her pupils were shaking rapidly. This is impossible. How could Yi Chen solve this question? She had seen this question before, but by the time she could understand it and solve it, she was already 16 years old. But Yi Chen could solve it at the age of 9. The gap between them is deeper than the Mariana Trench. So, he really is a genius. But why? They never knew about his talent. And even though he had such talent, why did he become what he is now? A gambler, a heavy drinker, bad-tempered, like mud, can't hold up at all. Yi Chen, what are you hiding from us? Why are you doing this? Yi Mei couldn't understand, and didn't want to think about it, because all of this couldn't affect her disgust for Yi Chen. Yi Mei retorted loudly, but, so what? Does that mean he's a good person? Just because he's smart, and these few fragments can prove that he's good to us. Just like my previous question. Why did he take my prize money at that time? And even went to play with his friends with my money? The female audience in the live broadcast room exploded when they heard these words. What? He actually took the goddess's scholarship money to play with his friends. Oh my god, this is too much. I actually thought he was a genius before, thought he was a good person. Sisters, don't be fooled by this kind of man. Don't think he's a good person just because he's occasionally kind to you once or twice. Yeah, don't bully your sister, and then turn around and bully her yourself. This kind of man is really disgusting. The host was also indignant. So now, let's see how Yi Chen, this waste, bullies the goddess. On the big screen, the memory began to play. Yi Mei finally finished the exam. When she came out of the exam room, she looked very relaxed. She could basically do all those questions. If there were no accidents, her performance in this competition would not be bad at all. The twins saw her coming out and immediately surrounded her. Sister, have you finished the exam? Sister, how do you feel? Yi Mei patted the twins' heads, with a confident smile on her face. I feel very good. Yi Lan immediately added, Sister must be the best. This time's competition, Sister will definitely get first place. Yi Zhu tugged at her clothes softly. I feel the same way. Yi Zhu, who had already fallen asleep, heard her voice and squinted her eyes open. Then her eyes lit up, waving her little hands, looking very happy. Yi-ya-ya, ah. When Yi Mei saw Yi Chen, her face instantly fell, but she quickly ignored him, turning to look at Yi Zhu in his arms, and smiled. Xian, come, sister will hold you. She didn't want to see her sister in the arms of this waste and garbage. Yi Zhu didn't understand anything, but seeing her wanting to hold her, she happily reached out her hand to her. After Yi Mei picked her up, she told her 3 sisters to go home. Then the 4 sisters left Yi Chen behind and walked ahead on their own. Not a single person called for Yi Chen to catch up. It was already sunset. The sunlight appeared dimly yellow. The clouds in the sky were also covered with a dark gray. Those who could come here for the competition were basically parents bringing their children. Everywhere there were groups of 3 to 5 people, with laughter and parents' care for their children. But only Yi Chen was alone. Only he was abandoned by everyone, eroded by the gradually engulfing sunlight. He was shrouded in shadows, blending into the darkness. He was the one abandoned by them. He was considered waste and garbage in their eyes. At just 9 years old, he should have been the most vibrant and spirited youth. But he seemed to have been worn down by the long years. His eyes, which should have been bright, were covered with a layer of gray. His shoulders seemed to be bent under the weight of life's burden. Yi Chen lowered his eyes and suddenly smiled. The smile carried warmth. Yi Chen, this is the path you have chosen for yourself. A man should do what he says. Other people's thoughts, other people's opinions, and even my sister's lack of understanding, what does it matter? I am willing to exchange my lonely life for their 4 happy and fulfilling lives, surrounded by flowers and applause. So all of this in front of me is my inevitable path. I am destined not to be understood. I am also destined not to be forgiven. But as long as I am true to myself, I will keep going. I suddenly feel a bit hot and wet on my face, and when I reach out, I realize it's tears. I cried unconsciously. Wasn't Yi Chen's last words too touching? I thought I was the only one crying, but I didn't expect so many people to cry like me. Oh my god. I am willing to exchange my lonely life for their 4 happy and fulfilling lives. This sentence really hits home. I'm getting more and more confused. Who is Yi Chen really? Is he a good person or a bad person? Help! I suddenly feel like I've fallen in love with Yi Chen. Someone, please wake me up. Wait, how many peanuts did I eat in front of me? How did I get drunk like this? Yi Chen is just a scumbag. Scumbags don't deserve love. To be honest, I don't think Yi Chen is a scumbag at all. I actually think he's really responsible. When you were criticizing Yi Chen earlier, did you ever think that he's only 9 years old? So what if he's 9 years old? Does that mean it's okay to bully him? Spoiled kids are raised like this. But the problem is, Yi Chen is not a spoiled kid. The barrage in the live broadcast room was about to get noisy. Everyone had different opinions. Inside the live broadcast room, it was chaotic, with everyone sticking to their own views. And at this moment, the scene continued to play. The timeline jumped forward several days, directly to the moment when the competition results were announced. The results of the competition had to be seen on the spot. Without a doubt, the 5 siblings went to the scene together. When they arrived at the scene, a crowd had already gathered. They were all waiting for the announcement of the results. Yi Mei, with her super memory, quickly checked the answers in the book on the way back. But at this moment when the results were about to be announced, she was still extremely nervous. The twins held her hands, one on each side. "Sister, you will definitely get first place. Sister is the best." Yi Mei tried to calm her breathing. Finally, it was time for the results to be announced. A group of parents crowded forward to see where their children ranked. Chen looked at the crowded crowd and quickly protected his sisters. Fortunately, although these parents were eager and crowded, they controlled themselves and there were no trampling accidents. "Ah, my child only got 18th place. How come my child is only second? Who is this Yi Mei who got first place? Why does the name Yi Mei sound like a girl's name? Can a girl get first place?" Now they didn't need to push forward. The parents had already called out Yi Mei's name. Yilan was the most excited and grabbed Yi Mei's hand. "Sister, did you hear that? You got first place." Now, everyone's attention was focused on them. At the same time, Zhou Qiguan led several teachers onto the stage. His gaze happened to meet the parents' gaze and he noticed Yi Chen. Yi Chen felt someone looking at him, turned his head and made eye contact, but quickly looked away. He was not the protagonist and didn't need to attract too much attention, but he thought so, and he needed to ask Zhou Qiguan if he thought the same. Zhou Qiguan's first reaction upon seeing Yi Chen was to rush over and catch him, but as soon as he took a step, he realized his current status. Even if he wanted to catch up, he couldn't do it in front of everyone. He suppressed his excited and trembling hands and tried to remain calm. At this moment, he saw Yi Mei standing next to Yi Chen. A hint of pride involuntarily appeared on his face. She was his student. In this math competition, she got first place. It really gave him face. The awards ceremony officially began. The top 3 students were to receive awards. When the host announced the names of the winners, and when Yi Mei and the other 2 students went on stage, the other parents looked at her in surprise. It was because Yi Mei was so young. She was the youngest participant in the competition. Almost all the participants in the math competition were students in the 3rd grade or above. Most of them were 8 or 9 years old. Only Yi Mei was 6 years old. When Yi Mei stood on the stage for the first time, there were dozens of people standing below. She couldn't help but feel nervous. She tried to reassure herself, telling herself that there was nothing to be afraid of. When she went to the market, she could buy groceries by herself and there were more people in the market than here. So now, she didn't need to be nervous. After reassuring herself, Yi Mei was indeed less nervous than before. Zhou Qiguan took the certificate and the prize money and handed it to Yi Mei. Suppressing his excitement, he formally said, "Congratulations, little Yi Mei, for getting first place. You must continue to work hard in the future." Yi Mei, with a red face, replied, "Yes, I will definitely." She would definitely continue to work hard. She wanted to be the best, earn a lot of money, then take her 3 sisters away from Yi Chen, the despicable trash. After the award ceremony, Zhou Qiguan quietly slipped over to Yi Chen. He looked even happier than when Yi Mei got first place. "Little Yi Chen, long time no see." Yi Chen silently turned around, holding Yi Ju, and was about to leave. Zhou Qiguan quickly stopped him. "Hey, little friend, I'm not here to talk to you this time. I'm just saying hello." He looked at Yi Ju, who was staring at him with wide eyes. "Is she your sister? Your sister is so cute." When he mentioned Yi Ju, Yi Chen's expression softened a bit. Zhou Qiguan saw an opportunity and was about to continue speaking, but then Yi Mei ran over. "Teacher Zhou, what are you doing here?" Zhou Qiguan was about to speak, but Yi Chen interrupted. "He's just passing by." Yi Mei didn't want to talk to him. "I didn't ask you. Give me my 4th sister." She wanted to keep her 4th sister away from him as much as possible. Zhou Qiguan noticed that something was wrong between them. He tentatively asked, "Sha Yunshi, who are they?" Yi Mei didn't want to acknowledge Yi Chen's identity. Her answer was somewhat harsh. "The one in my arms is my sister, and he was adopted by my parents from the welfare home." She didn't even want to call him brother. Zhou Qiguan instantly understood that their relationship was not good. He had heard Yi Mei say that her parents had become stars because of a car accident. No wonder every time he saw Yi Chen, there were no parents around. So they were a family. He frowned and was about to speak when Yi Chen interrupted. "Teacher Zhou, I have some questions to ask you. Can you come with me over there?" When Zhou Qiguan heard this, he understood that Yi Chen wanted to talk to him privately. He agreed immediately. The 2 walked to the side. Yi Chen's expression was very calm. "If possible, I hope Teacher Zhou can pretend not to know me. Also, don't talk about me in front of my sister. Please act as if you've never met me." Zhou Qiguan didn't understand. "Why?" Yi Chen looked at him quietly. "If I don't answer your question, can you promise to help me keep it a secret?" Zhou Qiguan had never seen such a look in a child's eyes. It was as if he was bearing a lot, carrying something heavy. It wasn't a look that a 9-year-old child should have. He shouldn't continue to ask. Against his better judgment, he answered, "I promise." Yi Chen remained calm, with a hint of sincerity in his tone. "Thank you." He left. The top university. Zhou Qiguan watched Yi Chen leave and sighed deeply. The teachers around him were itching to know more about the situation between the 2, and couldn't help but ask, "Dean Zhou, what happened later?" Do you know why Yi Chen said that? Why did Yi Chen pretend not to know you too? What is a 9-year-old child hiding in his heart? His eyes were too lonely just now. It's like he's carrying a lot. It's so heartbreaking to see. Dean Zhou, satisfy our curiosity. Zhou Qiguang quietly watched Yi Chen on the screen. Actually, at that time, I didn't know why he did that. But I promised, and afterwards, I never mentioned his name to Yinshi. I just said that there was once a person, a genius even greater than her. But now, after watching this memory, I understand. I even understand his thoughts. A genius only needs one. He was willing to give up what he should have had, just to make everyone focus on Yinshi. He really did too much for Yinshi. Studio. Yi Mei looked incredulously at the big screen. So Teacher Zhou knew him a long time ago. He didn't tell me because Yi Chen didn't want him to. Yi Zhu muttered to herself with her head down. Why did he do this? Yi Lan was furious. What else could it be? It must be because he didn't want Dean Zhou to know that he's a despicable person. Big sister, have you forgotten? When we get back, he's going to take away your prize money, and also spend it with that group of friends. He is so despicable. Of course, he doesn't want to expose this filthy side in front of Director Zhou. Is it really like this? Yi Mei quickly looked at the big screen. Just arrived home. Yi Chen reached out to Yi Mei. Yi Mei quickly protected her award and prize money. What are you doing? Yi Chen's tone was very cold. Give me the prize money. Yi Mei ignored him. Why should I give it to you? I won't give it. Yi Chen smiled lightly, with a disdainful tone. Do you think you can refuse to give it just because you don't want to? Yi Mei, I have countless ways to make you regret in the future if you don't give me the prize money now. His eyes were cold. Do you believe me? Yi Mei clenched her fists tightly. She believed, because such things had happened before. Yi Chen is a man of his word. He really can have countless ways to make her regret. Yi Mei handed over her prize money. Yi Chen opened the envelope. The prize money was quite generous, actually 500 yuan. You should know that in today's era, 500 yuan is almost equivalent to half a month's salary for an ordinary worker. After taking the prize money, Yi Chen left. Yi Mei was so angry that her eyes were red, and the award in her hand couldn't warm her heart. She locked herself in the room and cried. How could she meet such a person? Why should she stay here, bullied by such a person? Sob, sob, sob. Dad, Mom, if you are watching us from heaven, can you punish this devil Yi Chen? The goddess is crying so miserably, so pitiful. Goddess, don't cry, your tears break my heart. Just a second ago I wanted to marry Yi Chen, now I want to kill him. He's too much. See, this is the real face of Yi Chen. Everything about him is fake. What's sister loving, protecting sisters? He just wants to constantly take away the goddess's money. There was no more support for Yi Chen in the live broadcast room. All the comments turned into curses. A cockroach quickly crawled past Yi Chen's feet. Yi Chen covered his stomach, breathing heavily. In the cold basement, he watched the live broadcast on the screen, showing the beautiful faces of the four sisters. Memories also returned to the past. Why did he snatch Yi Mei's prize money back then? Because he was afraid. The thugs in that alley were not good people. He was afraid that one day he would really fall into their hands. If he died at that time, what would the four sisters do? They were still so young. They had no idea how to make money. Their concept of money was not very clear either. So it was more like taking her money to keep it safe for her. If one day he really died, the four sisters would have money to get through the rest of their days. But he couldn't say these things directly. He had to pretend to be fierce. He remembered that after taking the money, he went to the bank to deposit it. But he encountered some setbacks on the way to the bank. Live memory screen. Today's weather is overcast. Although the rain has stopped, the ground is still wet, with puddles everywhere. Yi Chen walked on this damp road, and with every step, his pants were splashed with dirty water. He had only walked halfway when he felt a darkness in front of him. 5 people blocked his way. Yi Chen was very familiar with them. They were the ones who had blocked his sisters last time and had been taught a lesson by him. Yi Chen looked at them warily. The young man who had been beaten by Yi Chen stepped forward, with a provocative and triumphant look on his face. Yi Chen, I'm telling you, you're finished. If you dare to hit me, my brother will never let you off. Yi Chen looked at the leader, who bore some resemblance to him. It seemed he was his real brother. Yi Chen's face showed no expression, but his body had already taken a defensive stance. One by one, or all together. He knew there was nothing to say to these people. In the end, it was definitely going to come to blows. Since that was the case, why waste time saying so much now? Yi Chen's appearance greatly provoked them. Ha, you little brat. Acting so arrogant without even growing up properly. Ha, then don't blame us for bullying you. All of you, attack. Teach this kid a lesson and let him know there are always people stronger than him. They cursed and charged at Yi Chen. Damn, so young and so arrogant. I'll show you. What's wrong with blocking your sister? That's because I respect your sister. So your sister is precious. Ha, then I'll have some fun with your sister. Although I don't really like Yi Chen. Damn, this kid is really tough. A man should be tough. Is Yi Chen too arrogant? Such a small body going against 5 almost grown men? This trash stole the goddess's money. Got beaten down, serves him right. Hey, wait. If they beat him, then why did Yi Chen invite them to dinner? The goddess said the people Yi Chen invited to dinner might not necessarily be those 5. Damn. These 5 guys are so vulgar. Saying they want to play with my goddess. Play with your sister. Damn. Toughened fists. Daring to fantasize about my wife. Asking for death. I think you're the one fantasizing. Treating my wife as your wife. Stop arguing. Yi Chen has knocked them down. I just made instant noodles. What happened in such a short time? Plot twist. Did something possess Yi Chen? How did he suddenly become so fierce? The audience in the livestream could clearly see that the 5 people surrounding Yi Chen on the screen, who had started off in a high posture, were now all knocked down. Yi Chen also suffered many injuries. His tattered and ill-fitting clothes were splattered with dirty mud. His arm was cut, and blood was flowing down, mixing with the dirty, black water and dripping onto the ground. The envelope, which he had treasured in his pocket, had fallen out due to the intense fight. It lay in the nearby mud. Yi Chen quickly picked up the envelope. It was completely soaked and no longer usable. He opened it to confirm that the money inside was not soaked, and he breathed a sigh of relief. This was the first prize money his sister had earned. He couldn't allow it to be tainted. The 5 young men lying on the ground were wailing. His eyes were extremely cold, like a wolf locking onto its prey. Do you know why some people don't have a tongue? Because they talk too much, and their tongues get tied. At times like this, their tongues must be cut off to restore peace. Yi Chen stood in front of them, exuding a cold and fierce aura, like a deadly dragon scale. Touch it and you die. He absolutely would not allow anyone to insult his sister. I'm not afraid to die, are you? At this moment, the others felt that the person standing in front of them was just a child. It was clearly a wolf, a fierce wolf eyeing its prey. If they made any wrong move, he would surely unleash his sharp claws and sever their arteries. The others dared not say anything more. The pain in their bodies made them nod. The 5 people helped each other up, struggling to catch their breath. Just as Yi Chen ignored them and was about to leave, Yi Mei's figure appeared around the corner. When she saw Yi Chen, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. She had not expected to see Yi Chen here. Soon, Yi Mei noticed the wet envelope in Yi Chen's hand and the 5 young men behind him. Among the 5 young people, she recognized all of them except for one. They were friends of Yi Chen, as he had told her. Seeing the envelope that had been opened and dirted by mud, Yi Mei had no more doubts. Her eyes turned red, like a wounded little animal. She looked fiercely at Yi Chen. So you took my money, just to hang out with them. Yi Chen, you are despicable. You are not my brother. I hate you, hate you, hate you. I will hate you for the rest of my life. She cried and rushed towards Yi Chen, crashing into him. Yi Chen was completely unprepared for her. The Yi Chen who had just knocked down 5 almost adult-sized young people was now knocked down by the small Yi Mei. He sat on the cold ground. The muddy water in the puddles soaked his pants. Yi Mei had already run away without looking back. The 5 young people looked at each other and quickly ran away after coming to their senses. They dared not linger here. What if Yi Chen felt ashamed and furious at being seen in this state, and then violently attacked them even more? Everyone had left. Only Yi Chen was left sitting on the ground. It started to rain again at this moment. The rain quickly soaked him through. Yi Chen finally seemed to come to his senses. He moved his fingers slightly, carefully putting the wet envelope and the 500 yuan into his own pocket, so the rain couldn't reach them. He tried to get up, but found that he had twisted his foot when Yi Mei pushed him down earlier. He couldn't stand up and fell down again. A woman with a child passed by him. The child pointed at him. Mom, look, there's a little beggar here. The woman quickly pulled the child's hand back, looking extremely nervous. Good baby, we shouldn't get too close to beggars. Let's go quickly. The mother and child walked away. The rain grew heavier. The pouring rain blurred the sky and the earth. The live broadcast room was quiet for a while, then the large screens were flooded with comments. I just want to say that Yi Chen deserves this look. Humph. Let him steal the goddess's money. Don't pretend to care for your sister like that. Dirty beggar, stay away from our goddess. I want to give the child a thumbs up. He is a beggar. All the foul language, the darkest corners of human nature, were vented through this layer of screens. The live broadcast continued as usual. Yi Chen sat for a while, finally getting up from the ground. His foot was a bit swollen, but he could still walk. Yi Chen limped to the nearby eaves, looking up at the increasingly heavy rain, his expression unclear because he was covered in dirty water. Passers-by avoided him, as if avoiding a plague. Yi Chen walked under the eaves that could shelter him from the rain. Finally, he reached his destination, the bank. He walked to the ATM, skillfully entered the card number, and then carefully deposited the 500 yuan. The name of the account holder was Yi X Poetry. Yi Chen, who had been expressionless, finally smiled. This way, even if I die, my sisters won't have to worry about not having money. The large screen in the studio froze Yi Chen's smile on it. The audience, who had been insulting Yi Chen just a few seconds ago, seemed to be choked by fate when they heard this sentence. They were speechless. This face had been beaten so much that it was swollen. Damn! What a shocking turn of events. Yi Chen didn't steal the goddess's money to spend it, but to save it for her. What is this? I don't believe it. Damn, this face has been beaten so much that it's making a sound. I don't know how to type on the keyboard for a while, so the problem is back to square one. Yi Chen is still a good person. According to the memories that are being played now, it seems that it is really like this. At the moment of knowing the truth, I suddenly felt angry at the scene where Yunshi pushed Yi Chen down. It's so infuriating. Please don't criticize me. The audience in the live broadcast room was almost going crazy. At the highest institution of learning, some female teachers were already in tears. Sob, Yi Chen is really pitiful. Everything he did was for his 4 sisters. How could the goddesses do this? Yi Chen was only 9 years old at the time. Why did he have to bear so much? These 4 goddesses will never know what their brother has endured for them. Zhou Qiguang kept questioning. Yi Chen, you have done so much and yet been so misunderstood. Do you really think it's worth it? In the spacious and bright studio, Yi Mei, dressed in a black professional suit for women, stared blankly at the big screen. Everything she had known in the past was shattered after these memories were exposed. The bonus she thought Yi Chen had taken to hang out with those friends never actually happened. Yi Chen just wanted to keep the money for her, and that group of so-called friends actually just wanted to cause trouble for him. Everything was completely different from what she had thought. How could this be? How could it be like this again? Yi Chen, are you really good or bad to us 4 sisters? She couldn't tell anymore. Big sister, are you okay? Yi Zhu looked at Yi Mei with concern and held her hand. Yi Mei took a few deep breaths and suppressed all the surging emotions. I'm fine. Not only Yi Mei felt her worldview shatter, but the other 3 sisters also felt that the Yi Chen in their memories was completely different from the one they knew. He had actually done so much behind their backs? Why did he do that? The host broke the silence. Goddess Yunshi, do you know this card? Yi Mei shook her head. I don't know. The host slapped his thigh. That's right. Although it shows Yi Extra on it, it doesn't necessarily mean that this card belongs to you, goddess. It could be Yi Yunshi, or it could be some other name. Yi Mei was at a loss. Is it really like this? The host quickly changed the topic and led the rhythm, and it's just 500 yuan. Yi Chen knows the password. If you want it, you can take it at any time. Goddess, you must not be deceived by this hypocritical guy. The 4 women looked at each other and felt that the host's words made a lot of sense. Seeing this, the host continued immediately, let's take a step back. Goddess, what you can have later is all your own effort. So, Goddess Yunshi, you are not inferior to her at all. This 500 yuan is nothing to an outstanding goddess like you. As long as you want it, you can earn it back in minutes. Yi Mei's eyes showed a hint of confusion. Is it really like this? Everything she would have later, was it really unrelated to Yi Chen and she could earn it all by herself? No, that's not right. How could she doubt herself? Anyone can question. Anyone can deny. But she can't. As a leader, she can reflect on her own shortcomings, but she absolutely cannot waver. Yes. Yi Mei figured it out and spoke coldly. I don't need his charity of a bank card at all, because I can earn money by myself. My company was built by my own hands. It has also developed into what it is today because of me. Yi Mei's face showed confidence again. She raised her chin slightly, and the bright spotlight shone on her cold face. She appeared even more radiant, with eyes shining like stars, fair skin, and lips like fire. The close-fitting black and white suit dress perfectly showed off her hot figure. What Mei is most proud of is not her mathematical talent, nor anything else. It is the billion-dollar company she now owns. She started her own business from scratch and built a billion-dollar company on her own. This Douyin company, which started with short videos, is where she stands. Her own greatest achievement. The barrage of comments in the live broadcast room. That's right. Yunshi Goddess doesn't need Yi Chen's bank card at all. She can earn a lot of money on her own. Thanks to Douyin. It made me rich. Douyin is really amazing. I accidentally spend hours watching short videos every day. And now the live app used by the goddesses is also Douyin. No matter how amazing Yi Chen is, can he create Douyin? Hilarious. No matter how good Yi Chen is at math, he can't make money. Douyin is still better. Let me say, Douyin is arguably the greatest invention of this century. Compared to the goddesses Douyin, what Yi Chen does is nothing. Yi Lan happened to be looking at the barrage. She saw all the comments from the netizens. At first, she thought that Douyin was her sister's own idea, and it was the result of her hard work and entrepreneurship. However, she suddenly remembered a sentence that Yi Chen said when she was 4 years old. The future will be dominated by short videos. It's time for that software to appear. At that time, she was young and completely didn't understand the meaning of that sentence. It just left a deep impression on her, so she remembered it. Now, thinking about everything, Yi Lan suddenly had a terrifying guess. Could that Douyin also be guided by Yi Chen? If that's really the case, when did he start guiding? Yi Lan quickly looked at the big screen. She wanted to know if her guess was true. Mei is now 7 years old. It has been a year since she participated in the math competition. At that time, Mei undoubtedly won first place in the math competition. It was because of this that 7-year-old Mei skipped from the 2nd grade to the 5th grade of elementary school. After the new semester started, Mei became the youngest student in the 5th grade. Mei felt that she didn't fit in with them. Not because of her age, It's because she couldn't fit in. Their chat topics were completely uninteresting to her. She would rather read math books than communicate with them. Another day after school, May packed up her books and left school. Other students came out in groups of 3 or 5. Only she walked out of the school gate alone with a small backpack. The golden sunset fell on her, adding a touch of loneliness to her. She crossed the road, walked through several streets, and returned home. After returning home, her slightly cold expression melted, and she smiled at Yiju. Did little Yunxian behave well at home today? Yiju, who was only 2 years old, could already make simple responses. She sat on the floor playing with building blocks, waving her little hands. Behaved well, sister hug. May bent down and picked her up. Yiju tugged at her clothes, her eyes looking around as if looking for something. May noticed, little sister, what are you looking for? Yiju looked puzzled with her round eyes. Sister's badge. May was a little puzzled. What badge? Yiju made a big gesture. Class. Badge. Shiny star badge. She gestured for a long time before May finally understood what she meant. Yiju meant the class monitor's badge. May was amused by her. There's no such thing. Even if she were the class monitor, there wouldn't be such a thing. Yiju's originally cheerful waving hand stopped abruptly. The look in her eyes revealed a sense of grievance. No class monitor badge? Sister isn't the class monitor? Her delicate little face was full of disappointment. Even the strand of hair standing on top of her head seemed lifeless and drooping. Yimei couldn't bear to see her sister like this. Little Yunxian wants the shining class monitor badge? Yiju nodded and shook her head. I want sisters. Yimei translated, you want the class monitor badge that belongs to sister? This time, Yiju joyfully nodded. Yimei thought for a moment and finally made her a promise. Then, sister will compete for the class monitor position and give you the badge, okay? Yiju clapped joyfully. Okay, want the badge. When Yimei put her down, Yiju ran into the kitchen with her short legs. In the kitchen, Yi-Chen was preparing dinner. Yiju's eyes sparkled as she tugged at his pants. Brother. Yi-Chen stopped what he was doing and looked at her gently. What's the matter? Yiju giggled and saluted. Sister promised. I smell a hint of ominous premonition. No way, it can't be happening again, right? Don't tell me, Yi-Chen is playing some role in this again. My focus is different. Didn't we want to see how the goddess creates the shadow battle? But this doesn't seem to have anything to do with the shadow battle? No. Did you forget what the goddess said? The first time she had the idea of creating the shadow battle was when she was 7. And before that, the goddess also said that there was something that had a big impact on her. It was running for class monitor, right? Running for class monitor? What does that have to do with creating the shadow battle? Many mysteries shrouded the minds of the people. So what exactly happened at this time that made Yimei think about creating the shadow battle in the future? The audience in the live broadcast room couldn't wait to continue reading. Yi-Chen patted Yiju's head. Little Yunxian is amazing. When sister gets the class monitor badge, you must take good care of it. Yiju nodded heavily. I will. Yi-Chen took out a book and a candy from the nearby bag and handed it to Yiju. This is a reward for little Yunxian being good. Yiju happily took the candy, but didn't take the book. Want candy? Don't want book. Yi-Chen smiled, his eyes shining like stars. The book you don't want can be given to sister. Yiju blinked and understood. Give to sister. She took the book and ran out of the hall, and quickly found Yimei, sister. Yiju, with her short legs, held the book up to her. Give to sister. Yimei took the book. Everyday management? What is this? She was about to ask Yiju how she got this book, but could only see her running away with the candy. Yimei had to put off her questions and eventually forgot about them. She had finished all the math problems for today and, feeling curious, opened the book. The next day, Class 5, Grade 1. A new semester naturally brought a new atmosphere. The homeroom teacher decided to select a new class monitor. This matter had been mentioned by the homeroom teacher a week ago. But until yesterday, Yimei had never thought about running for class monitor. The reason was simple. She just wanted to immerse herself in the sea of books. Running for class monitor was too troublesome. Not only did it involve managing people, but it also required extra time for other things. Yimei just wanted to read her books. But after yesterday, her thoughts changed. Because her sister Yunxian wanted her to run for class monitor. Whatever her fourth sister wanted, she would definitely work hard to get it for her. So when the teacher said to start running for class monitor, Yimei bravely raised her hand. She no longer felt the nervousness she had a year ago when she first participated in the Olympiad. After participating in several competitions, she had become able to face the public with calm confidence. Yimei had very strong logical thinking abilities. Coupled with accidentally reading that book last night, she had already prepared a plan in her mind for today's class monitor election. So when she took the stage this time, her thoughts were very clear. After her speech, she received enthusiastic applause from the entire class. There was no doubt that she was the front runner in the election for class monitor. Yimei became the class monitor of class 1 in the 5th grade. The homeroom teacher followed the usual procedure and said, Yunsher, if you encounter anything that you need help with during your term, you can always talk to the teacher, okay? Yimei's eyes lit up. Anything? Teacher, as long as it's within the teacher's ability. Yimei, can I have a glowing class monitor badge? Teacher, what is this? In the end, the teacher really didn't know where to buy a badge from and handed it to Yimei. Yimei only had the badge for a few hours before giving it to Yiju after returning home. Yiju was overjoyed and pinned it on her little skirt. She ran to Yi-Chen's side, wanting to show off the badge she had just received. But she happened to see Yi-Chen holding a small notebook, seemingly jotting something down. Being young, she tilted her head and couldn't understand a word after looking around. The thick notebook was filled with various plans. Next to the phrase initial, teach Yimei how to become a manager, Yi-Chen had put a checkmark. Then he looked at Yiju beside him. Did you get the beautiful badge? Yiju took her eyes off the notebook and revealed her small white teeth. Aha! She proudly displayed her badge. Yi-Chen timely praised, it's really beautiful. Yiju smiled even brighter. Sister is really amazing. Brother didn't lie to me. Yi-Chen patted her head. Outstanding people will have glorious medals. Your sister is a very outstanding person. So, Yi-Chen said in a voice that only he could hear, become the most dazzling person, the highest institution of learning. The teachers understood. So all of this was a plan by Yi-Chen. The last thing Yiju said proved that her previous actions were all at the behest of Yi-Chen. Perhaps not an obvious directive, but definitely a hint. That's why she went to Yimei for the class monitor badge, thus inspiring Yimei's desire to become the class monitor. And then, Yi-Chen handed that management book to Yiju to pass on to Yimei. Hiss! This is one layer after another. It's giving me goosebumps. The equally excited psychology professor next to them was analyzing his actions. And, everyone, pay attention. Yimei was completely uninterested in the position of class monitor before, and she was also very solitary, always keeping to herself. An outstanding leader may not get along with everyone, but they must be able to understand and use people. The way Yimei was before was not at all that of an outstanding leader. If this continued for a long time, she definitely wouldn't have grown into what she is now. So, becoming a class monitor first, it lays the foundation for her to be a good manager and leader in the future. This is why Yi-Chen set up the plan, the reason for making Yimei the class monitor. Thinking to this deepest layer, the teachers' scalps were tingling. How could Yi-Chen think so far ahead? Whenever they thought they understood a bit about Yi-Chen, the next thing he did would refresh their imagination. Yi-Chen, what else do you have that they don't know about? Everyone was looking at the live screen, eagerly awaiting the next surprise from Yi-Chen. The sunshine was bright. The sun in the sky was scorching, making people's faces ache. Yimei took a sip of water, relieving her dry throat. The vice class monitor next to her picked up an ice stick and confirmed again, Class monitor, you really don't want to eat an ice stick? Yimei shook her head. Thank you, I don't want it. The vice class monitor gave up, paid, took a bite of the ice stick, and sighed comfortably. Indeed, in such hot weather, eating an ice stick feels the best. Yimei pursed her lips, trying hard not to show her longing eyes. It's not that she doesn't want to eat, but she can't. Her family is too poor. To divert attention, Yimei looked at another science museum. Shall we go over there and take a look? Today is the day when the entire school went on a spring outing to the science museum. Yimei didn't really want to come because everyone going on the outing had to pay 150 yuan. She had no money. But when Yimei went to explain the situation to the class teacher, the teacher said the money had already been paid. Although she didn't understand who paid for her, she came with the idea of not wasting. This was her first time at the science museum. There were many things inside that opened her eyes. After a day of playing, the awe-inspiring starry sky in the Science and Astronomy Museum still lingered in Yimei's heart. When she got home, she shared everything she saw at the Science Museum with her three younger sisters. The twins looked longing. Yilan's eyes lit up. Wow, it must be fun, right? Yiju softly agreed, yes. Yiju, who was now 3 years old, understood more than before. She blinked curiously. Do you want to be astronauts in the future, sisters? Yimei, fourth sister, why do you ask that? Yiju's tone was innocent. Astronauts can see so many stars. This was something her brother had told her. Yilan was the first to shake her head. I don't want to be an astronaut. After astronauts go to space, it's a long time before they can come home. Yiju didn't say anything, but her eyes revealed a hint of longing. Can she be alone? That would be the most wonderful thing in the world. Yimei also remained silent, because she suddenly realized something profound. What kind of person does she want to be in the future? Astronaut? It's amazing that you can think of that. Chen didn't know when he had walked over, looking at them provocatively. Just because you went to a science museum, do you think you can be an astronaut? There are many things in the science museum that go beyond reality. Do you also think you can do them? His eyes and eyebrows were sharp, for example, being able to talk to family members thousands of miles away through a phone. And also, through a phone platform, you can share what you see and hear. And again, you can sit here and let the whole world see what you're doing. Chen smirked, his smile ambiguous. You can't do any of these things, and you still want to be astronauts? Yimei really found him annoying. What does it matter to you whether we want to be astronauts or not? Mind your own business? You haven't even been to the science museum. What do you know? Oh, right, I don't know anything. Chen crossed his arms. I can't be bothered with you. Even if you turn into a pile of mud in the future, I won't even spare you a glance. I'm just mocking your naivety. Yimei clenched her fists tightly, her eyes filled with resentment and anger. I can't be bothered with you. Chen yawned, looking sleepy. You guys, just continue dreaming your dreams. It's easier to achieve them in dreams. He went into the room and closed the door, leaving the four sisters looking at each other outside. Yi Ju was basically brought up by Chen. She was very close to him. She pulled Yimei's hand. Sister, don't be mad at brother. Yimei tried to suppress her temper. I won't be mad at him. It's not worth getting mad at a waste of space. Yi Ju showed a sunny smile. As long as sister isn't angry, that's good. So, sister, you haven't told us yet. What kind of person do you want to be? Suddenly, Yimei remembered what Ji Chen had said earlier. Being able to meet people thousands of miles away. Sharing what she sees and letting the whole world see. In her mind, Yimei suddenly had a rough blueprint for the future. I want to become a reformer of the future. Perhaps because Yimei is still young and cannot fully understand the concept. But now, this seed has been successfully planted in her heart. Just waiting for time to take root and grow into a towering tree. Shocked my mom for a whole year. The words Chen just said. How is it so similar to our current video call, as well as Weibo and live streaming? Remove the word seems. It's definite. It's him. So, when Chen was only 10 years old, did he already think of the big picture now? No. This is too unbelievable. This is more than just unbelievable. If he really knew that the future would develop like this, with his previously demonstrated super brain, wouldn't he be one of the 3 internet giants? What kind of person is Chen after all? Help! I've been to the science museum before. But at that time, I just thought, wow, that thing is so shocking, that thing is so awesome. I never thought about these things at all. Comparing my brain with Chen's, how many deep-sea trenches are there in between? Chen clearly has so many ideas, why doesn't he pursue them himself, and instead tell the goddess in this roundabout way? Chen, do you still need a little sister? Actually, I am your long-lost little sister. Mom asked me why I'm kneeling in front of the computer. Because I'm in awe. The audience in the live stream exploded. The information revealed in Chen's words is too massive. If they were in that environment at the time, they might also not understand it like Yimei. But now it's the era of internet live streaming, so they easily understood the meaning of Chen's words. Chen was probably only 10 years old at the time, but he could think of this situation 10 years later. How could he possibly be the waste and trash in the mouths of the 4 goddesses? Those who praise Chen to the skies naturally have the brain-dead fans of the 4 goddesses. They simply cannot accept that their goddesses' achievements are dependent on Chen. That trash. Don't be ridiculous. Chen just said a few words casually. What are you getting excited about? Dui Company was created by the goddess herself. It has nothing to do with him. Help! Is this Chen trying to debut? Buying water armies like crazy for himself. The barrage in the live stream was quickly filled with chaos. Both sides stuck to their own arguments, unable to completely convince each other. In the recording studio, the spotlight shone on the top, emitting a scorching light. Countless cameras were aimed at the 4 goddesses, capturing every subtle change in their expressions. In the lens, Yimei subconsciously shook her head, her pupils trembling, unwilling to believe the scene before her. How is this possible? This is absolutely impossible. What exactly did Chen's words mean? Could it be that he was really guiding her? The host looked at the screen, at the young boy who had already shown remarkable talent at the age of 10, and a naked jealousy flashed in his eyes. His path as a host was rough. His mind was not as quick as those academic geniuses. Everything he had achieved so far was just ordinary. The reason he could host such an important live show this time was all thanks to his hard work at night. That damn fat man almost squeezed him dry. He was almost singing Chrysanthemum Terrace to himself. That's why he hated smart people the most in his life. He set the tone, although what was played in the memory seemed like Chen's guidance. But everyone must not forget, talking and actually taking action are completely different things. The host was indignant, as if he was speaking out for Yimei, even if the goddess thought of creating Dui because of his guidance. But the goddess's first venture capital was earned by herself. Goddess, isn't that right? Yimei's hand holding the microphone was bulging with veins, and she was trying hard to hypnotize herself. She was giving herself psychological suggestions that everything she had achieved was the result of her own efforts, and had nothing to do with Chen, that scum. Yes, that's right. She didn't even need to give herself psychological suggestions because she had indeed learned those software and computer C language by herself, and she had earned her first pot of gold by herself. Yes, Yimei answered firmly. I don't intend to take back what I said earlier. Even if he influenced me to think about these things, can he affect my learning? Can he force me to understand the contents of the book? No, he can't. Yimei's face was cold and elegant, and she changed her posture, crossing her long legs in black stockings. There is an old saying, only what you have learned truly belongs to you. Everything I have is earned through my hard work. I have nothing to do with him, with Chen. Even those who didn't know Yimei knew about her legendary life. She started designing software at the age of 13 and continued to improve. By the age of 14, she successfully earned her first million in startup capital. At the age of 14, she, a girl, earned $1 million through her own efforts. From the age of 14, Yeme embarked on her legendary journey. Although there was a failure along the way, she quickly got back on her feet. As memories gradually surfaced, many viewers also had another point of anticipation. How could Yeme, who was only 13 or 14 at the time, take such a milestone step? Outside, it started to rain. The drain was blocked, causing rainwater to accumulate. A disgusting smell mixed with the stench of the pit rose from the sewer, making people nauseous. Chen had already closed his eyes in exhaustion, falling into a half-sleep, but he was forcibly awakened by this smell. His head was splitting with a headache, and his stomach felt like it was burning. He struggled to breathe, opened his eyes, and looked at the screen where four sisters were shining under the spotlight, admired by countless people as idols. They were role models of the times, reformers of the times, and also the greatest four women. They lived a glamorous life, far from him. Cough, cough, cough. Do I have no relationship with you at all? Indeed, it should be so, because only you think so. Cough, cough, cough. When I die, you won't cry and feel sad. Girls are not pretty when they cry. He recalled the first failure of Yeme after she started her business. She cried like a child, which broke his heart. So he made great efforts and paid a huge price to finally save her from that failure. He looked at the screen. Would the memory of Yeme's failure be released this time? He didn't want to see Yeme regret. He just didn't want to see her cry in pain again. Yeme was already 13 years old. She had grown taller compared to before, and her twin ponytails had been cut into a neat, short hairstyle. Her dressing style was no longer like a little girl, but clean and neat. At this moment, 13-year-old Yeme was sitting in the library with a thick book on C language on the table. Her innocent face didn't match the book. Since she was 7, she had a faint goal in her heart. Although she didn't know what this blueprint would develop into at the time, she had a firm belief in studying hard. At the age of 3, Yeme didn't know where her sister, Yujia, always brought back some books about computer software for her. And because of the mindset after the visit to the Science Museum, Yeme did not throw away these dry and tasteless books, nor did she leave them idle. Instead, she made an effort to read and understand them. At first, she couldn't understand them and didn't know what they were talking about. But she was smart. She quickly began to understand what they were talking about. At that time, the vague, single-minded thought gradually became clear because of the knowledge she had learned. Although now, due to technological reasons, the phone can only make simple calls and take photos. At most, it can play some small games like Tetris. But what about the future? What will the future phone be like? Will it still be like it is now, only used for making calls? Or can we imagine boldly? Yeme picked up her phone and opened a contact named Dust. She quickly entered her thoughts. Dust is Yeme's pen pal. Shortly after she bought the phone, she received a text message from the wrong contact. According to Dust, this number used to belong to his brother, and after he passed away, the number was discontinued. Unexpectedly, she got hold of this number now. Dust felt that this was also a kind of fate and shared a lot of his stories with her. Yeme found that they had many common topics, and gradually, they became familiar with each other, becoming pen pals who exchanged text messages on their phones. Dust was both a mentor and a friend to Yeme. Whenever Yeme encountered any difficulties in her ordinary life or had any thoughts, she would go to him. Dust could perfectly teach her how to solve them and give her even better advice. So now, whenever Yeme had an idea, she would quickly go to Dust to talk about it. He would reply to her messages quickly. I think this idea is great. Xiaoshi, your idea is truly genius and amazing. Yeme couldn't help but smile when she read the message on her phone. Dust was really good at praising people. He always made her feel so embarrassed. No, it's nothing. I just thought of it randomly. Many genius ideas often start as mere daydreams. So you think my idea will be realized in the future, right? No one can say for sure what the world will be like in a dozen years. But I believe that if it's you, it will definitely happen. Yeme's face turned red from the praise. She was about to tell Dust not to praise her anymore. But he sent another message. So Xiaoshi, if it really can be realized, does this thing need a carrier? Carrier? Yeme furrowed her brow in confusion. After thinking for nearly 3 minutes, she suddenly realized. Yes, it definitely needs a carrier. The phone is one carrier, but if you want to talk to family members, have video calls, then it definitely needs another carrier. Another software program, she excitedly typed on the keyboard. Yes, I've got it. How about we make another software program? It can be installed on the phone. Dust quickly replied. That's a great idea. So, will this application software only be able to make calls to family members or meet online? Yeme instinctively wanted to say yes, but suddenly, she felt that Dust's words seemed to have a different meaning. Yeme fell into thought again. What else did Dust mean by this sentence? But this time, she thought for a long time and still couldn't come up with an answer. Just as her thoughts were at a standstill, Dust sent a few more messages. Since you didn't reply to me, I guess that you must be busy, so I'm going to the department store to buy something. The department store doesn't have the other thing I want to buy, so I have to go to another store. I'm getting old, I really don't want to go through all this trouble. These messages are very ordinary, and Yeme is used to them, because this is the usual style of Dust in daily life. Yeme smiled and was about to send a message to remind him to be careful on the road. However, at this moment, she stared at the 4 big characters department store as if her brain had suddenly opened up. Yes, why can that app only make calls or video chat? Can it have other functions? Such as what? Besides making calls and video chatting, what else can this app do? She briefly mentioned her confusion to Dust. What else do you think it can do? You're asking me such a profound question. Well, if it were me, I would share my happiness. Yeme was puzzled again. Share happiness? How do you share that? I don't know, but I think you, little poem, can definitely figure it out. Keep it up. I'm going to cook now. Dust didn't reply to the message. Yeme sat in the library, pondering deeply. How can I share happiness? The setting sun outside shone through the glass window onto her young face. She suddenly brightened up. The host looked at the big screen with great excitement. You guessed it right. This memory is the beginning of the design of the Dueling Shadows app by the Poetry Goddess. From this day on, the Poetry Goddess embarked on her legendary journey. Not only the host was excited, but also the staff and director behind the scenes were equally excited. The Dueling Shadows app is really amazing. It's so addictive. And such a great app was initially conceived in the mind of a 13-year-old girl. How could that not be shocking? How could that not be admirable? In this memory, Yeme regained her initial confidence. With a confident smile, she straightened her back. The legendary journey may be a bit exaggerated, but this milestone indeed had the deepest impact on me in the future. And the one I especially want to thank is my anonymous friend Dust. Yeme's face showed a nostalgic expression. He really helped me a lot. As you can see, although the idea had initially formed in my mind, at that time it was just a vague outline. There still needed to be added some framework, and I didn't have any big ideas in my mind. It was Dust who sparked my thinking. Yeme is really grateful to Dust. Perhaps without him, she could have thought of some things later on, but she would definitely have taken many detours. It wouldn't have been as smooth as it is now. The host felt there were many stories in it. Has the Poetry Goddess ever met him? Yeme shook her head, somewhat disappointed. I haven't met him, because not long after, he passed away. Host, passed away? Yeme nodded, her eyes slightly red. Yes, Dust was a 70-year-old grandfather, and we were friends despite the age difference. Although we kept in touch, we never met because of the distance. Later, when I wanted to go find him, his family told me that he had passed away. I originally wanted to pay my respects at his grave, but from that day on, his family disconnected the phone number. Until now, I haven't been able to contact him. Yeme was really sad. The grandfather who had been with her for so long, her friend, had passed away like this, and she couldn't even see him once. The audience in the live broadcast room also expressed their regret for Yeme. It's a pity. Grandpa Dust didn't get to see the success of the goddess now. If Grandpa Dust knew how successful the goddess is now, he would surely be very happy even in the afterlife. I really want to know who Grandpa Dust really is. The tone of his speech is so gentle. He must be a very kind old man. Thank you, Grandpa Chen, for accompanying the goddess. Many of Yeme's fans left comments. Among them were several barrage comments that did not fit in with the praise. According to the previous memories, is it possible that this Grandpa Chen is Yi Chen? Boo 4. Hunan pulled wisdom teeth. If this Grandpa Chen is Yi Chen in disguise, well, I'm waiting for those people to be proven wrong. The host saw these barrage comments and felt very unhappy. He directly addressed the provocative barrage. Someone in the barrage questioned how the goddess Yunshur knew that he was an old man. I don't think this needs to be answered by the goddess Yunshur. I can answer it. Have you carefully watched the memory screen? The host looked disdainful. The text message that Dust sent to the goddess Yunshur just now clearly said an old man. At that time, Yi Chen was at most 16 years old. Where would there be any talk of old bones? The barrage also had people questioning. How can you know that this is not Yi Chen's disguise? Yi Mei was also paying attention to the barrage. She was very unhappy with Yi Chen at this time. This person has been like a demon standing behind her since she was a child, thinking about when the sickle would fall. Yi Mei really hates Yi Chen. She has a rebellious mentality. Then let me answer the questions from netizens. The reason is simple. Every time Dust chats with me, it's very detailed, completely impossible to fabricate out of thin air. Every time I ask him something, he patiently replies like an elder. From his tone of speaking to me, his attitude, and his knowledge, I can judge that he definitely cannot be Yi Chen. And there are many more important things. For example, Grandpa Chen Dust knows many big shots in the business world. Strictly speaking, her first venture capital is inseparable from him. In order to increase the viewership rate, the host teased, if you want to know whether this Grandpa Chen Dust is really Yi Chen himself, then keep reading. Since that day, Yi Mei has read several more books. She has to work hard to enrich herself. Only then can she achieve her wishes. While Yi Mei was studying hard, a new technology gradually began to change people's way of life. The smartphone was born. After knowing about it, Yi Mei couldn't forget about this smartphone. Not to play, but to study its principles. She used her scholarship savings from many years to buy a smartphone and study it. She also asked Dust if he knew about it. Dust quickly replied to her message as usual. I know, I also bought one. It's just that the icons are so small, my old eyes can't find the apps every time. Yimei imagined the image of Grandpa Chen Dust in her mind. Is Grandpa Chen Dust wearing reading glasses and playing with the phone at this moment? She smiled as she typed. It seems that you can enlarge the font in the phone settings, you can try it. Dust replied with a complaint. This big brick is not easy to use at all. Why can't it be categorized properly? It's really bothering me. Categorized properly? Yimei suddenly thought of something. Yes, if the phone is compared to a department store, each app is a product in this store. Then why can't these products be placed in a small grid according to one's own preferences? Yimei's mind was turning faster and faster. An idea emerged in her mind. Yimei locked herself in the room, her fingers flying on the keyboard. Is this memory scene now the first time the goddess wrote the code for the Desktop Organizer Master software? I bet it is. The goddess of rhyme poetry earned millions of initial venture capital through this software. I came from that era. I have to say that the Desktop Organizer Master software is really easy to use. Although every smartphone can now organize software by itself, at that time, this was indeed the first. Are you all shocked, leaving me the only one in tears? While others made millions at the age of 14, what was I doing at 14? Being a waste is my destiny, I understand. The live demonstration hall. The host frowned slightly, but soon relaxed and suppressed the disdain in his eyes, because just now, he received a message from the backstage director. They invited a special guest, but the host didn't like this special guest. He would make him feel the world's unevenness, but there was no way, he had to invite the person up. The host smiled falsely. I'm sure you can't imagine, we have a special guest here today. This special guest has a close relationship with our goddess of rhyme poetry. Let's guess who it is. The live room immediately began to speculate who the special guest might be. Someone with a close relationship to the goddess of rhyme poetry? Could it be Yi Chen? Can we not mention that dirty thing? Could it be Zhang Ming, the CEO of Hualong Mobile? It's possible. As far as I know, it seems that the goddess of rhyme poetry's app was bought by CEO Zhang. The host said, it seems that everyone seems to have guessed it, so let's welcome Mr. Zhang Ming. Mr. Zhang. He led the applause. The whole audience followed enthusiastically. In the eyes of the four women, Zhang Ming, dressed in a suit, walked onto the stage. Zhang Ming bowed to the camera. Hello, everyone, I am Zhang Ming. Yimei's eyes couldn't hide her excitement. Mr. Zhang, I didn't expect it to be you. Zhang Ming laughed heartily. Long time no see, Miss Yi. The two exchanged a formal hug. Yimei said, it has indeed been a long time. The host frowned slightly, but quickly restrained himself and continued to smile falsely. Mr. Zhang, this time you came not just to surprise the goddess of rhyme poetry, right? Zhang Ming took the microphone and said, indeed. I heard that the program group invited Ms. Yi, and I have been looking forward to coming to the scene, because I am really curious, how could Ms. Yi, who was only 13 years old at the time, have such a great idea and creativity, and have the ability to create and realize it? Zhang Ming really admired it. Yimei was only 13 at the time. How could she think of this and successfully implement it? After all, at that time, smartphones had just been released. It can be said that it was a time when everyone was exploring. But there was one person, to be precise, a child. But she already knew a way. How amazing and forward-thinking it was. Yimei was very embarrassed. I actually encountered a difficult problem, which almost stopped me from making progress. Zhang Ming was curious. Oh, how did Ms. Yi get through it at that time? Yimei also learned to tease. You'll see as you continue reading. On the big screen, the memory began to play. Yimei had written programs before, but before, the programs were all very simple. This was the first time she had written this kind. She locked herself in the room for several days. Yimei looked at the lines of code in front of her, pursed her lips, furrowed her brows, and fell into deep thought. She encountered a very tricky problem. This problem prevented her from continuing to type on the keyboard. The code ran into errors, and the software couldn't be completed at all. Yimei knew she had encountered a technical barrier. I don't believe it. I can definitely overcome it. Where exactly is the problem? Yimei bit her nails. Her thoughts were like a tangled mess, completely unable to make sense of it. She unconsciously took out her phone and found Dust's number. Dust, I've encountered a problem. Yimei explained the problem she encountered to Dust. For the first time, Dust did not immediately reply to the message. It was almost 10 minutes later that Yimei received his message. Sorry, I was busy earlier. Didn't reply to you immediately. Shushur, you're too tense. Play a game to relax. Here's a link to a fun game. Yimei didn't feel like playing a game at the moment, but she really couldn't think of anything else. Forget it. I'll take Dust's advice and relax. She trusted Dust very much and didn't think there was anything wrong with the link he sent. She clicked on it directly. After clicking on the link, she found a very small web game. The game looked rough, as if it had been completed casually in a few minutes. Yimei tried to play as instructed by the game. At first, she didn't feel anything special, but after playing for a while, Yimei's eyes suddenly lit up. Isn't this the way the game runs that I want? Some of the code was interchangeable. Yimei found the running method she wanted from this small game program. Her fingers tapped on the keyboard, and soon the simple and crude web game's running code unfolded before her eyes. It looked very simple and easy to understand. Yeme understood it all at once. Sometimes the basics are the hardest, but once you understand the basic principles, no matter how it evolves, it cannot escape its essence. Yeme's mind raced, then her eyes lit up more and more. Right, the code can be written like this. Yes, just like this. Yeme became more and more excited, and her hands fell back on the keyboard, quickly tapping away. Line after line of code poured out from her fingertips. Soon, she finished the last line of code. The entire application was also completed. Yeme jumped up excitedly. Great, it's done! The audience watching the live broadcast in sync seemed to feel their own success and also jumped up in front of the screen. Awesome! The goddess succeeded. The goddess is really amazing. Other people play games to succeed. My playing games is purely to pass the time. Is this the difference between me and a genius? Tired, sob. In the studio, Zhang Ming looked surprised. I never thought that President Yi, you broke through the problem because of a game. Who could have imagined that? Yeme smiled modestly. I was really in a dilemma at the time, so I'm really grateful to Dust. Although he may have just wanted to help me relax at the time. But if it wasn't for the game he sent me, I might have taken a long time to figure out how to break through that difficult situation. Yeme really felt that Dust was her benefactor in life. He really helped her a lot, intentionally or unintentionally. Zhang Ming flattered, President Yi, you're too modest. Not everyone will be like you when playing games. Yeju couldn't help but interject proudly, of course, my big sister is definitely the most amazing. But Yelan was still pondering the words she had heard at the time, so she didn't say anything. Was that game really sent to her big sister by Dust unintentionally? Is that Dust really just an old man, with no connection to us? Yelan suddenly recalled her childhood. Her brow furrowed tighter and tighter. She felt they were in a fog. Until they reached the center of the fog, everything they encountered outside might just be a protective layer. The scene continued to play. Yeme's heart was beating very fast. Although the software had been written, she didn't know if it would be successful. She transferred the software to her phone and began the experiment. As soon as the software was run, the applications on the phone's desktop could be neatly organized into small grid files. The experiment ended perfectly. The software ran very smoothly. After realizing her success, Yeme didn't run to tell her three sisters first. Instead, she sent a text message to Chennai. Chennai, my software was successful. She had previously told Chennai what kind of software she wanted to make. Congratulations! I knew Little Poem was the best. Yeme's face turned red with excitement. To be honest, I have to thank you for sending me that web game. It was because of it that I got the inspiration. You don't need to thank me. I just wanted you to relax. I didn't expect you to use it for learning. Chennai, I sent the software to you. After you install it on your phone, you can organize the applications in the way you want. Did you design this software for me? Thank you, Little Poem. You don't need to thank me. Yeme was afraid that Chennai wouldn't understand how to operate it, so she kept sending him messages, teaching him how to do it. She only stopped bombarding him with text messages when Chennai said he had installed it and it was running successfully. After a while, she cautiously sent a message. Chennai, how do you feel about the smoothness of the operation? Very smooth, my old eyes are finally saved. Little Poem, you are a genius. This software will definitely make it easier for many people like me when it comes out. Yeme was stunned. Make it easier for more people, like the old people like Chennai? She had never had such a thought before. Chennai guessed right. She had initially designed this program just for him, but now, it seemed that the program could bring her more rewards. However, Yeme quickly put this idea aside and decided to share her joy of success with her three sisters first. 11-year-old Yeju, with her neat bangs and delicate little face, looked up at her admiringly. Sister is so amazing. Yeme modestly replied, not really, I also encountered difficulties in the process. But fortunately, I solved it smoothly. If it weren't for Chennai at the time, she probably wouldn't have been able to solve that problem. Chennai's position in Yeme's mind was becoming more and more important. At the same time, she completely conceived an image of Chennai in her mind. He had a kind face, wore gold-rimmed glasses, was knowledgeable, and resembled a wise old grandfather. Yelan said, Sister's software is not just for personal use, right? Yeme nodded, yes. I just thought of it. I want to sell this software. The three girls were shocked at the same time. Sell it? Yes. Yeme scratched her head somewhat embarrassedly. Actually, I initially wanted to upload it for free for everyone to use, but I gave up in the end. The success of this application software made Yeme more determined about the embryonic form of the blue ocean in her mind. But if she wanted to develop that software and implement her plan, the money she had was definitely not enough. It was not just a matter of a few lines of code. She needed more money. So selling this software was the most suitable for her. But who should she sell this software to? Yeme began to think. Hualong headquarters. Reception room. Yeme, who had just turned 14, sat in the reception room. Although she tried to make herself look calm and serious, her actual age was evident. The baby fat on her face had nothing to do with being calm and serious. Yemei was sweating in her palms as she secretly sent a message to Chenai. Chenai, I'm at Hualong headquarters now, I'm so nervous. Chenai always replied to messages immediately. Don't be nervous, I've already talked to General Zhang about your matter. He appreciates you a lot, so don't worry. Shusher, you are the best. And you have a lawyer next to you, if there's anything in the contract, he will tell you. I don't know why. Clearly, she was extremely afraid, but when she saw the words from Chenai, Yemei put her heart back in her stomach. Yes, she is the best. Relax. Stay calm. After Yemei took another deep breath, the door to the reception room opened. Zhang Ming, who was just in his early 40s at the time, walked in. He looked around the reception room and his gaze fell on Yemei. You are Yemei? On the live broadcast in the studio. Zhang Ming looked at the young self in the memory inside. But more than that, he was nostalgic. This is the first time I met President Yi. My thought at the time was that geniuses always break people's conventional wisdom. A 14-year-old girl, she was already able to independently develop a very powerful application software. She even talked to him about a deal. No matter which point, it can serve as the word genius. The host focused on the other side. I just saw that the goddess Yunshur sent a message to Chenai. It seems to imply that you are familiar with him? Zhang Ming nodded, a mysterious smile on his lips. It's not just me who knows Chenai. I believe everyone present should know him. This answer stunned everyone watching the live broadcast and in the studio. What? We also know Chenai? How is that possible? How come I don't know this person? What's going on? Yemei was very anxious and excited at the moment. General Zhang, do you know Chenai's grandfather? Can you tell me who he is? I really want to thank him in person. Even if he can't hear it, I want to go to his grave and burn incense. A hint of inexplicable light appeared in Zhang Ming's eyes. Who is he? Please allow me to keep it a secret. And, I also want to ask him a question. What exactly happened? That made him give up the hen that lays golden eggs in his hands. Chenai, I just don't believe that at that time, you didn't know how valuable the thing in your hands was. So what happened to make you give up? Zhang Ming looked at the big screen. Perhaps all the answers could be found in the memories of the four women. The negotiation went smoothly. After the lawyer confirmed that there were no other issues with the contract, the two of them signed it. From that moment on, that application software had nothing to do with Yemei. And in the blink of an eye, Yemei became a girl with 1 million in assets. Yemei kept her tense little face and left the Hualong headquarters. When she was alone, she couldn't control her excitement and jumped in place. Yes, awesome. She did a few sets of punches in place, relieving her excitement. Then she excitedly sent a message to Chenai. Chenai, I sold it. I didn't expect that I could actually sell it for 1 million. Yemei still had too little experience. Although she wanted to sell it, she didn't know how much she could sell it for. She instinctively sought help from Chenai. Chenai, as always, quickly gave her a solution. Not only did he introduce her to a buyer, but also a lawyer. Finally, he reminded her that this software could definitely be sold for 1 million. Don't negotiate for less than that price. So in the end, Yelan was able to proceed so smoothly. I knew you could do it. Looking at the message from Chenai, Yemei's face turned red. She was excited and grateful. She wanted to repay Chenai. Chenai, I have everything I have today to thank you. I want to invite you to dinner. Can we meet? When Yemei sent this message, she was extremely nervous and filled with anticipation. She really wanted to see Chenai. Thank the person who has always helped her. Finally, Chen returned the message. I also want to meet Xiaoshi, but now I am abroad, I can only apologize. Yemei couldn't say whether it was regret or something else. Okay, don't be sad, we will meet one day. Have you thought about what to do next? Seeing the question, Yemei's spirits lifted. She instantly forgot her disappointment at not being able to see Chen. I have a rough idea. I want to create a video software. She said a lot. Chen also gave a lot of useful advice. When Yemei returned home, she went straight to her room. She wrote down all her ideas and plans for the future. This was what Chen had told her. She needed to have a plan for her future and gradually implement it. When Yemei finished writing everything, she put down her pen. She rested her chin on her hand and let her thoughts wander. Chen, what kind of person are you really? What kind of person is Chen really? Chen saw the memory scene, Yemei's self-talk. He smiled bitterly. The reason he named himself Chen is already very clear. As small as dust. A presence that doesn't need to be remembered and can be ignored anytime, anywhere. For Yemei's future, Chen made many plans. For this, he had a notebook specifically for outlining plans. In order to achieve his plan and wish, he had to guide Yemei at the right time. But he couldn't use his original identity. Chen was born from this. He slowly guided her as the non-existent person Chen, helping her through difficulties, step by step, teaching her how to cope. From the achievements Yemei has gained now, he succeeded. Xiaoshi, I told you, you are the best. Studio. The host looked at the screen and began to get excited. Everyone has seen it too. The goddess's first $1 million venture capital has been obtained. From now on, Yunshur Goddess began to create the predecessor of the Duiying app. Can the audience guess what it is? A bunch of dense barrage instantly scrolled across the screen. I know, it's banana video. Speaking of banana video, I really shed painful tears. Woo, banana video really hurts me. The goddess almost couldn't get up because of this. But it's okay, it's okay. In the end, the goddess still stood strong. The host didn't continue to tease. That's right, everyone answered correctly. It's banana video. He sighed deeply. I think everyone knows what banana video really means to Yunshur goddess. Yemei also felt deeply moved when she heard this. Banana video almost made me fall into an abyss. Without experiencing the cold, how can the plum blossom smell fragrant? This poem was a true portrayal of Yemei at that time. Yemei thought of the things she had experienced at that time. Even now, she still couldn't help but feel lingering fear. That was my first venture, and my first failure. The failure of banana video really made me despondent for a long time. In the past interview programs, I never went into detail about this experience. I just said that I failed during that time, because that failure really hit me hard. Yemei's cool face showed a hint of fear. She couldn't help but straighten her back and tighten her lips. Her hot figure made the tight suit seem almost unable to contain it. The three women saw her like this and looked at her with encouraging eyes. Yelan, sitting beside her, held her hand and gave her strength. Yemei's heart calmed down for a long time before she let out a breath. The spotlight above her head, the dozens of cameras facing her, the hundreds of millions of people watching the live broadcast, and her billion-dollar company all gave her confidence. She is no longer the girl who was about to fall into the abyss. She climbed out of the abyss and successfully touched the sun. She has achieved what others see as success. The fear on Yemei's face has been replaced by confidence. She can now let go of everything, even the painful memories of failure, and play them in front of everyone. She has moved on from the past. Yemei holds the microphone, but now, I have completely moved on. That failure was like a rebirth before the phoenix bath for me. It's because of that failure that I am stronger and braver than before. I want to thank it now. Thank it for the hurt it gave me. The light in Yemei's eyes shines brighter and brighter, like the sun. So through this, I want to tell everyone that failure is not scary at all. As long as we are strong and don't give up, the goddess of success will eventually come to us. The audience in the live broadcast room was inspired by her. The goddess is the best. She is truly a woman of our new era. Yes, as long as we persist, failure will eventually stay away from us. The goddess of success will come to us. Newcomer, disrupt the formation. Can you tell us what kind of setback it was? Just wait and see the goddess's memories. The live broadcast on the big screen started again. Yemei is already 16 years old. At 16, she has shed her childishness and has a slender figure. She is 168 centimeters tall, and her hot figure is taking shape. Her almost glowing white skin, impressive chest, slender waist, and straight, well-proportioned long legs. Her face is now serious and has the demeanor of a leader. She is stunning. And the bigger progress is that at this time, Yemei has already established her own small studio, and she has achieved some initial success. Sis, compared to last week, our banana video downloads have reached a new high. Su Junjie ran to Yemei with great excitement. Although he calls Yemei sis, he is actually older than her. Su Junjie is already 25 years old. Yemei was originally busy writing something, but when she heard this, she immediately looked up. What? Really? Show me. Su Junjie handed her the report. Yes. The downloads this week have increased by 40% compared to last week. Yemei saw the report, and the red line on the numbers showed that their data was on the rise. Even her serious face couldn't hold back a brilliant smile. Fantastic. According to this data, we will only get better in the future. This is the first time Yemei has established a studio. It is also her first attempt at entrepreneurship. Any small progress is enough to make Yemei excited and thrilled. A glint of excitement flashed in Su Junjie's eyes as he smiled and said, Sis, our situation is very good now. Should we advertise? Yemei, advertise? Su Junjie nodded, yes. Look, sis, no matter what product it is, it needs advertising to reach a wider audience. Although our downloads are still good, compared to those popular products, our downloads are not that impressive. Why is that? It's because we haven't advertised. Users don't even know that our software exists. So how can they download it? Yemei didn't speak and fell into thought. The result of her contemplation proved that Su Junjie was right. It's a fast food society now. It's no longer like before, where people would come looking for you as long as you had good quality. The current society is such that if you are not exposed, no one will know about you, because there is too much information in front of the public. One more or one less makes no difference. Therefore, advertising and promotion are a must. Su Junjie saw the hesitation on Yemei's face. Sis, take a look at this app. I don't think I need to say much. How could Yemei not know about QuickView? Just mentioning this app made Yemei's face look very ugly. She couldn't help but curse, shameless plagiarist. This app stole her original idea. Yemei's banana video had just been released not long ago. A similar app, QuickView, suddenly appeared. In terms of the main page and functionality, this QuickView app took plagiarism to the extreme, and it was extremely rough. Compared to the app Yemei made, it was like comparing pearls to fish eyes. Every time Yemei saw this app, She was furious. But now, copyright awareness is weak, and legal battles are very long. So even for this level of plagiarism, Yi Mei had no way to deal with it. What's more infuriating for Yi Mei is that the team behind this app is richer than her. So they spent a lot on advertising for this app. As a result, this clearly pirated app had higher download and user data than her legitimate one. Every time she mentioned this app, Yi Mei would be furious. Su Junjie, sis, calm down, don't get angry. What I want to tell you is this. This app is clearly pirated by us. But because they put more advertising and have more downloads, their data is overwhelming. Sis, are you willing to accept this? Every entrepreneur has a fire burning inside. Yi Mei is no exception. How could she accept this? Of course I'm not willing. Su Junjie also looked very angry. Sis, I'm not willing either. He slowly guided, so if we also put more advertising for our app, we will definitely succeed. After all, our app is better in every aspect compared to theirs. The features are more user-friendly too. Look at how this pirated product can achieve such beautiful data with advertising. What about us? We are even better. If we have a platform, we will definitely be a hit on the internet. Yi Mei's brain quickly turned. Then she realized that Su Junjie was not wrong. You're right, I need to think about this carefully. Su Junjie knew it was not the time to disturb her, so he decisively said, Sis, take your time to think. If you need me, call me. I'll go busy myself. Soon, only Yi Mei was left in the office. She frowned, obviously deep in thought. Yi Mei did not want to advertise. The studio had just been established and needed money for everything. Yi Mei thought of Chen. She took out her phone to send him a message. Chen, I have encountered a problem. There is an app that clearly plagiarized and pirated mine, but because it has more advertising, it has attracted more users to download it. Do you think I should also advertise? However, after typing this message, Yi Mei did not send it immediately. She looked at her phone, frowning. Am I relying too much on Chen? No matter what happened, she always subconsciously went to ask Chen first. Can she really do this? I have encountered a problem. What should I do about it? Although Chen is a very good friend, she cannot always rely on him like this. Yi Mei pursed her lips and deleted all these words. I can handle this kind of thing by myself. Yi Mei put her phone back in her pocket. And, taking this opportunity, I can also prove it to Chen. I can be independent now. Not like before, always relying on him like a child. Why doesn't the goddess tell Chen? Goddess, you have to tell Chen. Don't be fooled. Help! Chen, please save the goddess. I don't want to see the goddess being deceived. Goddess, hurry up and send a text message. Don't make decisions alone. Although the goddess's idea is good, but, goddess, you are still too naive now. Passerby, not a fan of Yi Mei, what are you doing? Didn't Yi Mei always boast about how great she is every day? It turns out that without Chen, she is nothing. How did some idiots get mixed into the audience? Insult my wife? You're done for. The audience in the live broadcast room started a new round of quarreling. Ahem. Yi Chen pressed his stomach and looked at the big screen with a bitter smile. At that time, you wanted to send me a text message, but in the end, you didn't send the message, because you wanted to be independent. Although he had tried his best to control everything in his own hands, but, the human heart is the most difficult thing to control. He did not expect that Yi Mei wanted to be independent at this time. Yi Chen sighed. In fact, he had anticipated it at that time. Although Yi Mei did not send a text message, she would eventually come home. When she was at home, Yi Chen had already realized that something was wrong. But, no one's life is smooth sailing. Cough cough. The stench outside made Yi Chen's stomach churn even more. At the age when a man should be full of vigor, he looked as old as deadwood, pale and emaciated, like a living dead. However, despite being so old, so defeated, his straight back had been bent under the burden of life. But his eyes and the smile on his face were incredibly bright and dazzling, glittering. Only by experiencing failure can one go further. Bravely fly, bravely venture forth, because I will always have your back. This is a man's promise. This is also the reason why I know you will fail, but I won't interfere, because he has the ability to bear all the consequences of their failure. On the big screen, after Yi Mei put her phone back in her pocket, there was a hidden look of joy on her face. She must be able to go further without Chenai's help. After careful consideration, Yi Mei decided to agree with Su Junjie's suggestion to do an advertising promotion, because the benefits of advertising are tangible and can be seen by everyone. She had confidence in her own banana video. Why couldn't her legitimate banana video surpass them? The next day, Yi Mei told Su Junjie about this. We do need advertising promotion. Su Junjie couldn't help but get excited. Sis, you're right to think so. Our banana video beats that quick view in every aspect. As long as our advertising exposure goes up, our data will definitely surpass theirs. By then, we will let everyone know what a true legitimate version is, and a labor of love. Yi Mei nodded heavily. Yes, we will definitely surpass them. That despicable pirated product. She would one day trample it underfoot. Su Junjie, sis, since you have made a decision, I will go contact the advertisers. Yi Mei agreed very readily. Good, I'll leave this matter to you. Su Junjie was a partner who had helped her a lot in establishing this studio, so Yi Mei was very relieved about Su Junjie. Su Junjie did not disappoint Yi Mei's expectations. It was just that within a short 3 days, he had already found an advertiser. Su Junjie brought the advertiser to Yi Mei and introduced him. Sis, this is General Wu. Standing in front of Yi Mei was a middle-aged man in his 30s. He was well-dressed, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, and had the appearance of a refined and successful person. General Wu reached out his hand. I have heard that the founder of Banana Video is a very young girl. Now that I see you, it's more than just young. It's not an exaggeration to praise you as a young genius, Yi Mei said somewhat embarrassed. She politely replied, General Wu, you are too kind. Although Yi Mei had been running the studio for so long, she still didn't like this kind of business conversation. So after a brief polite response, she went straight to the point. Before today's negotiations, Yi Mei had already studied a lot of business conversation topics at home. With Su Junjie by her side to mediate, the conversation between the two went very smoothly. They chatted quickly. What made Yi Mei frown and hesitate was that the amount General Wu wanted was really too high. Can't the advertising cost be any lower? General Wu looked embarrassed. Ms. Yi, the price I'm offering you is already the lowest in the industry. I'm not even afraid that you will inquire elsewhere among our peers. Yi Mei pursed her lips and remained silent. The price he wanted was indeed beyond her psychological barrier. General Wu didn't continue speaking. With a gesture of picking up the teacup to drink, he glanced at Su Junjie. Su Junjie immediately understood. Sis, this price is really low. If General Wu wasn't my friend, he wouldn't have offered such a low price at all. Sis, if you miss this opportunity, there won't be another one like it. Yi Mei said, let me think about it. If she really signed this contract, the funding for her studio would be cut off. She tentatively asked, General Wu, can we start with a small advertising placement first? General Wu put down his teacup and smiled. I'm afraid that's not possible. Our company never takes on small businesses. The price is indeed very high, but the return will far exceed this price. But it's only natural for Ms. Yi to be cautious as a first-time entrepreneur. Yi Mei bit her lip, feeling a bit resentful of General Wu's words. She was indeed a first-time entrepreneur, but that didn't mean she would be timid. Su Junjie gave General Wu a meaningful look. General Wu immediately said, it's okay, Ms. Yi can take her time to think. It's just that I have to go abroad to handle overseas business in 3 days. Can Ms. Yi give me an answer within these 3 days? Su Junjie chimed in, don't worry, my sister will definitely be able to. All of Yi Mei's doubts were put to rest with this statement. General Wu said, then I look forward to Ms. Yi's reply within 3 days. After he left, Yi Mei frowned and looked at Su Junjie. 3 days is too short. How could you agree so quickly? The amount involved in the deal was too large. She couldn't make up her mind in 3 days. Su Junjie said, sis, 3 days really isn't much time. He carefully considered her expression, or do you suspect that he's a fraud? Yi Mei did have such thoughts. Because of the content of the discussion just now, it gave Yi Mei a very bad and strong premonition. Su Junjie immediately showed an unhappy expression. Sis, do you not trust me? The studio was founded by you and me together. Don't I want what's best for it? Yi Mei said, that's not what I meant. Su Junjie said, forget it. I know you didn't mean that. After all, with such a large amount of cooperation, you really need to think carefully. You think about it first. I have something to do, so I'll go back to work. Su Junjie left. Yi Mei suddenly became hesitant. Is she really as cautious as Mr. Wu said? Yi Mei subconsciously picked up her phone again, wanting to text Chenai. But in the end, she put the phone back in her pocket. I can handle this myself. In front of the recording studio, Yi Mei sat on the sofa, a bitter smile on her lips. At this time, I am still too young. At that time, I had never experienced any failures, except for those trivial matters in life. My career was very smooth. So at that time, I fell into a common human ailment, arrogance, self-importance. Thinking back to that time, she could only feel ridiculous. How could she have really thought of herself as the protagonist? From the current perspective, Mr. Wu's words are full of loopholes. Not to mention Su Junjie next to him. The way they interacted, she was so blind at the time not to notice. It was clearly a scam orchestrated by the two of them. The audience in the live broadcast room saw Yi Yun looking despondent. Various words of comfort immediately followed. Goddess, don't be sad. Who hasn't been reckless in their youth? That's right. It's normal for the goddess to be a little arrogant at that time. If I were that young and got $1 million, I would definitely be more arrogant than the goddess. Goddess, you're not wrong. The host naturally sided with Yi Mei. Goddess, you're not wrong. Who would have thought that Su Junjie, who started the business with you, would have such malicious intentions? No one would expect the person they started a business with to stab them in the back. Yi Mei smiled. Anyway, in the end, I was indeed deceived. My experience tells everyone that after achieving a small success, one must not be complacent. One must be cautious, cautious, and cautious again. Don't have malicious intentions, but don't be defenseless either. On the big screen, the scene continued to play slowly. 3 days had passed in the blink of an eye. Yi Mei had made a decision in her heart. She was going to fight. At the age of 14, she had earned her first million with her own abilities. There is a saying that goes, the success of a group depends not on capital, but on the talent inside. As long as there is talent, no matter how many times this company is brought down, it can be restarted and thrive. And Yi Mei had confidence in her abilities. If Yi Mei still called the lawyer, the terms of the contract they signed, apart from the large transaction amount, had no issues. And this large transaction amount was only relative to Yi Mei. Both parties happily signed the contract. Mr. Wu smiled and put the contract into the nearby briefcase. So I look forward to our cooperation. I hope I can have a pleasant cooperation with President Yi. This was the first time Yi Mei had signed such a large contract, and her calmness was all a facade. She suppressed the turmoil in her heart and reached out her hand. Pleasant cooperation. Mr. Wu, then I'll wait for President Yi to transfer the funds to me, and I will start promoting immediately. Let me pay for today's meal. It's also a celebration of our first pleasant cooperation. After 3 rounds of drinks, Mr. Wu, who seemed a little drunk, stood up. Sister, Mr. Wu is a little drunk. I'll take him home. Can you go home by yourself? Yi Mei hadn't drunk any alcohol. Okay, you take Mr. Wu home. I can go home by myself. Su Junjie helped Mr. Wu leave. When the two of them were completely out of Yi Mei's sight, Mr. Wu straightened up. His eyes were clear, without a hint of drunkenness. He patted the briefcase. This Yi Mei, she's not as difficult as you said. Look, the contract has been signed. Su Junjie gave a thumbs up. That's because your acting skills are superb, bro. Wu Zong was very pleased with himself. Of course, my acting skills are top-notch. But little brother, your cooperation this time was also good. If it weren't for your cooperation, we wouldn't have succeeded so easily this time. Brother, how's it going on your end? Su Junjie's eyes flashed with a bright light. It's almost done on my end too. Once the payment comes through, we can leave directly. After we finish this big wave, we can take a good rest. The two of them left triumphantly. In the hotel, Yi Mei also took a taxi to go back. In the car, she kept flipping through her phone. Should I send Dust a text message now? But I just signed the contract, and the results haven't come out yet. If I send a text to Dust now, won't my original plan fall through? Forget it. I'll tell Dust after the results come out. Yi Mei put her phone back in her pocket and returned home. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Yi Chen. Yi Chen is now 19 years old. He is taller than her by a head. He was wearing clothes that cost a dozen or so yuan from a street stall, and wearing flip-flops. At the beautiful age of 19, his face looked haggard. There were visible eye bags under his eyes. His beard looked like it hadn't been shaved for days. He looked as sloppy as a beggar picking up trash on the roadside. Before she even got close to him, Yi Mei smelled the scent of smoke on him. It made Yi Mei feel nauseous. She was wearing well-tailored high-end clothing and high heels, and she looked at him disdainfully. Get lost. Yi Chen was nonchalant. I'm not leaving. What can you do to me? Yi Mei was so angry that her face swelled up. Yi Chen, don't push it. Yi Chen looked at her clothes and high heels, didn't reply to her, but frowned and said, what are you wearing? It's ugly. Take it off for me. But she was just a 16-year-old girl. Why was she in such a hurry to grow up? She put on adult clothes early. Yi Mei dodged his hand, frowning even tighter. Get your dirty hands off me. What right do you have to control me? She had grown up. She was no longer a child who could be bullied by him. Yi Chen, this trash, had no right to control her. Yi Chen, just take care of yourself. Drinking and smoking all day, why don't you just die outside? Yi Mei went straight back into the room and slammed the door shut. In the lobby, only Yi Chen was left. Suddenly, he started coughing violently. There was a burning pain in the bottom of his stomach. It felt like something was churning, making him feel nauseous and wanting to vomit. Yi Chen covered his mouth with his fist, trying not to cough out loud. But in the end, he couldn't hold it in. He hurriedly ran into the bathroom, closed the door, turned on the tap, and, using the sound of water to cover it up, spat out a mouthful of blood into the sink. Yi Chen struggled to breathe, clutching his stomach tightly. The burning sensation in his stomach intensified, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. The sound of water covered the sound of his vomiting. Footsteps came from outside the bathroom. It was Yi Mei, who had returned to the room and come out again. Yi Chen, are you in there? Come out. I need to use the bathroom. Yi Chen was in unbearable pain in his stomach and couldn't say a word. Every time he opened his mouth, he felt nauseous. Yi Mei became increasingly impatient outside. Yi Chen, what are you doing in there? Hurry up and open the door. You're wasting water with the tap running, and it's not like you're paying the water bill. Come out. Yi Chen rinsed his mouth, wiped away the blood from the corners of his mouth, and then, clutching his stomach, painstakingly cleaned up all the blood by the sink. Yi Mei's voice was extremely cold. Yi Chen, if you don't speak, are you dead in there? I'm telling you, if you want to die, go die outside, far away from me. Don't let me see you. Otherwise, if I see your body, I'll just step on it a few times. I'll spit on it, and set off firecrackers outside the door. Tell everyone, you died so well. The malicious words were like needles, piercing Yi Chen's heart. Yi Chen suppressed the discomfort in his stomach and opened the door to leave the restroom. Yi Mei had wanted to continue scolding, but as soon as she opened her mouth, she saw Yi Chen coming out from inside. So you didn't die? Then why aren't you responding? She was so anxious that she pushed him aside and went into the restroom, forcefully closing the door. Yi Chen didn't stay at home, but instead covered his stomach and left. He found a secluded corner and struggled to catch his breath. The burning sensation in his stomach made it difficult for him to even swallow. He began to vomit, but couldn't bring anything up. On the other hand, after coming out of the restroom, Yi Mei ran back to her room with slightly red eyes. She had changed out of her professional attire and high heels into casual home clothes. Her skirt only covered her thighs, revealing her fair and straight legs. Despite thinking it over, Yi Mei was still furious and angrily tapped on her phone. I'm so angry, so angry. Chen, do you know? He made me angry again today. Why doesn't scum like him just die? After tapping, she sent the message. At the same time, Yi Chen, who was hiding in the corner, felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. He took out his phone and saw 3 big words on the screen. Yi Mei. This segment has too many key points. I don't know where to start. Wait, didn't Yi Chen just vomit blood? So when you went into the restroom and turned on the water, was it because he didn't want the goddess to hear him vomiting blood? Is Yi Chen sick? Why does he look like he has a stomach problem? The goddess is a bit too much. He's vomiting blood inside, feeling so uncomfortable. How can he recover? What is Yi Mei saying? Why does she keep telling people to die? And she still claims to be a goddess. Is there such a goddess? It really opened my eyes. Can someone agree with me and call Yi Mei brainless? The goddess didn't do it on purpose. Yi Chen bullies her all the time. If she were kind, would you all call her a saint? The goddess doesn't know that Yi Chen is sick. Why doesn't he say anything about his illness? What is he pretending for? Why are all of you missing the point? The focus of this memory shouldn't be the goddess being deceived. Exactly. Tomorrow the goddess will make a move. Then the scammer will leave. But this is already a fact. We can't change it. What interests me more now is why at the moment the goddess sent the message, Yi Chen received her message. You found the blind spot earlier, Watson, who previously speculated that this dust might be Yi Chen. Ah, could it really be him now? If dust is really Yi Chen, it's terrifying to think about. Play it quickly. We need to keep watching. Not only the audience in the live broadcast room was curious, even Yi Mei, after seeing this scene, couldn't help but stand up from the sofa. Her heart was beating incredibly fast. Was it because she saw the scene of Yi Chen vomiting blood, or was it when she sent the message? Yi Chen's phone also lit up at the same time. Could dust really be Yi Chen? No, absolutely impossible. She had known Dust for so long. What kind of person was Dust? She knew very well. Dust definitely couldn't be Yi Chen. So was the last one just a coincidence? The host also didn't expect this sudden big twist in the memory plot. The voice of the director came through the earpiece. The host listened to the director's words. Goddess Yunshur, what do you think about the last scene that appeared in this memory? What do I think? Yi Mei clenched her fists tightly. Her breathing unconsciously quickened. I don't know. She reached out and covered her head, her eyes filled with confusion. She felt extremely bitter inside. For a few seconds, she even felt like crying. What kind of person is Yi Chen, really? Was he hiding in the bathroom and vomiting blood outside to prevent her from seeing, to keep her from worrying? But what was she doing at that time? She was insulting him. She was telling him to die. She even said she would stomp on his body with her feet. The host stepped closer. Do you think Yi Chen will always help you, Dust? Yi Mei's nail joints turned white from her forceful grip. She dared not imagine. If Dust really was Yi Chen, what would she do? If Dust really is Yi Chen, then she would live as if she were a joke. Not only living as a joke. Even the words she had said earlier felt like a slap in her face, one after another. Yi Mei held her head in her hands, feeling extremely confused. Yi Ju saw her like this and felt extremely sad. She stood up, walked over, and placed her hands on Yi Mei's shoulders, giving her strength. Sis, Yi Chen absolutely cannot be your Dust. It's just an accident, just a coincidence, and we couldn't see the contents of that message clearly. How can you be sure it's him as Dust? Sis, you must not forget how Yi Chen, the scum, treated us. Yi Lan also spoke up. Yeah, sis, don't waver in your belief. Although Yi Zhu's expression was gentle, her tone was firm. Yi Chen once caused me to become autistic. Sis, this is my personal experience. He's despicable. Encouraged by her 3 sisters, Yi Mei finally looked less confused. But she was exhausted. So many memories. Most of them were completely different from her own memories. She couldn't distinguish between truth and falsehood. Yi Mei looked to Zhang Ming for help. Mr. Zhang, didn't you say you knew Dust? Can you tell me now, is he really Yi Chen? Please, I beg you, tell me. Among the people present, only Zhang Ming claimed to know Dust. Yi Mei looked at Zhang Ming with the eyes of a drowning person seeking help. She was really on the verge of breaking down. Please, I beg you, if Yi Chen is really a good person, if he really acted for over a decade, if he really carried the burden of darkness alone and everything he did was for my good, Then please tell me. I beg you to tell me. When Yimei said this, everyone's gaze turned to Zhang Ming. The audience in the studio also held their breath. I don't know why, but my heart is beating so fast right now. Is Yi Chen really dust? I bet 5 cents he's not. Have you forgotten? Mr. Zhang said earlier that we all know dust, but I don't know Yi Chen. But now through the live broadcast, we all know. Help! Mr. Zhang, please speak. You're making me so anxious. In the midst of the anticipation, Zhang Ming looked at the screen with a furrowed brow. For some reason, he let out a sigh and shook his head. I'm sorry, I can't tell you right now. Let's keep watching. As long as we keep watching, we'll find out if Yi Chen is dust. The people in the studio almost wanted to curse Zhang Ming for continuing to conceal the truth. Would he die if he spoke up? They were itching with anger, but still couldn't help but wait for the screen to continue playing. Come out and tell us. Yi Chen, did you receive the message Yimei sent to dust? Finally, amidst everyone's attention, the screen on the big screen began to move. The sun has completely set below the horizon, and the black night has enveloped the earth. Yimei lay in her room, fuming in bed. She was waiting for a text from Chenai. As usual, Chenai replied shortly after she sent a message. Yimei saw her phone screen light up, and her eyes lit up as well. She opened the message and read, "Is he making you angry again? It must be his fault. He hasn't done well enough, so he always makes you angry. Don't be angry, girls get wrinkles when they're angry." Although it was just cold text, it exuded a kind of tenderness and tolerance between the lines. It was like an elderly relative patting her head and telling her not to be angry, that it's his fault. Yimei felt warm inside. How could Chenai always say things that touched her heart? It was strange. Just a moment ago, she was very angry, but now she felt like a gentle breeze carrying the scent of sunshine, dispelling the darkness and cold. She no longer felt angry. A smile appeared on Yimei's cool face, like a winter flower blooming in an instant. Okay, I'll listen to you. I won't be angry with him. The scene stopped there. Yimei looked blankly at the big screen. Is that it? What about the scene after Chenai picked up the phone? She looked at the host, her voice urgent. Continue playing it for me. Was the old man Chenai, who had given her warmth countless times and helped her through difficult times, really Chenai? Yimei no longer had her initial indifference and confidence. She now had only one strong obsession. She wanted to know if Chenai was really Chenai. Off stage, the director looked extremely excited as he watched the expert team. Skip Yimei's memory and go straight to the failure of the banana video. How could the director not be excited? The decision to make this show a live broadcast from the beginning was to monitor public opinion and playback data and make adjustments at any time. Since the show aired, the ratings had been consistently high, but never before had the ratings surpassed 500 million. 500 million. What kind of concept was that? Even if this show was broadcast globally, the total global population was only over 6 billion. This was an astonishing figure. In real-time monitoring of public opinion, there were no less than 100 topics related to Chenai and Yimei. The hot search list directly occupied 10 positions. The director was very aware that this would be the most important selling point of their show. So, no matter what, he absolutely could not reveal Chenai's true identity so quickly. Whether Chenai was Yimei was not important to him. Only the show's ratings were what he cared about. The expert team's interests were also linked to the show's ratings. Naturally, they were also on the same front as the director's team. But in fact, they could not control when this memory would be broadcast. But they would definitely say with a smile, "Don't worry, we can definitely skip it. Skip it, my foot." Did they think the memory extractor was a home tape recorder? You want to fast forward, so you fast forward. You want to rewind, so you rewind. On stage, the host was comforting Yimei. "Goddess Yunsher, calm down, we will definitely see it." The other 3 women also quickly supported Yimei. "Sis, calm down. Sis, did he say anything else about whether he's Chenai? Don't be like this." "Yeah, maybe it's all just a coincidence." Yimei was as helpless as a child, crouching on the ground. She had shed all her hard shells, as well as all her confidence and halo. She was now like the 6-year-old Junsher who had lost her parents. In the vast world, she had no one to rely on. Yimei's eyes were red with sorrow. "You won't understand. You won't understand. You will never understand what dust means to her." Previously, she could numb herself, could psychologically suggest herself. All of it had nothing to do with Yi Chen. It was all her independent struggle. But only dust. Only dust. That was the true sun in her life. The true light. It was a sword piercing through the darkness. In Yimei's heart, the weight of dust even faintly surpassed that of her 3 younger sisters. She even admired him. If it weren't for the remaining sanity holding her back, Dust was a grandfather with a happy family. She really didn't know what she would do. Yilan watched her eldest sister fall into such grief, biting her lip tightly. She didn't know whether to say the words Yi Chen had once said, but all of this has not yet settled. Is Yi Chen dust or not? If Yi Chen is not dust, wouldn't that be disgusting to her elder sister? Endure a little longer. Endure and see. Memories don't lie. She can wait a little longer. Yimei's eyes were red. I don't care how, just play it. Play it anywhere. Extract any memory. Please, I beg you, let her see more clips about Dust. Let her see more clips about Yi Chen. Even if the memories don't play, she will definitely find them. Find all the clues, find the evidence to confirm whether the two are the same person. In Yume's almost pleading eyes, the screen finally started playing again. The weather in May was extremely hot. Not a cloud in sight, the sun hung high in the sky, scorching the earth as if it were about to burn a hole. Yume paced in the office, her brow slightly furrowed. Whether it was because of the weather or other reasons, she felt extremely depressed inside. Finally, she couldn't hold it in any longer and made a phone call. However, the line was busy the whole time. What's going on? Why isn't brother Junjie answering the phone? At this moment, a bad premonition suddenly surfaced in Yume's heart. Her face turned a little pale, and her heart rate began to increase due to the uneasy speculation. Could it be? Could it really be as I thought? Even though the air conditioning was on in the room, sweat still seeped from Yume's palms. She absolutely couldn't continue to wait. Yume wanted to go outside and ask if anyone could contact Su Junjie, but as soon as she opened the door, someone came running towards her. Their face was extremely pale, and they were panting heavily. Manager Yi. Something big has happened. The slight unease in Yume's heart began to grow, and she tried to remain calm. Dust had told her that the more significant the event, the less she should rush, especially as a leader, because a leader must show that they can take on and bear all responsibilities in front of others. Yume took a deep breath and composed herself. What happened? Take your time to explain. If you listen carefully, you can actually hear a hint of panic in her words. The girl looked at Yume's calm face and seemed to have found her backbone, her voice no longer trembling as much as before. Manager Yi, I always felt that something was off about the advertising deal you signed with Mr. Wu, so I asked someone to look into it. The investigation results just came out, and the result is, she bit her lip and her body trembled slightly. She didn't know whether to continue speaking. When Yume heard the first half of the sentence, she already had some guesses in her heart. Her inner turmoil was not much less than that of the girl in front of her. Is that company just a front? Or is it just a shell company? Yume found it extremely difficult to say these words. It felt like there was a lump in her chest that she couldn't spit out or swallow. The girl in Yume's sight nodded. They are a shell company. Yume's suspicions were confirmed. She suddenly felt it difficult to breathe in that moment. A shell company. These 4 words were enough to prove everything. All the money she had invested had gone down the drain. She had nothing left. Yume could no longer maintain her composure, feeling a dizzy spell in her head. She staggered back several steps and reached out to grab the table behind her. Seeing her in this state, the girl hurried forward. Ms. Yi, are you okay? Yume seemed like a drowning person grasping for a lifeline. Where is Su Junjie? Where is he? The girl hesitated, but spoke the truth. Ms. Yi, Vice President Su hasn't come to work for several days. I haven't been able to reach him either. Yume knew that Su Junjie hadn't been to work for many days. She just didn't know what her heart was yearning for. How could a miracle happen so easily? Yume understood it all too clearly. She had been deceived. And most likely, it was Su Junjie and that Wu who had conspired to deceive her. You go out first, let me calm down by myself for a while. Yume held on to her last bit of reason and asked the girl to leave. The girl was still worried. Ms. Yi, can you really stay here alone? Yume was younger than her, and she really worried that something might happen if she left her alone. Yume forced a stiff smile. Don't worry, I won't do anything foolish, you go out. Despite the girl's lingering concerns, she could only silently leave and close the door behind her. Once the door was closed, Yume felt her body lose all strength, unable to hold on any longer. She fell from the table to the ground. No matter how talented she appeared, how strong and composed, in reality, she was just a 16-year-old girl. A normal 16-year-old, still just a high school student, running on the playground in a white school uniform, sweating freely, or lying on the desk in the classroom, listening to the teacher's lecture, feeling drowsy, or going out with friends, hanging out, playing games, enjoying youth. Among her peers, Yume had already done very well, but she didn't want to stop there. She had high expectations for herself. Yume cried. She hugged herself, fragile like a child, sobbing softly. She didn't dare to cry too loudly because she knew there were other people in the studio. She could be fragile, but she couldn't show her vulnerability in front of everyone. At that moment, her phone rang. It was a special ringtone, one she had set specifically for Chen AI. Yume bit her lip, her vision blurred by tears, as she fumbled for her phone and opened it. It was indeed a message from Chen AI. The weather is great today. I came across a beautiful flower and I'm giving it to you, hoping that you can shine as brightly as it does today. Below the message was a picture of a flower. The sunlight was just right today, casting a colorful beam on the delicate yellow flower, incredibly bright and dazzling. As Yume looked at the photo, tears fell onto the screen of her phone. Sobbing, she hesitated for a long time before finally typing a response. Dust. I failed. After Yume sent out this message, she felt like she had lost all her strength. She didn't want to care about anything. She didn't want to continue to reason with anything. Yume even turned off her phone. She didn't dare to see what Dust had replied to her. I'm sorry, Dust, I'm actually not brave at all. I'm not as talented as you said. I'm just an arrogant person. It was her arrogance that led her into this situation. Just one failure was enough to make her fall into the abyss. The goddess is crying so pitifully. Hugs. Su Junjae, that disgusting guy. Has he been legally punished? Grandpa Dust is really warm-hearted. The goddess should break through as she should. Don't be so sure about things. Dust may not necessarily be an old grandpa. It could be your most hated Yi Chen. Can you stop being so ambiguous in your speech? What evidence is there now to prove that Dust is that trash Yi Chen? Then I'll ask Yimei's brainless fans, what evidence is there now to prove that Dust is not Yi Chen? Can the production team stop teasing us? The audience in the live broadcast room was left hanging by the plot. It was like being thirsty in the desert for several days and suddenly encountering an oasis. They wanted to desperately get closer, but they were worried that it was just a mirage. But the inner desire drove them to run towards this scene continuously. They just wanted to be as straightforward as Yimei. In the studio, Yimei's emotions had calmed down a lot compared to before. But rather than saying she had calmed down, it was more like she had become numb or lost in a fog. She just quietly watched the big screen, losing all her spirit. Her lively pupils became extremely confused. She was just waiting for judgment, waiting for the blade of judgment to fall on her head. Yilan watched from the side, feeling extremely heartbroken. She also saw all the memories of her elder sister. She also knew clearly that Yi Chen seemed completely different from their memories. But what could that represent? There was never anything in this world that everyone could empathize with. Perhaps Yi Chen was good to her elder sister, but could that confirm that he was equally good to the three of them? Watching memories only took a short time, but what they had experienced was a complete 18 years, 6,570 days, 157,680 hours, enduring mental and physical torture from a person for 18 years. Then he gave you a few candies, rewarded you with a few bowls of meat, and patted your head, and told you, I actually love you. Would you choose to forgive him with a smile like that? Do not advise others without experiencing their suffering. In Yilan's mind, Yi Chen was still unforgivable. He was a complete scum. He was a rat in a sewer, a demon, a pervert. Yi Zhu and she were twins. Twins almost always had a special telepathic connection. They glanced at each other, both understanding that they had not forgiven Yi Chen yet. Seeing the looks of her two elder sisters, Yi Zhu also stood on their side. Sister, I know you must be very sad now, and there must be a struggle in your heart. But, sister, the real answer has not come out yet. Shall we continue watching together? Yimei was like a puppet injected with a hint of consciousness, and nodded gently. Okay. She would wait here for the final judgment. Through the big screen, Yi Chen saw Yimei so fragile and confused, and felt extremely uncomfortable in his heart. He was an orphan. He had never experienced family affection, so when he crossed over and was adopted by the parents of the four sisters, he was actually happy inside. It's just that what he didn't expect was that those parents would turn out to be like this. But the four sisters were innocent. And at the beginning, it was these four sisters who gave him a sense of family that he had never experienced before. For someone who had always been in the dark and never enjoyed the sunshine, once they touched the sunlight, they would become addicted to it. Yi Chen was such a person who was addicted to the sunlight. Although the sunlight was fleeting, at least he had once possessed it. Don't cry. Cough, cough, cough. Girls are the least attractive when they cry. Cough, cough, cough. He coughed and spat out a large amount of blood, dark red blood clots. Yi Chen knew that he wouldn't live much longer. Let me take a few more looks at them. Just a few more looks. On the big screen, it was still Yimei's office. She had been crying with her knees hugged to her chest for who knows how long, when suddenly there was a knock on the door outside. Yimei really didn't want to answer it, but she couldn't avoid it. No matter how broken she was, she couldn't just let things go. Yimei wiped away her tears, trying hard to make her expression appear calm, and then looked in the mirror. Her eyes were very red, clearly showing that she had been crying. Although her appearance was now very bad, the knocking on the door was urgent, and Yimei could only open the door with this expression. It was the same girl as before. Seeing Yimei's red eyes, she hesitated. President Xiaoyi, are you okay? Yimei avoided the question. What's wrong? Is there something else? The girl bit her lip. President Xiaoyi, maybe you shouldn't listen to this. She couldn't bear to see the 16-year-old girl in front of her. Yimei realized from her words that something was wrong. Has something else serious happened? It's okay, she forced a smile. What could be worse than now? Just tell me. The girl looked reluctant. President Xiaoyi. Several companies suddenly came over and said that we hadn't fulfilled the contract with them, and demanded compensation according to the penalty clause in the contract. The total compensation from all the companies is about 10 million. Boom! It was as if a big bell had been struck in Yimei's mind, making her head buzz. It was like the saying, when it rains, it pours, which perfectly described the current situation. What did you just say? Yimei couldn't believe it. She struggled to swallow. You said I owe 10 million in compensation? The girl nodded heavily. Before Yimei could fully accept it, there was a noisy commotion outside the office door. Let your top leader come out and see me. The contract is clearly written in black and white. You have clearly breached it. What reason do you have not to pay compensation? Don't give me any excuses. Move aside. I'm going in." As the commotion grew closer, several people and security guards appeared at the door at the same time. The security guard looked apologetic. "I'm sorry, President Xiao Yi, I couldn't stop them from coming in." Yi Mei took a deep breath. "It's okay, let them in." The men in front of her were all unfamiliar faces to Yi Mei. "You are Yi Mei, right?" Yi Mei straightened her back. "Yes, what's the matter?" Chen Ai had said that she should be a responsible person. She would do it. The man looked at her with a slight smirk. "It's nothing major, it's just that your vice president signed a contract with us. Now you haven't fulfilled the terms of the contract, and according to the agreement, you have to pay us a penalty." You may try to remain calm. "Why should I believe your word?" The man said. "Then take a good look at this contract. It's clearly written. If you refuse to pay compensation, we can go to court. Let the judge tell you whether this is just my word." Yi Mei clenched her fists. "Give me the contract, I want to review it." She was afraid of falling into a trap again, just like with Su Junjie. The man was very generous, handing her the contract with a smile. "Feel free to look at it. Even if you tear it up, it doesn't matter because it's a copy." Although Yi Mei had thought about tearing it up, she controlled herself, because Chen Ai had said to be an upright person. And deep down, there was also a voice. No matter whether the cards in her hand were good or bad, no matter whether the script she held was good or bad, she had to act it out. Then finish this hand of cards. Yi Mei finished reading the contract. She even called the lawyer to verify the authenticity of the contract. The contract was real. The official seal was also real. She had not fulfilled the terms of the contract, and the need for compensation was real. The man smiled and said, "How about it? Finished reading it. Do you still want to go to court with me?" Yi Mei was trembling with anger. She had never expected Su Junjie to be such a scum. It was one thing for him to deceive her in partnership with Wu, but what he wanted was not just that. He had also signed contracts with multiple companies in her name to gain benefits. At that time, Yi Mei had trusted him too much and never thought about being betrayed. So all those official seals were all valid. As the girl had said, with all these contracts combined, the amount she needed to compensate exceeded 10 million. The girl looked at her with concern and said, "Miss Yi, are you okay?" The man raised an eyebrow and looked Yi Mei up and down, a wicked thought flashing in his eyes. "I didn't expect the founder behind Banana Video to be so young, just a little girl with yellow hair. But you do look pretty. Little sister, do you not have the money to give me back? How about this? Actually, I'm not an unreasonable person." He looked at Yi Mei with a wicked expression. "As long as you agree to be my little lover, what's a few million? As long as you serve me well, I can help you repay the compensation from those companies." Yi Mei stepped back and slapped away his hand reaching towards her. "I warn you not to touch me. Otherwise, I can sue you for being a hooligan." The man sneered. "Ha, you're not giving me face. I'm actually showing you respect. Since you refuse, then let's handle this officially. According to the contract, 10 million, deposited into our account within a month. Otherwise, get ready to spend the rest of your life eating in prison." They left. In the office, there were only Yi Mei, the lawyer, and the girl. The girl wiped her tears and said, "What should we do? Miss Yi, how can you come up with 10 million in a month to give him?" Because they had fallen into the trap set by Su Junjie and Wu. This studio was completely bankrupt. They didn't have a penny left. In this situation, they didn't even have the money to maintain the operation of the software equipment. How could they possibly have 10 million to repay? Yi Mei's gaze was firm. "I will find a way, you don't need to worry. The goddess is really responsible. If I had a leader like this, I would feel very reassured." "I'm crying, the goddess is only 16, why does she have to bear so much? Blame it on Yi Chen. He can't do anything and is always dragging the goddess down." At the top university, the teachers who supported Yi Chen were unhappy. What's wrong with these netizens? They always mindlessly criticize Yi Chen and blindly support Yi Mei. I'm speechless. Yi Chen hasn't even appeared, and he's being scolded again. Can't they stop criticizing him just because he doesn't have fans? I can't hold it in, I'm going to step in. The psychology professor was so angry that he rolled up his sleeves and started typing on the keyboard. Please have some decency. How insecure and lacking in confidence are you deep down? Only then will you continue to pretend to be blind and not see the good in Yi Chen. You people are too dark in your minds. Have you put yourself in Yi Mei's shoes? Yi Chen is better than you, and you can't stand it. I really hope Yi Chen is just dust. I just want to see you all slap yourselves in the face. During the crazy tearing in the barrage of the live broadcast room, the screen on the big screen continued to play. Yi Mei had already left the studio and returned home. Yi Chen and the three sisters were not there. She trapped herself in the room, looking at the shutdown phone for a long time, muttering to herself. Yi Mei, avoiding won't solve any problems. You have to bravely face it. Yi Mei hypnotized herself, and finally tremblingly turned on the phone. The phone screen lit up. The startup animation played slowly. The main page appeared on the phone screen. Beep, beep. Just as the system was about to complete, the phone kept vibrating with the ringtone. All of them were messages from Dust. At this moment, Yimei felt her heart suddenly tighten. A warm stream rushed into her heart. She shed tears again, trembling as she opened the messages. What's wrong? Xiaoshi, what's wrong? You can tell me anything. As long as I can help, I will definitely help you. Xiaoshi, why aren't you replying to my messages? Xiaoshi, what's wrong with you? Xiaoshi, reply to my message quickly. Don't make me worry about you. Xiaoshi. Yimei covered her mouth and cried uncontrollably. Woo woo woo. Dust, indeed, he was the one who cared about her the most in this world. She was not alone. She still had Dust. Yimei felt like a child who had been greatly wronged, her whole body cold, trembling hands. For the first time, she didn't reply to Dust's message. Instead, she opened his phone number and chose to call. The screen stopped there. The audience in the live broadcast room directly cursed. Does anyone understand this feeling like mine? This feeling is like biting into a worm while eating an apple, only to find that the worm is only half there. I have a friend who has a terminal illness. If he doesn't see the result, he will die with regret. My family sells razor blades, and I study how to slaughter pigs. It's meaningless. I just want to ask the director where the address is. Is it fun to keep freezing the screen? Director, come here, I have a big treasure to show you. Why are the barrage comments so harmonious this time? You didn't even curse Chen. Now everyone is too busy to curse Chen. They just want to know, will Yimei's call to Dust go through? And after the call is connected, what will happen? The director didn't continue to tease. After inserting a segment of the so-called rest and relax your eyes advertisement, the broadcast finally continued. Yimei's heart was pounding like a drum. She didn't know why she suddenly wanted to make the call, but at this moment, she suddenly wanted to hear Dust's voice. Beep, beep, beep. Finally, after 3 rings, the other end of the phone was connected. Seeing the call time displayed on the phone screen jump from midnight to 0:01, Yimei's mood was like riding a roller coaster. Her voice was extremely hoarse. Is this Dust? There was a long silence on the other end of the phone, and no one spoke. Yimei held the phone tightly. She bit her lip hard, and a sense of anticipation arose in her heart at some point. She didn't know what she was expecting. The whole room quieted down. It was so quiet that Yimei could even hear the ticking of the second hand on the wall clock, and the soft sound of breathing coming from the other end of the phone. It was precisely because of this that Yimei could tell that Dust had not hung up the phone. But why isn't Chen speaking? Is it because she's tired of her? Or is it because the call she made was too abrupt? Will Chen ignore her from now on? Yimei's heart was beating incredibly fast, as if it wanted to burst out. She didn't realize that at this moment, her nervousness and fear surpassed even the news of bankruptcy and the burden of a 10 million compensation she heard today. Yimei started to feel nervous and scared. Yes, I'm sorry, did I disturb you? I'll hang up now. No matter what, please don't get tired of her. Just as Yimei was panicking to end the call, a voice finally came from the other end. Xiaoshi, it's me. How to describe this voice? It's like the first ray of sunlight in winter, or the spring breeze blowing over the green grass, or the first blooming flower when the ice and snow melt. Yimei only knew that this voice was very gentle, very gentle. She suddenly couldn't hold back and cried out loud, disregarding everything. Woo woo woo. Chen on the other end of the phone seemed startled. The voice was firm and gentle. Xiaoshi, what's wrong? What exactly happened to you? Tell me. Yimei, with red eyes, said, I failed. Woo woo woo. Chen, what failed? Yimei broke down and cried, I was too arrogant. I didn't see people clearly. She cried and finally managed to tell what had happened. After she finished, Yimei felt a very refreshing emotion. Only with Chen could she reveal her true inner feelings without reservation. Yimei wiped her tears. Chen, am I really so bad? I'm really not as good as you said. How could that be? Chen's voice was very gentle, but with an undeniable firmness. Xiaoshi, you are not so bad. You have done very well. Yimei shook her head frantically. No, I haven't. If I really were as good as you said, how could I have fallen into this kind of trap? Chen, I have let down your trust in me. Chen didn't argue or comfort, but asked a question. Xiaoshi, tell me how you got the funding for your startup. Yimei was stunned for a moment and answered truthfully, because I developed the desktop organizer software and sold it to Mr. Zheng. Chen affirmed, yes. Now tell me, how did you get your banana video? Yimei murmured, I spent day and night in front of the computer, coding it line by line. I put a lot of effort into it. Banana video was her true, first child. She had put in countless efforts for it. Many things she couldn't say to others, but facing Chen, she could pour it all out like pouring beans. Yimei spoke in a fragmented manner, sometimes skipping many details, but Chen listened to her with incredible gentleness and patience, occasionally responding to show that he was still listening. After pouring out her grievances, Yimei realized she had said too much. She felt embarrassed. I'm sorry, Chen, did I say too much? Chen's voice carried a gentle smile. Not at all. Xiaoshi, listen, everything you have achieved is the result of your own efforts. Do you know what this proves? Yimei, proves what? Chen's voice was firm. It proves that you have the ability to climb to the peak once, and you have the ability to climb to the peak countless times. The scariest thing for a person is not losing what they have, but losing the courage to start over. Xiaoshi, are you willing to accept that? Are you willing to give up like this? Are you willing to fall like this? Are you willing to be defeated and become a failure, an escapist? The dust fell silent for a few seconds, then spoke softly. Are you willing to become the person you hate the most, Yi Chen, the same trash and waste? Yi Mei's heart was greatly shaken. She was not willing, absolutely not willing. Yes, she was able to earn $1 million in less than 2 weeks at the age of 14. So now she's 16. What's the difficulty in earning 10 million in a month? People can't go back. And she didn't want to become the second Yi Chen. She didn't want to. Absolutely not. Yi Mei's dark and confused heart was split open by a bright sword. She was filled with courage again. Dust. I understand. I will absolutely not be so despondent. Yi Mei made a solemn vow. At this point, Yi Mei could actually hang up the phone. But for some reason, she kept holding onto her phone and refused to hang up. This was the first time she had mustered the courage to call Dust. And the next time, Yi Mei didn't know if she could muster the courage. Yi Mei quieted down like this. And Dust on the other end of the phone didn't hang up either, quietly accompanying her. Yi Mei felt a surge of security as she listened to Dust's breathing on the phone. She didn't know how long had passed. Dust finally spoke. Xiaoshi, I believe you can do it. My granddaughter is about to come back. I need to go cook for her, so I'll hang up first? Yi Mei's heart shook. She clenched her fist. After a few seconds of silence, she finally spoke. Yes, you go cook for your granddaughter. I also need to muster the courage and overcome this difficulty. Dust, good. I'll wait for your victorious response. After hearing his words, Yi Mei hurriedly hung up the phone. She slapped herself hard. Loudly. Yi Mei looked up at the white ceiling. Yi Mei, you need to wake up. You can't continue to be so despondent. It's just 10 million. You can definitely pay it back. She absolutely couldn't give up. She cheered herself on in place, starting to think about how to repay this money. However, inspiration is a fleeting and elusive thing. Sometimes it can come quickly. Sometimes, no matter how hard you try, your mind is empty and you can't think of anything. Yi Mei sat in front of the computer for who knows how long, typing and deleting lines of code. No, my mind is completely empty. I can't think of anything. She shook her head frantically, holding her head. Dust said that if I can't think of anything sitting in front of the computer, then I should go relax. Yi Mei felt that she was too impatient, so she stopped and decided to wash her face in the bathroom. Just as she opened the door, she happened to see Yi Chen coming back. Yi Chen was wearing a white t-shirt and jeans that cost a dozen yuan at a street stall. He looked a bit thin, and his face was a bit pale. He was holding vegetables, obviously just back from the market. Yi Mei's good mood disappeared instantly after seeing him. She lowered her face, resisting the urge to roll her eyes, and walked into the bathroom. She didn't want to see him at all. Yi Mei quickly washed her face and then walked back to her room. As she passed Yi Chen, she caught a glimpse of his back out of the corner of her eye. His back was soaked with sweat, as if he had just done a lot of exercise. Yi Mei didn't look much, and withdrew her gaze. She slammed the door shut as she returned to the room. We still don't know who Dust is, but we can be sure that Dust is not Yi Chen. Yes, the voice that answered the phone was very old. It couldn't possibly be Yi Chen. My goodness, Dust is so gentle. Although I know he's an old man, I still fell in love. The scene was originally very beautiful. The goddess was able to rise again. But why did Yi Chen have to come out at the end to show his presence? The scene that was so beautiful was suddenly polluted by him. Yi Chen is not Dust, so he is scum. Ha ha ha, I didn't get slapped in the face. Mei looked at the big screen, her mind racing. She tried to find evidence that Dust was or was not Yi Chen. Dust's voice is very old, and it doesn't match Yi Chen at all, so she never thought before that Yi Chen and Dust were the same person. In fact, now she is also inclined not to believe it. But, Dust said he was going to cook for his granddaughter, and Yi Chen happened to come back from buying groceries. And why was Yi Chen's back so wet at that time? Dust had been so anxious to find her. No, there are still too few clues. Based on what she sees now, there are 10,000 reasons to explain. Yilan looked at Mei's expression, her brow furrowing tighter and tighter. The eldest sister's current situation is too wrong, and the culprit that caused her to suddenly become like this is Yi Chen. This waste scum. The appearance of a few videos is trying to completely whitewash it. It makes her feel as disgusted as if she had eaten a dead mouse. The top university. Half of the teachers watching the live broadcast have already been replaced. Some teachers have to go to class, while others have just finished class. Ah, Dust definitely can't be Yi Chen. The voice doesn't match at all. I was originally hoping to see them get slapped in the face, but now I feel like I've been slapped in the face. The vocal music teacher who had just finished class spoke meaningfully. His voice is very old. Does that prove that he is really an old man? Have you ever thought that Yi Chen might have studied dubbing? Everyone widened their eyes. The situation has opened up. I forgot for a moment that there is still this kind of tricky operation. It turns out I haven't been completely slapped in the face. Help me up. I can still continue watching. Banana video is gone. the studio officially announced its dissolution. May did not go home, but stayed in a hotel. She told her sisters that she was on a business trip and would not be home for the time being, because she didn't want her three sisters to know what she was going through now and worry about her. May trapped herself in the hotel room, with scattered design drafts all over the floor. Inspiration is something that cannot be sought. She has been wanting to design a software for the past few days, but she has not had any good ideas. May grabbed her hair in frustration, sinking into confusion. Beep! A special ringtone sounded on her phone. May quickly picked up the phone. It was a text message from Dust. Today I took my granddaughter to the amusement park. She's only 5 years old. Why does she always like to run into the haunted house? She said her little classmates don't like to go to the haunted house, and she can't find anyone to chat with, so she feels lonely. A very ordinary text message. May couldn't help but smile. Dust's granddaughter is so happy. She was about to reply to the message when Dust sent another text. My granddaughter always does her own thing. A few minutes ago she was complaining that she didn't have anyone to chat with in the haunted house, and now she's complaining that she doesn't have anyone to chat with about Peppa Pig. She's now holding on to me and talking about Peppa Pig. Poor me, this old man can't understand. I just want to find someone who matches her soul to chat with her. In this way, we actually met by accident, but we also became friends who can chat with each other. May's hand on the keyboard suddenly stopped in midair. A person with a matching soul. Chatting with a matching soul. May's brain raced rapidly, and then her eyes lit up more and more. Right, in today's society, it's developing so rapidly, but there are so few people who can really chat with each other, because everyone subconsciously disguises themselves. They dare not show their true personalities to people in real life, and this leads to everyone becoming more and more silent, more and more reclusive, more and more unwilling to open up to others. But it's different if it's a stranger. Yi Mei became more and more excited, and even stood up. We can easily open our hearts to a stranger we don't know, whom we haven't met on the internet, because the other person doesn't know who I am, so what you say, he just hears it. And if at this time the other person's interests are the same as mine, then this will be the beginning of a friendship, just like me and Chen. Soul chatting. Communication on a soul level. Yi Mei tightly clenched her fists. Her eyes sparkled. I finally figured it out. I want to create a social networking app. An app that first sets up one's personality and interests, and then matches friends. Yes, that's it. Yi Mei's inspiration burst forth and couldn't be stopped. Excitedly sitting in front of the computer, she even forgot to reply to Chenai's message and started coding. So the Soul Friends app was born at this time. I want to praise the Soul Friends app. Thanks to it, I found my wife now. When bored late at night, I like to go to Soul Friends to chat with people. There's always someone there. Thanks to Soul Friends, I never feel lonely every day. Goddess Yunshur is truly a genius. She found inspiration like this. Recording studio. The host was very excited. What everyone is seeing now is the turning point for Goddess Yunshur. It is this Soul Friends app that helped Goddess Yunshur climb out of the abyss. She received a 10 million investment from an angel investor, and cleared the breach of contract, and then built a huge business empire. Goddess Yunshur, do you have anything to say about this memory? Yi Mei stared at the big screen blankly, then looked at the host. What did she have to say? She didn't know. If it were before, Yi Mei might have thought that the Soul Friends app was a sudden flash of inspiration for her. But now, she was not sure, because the timing of Chenai's text was too coincidental, so much so that she suspected Chenai deliberately sent the message to hint at her. And not only that, why did the angel investor happen to want to invest in her at that time? And the amount just happened to be over 10 million. Was all of this really just a coincidence? Yilan noticed all of her expressions, and her brow furrowed tighter. Big Sister's current appearance is really getting more and more wrong. As the president of a 100 billion group, she absolutely cannot afford to waver. Whether Chenai is Yi-chan or not, both of them are now on her blacklist. Big Sister. Yilan called her back to reality. This Soul Friends app is also your hard work. It's just as important as doing. Don't you have anything to say? Yi Mei came back to her senses. She took a deep breath and struggled to speak. Indeed, without the Soul Friends app, I might never have been able to climb back up. Yilan proudly continued, that's my big sister. Even if she falls into the abyss, she can climb back up on her own. I have always been proud to have a big sister like you. Big sister, you're really amazing. Yilan firmly held her hand. You are the best sister in the world. Even if no one helps you, you can definitely succeed in the end. Yi Zhu and Yi Ju, the two sisters, also nodded in agreement. Yes, big sister, you can't underestimate yourself. Sis, you have been my role model since I was young. Your confidence and optimism have always influenced me. Listening to the praise of her three sisters, Yi Mei finally regained some spirit. But she couldn't say anything, so she could only say, let's continue playing. She no longer knew what she was expecting. Little sister. Yi Chen held his stomach, feeling very uncomfortable. He hadn't expected that this scene would bring such a huge impact to Yi Mei. Since the day he swore to protect his sisters and ensure their healthy and happy growth, he had prepared to be misunderstood for the rest of his life. He just hadn't expected to be bound to a life replay system, which would merge his memories with his sister's and then play them back. Even if he wanted to stop, it was futile. The stench of the rice paddy in the ditch grew stronger. Chen was already very weak, and he had just vomited. Now he felt his brain getting heavier, and his eyes were too tired to stay open. He struggled to stand up from his seat and slowly walked to his makeshift bed. It was just a few sheets of paper stacked together to form a bed shape, with a worn-out, patched bedsheet on top. He lay down, curling up to alleviate the pain in his stomach. After easing the pain a little, Chen forced himself to focus and continue watching the live broadcast. Yimei locked herself in a hotel for 2 weeks and finally successfully developed a soulmate social app. However, there was only half a month left before the compensation deadline. How could she use this app to earn 10 million in half a month? It was impossible to earn 10 million in a short period of time by putting it on the market. She had to find another way to seek investors. Although Yimei had experience in the market with banana video, she had never sought any investors at that time. She couldn't think of anyone more reliable than Mr. Zheng. After much thought, Yimei called Zheng Ming. He answered quickly. Mr. Zheng, it's Yimei, she said, and quickly explained her reason for calling. Zheng Ming was silent for a while, feeling a bit awkward. He had easily made a deal with Yimei before because the desktop organizing software at that time was exactly what he wanted and could be compatible with his phone, falling within his business scope. However, this soulmate social app was not within his business scope. He didn't have much interest in entering the app market. After thinking for a while, Zheng Ming decided to be straightforward. Yunsher, you know I'm in the mobile phone business, and I don't have any plans to enter the app market for now. Yimei had already guessed this to some extent. Although she felt disappointed, she didn't insist. Mr. Zheng, you don't have to say more. I understand. I've disturbed you, she said. Zheng Ming thought of someone and said, although I'm in the mobile phone business and have no plans for the app market, I can recommend someone to you who might be interested in this app. Yimei's hope was instantly ignited. Who is it? Why did the screen suddenly stop? Ah, so annoying. The director is getting more and more skilled at this. Anyway, the name couldn't possibly be Chen. Can we stop talking about Chen, that scumbag, all the time? Help, why isn't there a filter setting in the live broadcast barrage? Otherwise, I would immediately block the 3 words Chen. It's really disgusting to see. Do you think Chen is worthy of having Mr. Zheng mention his name? When will Chen die? I don't want to see his name anymore. The audience watching the live broadcast was extremely angry. They desperately pounded on their keyboards, venting all their anger on Chen. They may not really hate Chen, but they are definitely venting the deepest darkness in their hearts. This layer of the internet is the best way to cover up their ugly and dirty hearts. They don't care about their words and how much pain they may cause to others. If you commit suicide because of this, or suffer from depression, it's because your psychological endurance is not good enough. You deserve it. Since they are clowns and ants, just crawl in the sewer. Don't always come out, dirtying their eyes. The screen finally played. A few minutes later, Yimei hung up the phone. She looked a little nervous. It seems that I can only wait. Zheng Ming just told her that he would contact that person. If that person is interested in her software, he will notify her. Yimei could only nervously send her software proposal to Zheng Ming. She thought she would have to wait a long time, but she didn't expect to receive a call from Zheng Ming just half an hour later. Yunsher, he said he is very interested in your software and proposal. He promised to invest in you. Yimei was originally extremely nervous, and when she heard this, she almost jumped up. Is what you said true? He wants to invest in me. There was a slightly amused voice from Zheng Ming on the other end of the phone. Yes, but he has some special circumstances and may not be able to meet with you. He will leave all of this to me to coordinate with you. His initial investment amount is 10 million. If you agree, we can sign the contract tomorrow. Because of the first successful cooperation and Zheng Ming's family background, there was no need to deceive her with 10 million, and she really needed it urgently. So Yimei agreed on the spot. Okay, I agree. Mr. Zheng, we can arrange to meet tomorrow. Both parties had a strong intention to cooperate, so they preliminarily confirmed the intention of cooperation over the phone. However, when she hung up the phone, Yimei couldn't help but be curious. Mr. Zheng, who is the person willing to invest in me? Can you tell me his name? She didn't want to not even know the name of the person who had helped her. After hearing this, Zheng Ming remained silent for a long time. You can call him the angel investor. Yimei nodded heavily. Angel investor? Okay, I remember. But after hanging up the phone, Yimei suddenly realized, isn't the angel investor a specialized investment institution? It was hard not to choke up. However, Yimei vaguely felt that the angel investor mentioned by Zheng Ming was different from the usual angel investors. Perhaps that person just didn't want to reveal his real name. The next day, as agreed, Yimei met with Zheng Ming and happily signed the cooperation contract. Zheng Ming smiled at her. I hope this cooperation can be as successful as the first time. Yes, I hope so too. Yimei bowed very seriously. Mr. Zheng, thank you. Zheng Ming, what are you doing? The person you signed the contract with is not actually me. I'm just running errands. Yi Mei, but if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have met the angel investor, let alone talk about cooperation. So no matter what, I am grateful to you. Zhang Ming's expression was somewhat complicated. He looked deeply at Yi Mei. No, you don't need to thank me. If you really want to thank someone, go thank the angel investor. Zhang Ming moved his mouth as if to say something, but in the end, he remained silent. Forget it, there's nothing more to say, he thought to himself. Zhang Ming let out a long sigh in his heart. Yi Mei would never know what that person had sacrificed for her behind her back. Oblivious to Zhang Ming's expression, Yi Mei's thoughts were entirely focused on the matters she had to deal with next. Unaware of the truth, an hour after signing the contract, Yi Mei received the funds from the angel investor. She quickly used the funds to pay the penalty and settle the matter. As for Su Junjie, Yi Mei had already reported him to the police, but it was too late. Su Junjie and Wu Zong had already fled with the money. They used fake names and identities, making it impossible to find them. No matter how angry she was, Yi Mei could only suppress it. Finally relieved, Yi Mei couldn't help but pick up her phone and send a text to Chenai. Chenai, I've resolved all those troubles. Banana Video is gone, but I can create an even more powerful app than Banana Video. I will prove to you that you didn't misjudge me. Ding! The message was successfully sent. The next moment, the scene suddenly changed. Several medical staff hurriedly pushed a stretcher, shouting, "Make way! Move aside!" They swiftly pushed the stretcher into the emergency room. Just as the door of the emergency room was about to close, a black phone fell from the stretcher. As the phone landed and spun, the screen captured 3 large characters, Yi Mei. In the studio, Yi Mei suddenly stood up from the sofa, no longer calm as before. Her heart raced, and a flush of excitement appeared on her face. That person is the person being taken to the hospital, Chenai. It must be him. It's definitely him. But the previous scene only showed the medical staff pushing the stretcher into the emergency room, and there was no visible figure on the stretcher. At most, only a pair of black pants could be seen. But with just this tiny clue, it wasn't enough. She needed more. Just a little more. Is he really Chenai? If he really is Chenai, what has he been through? Why was he taken to the emergency room? Countless questions swirled in Yi Mei's mind. However, what remained unchanged was her strong desire to know the right answer. Yilan furrowed her brow. Sister, calm down. Yi Mei shook her head frantically. I can't calm down. I can't calm down at all right now. How could she possibly calm down now? That person was Chenai. She could deny everything, but she couldn't deny his existence. She began to consider another possibility. Was it possible that Chen had truly disguised himself for over a decade? His mockery and sarcasm towards them were all just an act. He had never fallen from grace. He had never gone astray. Perhaps he was just protecting them in a different way. Yilan's expression had turned cold. She was already beginning to regret. She regretted agreeing to come and participate in this program at Yeju's request. Because if it weren't for participating in this program, none of this would exist. This couldn't continue like this. Yilan raised the microphone. Although you have always claimed that this device is very safe, but this device has only been developed recently. I have concerns about its safety in all aspects. The host frowned. What does Goddess Yuning mean? Yilan spoke coldly. My elder sister is no longer suitable for further memory extraction. So next, extract my memories. Yi Mei reacted faster than the host. No need. I don't feel uncomfortable anywhere. I can continue. Yilan's tone was unquestionable. No, you can't. Yi Mei was about to continue speaking, but Yilan interrupted in a very cold tone. Elder sister, don't you find all of this strange? Yi Mei was stunned for a moment. Strange? Yilan, yes, strange. She was dressed in a slightly cool black punk style, which formed a huge contrast with her Lolita face. Her logic was very clear. The machine only extracted the memories of the 4 of us sisters. So, according to normal logic, these memory images should be from our perspective. In other words, in places where none of us 4 sisters can see, there shouldn't be any memory images. But what is playing now? Yelan's tall ponytail swayed behind her. What is playing now is not a memory image of any of us 4 sisters. How did these memory images come about? Why did they suddenly appear? Elder sister, haven't you thought about any of this? Yeju and Yeju were also shaken. Yes, what the second sister said was right. The machine should have extracted the memory images of the 4 sisters. But why did images suddenly appear that didn't belong in their memories? It's all because of what happened earlier. Because the shock that Chen brought to them was too powerful, it caused them to forget this fatal bug in their shock. Now, after Yelan's reminder, they finally remembered. Yeju's delicate face was incredibly determined. The second sister is right. These images are really not right. Yeju kept thinking as she twirled her long curly hair with her hand. And what's really strange is that these images are all from Chen's perspective. Production team. What's going on? The audience in the live studio also snapped out of it. Yeah, the memory images being broadcast now are obviously not right. Is the production team up to something? I knew the goddesses could never be that despicable. These memory images were definitely tampered with by the production team. This is not the childhood history of the goddesses. It's Chen's whitewashing history. Did the production team have some shady deal with Chen? Damn, the production team is so disgusting, using such underhanded methods to belittle the goddesses and whitewash Chen. Is Chen your father? Show some filial piety. Just thinking about these memory images being tampered with, Chen doesn't seem like the person shown in them at all. I feel like my previous thoughts about him being okay were just brainless behavior. Sisters, remember, Chen is scum, Chen is scum, Chen is scum. Important things must be said 3 times. The audience and netizens in the live studio were all blown away. They even started calling and harassing the production team, demanding an explanation. The production team was also at a loss. The director looked at the experts. Suddenly, now that you mention it, I've noticed it too. What's going on? Why are images appearing that are not the memories of the 4 sisters? The expert team was sweating profusely as they checked the machine for problems. This doesn't make sense. There's no way. The machine isn't broken. There's definitely nothing wrong with the machine. The director slammed the table in anger. You say it's fine, then tell me what's going on with Chen's memories. The experts wiped their sweat. The youngest person in the crowd cautiously spoke up. Is there a possibility that Chen also used the memory extractor? The expert instinctively spoke. How is that possible? When did we put it on him? But the director quieted down mysteriously. He squinted. Yes, that's it. Regardless of whether Chen actually used the memory extractor or not, the bottom line is that he must have. The chief director picked up the microphone with a particularly serious expression. Our production team did not fabricate anything, but we did indeed conceal something from you, because we found Chen, and we also equipped him with this memory extractor. It is because of this that the memory images may sometimes reveal him. Yilan frowned, clearly not believing. You're saying you also installed a memory extractor for Chen? Director, yes, that's right. Yilan didn't believe him. The scum Chen had long since disappeared. The 4 sisters had been looking for him for so long without success. How could the production team possibly have found this scum? The director knew it was not the time to continue arguing with her. If Yilan suddenly asked him to hand over Chen, where would he find this person? He immediately spoke. So all these memory images have no problems at all. The show needs to continue recording. Yilan could see that something was wrong from the director's face. She coldly smiled. So the production team found him? That's perfect. We 4 sisters haven't seen Chen for a long time. Why not let him come out and meet us? The director's mind raced. I'm afraid that's not possible. Yilan pressed on. Not possible. Or is it that you never found this person at all? The director countered. You don't believe us? Then where did Chen's memories come from if I didn't find him? Yilan's face darkened. How else could they have come? Since they could possess such high-tech memory extraction equipment, what's difficult about manipulating memories? This show definitely wasn't as simple as they thought. Chen must have given them some benefits. Otherwise, countless conspiracy theories flashed through Yilan's mind. Her fists clenched tighter and tighter. If it really was as she thought, then the entire show was just a facade. The ultimate goal of the production team was to suppress the reputation, honor, and status of the 4 sisters. Yilan coldly laughed. Since the production team says they have found Chen, then I wonder, can we meet him? There was no one from the production team. They had just raised a flag. How could they possibly agree to Yilan's request? The director teased. When it's time for him to come on stage, we will bring him on stage. Now, the show continues. The director ended the call with these words, looking extremely serious at his subordinates. Whether it's in heaven or on earth, we must find Chen. The reputation of this production team absolutely cannot be ruined. Otherwise, just thinking about the consequences made the director shiver. The expert teams also realized the seriousness of the situation, because this could very well be related to them too. We must find Chen. Chen, this scum. Truly a disaster. Increasing our workload for no reason. On the stage, the director continued, and the host immediately said, since Yunchur Goddess cannot continue extracting memories, let's extract memories from Yunin Goddess. He straightened his back, his eyes filled with a hint of fanaticism. It is well known. Yunin Goddess is the queen of the esports world. Undoubtedly the first on the global competitive rankings. Of course, she also has another identity. That is the top voice actor in the dubbing circle. The audience in the live broadcast room became excited. Here comes, finally going to get Yunin Goddess's memories. Lowly face, mature voice, hee, Yunin Goddess is in my XP. Watching the show for Yunin Goddess. Above the stage, Yilan's expression remained very unpleasant. Speaking with a grim face, I will not take back anything I said earlier. Chen is a scum in my eyes, because my memories will not deceive me. What I see and hear will not deceive me. The pain I have experienced will not deceive me. Right and wrong. Who is to judge? The torment I have suffered is something you cannot understand through the video. And, the part of the live broadcast that shows memories of Chen, whether it is true or false, is still unknown. Production team. You dare not let Chen come on stage. Is it because you really want to save it for later to increase the dramatic effect? Or is it because this memory is fabricated by you? No matter what your purpose is, Yilan, absolutely will not let you so easily take away the halo of the 4 sisters. They have achieved their peak honor step by step with their own hands and feet, and absolutely will not let you erase it so easily. Yilan held the microphone and spoke eloquently. I know, many people watching the live broadcast now may think that Chen is not a bad person, but I have seen it with my own eyes. Chen. He abused small animals. He used scissors to cut the cat's fur, and kept poking needles into the kitten. It was my cat. It was just a little milk cat, just over a month old. It doesn't even hurt when it bites, and it's all white, without a single strand of stray hair, especially beautiful. But, this heartless and crazy beast, scum like Chen, was so cruel to a little cat. When I saw it, it had no good skin left on its body, and it was covered in blood, barely breathing. I couldn't save it in the end. When Yilan said the last sentence, her eyes were already red. Tears were swirling in her eyes. She will always remember the year when she was 5. It was her and her third sister Yuniying's birthday. She met this little cat on the street and brought it home to raise it. But within a week, this little cat died at the hands of Chen. This is what she saw with her own eyes. Although Yilan looks very lowly, her temper is indeed very hot. She stood up, excitedly saying, ask yourself, can scum like this who abuses animals really be the same as shown in the previous videos? The child shows the man. He dared to abuse animals when he was young, let alone what he will become when he grows up. The fans and audience in the live broadcast room, upon hearing that Chen actually abused animals, immediately erupted in outrage. Chen is so disgusting, right? Abusing animals. He must be mentally ill. If he abused animals when he was young, who knows if he will become a murderer when he grows up? Strongly demand to catch him as soon as possible. Do the people who praised Chen in the front have anything to say now? Does scum like him who abuses animals deserve to be liked? The goddess said there is a problem with this memory, so there must be a problem. Hand over Chen to prove that your memory footage is not fabricated. The production team is so disgusting. Helping to whitewash Chen. Disgusting. There are many unpleasant things in life. Most people have to hold back and endure. And behind the screen, it's not illegal to curse at people. So why continue to hold back this anger? Chen is a retard. He is scum. He is a social outcast. He will never be able to wash it off. Just as there are netizens with lowered intelligence, there are also rational ones. Rational viewers almost burst into laughter when they saw these comments. Damn it! Are these people brain dead? Didn't they see what Chen has done before? Whatever Yilan says is true? Can't you use your own brain to think for a moment? Help! Are all the netizens now so intellectually challenged? Just mindlessly spraying. Even if Chen dug up your ancestors' graves, do you have to curse him like this? In the barrage, two different forces began to spray each other. In the recording studio, Yi Mei listened with a pale face. Her mind was in a mess, and the memories of the past and the present reality kept colliding in her mind. This has made her current state of mind completely different from the beginning. Upon hearing Yilan's belittling of Chen, she couldn't help but speak up. Second sister, you shouldn't say that about him. Chen is very likely not the person we imagine him to be. Although she couldn't prove it yet, whether Dust was really Chen or not. But apart from the matter of Dust, what Chen had done before was enough to prove that he was not a completely bad person. After hearing this, Yilan was very angry. Elder sister, you actually stand up for him? Yi Mei's cold and pale face was unusually firm. I am just making a rational analysis. There were too many memories, too complicated. She needed to sort and analyze them carefully, whether Chen's memories were real or fabricated by the production team. This time, she would no longer be bound by her past memories. Not extracting memories anymore was actually a good thing. While Yi Mei was pondering, Yilan's memories were being extracted. This was her memory from when she was 5 years old. At this time, it had been 2 years since her parents' death. Little Yilan appeared in the rain, running with big steps. The rain quickly soaked her hair and clothes. Yilan frowned, looked around, and found a shelter under the eaves to hide from the rain. As she caught her breath under the eaves, waiting for the rain to ease up, she suddenly heard a faint meow at her feet. Curious, she bent down to find the source of the meow. Soon, she saw a very small kitten in the corner of the stairs. The kitten was just over a month old, still unsteady on its feet, dirty all over, as if it had just crawled out of a garbage heap. When it saw Yilan, it seemed to sense a threat, growling and arching its back. But Yilan didn't find it ferocious at all, she just thought it was cute. She squatted down and gently said, "Kitty, how did you end up here? Are you lost?" She looked at the pouring rain outside. "Kitty, are you hiding from the rain here? Or are you like me, without a home?" She pursed her lips and reached out to touch the little kitten. Perhaps not sensing any malice from her, the kitten, which had been fierce towards Yilan, didn't move and let her touch it. "You're so good." The kitten let out a weak meow. "Are you hungry? But I don't have anything to feed you." After hesitating for a while, Yilan finally came up with a good idea. "How about I take you home? You're still so small, you might die if you stay outside." The kitten seemed to understand and licked her hand with its tongue. Meow. Yilan smiled. "I'll take that as a yes. Okay, the rain has stopped. I'll take you home." She carefully picked up the little kitten. The kitten didn't resist, but instead obediently nestled in her arms, no longer showing its initial aggressive behavior. 5 minutes later, Yilan returned home with the little kitten. Yi Mei immediately saw it and curiously approached. Second sister, why do you have a cat in your arms? Isn't it cute? I just met it outside. It's too small. If I didn't bring it home, it might starve to death. Starve to death? Yizhu came over from somewhere, looking at the cat in her arms, her voice weak. It's so small. Yilan said, yes, it must be lost, or maybe abandoned by someone, otherwise it wouldn't be in the corner. Yizhu said, poor thing, let's take care of it. That's what I was thinking. What are you going to raise? Yi Chen walked out of the kitchen, carrying the freshly cooked meal. Perhaps because it smelled the food, the little kitten that had been lying comfortably in Yi Lan's arms suddenly started meowing. It was hungry. Yi Chen saw the dirty little cat. Where did you pick up this stray cat from? He frowned slightly, then placed the food down and reached out to Yilan. Give me this cat. This little cat looked dirty all over, and who knows how long it had been wandering outside. There could be countless invisible bacteria on its body. Especially for Yizhu, who was so young, it would be troublesome if she got infected with the bacteria on this cat. Even if they wanted to keep it, they would have to take the cat to the pet hospital for treatment and vaccinations. Yilan became alert immediately. What do you want to do? I'm telling you, Yi Chen, I will never give this cat to you. He's a villain. If she gave the cat to him, who knows how he would torture it. She wouldn't do that. Yilan tried to rush into the room with the kitten, but she was no match for Yi Chen's agility. Yi Chen easily stopped her and his face turned very cold. I'll say it again, give me the cat. Yilan held the kitten tightly. I don't want to, but because of her posture, the kitten felt uncomfortable and scratched her. Ah! Yilan winced in pain and instinctively let go. The kitten fell from her arms and quickly ran into a corner. Yi Chen's heart skipped a beat. He quickly grabbed her hand. Your hand is scratched, you must. Before he could say get a tetanus shot, Yilan jerked her hand back. She looked at him with great vigilance. What do you want to do? Are you happy now that I've been scratched? Yi Chen's hand, suspended in midair, stiffened slightly. Yi Mei, feeling sorry for her sister, held Yilan's hand. Your hand was scratched by the kitten. Yilan shook her head. It's okay, just a little scratch. She bent down, getting closer to the kitten. I'm sorry, little kitty, I didn't mean to hold you so tightly. The kitten backed away, baring its teeth at her. Yilan was anxious. What should I do? It's ignoring me. She turned to Yi Chen. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, the kitten wouldn't ignore me. Yi Chen had already withdrawn his hand at this point, looking indifferent. This just proves that you and this kitten have no connection. It doesn't like you. Yilan glared at him angrily. That's not true. It's because of you that it ran away. Yizhu, the most thoughtful of the sisters, had secretly taken a bit of fish from the meal and placed it in her hand. Then she approached the kitten. Kitty, do you want some food? Smelling the scent, the kitten's nose twitched. Although a little scared, it couldn't resist its hunger and tentatively approached Yizhu. Seeing that she meant no harm, it quickly lowered its head and bit the fish from her hand. Then it ran into the corner and started eating. Yizhu saw the kitten eating happily and a smile appeared on her face. Yi Chen noticed this and felt a hint of excitement in his heart. Yuning's sister smiled. Since an incident 2 years ago, Yuning's sister had rarely smiled. Yi Chen looked back at the kitten. This kitten had a good chance of helping Yuning's sister come out of that nightmare. Even if it couldn't completely free her, it could at least alleviate it. So, this cat had to be kept. Yi Chen deliberately asked, I heard you say you want to take responsibility for it? Then tell me, how will you take responsibility? Taking care of a cat is no small matter. What Yi Chen feared most was that they would only be enthusiastic for a short while. After the initial excitement passed, they would completely forget about the cat and abandon it. Regardless of whether it's this little cat or other small animals, they should not be treated like this. So Yi Chen wants to make them understand that cats can be kept, but they must be responsible for it. It can't just be for temporary fun. Yilan was about to retort Yi Chen, but at the moment of speaking, she froze. How can she be responsible for it? Isn't it enough to just feed it? Yilan wanted to answer like this, but as the answer was about to come out, she got stuck in her throat because she saw Yi Chen's provocative expression. Seeing the silent Yilan, Yi Chen felt a hint of disappointment in her heart, but did not show it on her face. The second sister is still too young and needs to be properly taught and reasoned with. Yi Chen's face showed a provocative expression. Can you take care of it and prevent it from getting sick? Can you love it well and not let it go hungry? Can you tolerate its messy fur and clean its litter box regularly? You can't be responsible for its life, so why do you say you want to keep it? Just because of your fleeting interest. Ah, damn it, what Yi Chen said makes me want to hit him. Who does he think he is? Has he done what he said? Exactly. Damn it, has he treated the four goddesses well? Saying such things, does he deserve to be slapped? If you can't be responsible for its life, then don't keep it. I want to hear this. How kind. But has this scum Yi Chen done it himself? This plot is really raising my blood pressure. When will Yi Chen die? So the memories in front of me are the real memories, right? Memories without the four girls present must be fabricated by the production team to whitewash Yi Chen. So disgusting. Yes, I'm talking about Yi Chen and the production team. The fans of the four goddesses in the live broadcast room were all furious. The keyboards in their hands turned into biochemical weapons and were sprayed onto Chen. Yilan saw these real-time barrage comments. The anger in her heart was finally reduced a bit. But this is not enough. Chen wants to whitewash himself through the production team, right? Well, she will let Chen and the production team know what it means to beat the water in a bamboo basket. Do you think this is disgusting enough? Don't forget, what I said earlier was that Chen abused small animals. When I arrived, he had already abused Xiaobai to death, covered in bruises, bloodied, skin torn. It was still convulsing in my palm when it died. It's only a little over a month old. How could this perverted scum Chen do such a thing? Yimei listened on the side, her face looking very ugly. Sister, maybe this matter is not as you imagined. Xiaobai may not necessarily have been abused by Chen. After all, as you just said, when you arrived, Xiaobai was already at death's door, and you couldn't know what Chen did before that. Yilan did not expect that Yimei would challenge her now. But precisely because of this, she hated Chen and the production team even more. They used tricks to make the eldest sister stand on their side. In the live broadcast room, because of Yimei's words, rational netizens stood up. Exactly. Yilan didn't see who abused this little cat with her own eyes. How can she insist that it was Chen? I understand now. Chen is a big scapegoat who raised four ungrateful little sisters. Is Yunshire goddess good or not? She has already realized her mistake. The discussions in the live broadcast room could not stop the continued playback on the big screen. After listening to Chen's words, Yilan already knew her future goal. Who says I can't? I can. I will take good care of this little cat. I will be responsible for its life. Chen chuckled lightly, but his words were guiding. Am I listening to a joke? You say you will take responsibility for its life, but you can't even take responsibility for your own life. Do you know that if you get scratched by a cat or dog, you need to get a tetanus shot? Because if it's not handled properly, it can be fatal. But you completely don't know about this, and you think this wound is just a little skin break, a little blood, and it's not a big deal. You see, can you take responsibility for your own life? Yilan subconsciously touched her arm. Is it really so terrifying to be scratched by a cat? But she stubbornly said, who says I don't know? I'm going to the hospital later. Hearing her words, Chen felt a heavy sigh of relief in his heart. As long as she gets the tetanus shot, it's fine. The top university. The psychology professor slammed the table. I understand. The words Chen said earlier were all deliberate. He wasn't mocking Yilan, but guiding her to get the tetanus shot, and also teaching her to be responsible for anything. You can't just do things based on a momentary impulse. What a good child. But such a good child is being subjected to insults from the entire internet. The psychology professor couldn't help but wipe the moisture from the corner of his eye. Zhou Qiguang also sighed deeply. I really want to know how strong a sense of belief is supporting him to continue like this. Why do this? Clearly everything is for his four sisters, but when the real memories are played out, the four sisters still initially choose not to believe. Even the audience is also cursing. Chen, oh Chen, if you were watching the live broadcast right now, would you feel a hint of regret? Does Chen regret it? He lay in the cold, damp basement, curled up, no longer as spirited as he was at the beginning. He was tired, closing his eyes, only able to judge the current situation by listening. It's really cold today. Not because of the rain, not because the bedding is damp. It's the involuntary chill of the body. The human body relies on fat to retain heat. But Chen doesn't have much fat left. No, I can't. I can't fall asleep like this. Chen weakly forced himself not to completely fall into slumber. If he really fell asleep, he wouldn't be able to get up. But he wanted to watch a little longer, so he couldn't sleep. He had to hold on. The scene continued. It had been a week since Yilan brought the kitten home. Yilan did as she said. She took the little kitten to the pet hospital for a thorough checkup and got it vaccinated. After confirming that the kitten had no other health issues, she brought it home. She took very good care of it, and even gave it a name, Xiaobai. The little kitten no longer scratched her and, on the contrary, became very dependent on her. But no matter how dependent it was, Yilan couldn't be with it all the time. They still had to go to school. Yilan stood at the door and bid farewell to the little kitten. Xiaobai, be good. We're going to school now. We'll be back in the evening. You stay here and be good. Meow. Yilan patted its head, then glanced at the time and found it was running out, so she quickly put on her shoes, closed the door, and caught up with her older sister and three younger sisters. Wait for me. The scene shifted again. It was now Yilan and Yizhu returning home from school. Originally, the three sisters were supposed to go home together, but because Yimei was stopped by a teacher for something, she let the twins go home first. Yilan held Yizhu's hand and told her many fun things. Yizhu just listened very obediently and didn't speak. Yilan looked at her obedient sister, but inside she was extremely angry. It's all because of Chen. It's all because he has caused his sisters to become like this. When Yilan was grinding her teeth, she suddenly saw a familiar figure in the distance. Who else could it be if not Chen? Why is Chen here? Yilan frowned and puffed up her cheeks, looking very angry. Yizhu had a more comprehensive and detailed view than her. She saw the cat in Chen's hands covered in blood. Sister, it's our little white. Yizhu urgently shook Yilan's sleeve, her little face full of fear and panic. Yilan also saw it. She took a sharp breath and rushed over. Yi Chen, what are you doing? Yilan ran up and finally saw everything clearly. There were traces of blood on the ground, blood-stained cat fur, and scattered white cat hair. What was most terrifying was the scattered scissors on the ground, and the glinting needles. In Yi Chen's hands, there was a cat with blood-stained fur, with several pieces of cat skin missing, exposing blood-red muscles and tendons, with needles stuck in it. It seemed that Yi Chen did not expect her sudden appearance. Just like hiding evidence, she quickly hid the cat. Why are you here? Yilan was now engulfed in immense anger. Yi Chen, how dare he? She trembled all over, her chest heaving violently. Her whole body felt numb with anger, but tears were streaming down her face. Yi Chen's expression was very indifferent. Why should I give it to you? Yilan was furious. Unable to control her inner anger, she bit Yi Chen's arm directly, muttering, "Give me little white." She bit too hard. Yi Chen's face turned pale, but he still showed no intention of handing over the cat. Yizhu stood there feeling helpless. After thinking for a long time, she finally ran up and pulled Yilan away. Sister, don't do this. When Yilan let go, there was a deep bite mark on Yi Chen's arm. The top academic institution. The psychology professor was so angry that his chest hurt. Why did Yilan bite someone? How much hatred must she have to bite the wound like this? Zhou Qiguang's temples throbbed. Unable to bear it, he took a nitroglycerin and touched his chest. It really raised my blood pressure. Why can't she imagine another scenario, such as Yi Chen wanting to save the cat? No, I'm too angry. I need to calm down. They felt pain in their chests. The audience in the live broadcast room, on the other hand, felt very joyful. They couldn't help but start clapping and cheering. Goddess Yunin did a great job. Scum like Yi Chen should be bitten to death. Is Yi Chen too perverted? Does he really abuse cats like that? Oh my god, the bloody scene just now made me sick. What kind of psychological perversion does Yi Chen have to be so cruel to a little kitten? If Yi Chen is in my hands, is it too much to give him a knife for a curse? At this moment, you may happen to see this barrage. She was instantly furious. After this person's words were spoken, all the filthy language and curses came pouring in. The barrage in the entire live broadcast room was as dirty as a cesspool. The internet was like a huge bloody slaughterhouse. In front of reality, all those who dress and behave like elites, speaking politely and elegantly, have shed all their disguises here. They put on butcher's aprons, holding steel knives, treating everyone as prey they can slaughter at will. Rational people usually choose not to look directly at this situation, and they won't end up the same. Let those beasts in human skin bark inside. Yeme had known about this kind of thing a long time ago, but she really couldn't believe that someone could say such vicious words. She wanted to speak out against it, but at the moment she was about to speak, her face turned pale, because she suddenly remembered that before this, she had also cursed Yi Chen in the same way. Yeme clenched her fists, feeling a bit uncomfortable in her heart, and started to twitch. Before, she was just like these netizens, labeling the most disgusting words on Yi Chen. While Yeme was feeling complicated, the scene continued to play out. Yelan's eyes were red with tears, looking at Yi Chen as if he were the enemy who killed her father. What did you do to my little white? Yi Chen's tone was very cold. It's dead. Yelan trembled violently. What did you say? Yezhu's eyes showed fear, and she shrank directly behind Yelan, trembling. A touch of fierceness flashed in Yelan's eyes as she picked up the scissors from the ground. Even though her hand holding the scissors was trembling, she didn't put it down. Instead, she aimed the scissors at Yi Chen. She was sweating in her palm, and her heartbeat accelerated to the point of insufficient blood supply, making her whole body feel cold. But she still firmly faced Yi Chen. Give little white back to me. Otherwise. Yi Chen saw that her hand was trembling all the time, and it didn't look like she could hold it steady. The scissors were very sharp, and he was afraid that Yelan would hurt herself, or even hurt Yezhu behind her. However, the little cat's death was too miserable. He was worried that she couldn't bear to see it. After a careful consideration in his mind, he finally took a deep breath. I'll give it to you. Put down the scissors. Yi Chen took out the little cat from his arms. When Yelan saw the cat, the scissors in her hand fell to the ground. At the moment she let go of the scissors, Yi Chen picked them up. Little white. Yelan rushed forward and tremblingly took the little cat from Yi Chen's hand. This little white cat, just over a month old, had no intact place on its body. It was even pinned with needles. Covered in blood, it looked extremely terrifying. However, after such cruel torture, its strong vitality supported it from dying. It couldn't even open its eyes, just lying softly in Yelan's hands, occasionally trembling. Yelan felt a great sadness enveloping her. She held it in pain. Little white, don't die. Sob. I can save you. Wait, sob. I'll take you to the hospital now. She cried in grief, carefully holding the little kitten and rushing to the pet hospital. Yi Chen didn't stop her. If he stopped Yelan at this moment, she might not be able to pass her own test in this life. Yezhu glanced at Yi Chen, and the fear and horror in her eyes were palpable. She shook her head in fear, constantly retreating. Then she quickly chased after Yelan. All her actions and reactions were telling a fact. She was afraid of Chen. Chen is too scary. What has he done to Little White? Sob. Eating Goddess is crying. My heart is breaking. I feel so sorry. What's wrong with Eating Goddess? Why does she seem off? Have you forgotten? Eating Goddess said before that she once suffered from autism because of Chen. She barely came out of it. So what did Chen do to Eating Goddess? It actually made the goddess Yunyi suffer from autism. I can't bear this 40-meter-long sword anymore. I want to kill Chen, this scum. Vent my anger. You guys are going too far. Chen is not as disgusting as you say. Exactly. I didn't want to come to this, but you guys have made the barrage too chaotic. What did Chen do before, didn't you see? It's really speechless. Whenever something happens, you push it onto Chen. He doesn't have fans, so he deserves to be scolded. The brain-dead fans of the 4 women are just too many, and they are everywhere in all walks of life. Rational people's comments are quickly drowned out in these malignant barrages. But at least at this moment, they stood up. In the studio, Yishu sat on the sofa like a porcelain doll. She had a sweet and innocent face of first love. Her waist-length straight hair added to the feeling of youth, beauty, and heartthrobs just by sitting there. At this moment, her eyes were slightly red, as if she wanted to cry but couldn't. It was heartbreaking to see her like this, evoking a sense of pity. Yilan held her twin sister's hand and asked, "Sister, are you okay?" Yishu nodded slightly. "I'm fine." She had already walked out of it. She wasn't afraid at all. Yilan clenched her lips, angrily picked up the microphone, and looked directly at the camera. "I'm sure everyone has seen how Chen has been abusing our Little White. And those who are familiar with our sister's past know that my sister used to have autism. Some people guessed it right. My sister's autism has a lot to do with Chen. If my sister hadn't managed to come out of it in the end, there would be one less shining star in the world today. Do you think such a person deserves forgiveness? Deserves to be whitewashed?" The host immediately spoke, "Of course not. Chen is a scum and a disgrace to society. How could such a pervert who abuses animals possibly be a good person?" The 4 female fans watching the live broadcast unanimously agreed. Anyone who can cruelly abuse a small animal is definitely not psychologically sound. Yilan said coldly, "And this morning, I had locked Little White in the house properly. How did it get out? I can't think of any other way except that Chen took it out to abuse it. But is this really the case?" Yi Mei had serious doubts in her mind, because she, the second sister, really didn't see who abused Little White with her own eyes. She looked at the big screen, feeling a strange sense of anticipation and unease. "Chen, please. Little White was definitely not abused by you, right? If Little White was abused by you, she really didn't know what to do." Yilan appeared on the screen. "Little White, be good. We're going to school now. We'll be back in the evening. You stay here obediently." Meow. This was the scene of her leaving home in the morning to go to school. She carried a small backpack, hurriedly closed the door, and caught up with Yi Mei and Yi Zhu. Unaware of the rush, Yilan didn't realize that she hadn't fully closed the door. A gust of wind blew in. The door slowly opened. The little cat that had been playing inside the door curiously walked out, then ran down the stairs in a flash. At this moment, Chen came out and saw that the door wasn't closed, so he closed it. After half an hour, Chen suddenly realized that he hadn't seen Little White. He had a bad feeling. "Little White? Where are you, Little White?" Chen searched the entire house but couldn't find the kitten. "It's not in the house. Could it have gone outside?" Chen remembered. The door wasn't closed tightly this morning, so it was very likely that Little White took the opportunity to run out. Little White is so small, it definitely doesn't know the way back home once it's outside. If the sisters come back from school and don't see it, they will definitely be very sad. Chen became more and more anxious, did not continue to stay in place, picked up the keys on the table, and said to the 2-year-old Jiju, "Yunxian's sister, brother is going outside to look for the little cat. Can you stay at home by yourself, okay?" Although Yiju was only 2 years old, she is already very sensible. She nodded obediently and sat on the floor playing with building blocks. "Wait for me. Wait for me." Chen patted her head and then left, making sure to close the door tightly. He didn't know where Xiaobai would run to. He could only search everywhere. He searched for a full 2 hours and finally, when passing by a place, he heard the pitiful cry of the little cat. Chen instinctively felt that something was wrong and turned in. When Chen entered, he only found a small white cat lying on the ground covered in blood, and 4 teenagers holding tools, just about to leave the dumping scene. Chen immediately recognized this as the little white brought home by Yilan. "Xiaobai." He angrily looked at the 4 people. "Did you hurt Xiaobai?" The 4 people had never expected to be seen while dumping the body. The tools in their hands also made it impossible for them to deny it. They looked at each other and then ran away. Chen wanted to catch up, but he was also worried about the injuries on Xiaobai. In the end, he could only give up chasing the 4 people and ran to Xiaobai, squatting down in front of him. "Xiaobai, I will take you to the pet hospital now, hold on." At this point, Xiaobai was already on the brink of death. His eyes were tired, and his ears were drooping. But when he saw Chen, he let out a weak meow full of dependence. Meow. Just as Chen carefully picked up Xiaobai, he heard familiar footsteps behind him. He looked back and saw the twin sisters. Yi Chen instinctively hid Xiaobai in his arms. Xiaobai's current appearance was too terrifying. He was worried that the two sisters would be traumatized after seeing Xiaobai. So, the best way was to not let them see. To the haters in the barrage, have you been proven wrong? Look carefully. This cat is going to die, all because of your Yunxin goddess. Yi Chen is just trying to save him. Yi Lan is too much. Clearly it's her fault. Why push it onto others? So am I being proven wrong again? Choked up. Brothers and sisters. Yi Chen is really mysterious. Those who scold him will end up being proven wrong. My advice is for everyone to stop scolding. Don't get your face swollen. In the studio, Yi Mei saw this memory and couldn't help but cover her mouth, trying not to cry out loud. Yi Chen really didn't abuse Xiaobai. He was innocent, so everything he did was for their good, but they misunderstood him. Yi Lan looked at the scene, feeling like her throat was being choked, unable to speak. Xiaobai's death was actually because of her? If it wasn't for her being in a hurry in the morning and not making sure to close the door properly, Xiaobai wouldn't have run out. If Xiaobai didn't run out, he wouldn't have encountered those scumbags. Naturally, he wouldn't have experienced such a terrible thing. So in the end, the person who caused Xiaobai's death was her. No, that's not right. This memory scene itself is problematic. It's very likely that the program team deliberately set it up like this to whitewash Yi Chen and discredit them. She wouldn't believe it. Yi Lan saw the criticism of her in the barrage. She pursed her lips and picked up the microphone. I just saw some viewers in the barrage saying that this is my fault. I am not someone who doesn't admit mistakes. If this is really my fault, I will admit it. I will also apologize. But the premise of this matter must be that the memories being played are true. The experts were stunned. The machine was being questioned again. It feels like they have gotten used to being questioned. They whispered a few words in the director's ear. After the director's team listened, it was conveyed to the host through the earpiece. Although the host was a die-hard fan of the four goddesses, she still had to occasionally comply with the director for work. She followed the director's instructions and asked, "Does Goddess Yunin not believe these memories are real?" Yi Lan replied, "It's not that I don't believe, I just have a skeptical attitude." The host said, "We also have a way to distinguish between true and false." In Yi Chen's memory, the faces of those four young men and women appeared. As long as we find them, we can prove whether these memories are real or fabricated. The host looked at the camera. We also ask for the help of the audience watching the live broadcast. If anyone knows these people, please call our program group's hotline and let us know. We will naturally report to the police and let them handle this matter. But this matter may take some time, so we can watch the next segment of the memory first. Watch and wait. What do you think, Goddess Yunin? Yi Lan said, "Okay, I agree. I believe the police will be fair and impartial." As for my next memory, when Yi Lan said this, she looked a bit embarrassed. Well, there's really nothing to hide. After all, those who know me well know. I was rebellious when I was young, and I was a very rebellious girl. Yi Lan was not like Yi Mei. She had a reputation as a child prodigy at a young age and even skipped grades. Countless teachers vied to have her as their student. If Yi Mei was seen as a good child in the eyes of others, and as the kind of look at others that others often said, then Yi Lan was her strong contrast, a direct antithesis. The host naturally had some understanding of Yi Lan's background. Goddess Yunin was indeed a bit mischievous when she was young. Yi Lan laughed carelessly. This is nothing that can't be said. I also admit that I was a very headache-inducing presence when I was young. I won't say much more, you'll see as you go along. 3 years had passed. As long as the three characters Yi Lan were mentioned, everyone would say, "Oh, are you talking about that hot-tempered, violent little chili pepper?" Yi Lan didn't look like a girl at all. She never wore dresses, nor did she have long hair. Instead, she chose to have a boyish crew cut. At this age, the child's gender characteristics were not obvious, so many people thought Yi Lan was a boy, and she often hung out with boys, except for her sisters. She didn't play with other girls. On this day, as soon as Yi Lan walked in, she saw her brother Wang Hai with a big bandage on his face. She frowned and went up to him. "Hi Z, what happened to your face? Who hit you?" Wang Hai was furious at the mention of this. "It's those few punks next door. They set up a trap on the road and ambushed me. I was caught off guard and got beaten by them." He gritted his teeth and said, forgetting about the injury on his face when he got excited, and grimaced even more when he touched the wound. When Yi Lan heard that her brother had been bullied, how could she bear it? "How dare someone bully my brother?" "Hi Z, don't worry, I'll go and settle the score for you tonight." Yi Lan really meant what she said. After school, she directly took Wang Hai to find the people who had beaten him. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, they are particularly hostile. As soon as they met, they didn't say much and just started fighting. Yi Lan's fighting style was very fierce, completely reckless. But in the end, she was still too young and not strong enough. She was quickly beaten down by the few people, covered in injuries. Naturally, Wang Hai couldn't avoid it either. Both of them were beaten down on the ground. The few young men sneered. "Wang Hai, I see you still haven't learned your lesson. How dare you find someone to attack us? Even more ridiculous, the person you found is such a shorty." "Ha ha ha." Yi Lan spat out the blood from her mouth. you're not allowed to insult my brother. Not only will we insult you, we will also beat you. What can you do about it? Wang Hai's face was bruised and swollen. He was about to speak to stop Yilan from arguing, but suddenly he saw a familiar figure running in the distance. He rubbed his eyes and finally recognized who the person running towards them was. Wang Hai was so scared that his face turned pale. He grabbed Yilan's hand. Jia, what should we do if Lao Su comes? Lao Su was their teacher. Hearing this, Yilan also looked towards the distance. Her expression also turned somewhat unpleasant. What else can we do? Let's run quickly. She grabbed Wang Hai's hand, staggered to get up from the ground, turned around and ran. The young people who had surrounded them were also afraid of Lao Su's presence. They scattered like a flock of birds and beasts. Lao Su saw this and quickened his pace. Don't run. Stop right there. 10 minutes later, Yilan and Wang Hai appeared in the office. Lao Su was pounding the table with a ruler. You ran, and you ran pretty fast, didn't you? Look at what you've done. You can even fight people. Yilan couldn't help but be angry. They were the ones who attacked Wang Hai first. Yilan, shut up. You're lucky. He was so angry that his eyes bulged. How many times is this already? If you don't cause trouble for me in a day, you can't rest easy, can you? Yilan pursed her lips and didn't speak. This time I will definitely call your parents over. I don't have parents. Then I'll call your brother over. I don't have a brother. You're still being stubborn. Just then, the door suddenly opened. Chen appeared at the door, slightly out of breath. What's wrong with my sister? You're her brother? He looked Chen up and down. Chen was wearing loose white jeans. The 15-year-old boy was already quite tall, and with his handsome face, he was like a school grass. Chen immediately saw the clothes on Yilan's body, with various marks of fighting. Her delicate and fair face was directly bruised. Chen's face immediately darkened. Who hit you? Yilan rolled her eyes directly, not even looking at him. Chen wanted to continue asking, but he was caught by the headmaster and scolded directly. Then he was told to take care of Yilan, and it took a long time before he was allowed to leave. When Chen left the office with the two of them, Yilan quickly distanced herself from him. Chen, you haven't answered my question yet. Who exactly hit you? Yilan's eyes were red, and she shouted at him, Who do you think you are? Do you really think you're my brother? Chen, do you think you're worthy? She stared at him fiercely, her eyes filled with nothing but resentment. Chen's voice had no fluctuation. How am I not your brother? Yilan sneered. You have no blood relation to me. You're just a wild seed my parents adopted from the orphanage. Chen, don't think you can control me. I don't need you to control me. Even if I die outside, I don't need you to help me collect my body. After saying this, Yilan ran away. Chen stood in place. A breeze blew past him. His oversized white t-shirt outlined his slender figure. The yellowed leaves fell into his shadow. He lowered his eyes slightly, with a self-deprecating smile on his lips. With a voice so light that only he could hear, he slowly spoke. Why be sad? Isn't this the path you chose for yourself? When you chose this path, you should have known. This path is destined to go against everyone else. They are all heading towards the light. And I am heading towards the darkness. Wang Hai felt the loneliness emanating from Chen. He suddenly had a feeling. The person in front of him was so lonely. He touched his head. Obviously, his IQ was not enough to understand what had happened between the two. Why was Chen like this? Wang Hai, this single-celled organism, had one advantage. That is, if you don't understand, don't think about it. He wanted to catch up with Yilan, but was stopped by Chen grabbing his collar. Chen had already adjusted back at this time, and the loneliness on his face was no longer visible. Can you tell me what's going on? Wang Hai had never dealt with Chen before. Now that he knew he was Yilan's brother, even though the two had just had a big quarrel, he couldn't remain silent. Brother, please don't blame Jia. In fact, it's all my fault. Wang Hai quickly explained the cause and effect of the matter. If it weren't for me, Jia wouldn't have gone to fight, and ended up getting beaten. He was very regretful. Why didn't he stop Yilan at that time? As a result, the headmaster knew about this matter. Chen fell silent for a while. You shouldn't have gotten involved in this kind of thing. Wang Hai, huh? Chen suddenly smiled, his eyes very gentle. Good children should always be good children, and bad children's matters should be left to the bad children to handle. In the future, if you encounter this kind of thing, don't tell my sister, tell me. I will handle it. Wang Hai was stunned for a moment before cautiously speaking. Big brother, do you mean you will help us? Chen patted his head. As a brother, isn't protecting your sister a matter of course? Don't continue to get involved in this matter with her. There are more important things in your lives than fighting. Fighting is ultimately not good. Chen was worried that Yilan would suffer. And not just suffer, what he was most worried about was that Yilan would become a person with violent tendencies from then on, and then play with some bad kids. If that's the case, it would be even more of a headache. Chen learned about those few people and their photos from Wang Hai. The next day, Chen was waiting outside the school gate for those 4 people. The 4 of them were indeed inseparable. They came out from inside, talking loudly and laughing. One of them had a wound on his face. Damn, that kid was really ruthless yesterday. My face still hurts today. This wild seed is really ruthless, doesn't care about his life at all. No, although we also beat her, I still can't swallow this anger. She injured my face like this. I can't let it go without getting back at her tenfold. I can't let go of this anger in my heart. Me too. Let's go. Let's go get her now. Yi Chen appeared expressionless in front of them. Who do you want to get? The four looked at Yi Chen, extremely puzzled. Who are you? What business is it of yours who we want to get? Get out of the way. Good dog. Yi Chen suddenly showed a smile without warmth at the corner of his mouth. Children, don't speak so aggressively. The person you want to get is my sister. Does that concern me? The man with the wound on his face laughed. Oh, we beat a little one, and now an old one is coming. Hilarious. Want to fight? Come on. We'll accompany you. I didn't say I wanted to fight. Yi Chen stood still and smiled lightly. Fighting and killing are not good. Let's have a duel between men. Not a fight, but a competition in any form. If you lose, promise me not to bother my sister again. The few of them were suddenly amused. They looked up and down at the extremely thin and weak Yi Chen, and the smile on their faces became more unrestrained. Why should I listen to you? Yeah, who are you? Why should we listen to you? Hilarious, get lost. It's a waste of time talking to you. Yi Chen remained motionless in his place, but he took out an iron rod from his backpack. It seems like you don't want to resolve this peacefully. Then we'll have to use force. Yi Chen also grew up from this age and naturally knew that people like this had a kind of inexplicable stubbornness. Today you hit me, tomorrow I must reclaim my dignity and hit you back. As long as I don't submit to you for a day, this conflict will never end. So the only way to completely put an end to this is to make him submit. Whether it's through fighting or other means, he must submit. Ha ha, you're cracking me up, trying to scare us with an iron rod. I learned to use this thing when I was 3. Funny, do you think we're afraid of you? Yi Chen listened to their words without speaking up. He just placed the iron rod horizontally in front of his chest, then gripped Yi Chen with his hands. With force, the iron rod slowly bent in the middle. Then completely, it bent at a 90-degree angle. Yi Chen had a gentle smile on his face. Shall we begin now? Several people. There's no need for this. Stop. We are the successors of the new society. We can't resort to violence like this. We have to live up to the bright scars on our chests. Perhaps there are other more suitable methods. In the terrified eyes of the group, Yi Chen smiled gently and spoke softly. So you want to resolve this peacefully? The group nodded in agreement. Yi Chen satisfactorily put the bent iron rod back in his backpack. The prepared props indeed came in handy. Well, let's settle this with a game. How do you want to compete? The group looked at each other, scratching their heads. They didn't know what to compete in when suddenly, a frightened voice from a boy nearby interrupted. Hey, move out of the way. Yi Chen caught a glimpse of a basketball flying rapidly towards them. He quickly reached out and blocked the basketball. It fell to the ground and bounced away. The boy with the injury brightened up. I've got it. Let's play a game of basketball. Yi Chen's expression turned somewhat strange. Are you sure you want to play basketball with me? Basketball. Since winning the world championship in his previous life, he hadn't played again. Thinking about it now, he felt a bit nostalgic. His strange expression was mistaken by the group as fear. Yes, let's play basketball. If you win in basketball, we won't bother your sister anymore. But you have to win against us. Yi Chen didn't want to bully the weak. Are you sure? I can tell you, I'm very good at basketball. The boy with the injury said, don't underestimate us. We're also very good. That's right. We've been practicing basketball for 2.5 years. Bring it on. The basketball court cleared out. Yi Chen looked at the 4 boys in front of him. Are you attacking or defending? The boy with the injury proudly raised his chin. You're alone. It's a bit unfair for us 4 to defend. So to prevent you from regretting later, we'll defend and you attack. Yi Chen's face showed a strange expression again. Are you sure you won't regret it? His specialty was attacking. We won't regret it. But wait, didn't we forget to mention what you have to do if you lose? Yeah, if we lose, we promise not to bother your sister anymore. But if you lose, what will you do? Yi Chen casually replied, anything, because he wouldn't lose. The boy with the injury squinted. If you lose, you have to kneel down and shout 3 times, Dad, I was wrong. Yi Chen smiled faintly. You can talk after you win. Ha, arrogant. Ha, overconfident. Ha, what the heck? Before they could finish their taunts, Yi Chen took 3 steps, jumped in place, and directly threw the ball into the basket. Perfect 3-point shot. You're not playing fair. We weren't even ready yet. Yi Chen has already taken the ball back into his hands. The villain dies from talking too much. Several people were annoyed. We need to take this seriously. You won't get another point from us. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Chen had already dribbled the ball to their front, faked a shot, then quickly turned around and jumped in place. He shot. Swish. Another 3-pointer. This is just a fluke. You won't have another chance to shoot next. Swish. Yet another 3-pointer. Several people felt their faces burning with anger. They wished they could slap themselves hard in the face. However, this was just the beginning. The next 5 minutes felt like Yi Chen's personal basketball show. Fadeaway jump shot. 360-degree spin dunk. Layup off the backboard. A series of fancy moves dazzled everyone's eyes. In the end, the four people even forgot that they were supposed to be defending. They just watched helplessly as Chen went crazy with his shots. As the final whistle blew, Chen also ended his personal show. He was breathing heavily, his body was exhausted, and even his stomach was a little sore, but he felt incredibly relieved in body and mind. You lost. Thud. Suddenly, all four people knelt down in front of him. Dad, can you teach us basketball? Dad, we were wrong. Dad, as long as you teach us basketball, we can do anything, even go through fire and water. Dad, I'm your son who's been wandering outside. Teach your son how to play basketball. Chen. He didn't have so many good sons, thank you. The barrage in the live broadcast room started to liven up. I have to say, cough cough, Chen looks so cool playing basketball. Help, isn't he the basketball prince in my ideal school? I have to admit, although Chen is a scumbag, he looks really handsome. Chen is not a scumbag. It's obvious in this memory segment that he wanted to protect Yilan. At the highest institution of learning, the physical education teacher jumped up excitedly. Chen's jumping ability is so strong, and his core strength, his hang time. He's a good seed for professional basketball games. He slapped his thigh hard. What a pity! What a pity! He lamented, why didn't he notice him back then? Otherwise, the basketball games now would be a whole different story. In the recording studio, Yilan smiled coldly and said nothing. Chen, you really are good at scheming. You actually thought of using this method to whitewash yourself in the show, modifying this memory segment to look like this. But, Chen, do you know where your biggest mistake lies? It's that you don't understand basketball at all. Yilan picked up the microphone. I'm sure everyone was very moved by what they just saw. They must think Chen is truly a good brother, coming to help me solve this problem when I was being bullied. I have to say, this memory segment was fabricated flawlessly. On one hand, it shows his love for his sister, and on the other hand, it showcases his basketball talent. Just with this short clip, he's turned into a flawless person. The host was a bit puzzled. What does Yilan mean by goddess rhyme? Yilan sneered. My point is, hasn't it already been made clear earlier? All these memories about Chen are fabricated lies. I don't believe it, because there's a huge mistake in this memory segment. The host's curiosity was completely piqued. Where is the mistake? Yilan said confidently, the huge mistake is that Chen doesn't understand basketball at all. From the beginning of my memory, I've never seen Chen touch a basketball. These shooting moves in the memory segment clearly require long-term practice. Chen has never even touched a basketball. How could he possibly play such beautiful shots? Yilan has a point. Not only that, sometimes he even gets out of breath from running a little faster. With his weak physique, can he really handle playing basketball so well? The host looked at the other three sisters. Have any of the three goddesses seen Chen play basketball? Yeju nodded. No, I have never seen him play basketball. Yeme was still troubled by the memories, looking quite disheveled. She had indeed never seen Chen play basketball, but at this moment, she didn't want to respond to the matter. She neither nodded nor shook her head. Yechu remained silent. Among the four sisters, she had been closest to Chen and had the most intimate memories. It seemed like there had been such a shadow in her memory. Chen had once taken her past a basketball court. At that time, Chen seemed to have let her sit on the side and played a game of basketball with her, but at that time, Yechu was really too young. She couldn't remember clearly. Yelan looked at her in confusion. Fourth sister? Yechu snapped out of her thoughts and bit her lip. I haven't seen him either. That memory was just too blurry. Since she couldn't remember clearly, it wouldn't hurt to go along with her second sister. Although Yelan was unhappy with Yeme's lack of response, she was already satisfied with the responses of the other two sisters. You hear that? None of us have seen Chen play basketball, so he probably can't play at all. Doesn't this prove that these so-called memories of Chen are actually fabricated? The director below was itching to argue. This was the biggest insult to their production team. Just as he was thinking about how to refute, the phone suddenly rang. If it's not important, hang up quickly. Director, don't hang up. There's a major development. They've found those teenagers who abused the cats. The director's eyes lit up instantly upon hearing this. What did you say? They've been found? Yes, they've been found. They're on their way here with the police. Very good, excellent. You follow up on this matter. There must be no mishaps. This concerns the reputation of our entire production team. Understood. I'll ensure the task is completed. After hanging up the phone, the director smiled. He picked up the microphone. Ahem, sorry to interrupt. Those teenagers who abused the cats have been found. They are currently being brought here by the police. Whether this memory segment is true or false, we'll be able to determine once they arrive. Yelan raised an eyebrow slightly. Oh, then I'll wait and see. She hadn't expected them to actually find those people. But so what? She believed, without a doubt, that she couldn't be wrong. Although they've been found, it will still take some time for them to arrive. We can continue with the program first. Yelan was very proactive, because the next segment of memories would be the treasure of all her memories. Just the thought of the boy who had once appeared in her life made a hint of blush appear on Yelan's face. She really wanted to see him again. to see the boy who had once shone so brightly in her life. The host naturally wouldn't stop a guest's request, of course. So, Yenin Goddess, do you have anything to say about the next segment? Yelan smiled, I do have something to say. The next segment of memories is an indispensable happy time in my life, and also a treasure in my memories. Although at first I felt despair and helplessness, and even had a moment of wanting to die. But in the end, this segment of memories that had brought me countless pain and despair, became incredibly warm because of the presence of that person. That was my beautiful 15. She looked at the big screen, her eyes filled with nostalgia. The setting sun sinks in the west. The gentle orange and purple colors blend romantically together, painting a beautiful picture in the sky. However, the scene before her does not match this beautiful scenery. Yilan tightens her lips, looking extremely vigilant as she faces 5 strong men and a young girl in front of her. Wen Yao, what are you trying to do? Wen Yao coldly looks at her and sneers, what do I want to do? Don't you know in your heart, you little slut? You do look pretty, though. Have you seduced many men with that face? Yilan suddenly realizes, you're here because of Wang Hai, aren't you? Although Wang Hai is a bit simple-minded, he is very handsome. He has the kind of looks that could make him a male god in the entertainment industry. Yilan has endured the jealousy of other female classmates during her years with him. Wen Yao grins, you're quite smart, but it's too late. After I ruin you, will Wang Hai still be with you all the time? As she finishes speaking, the 5 strong men are already sneering and closing in on Yilan. What's the best way to ruin a girl? Of course, it's to take away her innocence. Yilan clenches her fists tightly, glaring fiercely at them, don't come any closer. Otherwise, I won't be polite with you. Unfortunately, her threat is too small. Besides eliciting mocking laughter, it has no effect. Yilan is very aware of the power dynamics between them. She can't win. Yilan turns to run, but is immediately grabbed around the waist. Where do you think you're going? Play with us. Ha ha ha. In that moment, the fear in Yilan's heart can no longer be suppressed. Her mental defenses have collapsed. She cries out loudly, let go of me. Let go of me. Wen Yao, you'll have a miserable end. Her eyes are red, her hair is disheveled, and even her clothes have been torn. Meanwhile, the instigator stands by, smirking triumphantly. Curse me. The more vicious you are, the happier I'll be. I wonder if you'll dare to approach Wang Hai in the future. Wen Yao laughs smugly. Yilan is pushed to the ground, unable to struggle. Her eyes are filled with despair, emitting an air of hopelessness. Can anyone come and save her? Please, anyone. Please come and save her. Yilan closes her eyes in despair. Ah, who is this Wen Yao? How dare she treat the goddess like this? I'm so angry. Find this Wen Yao for me. I'll go and teach her a lesson, show her what a real treasure is. But didn't the goddess say that this memory is her treasure? How does this not fit with the beauty? In the live broadcast room, the audience is filled with indignation and confusion as the scene continues to play out. At this moment, Yilan is already feeling hopeless. It could even be said that she has experienced a kind of spiritual death. What's the point of living after this? Yilan closes her eyes in despair, waiting for the judgment that fate will deliver to her. Ah! A miserable scream makes Yilan instinctively open her eyes. What happened? When she opens her eyes, she sees that in the ongoing battle, a masked figure has appeared out of nowhere. The figure is dressed in all black and wears a comical clown mask. Yet, despite his comical appearance, he is the one saving her. Yilan stares dumbfounded at the black-clad masked clown, who is knocking down the burly men one after another with his fists. His punching speed is incredibly fast, and every blow lands solidly. The men are completely unable to defend themselves. Thud! 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 With the final punch, the 5 burly men have all passed out. He withdraws his bloodied fist and looks expressionlessly at Wen Yao. Wen Yao, who has been watching from the side, finally realizes something is wrong and screams, it's not me. It's not my business. The fear in her heart makes her body go weak. The eyes of this masked clown are so scary. It's like being targeted by the Grim Reaper. As long as he's happy, he can swing his black scythe at any time. Wen Yao dared not look directly at the masked clown anymore. Her body went weak, and she stumbled away. The masked clown didn't chase after her, but turned to look at Yelan, who was sitting on the ground. Yelan's clothes were very disheveled, revealing large patches of snow-white skin. Her delicate little face was full of tear marks, and her eyes were as red as a little white rabbit's. The masked clown approached her, and Yelan immediately shrank her shoulders in fear. After a moment of silence, the masked clown silently took off his coat and draped it over her. After doing all this, he turned to leave. However, as he turned, Yelan grabbed his clothes. Who are you? Why did you come to save me? Her voice still trembled, obviously not fully recovered from the previous scene. The masked clown didn't want to answer, but pulled his clothes. It didn't budge. Yelan held on tightly, as if she had grasped the only light in her life and was afraid that if she let go, the light would disappear. The masked clown knew that if he didn't speak at this moment, she wouldn't let go. He finally spoke. I think anyone who sees this situation would definitely intervene. His voice was hoarse, like it had been worn out, a sound Yelan had never heard before. Put on your clothes. Yelan subconsciously moved to obey him. but as she let go, she continued to hold on to him tightly. "Don't leave." The masked clown glanced at the 5 strong men lying unconscious on the ground. "Don't worry, they won't wake up." Yelon still held onto his clothes tightly. The masked clown seemed to sigh, and his hoarse voice softened even more. "Okay, I won't leave." Yelon burst into tears of joy. She quickly straightened her clothes and put on the masked clown's coat. The girl was as beautiful as a flower, and even more pitiful in her disheveled appearance, making people want to hold her and cherish her. "Whether you are kind or just acting on impulse, I want to thank you for saving me. Can you tell me your name?" The masked clown remained silent for a long time, and in the pleading gaze of the girl, he slowly spoke. "You can call me Clown." In the studio, Yelon looked at the big screen, where a black-clad figure wearing a clown mask showed a hint of shy expression. "This is the first time I've seen him, and from that day on, he forcefully occupied my heart." The host next to her seemed to have stumbled upon a big secret. "I remember. Yenin Goddess, you once said that you had a crush. Could it be him?" Yelon had a somewhat straightforward personality, leaning towards boys, so when it came to someone she liked, she wouldn't hide it like others. A long time ago, when she had just started competing, she had participated in an interview. In the interview, she was asked what type of boy she liked. Yelon directly revealed that she had a crush on someone, and that the person she liked was of that type. "Yes, that's right, the person I mentioned is him." At that moment, Yelon, with a slightly tender face and a shy blush, shed her previous anger. "I don't even know his real name, he has never told me, he just said his name is Clown. Even though I've known him for a long time, I've never seen his true face under the mask. But he was my first and only crush. He helped me a lot, and he's the one who introduced me to the world of esports." Yelon suddenly became excited. "At first, my skills weren't very good, he taught me. Without him, there wouldn't be the current global esports ranking first, Yelon." In the barrage, Yelon's fans were heartbroken one after another. "Although I have heard the goddess Yunin say that she has someone she likes, I always thought it was just something she made up. I used to think it was some man, but you told me he was wearing a mask. The goddess hasn't even seen his face clearly?" Goddess Yunin looks very hot-tempered, but she is actually just a person full of girlish heart. "I don't know why, but I have a strange feeling that this clown might be Yechen. The one in front." "Shut your mouth, thank you. No one will think you're mute if you don't speak." Yelon saw this barrage. She couldn't help but sneer. "Someone actually said the clown might be Yechen? Are you kidding? The clown just spoke earlier, and his voice is completely different from Yechen's. How much did Yechen pay for the water army? How much did he give you? If you have money, don't hide it. Let's all make money together." The clown is the most important person in her life, apart from her 3 sisters. He is also the only person she has ever liked. She absolutely will not allow anyone to smear the clown. It is even more unacceptable to associate with Yechen, this scum. Yelon's style and tone of speech are always very sharp, so when everyone heard it, they didn't think there was anything wrong. Instead, they just thought she was straightforward and honest. Yelon continued without hesitation. "By the way, have those few boys and girls who abused cats not arrived at the scene yet?" The director quickly picked up the microphone. "They are already in the car, and there is a bit of traffic on the way, so it may be a little slow." The host tried hard to get back on track. "So, shall we continue watching?" Yelon sat back in her seat. "Of course, you can continue. What you will see next may be one of the few times I acted foolishly." She also missed the clown a little. Since losing contact with him, she had never seen him again. It's good to see him in her memories now. No one knows. When Yechen in the basement saw this live broadcast, he was deeply shocked. "Yuyin likes me? No. It's not that she likes me, but she likes the me wearing the clown mask. It's natural that the person wearing the clown mask is him." That day, he happened to be working outside. He was wearing a clown mask. Just as he was about to get off work, he caught a glimpse of Yelon being followed by a few people out of the corner of his eye. He immediately sensed that something was wrong, so he followed them directly. And by the time he caught up, Yelon had already been pushed to the ground. Yechen was just glad he had followed up at that time. Without thinking, he punched the strong man directly. He rescued Yelon. After that, he did feel that Yelon seemed to be very attached to him, but at that time, he didn't think too much about it. Or maybe he just felt that Yelon might have developed some dependence on him. Yechen never regarded this feeling as a romantic one, so at this moment, Yechen was extremely shocked. He suddenly remembered something. No wonder. Cough cough. No wonder during that time, Yelon always had inexplicable accidents. If she had that kind of mindset, then everything made sense. It had been a week since Yelon encountered that incident, but she still hadn't completely recovered. It's not a psychological barrier, but a longing for someone. The man who wore a clown mask and covered his face so she couldn't see his features. Yelon was holding a pen, writing and drawing in her notebook. Yeju came over curiously. "Sister, what are you writing? It looks like a topographic map." Yelon looked at her. "Sister, let me ask you a question. Do you know the back mountain?" Yeju nodded. "Of course I know, that place is very remote, and ordinary people don't usually go there." "Sister, why are you suddenly asking this? Did something happen?" Yilan didn't answer her question, and suddenly slapped her on the shoulder, her eyes shining brightly. You're right. That place is extremely remote, and ordinary people would never easily go there. So the clown appearing there, it's definitely not a coincidence. Yizhu asked in confusion, Sister, what are you talking about? What clown? Yilan, however, was lost in her own thoughts. Yes, that's it. If it's not a coincidence, then it's definitely premeditated. But the fear on Wen Yao's face that day didn't seem fake, so the clown definitely couldn't be related to Wen Yao. Yizhu asked in confusion, tilting her head, completely unaware of what Yilan was talking about. After her brain raced, Yilan had come to a conclusion. Could the clown be secretly in love with me? Because he's in love with her, that's why he would follow her. And in seeing her in trouble, he would come to her rescue. It must be like this. Yes, the reason why Yilan thought this way was not because she was narcissistic. It's because this kind of thing had actually happened. Yizhu looked at her blankly. Who is the clown? But Yilan had already stopped paying attention to her, quickly packing her bag. I'm going out. I won't be back tonight. Yilan left in a hurry, leaving Yizhu looking bewildered. In the evening, at dinner time, Chen noticed that Yilan was not there. Where did Yilan go? No one answered him. The atmosphere became extremely tense. Chen said, you don't have to answer, as long as you're not worried about her. Yizhu put down her chopsticks. Stop jinxing. Second sister will be fine. She just went out to have fun. Chen looked at the clock on the wall. Went out. Where did she go? But the next moment, he didn't need to guess anymore, because Yilan came back dejectedly. When she ran out, Yilan was indeed very excited. But after wandering around for over an hour, she found a fatal problem. In her speculation, the clown was someone from the school. But now everyone had already gone home. He might have gone home too. So she came back. Yizhu was somewhat surprised to see her. Sister, didn't you go to find the clown? She guessed somewhat metaphorically that Yilan might be looking for someone called the clown, which was why she asked. Yilan was distressed. He might not be following me now. It might be pointless for me to go looking for him. Chen suddenly interjected. What are you going to look for? Yilan rolled her eyes directly. What's it to you? You talk too much. She flicked her ponytail and walked straight into the room, leaving Chen lost in thought outside. The next day, Yilan sneaked out of the school gate, constantly looking back, hoping to see the person she wanted to see from behind. But after walking for a long time, she still didn't feel anything unusual. Instead, a few young men nearby thought she had encountered something. Music school beauty, what's wrong? Do you need our help? Yilan directly refused. No need. After lingering on the road for a long time, she still didn't notice anything unusual. She squinted, lost in thought. Could it be that he didn't come out because I didn't encounter any danger? I have a way. She suddenly smiled triumphantly. 10 minutes later, Yilan appeared next to the bar. There were a few hooligans smoking there. Although Yilan had a hot temper and often got into fights, she was still a little scared when encountering hooligans. But in order to test whether her idea was correct, she bravely went forward to provoke them. You trash! The scum of society! What else can you do besides smoking here? Waste! Yilan successfully courted death. The hooligans who were originally smoking immediately threw down their cigarettes and looked at her with hostility. You little brat, what are you saying? Quite pretty. You've got some nerve. Little girl, do you know what you're saying? Yilan took a step back, a little scared, but still bravely taunted the clown. Calling you scum. What, you want to hit me? Come on then. Several thugs laughed. Then we'll grant your wish. Yilan closed her eyes in fear. Darkness fell, but there was no pain. Instead, she heard the thugs crying out in pain. Yilan opened her eyes and saw someone familiar. Clown, I knew it. You've been following me. I bet on it. On the big screen, Yilan excitedly grabbed the clown's clothes. The clown seemed to want to pull his clothes back, but no matter how hard he tried, Yilan wouldn't let go. He seemed to sigh. You did it on purpose. Not a question, but a statement. Yilan stuck out her tongue. So what if I did it on purpose? Anyway, you came. The clown didn't understand. Why? Yilan looked mischievous. Why so many whys? If you want to ask, I also want to ask why you deliberately followed me. The clown sounded helpless. I didn't deliberately follow you. If it weren't for hearing her words at home yesterday, he wouldn't have come out at all. He didn't expect to encounter this. Under the clown's mask, Chen sighed helplessly. Suddenly, he felt a hand grab his mask. Chen quickly held the mask to prevent it from being pulled off. Yilan's surprise attack failed, and her face fell. I thought I could successfully take off your mask. Chen quickly put the mask back on and made sure it wouldn't come off. What do you want? Yilan looked at him sullenly. Shouldn't I be the one asking you that? What do you want by following me? She looked around. You couldn't possibly be liking me, could you? Liking me what? No, no. Since you don't want to say it yourself, I won't force you. Anyway, I know what's in my heart. Chen felt a headache. Don't do this in the future. I won't be there every time. Even today, he only came because he heard her words yesterday. He had a lot of things to do. Yilan pouted cutely. Okay, I can promise you, but you have to promise me something first. Yi Chen asked. What? Yilan leaned in, with a big smile on her face. Take off your mask and let me see your face, then tell me your real name. Yi Chen smelled the faint fragrance coming from her and took a few steps back. Impossible. Yilan insisted. You must be ashamed. Ugly, aren't you? Yi Chen turned and walked away. Yilan quickly followed, like a little tail. Why aren't you talking? Clown, talk to me. Hey, are you from the same school as me? Yi Chen began to regret whether he should have chosen to solve it this way. Yilan also didn't know why she had been following him all this time. If it were usual, if someone dared to ignore her, she would have left long ago. After all, she was the school flower. Many people lined up to pursue her and gave her love letters. But this clown in front of her gave her a strange feeling, even though she couldn't see his face under the mask. Even the name was just a fake. But Yilan felt an incredibly strong sense of security from him. It was as if as long as this person was there, she could act as she pleased. Because no matter what she did, he would stand by her side. Studio. Yilan once again saw her somewhat foolish self in her memories, and her usually carefree face couldn't help but blush. She used to think those men were lapdogs. Now, watching this memory playback, she seemed more like a lapdog herself. The other three sisters also looked at her with deep meaning. They didn't know these memories. It turned out that their second sister had also had such a lapdog side. Yilan, rarely feeling uncomfortable being looked at, said, Don't look at me like that. The clown is really a very good man. As long as you keep watching, you'll know. At this time, the director's voice came through the host's earpiece. Those several cat abusers had been brought to the scene. The host expressed, The director just told me that in Yunin's memory, those several cat abusers have already arrived at the scene, and the police are here too. This sentence came out. Yilan immediately put her shyness aside and looked inexplicably in her eyes. She hadn't expected that the program team would actually bring these people over. After all, the memories were fabricated, and the program team couldn't possibly have brought these people over. In Yilan's heart, the program team was now on the same side as Chen. Since they're here, let's bring them on stage. She wanted to see. With the police here, how could these people lie? Several people were brought up by the police uncle. This incident happened more than 10 years ago. They were now in their 30s. Partying in the bar, they never expected that they would be reported and arrested for a cat abuse incident from more than 10 years ago. What's wrong with abusing cats? It's not like it's bothering anyone. It's not like they killed someone. They're just a few animals. Why do these people like to meddle in so many trivial matters? They felt indignant but couldn't resist. More than 10 years had passed, and their appearances had naturally changed a lot. But they could still vaguely see some shadows. The police spoke in a very fair tone. We have compared the previous photos and identity data with several people, and it is indeed them. So, let's begin now. The police took out a screenshot from the memory scene, which was a scene of several people abusing cats. I now ask you, do you acknowledge the behavior you carried out in this picture? Several people looked at each other. Then they all spoke together. We don't acknowledge it. We never did such a thing. Rewind to an hour ago. Several people were partying in the bar as usual. Halfway through the party, their companion called them down from the stage. Lao Ho, stop dancing. You've got trouble. Lao Ho staggered down from the stage, smiling and approaching them. We've been behaving so well recently, how could we have gotten into trouble? Look at this live broadcast. Lao Ho brought a glass of wine and casually took a sip. What live broadcast? Why do you look so pale? He looked at the live broadcast. The live broadcast showed them happily capturing Xiaobai. Lao Ho immediately frowned. What is this? His companion explained to him, this is the hottest show, Celebrity's Childhood. What's being broadcast now is Yilan's childhood memories. But all of this is not important. What's important is that your memories are now exposed. Everyone knows about your cat abuse. Having played with them for so long, their companion naturally knew about their quirks. Because this show has a wide and strong influence. So the police have already started investigating. Lao Ho and the others' faces changed suddenly. Are they crazy? They're calling the police for such a small matter. The companion was very worried. Now is not the time to talk about this. They are coming to get you, and they will definitely bring you to the show. Old Ho was annoyed. Damn, what is all this about? Brother, the glamorous woman next to them spoke up. This can be easily resolved. We just need to hide and not let them find us. A glint appeared in the companion's eyes. No, I think it's best for you not to hide at this time. The glamorous woman said, not hide? Are you trying to get us killed? The companion said, don't worry, listen to me. This Yilan obviously doesn't believe this memory is real. When you go on stage, all you have to do is deny it. She will definitely believe you. Old Ho still didn't understand. So what? What's in it for us? The companion looked at them helplessly. Are you guys stupid? This show is so popular right now. The live audience reaches 500 million. As long as you show your face on this show, you will be noticed by countless people. Don't you have your own live room? After this incident, your fans will definitely increase. Then you can easily get endorsements and advertisements. Lots of advertising fees. The glamorous woman's mind was quick, and she already understood. You mean Yelan doesn't admit it, so as long as we do as she says, she will definitely stand on our side? Yes, that's right. The companion raised his thumb. Don't be afraid of this memory exposure. As long as you firmly assert that it's fake, they won't be able to do anything to you. After all, only the four of you know about this. The four looked at each other, all calculating whether this could work. The companion spoke up at the right time. Think about it, the advertising money you'll make after becoming popular. This popularity is priceless. If you want to make money, you have to take some risks first. Old Ho looked at the other three. What do you think? Are you in or not? I think this is indeed feasible. If we can ride on this wave of popularity, we can immediately become top broadcasters. Getting rich is no longer a dream. The group finally looked at each other. They all understood in their hearts. Let's do it. Just 5 minutes after they made their vow, they were taken away by the police. Watching their backs, the companion ordered a cocktail from the bartender. He took a sip leisurely and sneered, "Idiots! How could you believe me? You're so stupid, you deserve to be in jail. Once I get rid of you, I can ride on this wave of popularity and become a top broadcaster. Money like this is just within reach, isn't it? Ha ha ha." Back to the present. Studio. Old Ho and the others looked particularly righteous. This is definitely slander. We are all good young people in society, and we definitely couldn't have done such a thing. This is a blatant insult to our character. It's definitely a case of altered memories. Every time they spoke, Yelan's smile couldn't help but brighten. See, her analysis was correct. These extra scenes were the show's attempt to whitewash Chen. These four have already admitted it. They admitted that they didn't do that thing. Yelan picked up the microphone with a smile. When I saw you, I didn't think you were the kind of people who would do such a thing. The show's team is really too much. They actually slandered you like this. The show's team can't get away with this without an explanation. Old Ho was delighted. Indeed, Yelan was on their side. So as long as they stick to their denial, no one can do anything to them. The glamorous woman instantly became dramatic. Little sister, it seems like you're a good person. You know we've been wronged. We four have always been law-abiding good young people, and have never done such a thing. We have no idea how this could happen. Why would someone frame us like this? Sob. The seductive woman shed tears. The other three also followed suit. Yes, we have always been law-abiding, and we especially love small animals. It's impossible for us to be so cruel to them. There are several cats in my house. If I were the kind of person who abuses cats, why would I keep them? We never expected that we would be falsely accused like this. Little sister, you have to speak up for us. Yelan looked at the production team. You heard how they all spoke. Now that things have come to this, do you have anything else to argue about? Both the director and the experts were infuriated. The director was naturally upset about this groundless accusation, and the experts were angry because Yelan suspected them of using high-tech means to collude with the production team. The director insisted, we did not fabricate these memories. These are all Yi Chen's memories. Yelan sneered, oh, is that so? Then bring Yi Chen here and let me see him wearing the memory extractor. The director. Yelan coldly laughed. What's wrong? Can't you bring him on stage? Why not? The reason is simple. It's because these memories were originally fabricated by you. You and Yi Chen are in this together. The expert group was really furious. They snatched the microphone and said, you say we fabricated these memories? But in Yi Chen's memories, there is Dean Zhou, and the person who was caught as evidence. Even if memories can be falsified, can we make them lie for us? Yelan said, 7 parts truth, 3 parts falsehood, is the easiest to deceive people, because it makes it hard to distinguish between truth and falsehood. The production team and the expert group were furious. They had never seen such shameless people. Just then, a weak voice slowly sounded. Is there a possibility to put the memory extractor on these people? The expert group suddenly turned their heads and saw a staff member cowering at the back of the crowd. Yes, memories don't lie. As long as we check the memories, we can know whether they are telling the truth or not. The director's eyes also lit up. That's right. That's it. He picked up the microphone and looked towards the stage. Our production team absolutely did not fabricate anything. And we absolutely did not collude with Yi Chen. Since you now suspect that these memories have been fabricated, then we have a method to distinguish. That is to put the memory extractor on them. Lao Ho was suddenly flustered. He forced himself to calm down. We haven't done anything wrong. Why should we listen to you and wear this memory extractor? Yes, we are not criminals. The director said, as long as you have nothing to hide in your hearts, you won't be afraid to wear it. The four still wanted to resist. But Yelan said, you have never done such a thing. There's no need to be afraid of memory extraction. I support you. They had already stepped onto the stage. If they continued to refuse, it would only make people suspect that they had something to hide. Their resistance was futile, and they were forced to wear the memory extractor. The memories of their actions appeared on the big screen. It was an abandoned house. On a table, a small white cat was tightly bound by them. The young seductive woman held a needle and walked over with a smile. Kitty, let's play a game. The following scene shocked and angered everyone. These 4 people were completely mentally deranged, subjecting the small cat to various forms of torture. It was simply cruel and despicable. Watching the extracted memories, the faces of the several people turned pale. After half an hour of torture, they left the barely alive small white cat in a remote place and left with a laugh. When the memories finished playing, all the audience fell into silence, then suddenly erupted. Oh my god, these people are too twisted. How could they treat a cute little cat like this? Their behavior is simply despicable. I strongly suggest they be humanely destroyed. Disgusting. It's too disgusting. Yilan's expression was equally bad, even one could say it was pale. She looked at them with a cold look. You lied to me? How could Lao Ho and the others dare to admit it? The enchanting woman was the first to react. It's a mistake. We're innocent. Since the production team has long wanted to smear us, create those fabricated memories, then they must have also prepared these memories of cat abuse. We didn't do such a thing. Lao Ho also realized, yes, that's right, these memories are not ours. This is a setup by the production team. We absolutely did not do such a thing. The production team and the expert group were once again furious. Indeed, shameless people are invincible. They actually want to deny what they have done. Yilan looked at them coldly. Did you prepare these false memories in advance? The director wished he could disembowel himself to prove his innocence. You're talking nonsense. Why would we do that? The expert group also slammed the table in anger. We absolutely did not fabricate memories like this. At this moment, the director and the expert group secretly reached a subtle understanding. They had to stand with Chen. Alright, stop. The police spoke. Whether it's true or false, we will investigate. Don't engage in these pointless arguments. Yilan looked at the 4 people. You can rest assured. You have been wronged. I will not let them succeed. I will seek justice for you. The 4 of them breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, as long as they firmly deny having done these things, then even with memory extraction, there is nothing to fear. They exuded a fiery light in their eyes. Once this matter is over, they can attract fans with this heat. They can even sell a wave of sympathy and strive for goodwill. The calculations in their hearts were very loud, and they almost couldn't help but burst into laughter on the spot. The production team was itching with anger. The director's head was spinning even more. Investigation. 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 Who knows how long this investigation will take? By the time the results come out, the daylilies will have cooled. Are they really going to watch these despicable people succeed? When they were itching with anger, the nearby staff suddenly jumped up excitedly. Director, we're saved. Look at this real-time hot search. The director said impatiently, hot search. What hot search? I don't have the mood to look at hot searches right now. No, director. This is our hope. The staff held up the phone to the director. The director looked over impatiently. On the phone screen was a live broadcast. The expression of the live broadcast host looked very anxious. Everything I just said is true. I also wanted to call the production team and provide my clues, but my call never got through. Helplessly, I started the live broadcast to increase the heat, to make the production team notice me and answer my call. Please, if anyone is at the scene, can you tell the director for me? I really have very important evidence to prove that they did not lie. Those 4 people are habitual cat abusers. The director was extremely excited. Is what he said true? Does he have evidence? Quickly contact him. Let him bring out the evidence. The staff received the message and immediately went to execute the task. The response was very quick, and several photos were sent out to prove that he was not lying. After seeing these photos, the director felt a sigh of relief. Okay, these people are teaming up to play me. Call him. Tell him we will broadcast his live stream on our big screen. Want to play with me? Drag me down? Let's see if you have the ability. The director picked up the microphone. You say our memories are fake, just because you think we have no evidence? But while man is doing, heaven is watching. To want people not to know, unless one does not do it oneself. We have evidence of you abusing cats, proving that we did not fabricate memories. The 4 people didn't believe it. The memory extractor was already their last resort. What else could they do? And at this time, the big screen that was originally playing memories suddenly connected to a live broadcast. The anchor looked panicked. Have we already connected to the production team? I see it. Oh my god, I'm so panicked. Yilan frowned. Director, what do you mean by this? The director was confident. He is the one providing evidence. The anchor was obviously also watching the live broadcast of celebrity's childhood. He nodded frantically. Yes. I have evidence of the 4 of them abusing cats. I will prove that all 4 of them are lying. Lao Ho was shocked. Lao Sun, you little traitor. What do you want to do? Damn, you're playing betrayal. The anchor justified himself. What betrayal? I am standing on the side of justice. In fact, I know the 4 of them. So I know they have a disgusting little habit, which is to abuse cats and dogs. I secretly filmed them abusing small animals. I used to consider handing it over for inspection, but they are my friends after all, so I have been hesitating and struggling. But now, the anchor Lao Sun's face was full of righteousness. I think by doing this, I am promoting their evil ways. I am reporting them with my real name. Next, I will show everyone the process of them abusing small animals. If anyone feels psychologically uncomfortable, they can close my live broadcast. He took out his phone, opened the video inside, and started playing it. In countless videos, these people have been abusing small animals. The twisted expressions, as well as the tools and methods of abuse, were exactly the same as the images extracted from the memories. When all the videos were played, the anchor took back his phone. These videos of mine have not been synthesized or faked in any way. I can hand them over to the police for verification. At the same time, I also want to say something to my past self. We cannot let our friends or family make mistakes. Reporting to the Public Security Department in a timely manner is still the best result for them. Lao Ho and the other three were completely devastated. Lao's son, you despicable person. You brought us here, obviously with ill intentions. I should treat you the same way I treat those animals. They wished they could rush into the live broadcast room and drag Lao's son out to beat him. And their behavior just happened to prove that all of this was true. The police immediately stepped forward and restrained them all. If you have anything to say it at the police station. Take them all away. The director shook hands with the police comrades. I will leave the next steps to you comrades. I believe that justice will never be absent. The police, we will naturally handle the case impartially. The four were taken away. The studio returned to silence. Yi Lan's expression at this time was indiscernible. Those memories were not fabricated. What did this mean? It meant that there was indeed someone else abusing cats, and Yi Chen did not do anything to Xiaobai. At that time, he was really just rescuing Xiaobai. Yi Lan's heart was shaken for the first time. Could it be that Yi Chen was really like he showed to the eldest sister? Everything he did was for their good? No, the third sister was made autistic by him. Just this alone, Yi Chen could not be whitewashed. And while Yi Lan was thinking, Yi Mei patted her on the shoulder. Second sister, I'm going to the bathroom. Yi Lan nodded, okay. Ye Mei expressed her apologies to the audience and then left the stage. However, in reality, Ye Mei did not go to the restroom after leaving the stage. She looked a bit pale, even her delicate red lips had lost their color. They knew too little about Ye Chen. Or perhaps, they simply didn't want to know him at all. In their stereotypical impression, Ye Chen was always a scum and a waste. So when those things were broadcasted, their instinct was to choose not to believe. Denial after denial, mockery after mockery. It all stemmed from her unwillingness to believe that her success actually came from Ye Chen, the scum and waste of a person. But, from the light that spoke in the hospital, to Shadow Teacher, and finally to dust, Ye Mei completely broke down. Everything that exists must leave a trace. In her memory, Ye Chen once gave them a bank card. She chose not to believe it before, but now, she was going to investigate this bank card. And dust. Who is his true identity, she will also investigate. Ye Mei sorted out her chaotic thoughts, picked up her phone, and made a call. The audience in the live broadcast room felt like they were not watching Celebrity's Childhood, but rather a large-scale detective suspense drama. The plot twists were just unbelievable. You couldn't predict the future at all. Damn, completely damn. I feel like this show shouldn't be called Celebrity's Childhood, just call it Celebrity's Detective Time. I am just a grass growing on the wall, swaying wherever the wind blows. As a pure bystander, not a fan of the four girls, seeing this plot twist, I happily opened a bottle of cola and started eating melon seeds. From all the memories I've seen so far, Ye Chen is not a scum, just a big victim, raising these four ungrateful sisters. The one before, I really like your barrage, remember to DM me. The fans of the four girls were shocked, so at this time, they did not come out to type on the keyboard. Let's shout keyboard. The rare rational netizens occupied the barrage. Studio. The host saw Yelan's confused look and felt a little worried. Goddess Yunin, are you okay? Yelan suppressed her chaotic thoughts. Of course, I'm fine. Host, can you continue? Of course. Yelan paused for a moment. I said before, the clown has helped me a lot, not only because he brought me into the esports circle, but also because he led me out of the darkness. And before that, to describe me as ignorant and incompetent, there is nothing wrong with it. The host obviously also understood this point and immediately said, I heard Goddess Yunin say before, you were very confused at the age of 15, right? Yelan's eyes showed a hint of reminiscence, and she self-deprecatingly smiled, yes. And not just confused, but also rebellious and fallen. You can probably guess from the memories you've seen before, I was a troublemaker. Almost half of the words used to describe a bad girl apply to me. Yelan was the most rebellious among the four sisters, because, during that time, she was too lonely. But Goddess, you still came out. That's great. The host cheered her on. In order to prevent Yelan from sinking into depression, the host deliberately brought up Ye Chen. After all, the goddess hated Ye Chen, and mentioning him would probably prevent her from sinking into depression. But I heard the goddess say before, Ye Chen has been obstructing you on your path to learning esports? Yelan frowned slightly, not attacking as she did at the beginning. Their memories were filled with a kind of strangeness from beginning to end. Every time they thought something was natural, it would be instantly contradicted when the memories were played. At first, Yelan thought this was a trap set by the production team, deliberately falsifying memories to whitewash Ye Chen. However, with more and more facts in front of her, she began to waver. Yi Chen's performance in front of them was completely different from her true motives. Yi Lan organized her thoughts and used a conservative tone. Not as excited as at the beginning, she sneered, "Yes, that's right." After saying these 4 words, Yi Lan didn't want to continue speaking. The host also understood and quickly moved on to the main topic. So now, let's enter the childhood memories of the goddess of rhyme. Let's see what happened back then. 1 o'clock in the morning. The sky was full of stars. In the Steel City, nearly half of the lights had been extinguished. The night wind was particularly cold, and Yilan shivered as she wrapped her coat tightly and went upstairs. When she reached the door, she unexpectedly saw light spilling out from inside. Yi Lan's eyes brightened. Could it be that my elder sister, or one of my younger sisters, has come back? With a hint of excitement, she opened the door. The hall had a dim, energy-saving light. The light was dim, only able to illuminate a vague silhouette, but it was a stark contrast to the darkness outside the door. Yi Lan looked excitedly at the room of her third sister. The room was dark. There seemed to be no trace of any of them having come back. The light in Yi Lan's eyes dimmed instantly. They didn't come back. That's right. My sisters are all so busy. How could they have time to come back? I used to be the one who was abandoned. Ha! Yi Lan knew that her elder sister was very busy. Busy with her studio, it was possible for her not to come back for a month. And her third and fourth sisters were also very busy. They entered the entertainment industry together and were in a period of development and struggle, even busier than her elder sister. Among the 4 sisters, the one who was the most idle, the most aimless, turned out to be her. Yi Lan sneered and laughed, not even wanting to change her shoes, and went straight to her room. At that moment, a door opened. In the dim light, Yi Lan saw clearly the person who opened the door. Yi Chen. The 22-year-old youth was incredibly tall. The dim light still couldn't hide his handsomeness. "You're back." Yi Lan's drooping fingers moved slightly, and her nose felt a little sour. Although she disliked Yi Chen, at this moment, she suddenly felt grateful and touched that at least someone was waiting for her at home. But this trace of emotion quickly disappeared. She subconsciously wanted to scold him. "What does it have to do with you when I come back?" Yi Lan snorted and went straight into her room, slamming the door shut. Not long after she closed the door, there was a knock on the door. Yi Lan didn't want to answer, but the person outside the door was very patient and didn't stop. She threw herself onto the bed, covered her ears with the blanket, not wanting to listen. But the knocking continued. Finally, Yi Lan couldn't stand it anymore, pulled back the blanket, got out of bed with an angry face, and opened the door. "Yi Chen, are you crazy? Why are you knocking on the door so late at night?" Yi Chen's face blended into the dim light outside, and his expression couldn't be seen clearly. "Go take a shower," Yi Lan stubbornly retorted. "Why should I listen to you? I won't shower, I won't shower. Yi Chen, you stink." Yi Lan was furious. "Yi Chen, what did you say? You're the one who stinks." What she couldn't tolerate the most was others saying that she stank. Yi Lan angrily went to the wardrobe, took a set of clean clothes, and walked back to the door. "Get out of the way, I'm going to take a shower." Yi Chen stepped aside, and Yi Lan snorted, then ran straight into the bathroom. She turned on the tap and buried herself in the bathtub. Then, she couldn't help but cry. Her voice was suppressed, and the sound of water covered her crying. "Damn it, why am I so useless? I'm not good at doing business like my eldest sister, not good at acting like my third sister, and not good at writing and composing like my fourth sister. I used to be a waste." Sob. I never thought that the goddess of rhyme would doubt herself like this. In fact, no matter who it is, standing in the position of the goddess of rhyme at that time would also collapse. Among the sisters, I am the most useless. It's too painful. Yes, I would also have a bad attitude if I were in your shoes. Studio. The other 2 sisters never knew that the second sister had such doubts about herself. They were really too busy at that time, so busy that they had very little time to go home. So they had no time at all to pay attention to Yi Lan's mental and emotional state at that time. And Yi Lan never told them about these things. In their eyes, Yi Lan has always been like a boy, with a carefree personality, as if she doesn't care about anything. The second sister felt very guilty. "Second sister, I'm sorry, I didn't realize how much you were suffering at that time. Second sister, I'm also at fault. I was too busy writing and composing, and I ignored you." Yi Lan waved her hand indifferently. "These things have passed. There's no need to dwell on them. I know you have me in your hearts, and that's enough." But, Yi Lan glanced at the stage below. The eldest sister said she was going to the bathroom. Why hasn't she come back for so long? Where is Ji Mei? Naturally, she is waiting for news in the rest area. Every minute and every second sitting in the rest area is torture for her now. She doesn't know what she is waiting for, or rather, what result she is hoping for. But, Yi Mei knows that she must know the truth. Just then, Yi Mei's phone suddenly rang. The person calling her was the subordinate she had sent out to gather information. Yi Mei's heart suddenly started beating faster. Looking at the phone in her hand, she felt extremely anxious. Answer, or not. The phone kept ringing tirelessly, and Yi Mei kept adjusting her breathing. Finally, she made up her mind, and with sweaty palms, she answered the call. Putting it to her ear, "Has the result come out? Is there a bank card in my and my sister's name?" Yi Mei's voice trembled. The other person said something, and Yi Mei's face suddenly turned extremely pale. The phone in her hand also fell to the ground because she couldn't hold it. Then, she closed her eyes, and tears streamed down her face. On the big screen in the studio, the footage continued to play. The timeline has now passed a day. Yi Lan slept in late. She yawned, ran her fingers through her messy hair, and went straight out of the living room in her white silk nightgown. There was no one in the house. Yi Lan was already used to it, and numbly went to the bathroom to freshen up. Her stomach kept growling. She wanted to cook a packet of instant noodles, but when she opened the pot, she saw dumplings inside. Yi Lan paused for a moment, intending to ignore it, but she saw a note next to the dumplings. The dumplings are mine, don't touch them. Chen. Yi Lan's attitude, which was originally intended to ignore it, changed in an instant. You say I can't touch them, then I will. Not only will I touch them, I will eat them all. Yi Lan couldn't help but feel triumphant at the thought of Yi Chen's wonderful expression when he came back and saw that the dumplings were gone. She set the instant noodles aside, heated the dumplings, and ate them all with vinegar. Yi Lan patted her satisfied, round belly. She didn't wash the bowl and chopsticks, leaving them on the table, afraid that Yi Chen wouldn't see them when he came back. Yi Lan, content, changed into a sexy black outfit and left the room. She hummed a song and headed to the bar, familiar with the route. However, halfway there, she suddenly stopped in her tracks. She stared blankly at the person standing at the corner. Yi Lan subconsciously bit her lip, and her emotions instantly overwhelmed her rationality. On the young and tender face, 2 tears streaked down. Yi Lan felt it and wiped them away forcefully. Then she looked at the person in front of her with great anger. Why are you here again? Didn't you say you wouldn't bother with me anymore? The person standing in front of her was dressed in all black, with a clown mask on his face, making it impossible to see his face clearly. It was none other than Chen. The clown remained silent for a moment, then handed her a tissue. Don't cry, it's not pretty for a girl to cry. Yi Lan didn't take it. Who asked for your opinion? Anyway, you didn't want to bother with me in the first place. This is better. Chen said, I never said I didn't want to bother with you. It was just because he had been too busy lately. He was a bit overwhelmed. That's why he had reduced his appearances in this role. Yi Lan didn't listen to him and turned to leave. She felt so wronged. She didn't have many friends to begin with. Her sisters were all busy with their own affairs, and that boy Wang Hai had recently found a girlfriend. She had become alone, so alone. And that damn clown. He never showed up. Didn't he like her? Who likes someone like this? Chen had a headache. He didn't know how to deal with a rebellious teenage girl. He could only silently follow behind her. Yi Lan was angry and turned to leave. She had already made up her mind that as long as the clown explained to her and comforted her a little, she would forgive him generously. But this clown was still as awkward as before. He didn't know how to comfort people at all. Yi Lan had to stop in anger, intending to speak up awkwardly. But before she could say anything, she ran into some people from school. Several boys were very excited to see her. The beauty of the music school. The beauty of the music school, what a coincidence. We actually met on the street. Yi Lan instinctively frowned. She didn't like these boys at all, and didn't want to talk to them. After greeting her, the boys saw Chen wearing a clown mask. Then, they looked at Yi Lan, whose eyes were red and frowned, and instantly understood what was going on. They immediately stood between the two of them. Hey, you freak! How dare you follow our music school beauty? Wearing a clown mask in broad daylight? Can't stand to be seen by people? In broad daylight. You dare to stalk. Brother, you're bold. Ugh, are you looking for trouble? They spoke righteously, as if they had become righteous warriors in that moment. But in reality, what they were thinking was, music school beauty. Did you see that? Did you see my upright and righteous figure? Let me be your boyfriend. I will definitely protect you. Chen didn't say anything, but Yi Lan was about to be driven crazy. Get lost. What's it to you? He's my friend, not some random person like you guys said. At this point, Yi Lan didn't even have time to be angry, and she directly hugged Chen's arm. Clown, let's go. Don't pay attention to these people. She pulled Chen away. The remaining people looked at each other. Wait, who is that clown? How could he get so close to the music school beauty? You're not getting the point. The music school beauty just hugged him. Am I going to be heartbroken? On the other side, after they had walked away, Chen quietly pulled his arm away. Yi Lan had hugged him tightly just now, and he had felt her warmth directly. The girl's fragrance lingered in his nose. When Chen pulled his arm back, Yi Lan realized how inappropriate her actions had been. She coughed awkwardly and stammered, I just wanted to pull you away. Chen, The atmosphere became awkward. Yi Lan suddenly didn't know what to say. But Chen was thinking about something else. He had actually heard it last night. He had heard Yi Lan sobbing in the bathroom. He had heard her doubting whether she was a waste. And indeed, Yi Lan was not particularly talented in her studies. Chen thought about her favorite thing was going to the internet cafe. A deep thought appeared in his eyes. Maybe he could let Yun Yin's sister learn to play esports. Yi Chen stopped in his tracks. Yelan, do you want to go to the internet cafe together? In the live broadcast room, netizens were expressing different opinions. Is this what Junin Goddess said? Did the clown bring her into the esports circle? Yi Chen is really excessive. He cooked dumplings and didn't let the goddess eat. Exactly. He should let her eat. He's so stingy. No, am I the only one who ate dog food in this memory? Who is this clown? If he's a man, he should take off his mask. I don't accept the goddess being taken away by him. The cold and damp basement. Yi Chen couldn't hold on anymore and wanted to close his eyes. After the rain, the environment in the basement became even worse. The air was filled with a decaying and damp smell. He was really tired. Just as he was about to close his eyes, the long silent phone suddenly rang. It was the notification sound of a text message. How could someone send him a message at this time? Yi Chen reached out his thin hand and picked up the phone beside him. The screen showed a notification message. However, when Yi Chen saw this notification, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. This text message was, "Recording studio." Yelan looked at the memories and felt extremely embarrassed. Cough cough cough. Who hasn't done something stupid in their youth? Her previous self was really stupid. Stupid to the point that even she couldn't bear to watch. Yet Yujia's attention was not on the screen. She glanced at her watch. It had been almost half an hour. Why hasn't Big Sister come back yet? Even if she went to the bathroom, she wouldn't take this long. Yujia felt something was wrong. She pulled Yuju's arm and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear. Big Sister has been in the bathroom for almost half an hour. I'll go see what's going on. Yuju immediately nodded. Okay, go see if Big Sister is in trouble. The camera was not on her at the moment, so Yujia didn't speak and quietly left the stage. After leaving the stage, Yujia went straight to the bathroom. The women's bathroom was empty. Where was Yume? Big Sister is not in the bathroom. Where did she go? Yujia went to the staff area and asked, "Have you seen my big sister?" The staff shook their heads. No, didn't Yunshi's sister say she went to the bathroom? Yujia didn't want to cause trouble, so she didn't mention her discovery, but just smiled. Well, I was just asking. After she left, she took out her phone and tried to call Yume. But as she passed by Yume's rest area, she heard crying from inside. This crying was clearly from Big Sister. Yujia twisted the doorknob to go in, but found the door was locked. She could only knock on the door. Big Sister. Big Sister, what's wrong? Open the door. The crying inside stopped for a moment. Then Yume's voice came, I'm fine. Yujia didn't believe it and knocked more urgently. Big Sister, please open the door. There was silence inside again. After a minute, Yume opened the door. As soon as the door opened, Yujia saw her big sister's face, which was as red as if she had been crying. After entering the room, Yujia quickly closed the door and looked at her with concern. Big Sister, what's wrong with you? Why are you crying like this? Yume bit her lip and forced a smile. I said, I'm fine. Yujia's brain was spinning rapidly. Is it because of Yi Chen? Now, only this person could make Big Sister's state of mind collapse like this. Yujia frowned. Big Sister, Yi Chen is just a scumbag. Why are you crying for such a scumbag? For the first time, Yume defended Yi Chen. Don't say that about him. Yujia was extremely shocked. Big Sister, what's wrong with you? How can you stand on Yi Chen's side? Have you forgotten how Yi Chen treated us? He constantly oppressed, mocked, and belittled us, and even caused our third sister to become autistic. If it weren't for our third sister's strength in overcoming that incident, she would still be hiding in the house. Big Sister, are you really going to defend such a scumbag? Yume's chest heaved with anger, her tight-fitting suit barely containing her. He's not a scumbag. Yiju's face turned cold. Big Sister, do you believe those memory images, thinking that he's actually innocent and did everything for our own good? Big Sister, can a person pretend for 18 years? Is Yi Chen a fool? Why did he do this? Can't he do things for our good openly? Yiju wanted to continue, but Yume stopped her. Enough, don't say anything more. Yume had regained some composure. She wanted to tell Yiju about the things she had investigated, but after thinking it over, she chose to give up. The shadow Yi Chen had cast on them was just too heavy. Even if she told Yiju, she might not believe it. Just like before, when she saw those reversed memories. Even if the naked truth was right in front of her, she would instinctively want to deny it. Let her sisters find out the real Yi Chen through their memories. After organizing her thoughts, Yume exuded the powerful pressure of a CEO of a $100 billion company. I will investigate what kind of person Yi Chen really is. My memories have been extracted. I can skip the next program. You go to the program, don't mind me. After adjusting her attire, Yume left in high heels. Yiju was furious. That damn Yi Chen. Just because you used this tactic, don't think you can whitewash yourself. You may deceive Big Sister, but you can't deceive us, the three sisters. Just wait. I will definitely find out your hypocritical mask. On the big screen in the studio, the memory scene played again. Yi Chen took Yilan to an internet cafe and booked a private room. The room was small, with only 2 computers. Yilan hesitated at the door. Yi Chen looked puzzled. Yilan's delicate face blushed. Is it just the 2 of us? Yi Chen misunderstood. Do you want more people? Then let's go to the main hall? Yilan's eyelids twitched. No. She took a deep breath and silently repeated in her heart. Yilan, this clown is just a big fool. You've given him so many chances to confess, but he always looks clueless. This person has zero emotional intelligence. Don't expect too much from him, but it's impossible for her to confess first. Let's see how long you can endure. Yilan walked into the room with large strides. The two computers were already on. Yi Chen asked directly, have you played games before? Of course, Yilan had, and she nodded. Without asking what game she played, Yi Chen said, let's play a round of heroes. He wanted to see if his second sister had the potential for esports. It was Yilan's first time playing heroes, and she was a bit flustered. But Yi Chen noticed that she didn't make the same mistakes the second time. After a few games, it was clear that she had made significant progress. She had a talent for gaming and esports. Yi Chen said directly, you're suited for esports. Do you want to give it a try? Yilan was puzzled. Huh? Esports? What's esports? In the studio, Yilan reminisced, that was the first time I learned about esports, and the first time I realized that playing games wasn't just a waste of time, but could bring glory to the country. Her life at that time was too dark. The other sisters all had their own careers. Only she is like a waste and a slacker, doing nothing all day. In the end, she can only numb herself with alcohol. She is a clown. The appearance of the clown brought a ray of light into her dark world. It was also him who led her into the dazzling world of esports. There, she finally found her second life. But Yi Chen, this waste, can't stand to see my second sister doing well. Yi Ju didn't know when she returned to the stage. Her little face was tense, and her eyes were filled with raging anger. As a sister, I was very negligent at the time and did not pay attention to my second sister's mental state. I am very sorry for this to my second sister. But Yi Chen, he is even more of a scum. Yi Ju was full of anger at this moment. The words that Yi Mei just said made her very angry. Her appearance, on the contrary, made Yilan puzzled. What's wrong with the fourth sister? How did her temper suddenly become so irritable after coming back from the stage? Yi Ju ignored her and instead faced the camera, criticizing, Yi Chen, this scum almost ruined a genius in the esports circle. He didn't let my second sister play esports, saying that playing games is a waste of time. It's not a proper job. As long as a person is not mentally ill, they will not consider playing games as a legitimate industry. He also said that all gamers are just wastes. Only wastes would play games. Some live stream viewers who like to play games immediately became furious when they heard this. Does Yi Chen look down on us? I love playing games, so what? Who says playing games cannot be a genius or a top student? I study at the top university. I'm in the star diamond rank. Look at the clown, and then look at him. The rank has widened in an instant. The host has been paying attention to the barrage all along. Seeing the comments, they all looked eager to see what was happening, and immediately said, so let's take a look at what exactly happened. This was the first time Yilan knew what esports was. So playing games can also become a profession? Clown, why not? Don't underestimate games. You have the talent for esports. I believe you can do it. Yilan's eyes lit up and she nodded vigorously. From that day on, Yilan seemed to have found what she should do. She started to study esports techniques diligently every day. She still didn't know what the clown looked like under the mask. Even in recent times, the clown seemed to be very busy and didn't appear often. Yilan practiced quietly alone, and then, she was found by Lao Su. Lao Su was her elementary school teacher, and coincidentally, he also came up with her when she moved up, and he was her homeroom teacher. Lao Su had a stern face. I heard you've been playing games a lot recently? Yilan remained silent, but there was obvious impatience in her eyes. So what? What's wrong with it? Why is Lao Su so annoying? Lao Su slammed the table in anger. What's good about playing games? Only wastes and trash play games. Can playing games make you eat and dress well? Can playing games elevate you as a person? Playing games only wastes your youth and wastes your time. Yilan, have you completely given up on yourself? Look at your sisters. Why can't you learn from them? Yilan was touched on a sore spot when he mentioned this. Enough. Can you stop mentioning them? I'm not like them. Why? Why does everyone have to compare her to her sisters? She knew in her heart, she couldn't compare to them. But why do people always have to bring it up? Yilan shouted back, I'm not playing games, I'm just playing esports. Do you understand esports? It's also a profession. Lao Su sneered, don't joke around. Esports. Playing games is just playing games. Don't give yourself such grand excuses. Don't think I don't understand esports. Go and see how many girls can make it in esports. Yilan, can't you be more realistic? Yilan was so angry that she couldn't listen anymore. She turned around and ran out. Her eyes were red, tears streaming down. Why? 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 She had been trying so hard to change, but why was she still being denied? She didn't play games just for fun. Yilan wiped away her tears, but in her mind, she was recalling what Lao Su had said. There are so many people playing esports, have you seen how many girls can make it? By some strange impulse, Yilan opened her phone's web browser and started searching. Then she saw, there were no female esports players. Could she be the exception? Could she, a waste who couldn't even compare to her own sisters, be that exception? From then on, Yelan gave up. You could even say she fell. She was still playing games every day, but her purpose was no longer the same. It wasn't to improve her skills, but simply to play. She didn't know how many days she wasted like this until Chen, wearing a clown mask, appeared again. At a glance, he could tell that Yelan wasn't practicing, just playing for fun. Why aren't you practicing your skills? Yelan, who was enjoying herself, was startled. When she saw Chen, her first reaction was joy and excitement. But after a second, her face fell. She turned back to the screen. What's it to you? I'll play however I want. Chen became more aware that something was wrong. Yelan, what's wrong with you? Didn't you say you wanted to become a master of esports? If you want to achieve that goal, you must practice constantly. As soon as Yelan heard this, she couldn't take it anymore, and she threw down the mouse. Esports master. Are you talking about me? She sneered. Can you see where I'm fit for it? I'm just a useless waste waiting to die. Esports master? Ha! Yelan threw the chair and left the internet cafe. When she got outside, the wind blew on her. She sobered up. The clown won't follow me, will he? It was so hard to see him again. There were so many things left unsaid, but reality was so cruel. Yelan waited outside for a long time, but she didn't see the clown come out. She laughed bitterly. If you don't come out, you don't come out. I definitely won't go in to find you. This time, Yelan really left. In the dark and damp basement, Chen looked at the text message on his phone, silent for a long time. He had thought he was hiding well, but he hadn't expected to be found. He lowered his eyes and looked at his own appearance. Tattered, thin clothes, pants full of patches. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. In any case, a guest had arrived. He couldn't meet people in this appearance. Chen struggled to get up from the bed. Then he picked out a set of clothes from the wardrobe, reluctantly decent enough to wear. He also tidied up his appearance a little. These were all very simple actions, but when Chen was done, he felt out of breath. He suppressed the discomfort in his stomach and sat down at the table. He looked at the door as if waiting for an important guest. It was unknown how long had passed, when the door was suddenly knocked. Chen's eyes showed a hint of nostalgia, and he took a deep breath. Come in, the door isn't locked. Because he knew he would die here, he deliberately didn't lock the door. After Chen's voice fell, the door was gently pushed open. Chen looked at the person standing at the door, and then gently smiled. Long time no see. I didn't expect that you would be the first to find me. The people at the door looked him up and down, then spoke up. It's been a long time, Shenlei, or should I say Chen? Yemei insisted on leaving, and the production team couldn't stop her. She went straight to the garage, didn't even call the driver, and left in a hurry. The words from the phone call kept echoing in her mind. Mr. Yi, we have confirmed that there is indeed a bank card under your and your sister's names, and it does match the time when it was extracted from your memory. In other words, that memory wasn't fabricated. Chen really opened such a bank card for them sisters. Yemei was full of worries as she drove quickly. Finally, she arrived at the bank. As a super VIP customer, when she arrived at the bank manager came over to serve her directly. Although the branch manager was puzzled as to why he saw her at this time. After all, just a few seconds ago, he was watching the live broadcast of the four sisters. Mr. Yi, how can we help you? Yemei forced herself to stay calm. I'm here to withdraw money. Instead of using the ATM outside, she came specifically because the amount was huge. The bank manager was very familiar with the process. How much would you like to withdraw, Mr. Yi? Yemei said, I want to try the password for this card first. Chen never told them about this card. Naturally, they didn't know the password. The manager, although not understanding why the bank card password needed to be tried first, it was the customer's request, so they naturally had to try their best to accommodate. Yemei entered the card number, but when it came to entering the password, she hesitated. What password would Chen have set? Should she try his birthday? But what was Chen's birthday? Yemei knew nothing about it. The bank manager watched Yemei, pale-faced, still not entering the password. He was very puzzled. Mr. Yi, have you forgotten the password? We can help you with that. Yemei didn't even listen to what he was saying. Instead, her brain suddenly started to recall. She didn't remember Chen's birthday, but Chen seemed to remember the birthdays of the four sisters. The reason it was because Chen never directly said, happy birthday or anything like that. But Yemei remembered a detail. Every year on her birthday, there was always a dish she liked the most at dinner. Yemei's heart suddenly skipped a beat. No need. I think I remember. Trembling, she entered her own birthday. Then, with a complex mood, she pressed the confirmation button. Chen, did you really use my birthday as the bank card password? Recording studio. Yelan looked at the passing memories, feeling mixed emotions. I don't know how many times I've been denied, because my sisters are so powerful, so others unconsciously elevate their demands of me. At first, I really wanted to study esports hard and let those who looked down on me know that I wasn't the waste they thought I was. But because of Lao Su's words, I started to doubt myself, and then I started to decline. Yeju and Yeju felt even more guilty after hearing her inner thoughts. They had been too busy with their own careers before, and had not paid enough attention to their second sister. The host followed with anger. So in this situation, Chen is still mocking and belittling you. He really doesn't seem like a brother. Yelan fell silent, not immediately responding to him. If it were before, she would have agreed immediately, because Chen was indeed mocking and belittling her. However, she remembered something more important. At that time, she had clearly given up, and even the clown couldn't spark her desire to continue practicing and become a professional esports player. But how did she suddenly change her mind? In the live broadcast room, some female viewers finally found a target to attack. They frantically pounded on their keyboards. How can he even call himself a brother? Disgusting. He can't even notice his own sister's emotions, and he's kicking her when she's down. The host is absolutely right. Chen is not worthy of being a brother. Chen is so despicable. Any girl who likes him must be blind. I hope he stays single forever. These barrage comments criticizing Chen were everywhere. Occasionally, there were some rational comments that couldn't bear to watch, such as Yelan's two sisters also didn't notice her emotions, but they were relentlessly attacked by the others. After a few times, no one dared to speak up for Chen anymore, so the barrage was directly dominated by them. At this time, the memory continued to play. Yelan returned home from the internet cafe in a huff. She took out the wine Chen had bought from the fridge and drank half of it directly from the can. Just that little bit made her face turn red. Although she was still young, she had developed earlier than her peers. Yelan sullenly finished the rest of the drink. Because she drank too quickly, the beer flowed into the groove on her chin. She didn't bother to wipe it off. Overwhelmed with emotions and taking advantage of the fact that no one was home, she started crying on the sofa in the living room. They're all lying to me. No one cares about me. I'm useless. I'm a useless nobody that no one cares about. Yelan collapsed into her emotions, completely unaware of when the door had been opened. Chen stood at the door with groceries, seemingly completely unprepared for this situation. He heard Yelan crying and a look of concern appeared in his eyes. What had happened to his younger sister? She had been acting strange since she came back from the internet cafe. Yelan didn't know that Chen had already returned and was standing behind her, still crying to herself. As she cried, Chen finally understood why Yelan was crying and why she wasn't practicing gaming properly. Why did some people always like to meddle in others' lives and think that others should do what they say? And if they didn't follow their advice, they were not listening. Everyone in this world has their own personality and hobbies. Why does everyone have to be the same? Chen's face turned cold, filled with anger, but he spoke with a mocking tone. Oh, let me see who's crying like a baby at this age? Yelan, who was crying uncontrollably, suddenly froze. But Chen didn't think it was enough and continued. What's wrong? Is it because you're looked down upon for playing games? Huh, it seems you're quite self-aware, knowing that you're no good at gaming. A true waste of space. What Yelan hated most now was being called a waste of space by others. It was one thing for her to call herself that, but it was another thing for others to say it. Yelan stopped crying immediately, and her inner embarrassment turned into anger. What's it to you? Why do you care about me? Chen put the groceries on the table. Do you think I want to care about you? It's just that your crying is unbearable and it's dirtying my ears. Yelan was so angry she wanted to bite Chen to death. Chen, can't you go a day without being a jerk? Chen, I said a couple of truths, and that's called being a jerk? Then you can't compare to your three sisters in anything. Can I say you're not worthy of living in this world, a waste of space? Chen saw the alcohol she had been drinking and frowned slightly, but it quickly disappeared, unnoticed by anyone. He picked up the beer can. What's wrong with the waste of space? Have you realized that you're a waste of space and are indulging yourself? Why did you only drink one can? Shouldn't you be drinking all the alcohol in my fridge until you're completely wasted? The more Yelan listened, the angrier she became. Do you think I'm like you? She would never drink herself into a stupor. She wouldn't be a waste of space like Chen, a scumbag. All day long, just drinking. Yelan swore in her heart that from today on, she would never drink again. Chen clenched the can in his hand and threw it into the nearby trash can. Bullseye. You're just a little waste who can't even play games well. What makes you think you're any different from me? He laughed. Actually, I really want to ask a question. Your three sisters are all so amazing. Why are you such a waste? Yelan was so angry that her blood pressure rose. She looked at Chen with hatred, as if she had made a major decision, swearing with every word, I am not a waste. Who says I can't play games well? Chen. I'm telling you, I will definitely stand at the top of the gaming esports world. Disdain you. Chen stared at her straight for 3 seconds, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, did I just hear a funny joke? You, Yelan, at the top of the esports world? Ha ha ha, well done, well done. I don't know if you can be at the top or not, but you have successfully pleased me. Chen stopped laughing, looked at her with deep eyes, and said inexplicably, well, at the top, don't make me look down on you. I'm so angry, so angry. Chen is really too much. How can you mock the goddess's dream like this? Exactly. Fortunately, the goddess later slapped him in the face. Chen must regret it. Regret how he treated the goddess like this. Ha, am I the only one who thinks that Yi Chen deliberately said those things when recalling this memory? Agreed. It feels like Yi Chen said those things to ignite Yi Lan's fighting spirit. The audience in the live broadcast room was discussing fervently. In the highest institution of learning, a psychology professor suddenly slapped his thigh. I got it. Yi Chen did say those things on purpose. Just as the audience guessed, he did it to provoke Yi Lan, to ignite her fighting spirit. Did you notice? Before Yi Chen said those things, Yi Lan was actually in a state of giving up. She never wanted to continue on the path of esports in the first place. The psychology professor took a deep breath and spoke solemnly. But when Yi Chen said that, Yi Lan instantly became angry. She even vowed to achieve something, to make Yi Chen, who looked down on her, eat his words. What kind of person is this? Since the age of 9, he had already prepared to be misunderstood and insulted by everyone, and to raise his 4 sisters to success. These are things that many parents cannot do. But Yi Chen did it. But clearly, he is such a great person, yet he is insulted by countless people. Even a tough man like the psychology professor, who rarely sheds tears, couldn't help but redden his eyes at this moment. In the recording studio, Yi Ju was very pleased when she saw this memory. See, Yi Yunqing is not a good person at all, he is just a hypocritical trash. Holding the microphone, she was even more excited than Yi Lan. This is the Yi Chen that everyone thought was a good person. He belittled my second sister's dream and looked down on what my second sister wanted to do. If it weren't for my second sister's firmness and perseverance, then there would be one less rising star in the esports world. Yi Zhu, who was more sensitive, looked at Yi Lan with red eyes. Second sister, you've been wronged. But Yi Lan remained unusually silent, just like before. Yes, clearly, in this memory, Yi Chen had been insulting her all along. But why did she feel a different kind of feeling? Clearly, at that time, she didn't want to continue. Yi Lan suddenly seemed to think of something, and her pupils dilated sharply. In the VIP service area of the bank, you may press the final confirmation button. She didn't even know when she had become so nervous that her mouth was dry. Beep. It was usually a very ordinary sound, but at this moment, it made her heart race. Her palms were sweating. The next moment, the cold machine spat out 4 words, correct password entered. Countless thoughts flashed through Yi Mei's mind in that instant, crashing against her brain like waves, making her feel as if she had lost her voice. The password was correct. This meant that Yi Chen had indeed used her birthday as the password for this bank card. The bank manager, seeing Yi Mei's pale face, quickly poured her a cup of hot water. MS. Yi, are you okay? Yi Mei tremblingly picked up the cup and drank the water before feeling a bit more clear-headed. I'm fine, she licked her full lips and spoke with difficulty. Please check how much money is in this bank card. When she said this, she didn't know what answer she was expecting. If it was only 500 yuan, how would she handle it? At this moment, this bank card was like Pandora's box. When this box was opened, no one knew what would happen. The bank manager, unaware of Yi Mei's inner turmoil, looked directly at the computer screen. Then, he gasped in shock. Is this for real? Yi Mei pressed down her impatience. Can you tell me how much money is in there? An hour ago, Zheng Ming quietly left the recording scene shortly after starting to play Yi Lan's memories. Because of a recent rain, the weather was gloomy, and the road was still wet. Smelling the earthy fragrance in the air, he finally took out his phone and looked at a number that had been untouched and undeleted for a long time, and slowly composed a text message. Yi Chen, where are you? However, after thinking for a long time, Zheng Ming still did not send the message. Yi Chen was clearly avoiding the 4 sisters. If so, how could he possibly reveal his whereabouts? Sending this message would not yield any results and might even startle the snake. But he really wanted to see him, this old friend. Zheng Ming deleted the message and instead made a phone call. He gave some instructions to the person on the other end of the line and hung up after a long while. Then he sat on a bench outside, waiting for a reply from his subordinate. After a while, his phone finally rang. Seeing the caller ID, Zheng Ming immediately answered the call. Did you find it? Understood. Zheng Ming hung up the phone, feeling incredibly complex and uncertain about his thoughts. He looked back at the studio, but ultimately did not go in. Instead, he drove to the address sent to his phone. Half an hour later, Zhang Ming arrived at a dilapidated and dirty alley. The buildings here seemed to have been abandoned and not renovated for a long time. They were in a state of disrepair, with dusty spiderwebs visible everywhere. Perhaps due to a recent rain, the drains were clogged, emitting a nauseating stench. Even Zhang Ming, who was born into a poor family, couldn't help but cover his nose. He took out his phone and confirmed that the information sent was indeed at this location. You actually live in a place like this? Since you're already here, I'm not worried that you'll run away. After saying this, Zhang Ming fell silent for a long time, but eventually opened his contacts and found a long unused but undeleted phone number. Shanai, I'm coming to find you. The message was sent successfully. Zhang Ming put away his phone and followed the address he had noted down. This remote place was truly too secluded. Even the road signs were covered in graffiti, making them illegible. Zhang Ming had to put in a lot of effort to find the address. Finally, he stood in front of a dilapidated wooden house, lost in silence. It took a long time before he raised his hand to knock on the door. Someone inside the door quickly made a sound. Come in, the door is not locked. Zhang Ming turned the doorknob and pushed the door open. At a glance, he saw Yi Chen sitting in the middle of the hall. It was clear that he had tidied up his appearance, but he looked extremely haggard. What shocked Zhang Ming even more was that at this moment, Yi Chen looked as if he had only a layer of skin covering his bones. Zhang Ming's lips moved for a long time, not knowing what to say at this moment. Instead, Yi Chen smiled gently. Long time no see. I didn't expect you to be the first to find me. Zhang Ming's throat tightened. It has indeed been a long time, Dust, or should I say Yi Chen? He swallowed hard. How did you become like this? The Yi Chen he knew was talented, comparable to a genius. Zhang Ming had admired his brilliant ideas countless times. He had even thought about trying to recruit him into his team, but in the end, he had not succeeded. However, despite this, the two of them had still become good brothers. Zhang Ming promised Yi Chen to act as if he didn't know him, and also promised him not to tell anyone else that Dust was his other identity. Yi Chen stood up straight, even though his face was haggard and pale, and his skin was as dry as bark. But his eyes were incredibly bright and determined, like a shining star in the dark night. Even after experiencing wind and frost, he still returned as a young man. Cough, I'm sorry for letting you see me like this. It's really nothing serious, just a little stomach problem, can't eat anything. Zhang Ming suppressed his anger. You call this nothing serious, just a little problem with your stomach. Why don't you go to the hospital? Yi Chen smiled gently. I said it's just a little problem. I can get better without going to the hospital. Zhang Ming was infuriated by his appearance. Yes, you can get better. And then go report to the King of Hell immediately, right? The young man who had been so spirited and flourishing in the past had now become so miserable, worn down by the years. Zhang Ming couldn't hold it in any longer. He began to curse. Yi Chen, do you think you're so awesome, so great? No, you're not. You're just a fool, and a fool who raised 4 ungrateful sisters. Zhang Ming stood up from his chair, pointing outside and speaking loudly. Do you know how bad your image is in front of all the audience? They say you're scum. You're worthless. They all wish you were dead. Yi Chen, do you really think it's worth it to do this? Zhang Ming asked the questions in the hearts of all those who supported Yi Chen. Those 4 so-called sisters had no blood relation to him at all. He was not worth turning himself into this appearance for those 4 people. Moreover, after they grew up, they took all the credit for themselves and never acknowledged his contributions. They even denied everything he had done. They were truly ungrateful. Yi Chen's smile remained on his face. You ask if it's worth it? Perhaps in the eyes of many, what I'm doing is not worth it. Even someone like you would call me a fool. In fact, I am the most selfish one. I have bound them to me, forcing them to acknowledge me as their brother. I am greedy for this false family bond and unwilling to let go. His tone was slow, so slow that it made people always suspect that he might stop breathing the next second. But his tone was firm. In his previous life, he was still an abandoned orphan. Some even said that he had a doomed fate, because everyone who came into contact with him ended up living miserably. Even though he later achieved great success, he had never experienced the warmth of genuine care from others. It wasn't until those 4 little ones grabbed his hand, softly calling him brother, and even shared their favorite candy with him, flashing a brilliant smile. In that moment, he finally realized what it felt like to have someone care about him. He had been lonely for far too long. Zhang Ming couldn't bear to listen any longer. He gestured for a pause with his hands and said, Enough, stop talking. Yi Chen, I don't care what you're thinking, but you need to come with me to the hospital right now. Otherwise, with his frail body, Zhang Ming was genuinely worried that he might die at any moment. Yi Chen fell silent for a moment and said, I won't go to the hospital. I told you. Zhang Ming exploded. Don't give me those excuses. Yi Chen, when will you start thinking about yourself? Yi Chen finally spoke. I have stomach cancer. He looked into his eyes. Even if I go to the hospital, it can't be cured. Do you understand? That's why he chose not to go to the hospital. In the end, he was going to die anyway. What's the difference between dying in the hospital and dying here? It's all the same, cold and lonely. Zhang Ming saw the deep loneliness in his eyes. The 7-foot-tall man's heart couldn't help but ache. He pulled out his trump card. Don't you know yet? Not only am I looking for you, but the production team is also looking for you. Production team? Why are they looking for me? Zhang Ming said, what else could it be? It's about that damn memory extractor. When did you bring the damn memory extractor machine over? Yi Chen understood. It was because of the system that his memories appeared in the live broadcast. How could this be explained? Zhang Ming didn't wait for his answer. I don't care what you think, but you have to come with me now, if you don't want the production team to find you. Seeing Yi Chen still silent, Zhang Ming dropped the bombshell. If you don't go to the hospital, how long do you think you can still see them? Yeah, I don't have much time left. If I continue to stay here, I really don't know how much longer I can hold on. Yi Chen stood up. Okay, I'll go to the hospital with you. Recording studio. Yi Ju noticed that Yi Lan was acting strange. Sister, what's wrong? Why aren't you saying anything? Yi Lan tightened her lips. I'm fine, but her heart was in turmoil. Could it be true, as the eldest sister said, that everything he did was for their sake? His wrongs towards them were just a facade? How could that be? Clearly, the things he did were so wrong. No, that's not it. There must be something wrong here. The host continued to excitedly comment, from the information we have, the music goddess reached the top spot in the province in just half a year. But I also remember, there was a very sensational news at the time. I remember. It was said that just before the competition started, a male fan broke into the contestants' rest area and harassed a female fan. Although the harassment was unsuccessful, it still caused quite a stir at the time. And the key point is, this male fan was Chen. The audience in the live broadcast instantly erupted. What? Chen has harassed someone. He really is a scumbag. He's never done anything good. What kind of person is Chen? Every time I want to believe he's a good person, evidence of him being a scumbag comes out again. Help! Harassment is really disgusting. This kind of man can never be forgiven. Once a harasser, always a harasser. Police? Quickly check if he has any criminal record. Can the people on the screen calm down a bit? This matter has not been concluded yet. If it turns out like the previous few times, and gets reversed again, I didn't have a good impression of these 4 women, nor was I interested in this program. But now I want to continue watching, just to see how those who criticized Chen will be proven wrong. These comments on the barrage are also being observed by the host. He sneered inwardly and said directly, I see some viewers saying whether this matter will have a reversal like before. I think the viewers who can say such things must not have understood the news at that time. In the news at that time, the sexually harassed female fan bravely came forward and accused Chen of wanting to sexually harass her. The parties involved have already spoken out. Could this matter still be false? Ridiculous. Ju also knew about this matter. A trace of disgust flashed across her face. Chen is truly a hypocritical person. He pretends to be completely devoted to his elder sister, but behind her back, he is a scumbag who sexually harasses girls. What can be whitewashed about such a person? Yilan, on the other hand, was unusually silent at this time. She gradually recalled this matter in her mind and was equally angry at the time, so she was even more repelled by Chen from the bottom of her heart. But now, thinking back to that matter, she always felt that something was wrong. Perhaps when the memory extraction is played, she will be able to know the truth. Chen, are our memories of you wrong, or is all this your trap? 6 months have passed. Yilan is almost 16 years old. She is indeed very talented in the field of esports. In just half a year, she has ranked first in the city based on her strength alone, and she represents the city to compete for the provincial championship. Of course, she is not the only one coming to compete. Including her, there are a total of 5 very young players representing the city. Yilan has also chatted with them online, so they quickly became friendly. She was so excited that she drank a little more. When the event ended, she felt a bit dizzy and walked unsteadily. One of the male players supported her. You're drunk. Let me take you back? Yilan shook her head heavily. No, I'm not drunk. I can walk by myself. Fang Wei disagreed. Hey, you can't walk. Don't worry. I'll just take you back to your room. I won't do anything else. He wanted to continue supporting her, but Yilan had no strength to resist. However, just as Fang Wei reached out to support her arm, a pair of large hands crossed over and pulled Yilan into his arms. Fang Wei stared at the person in front of him with wide eyes. Hey, who are you? Put my friend down. Chen looked at him expressionlessly. I'm her brother. I will take care of her. You don't need to take care of her. Yilan was already so drunk that she was limp, and Chen simply carried her to her room. When he put Yilan on the bed, Chen was still a little scared. Fortunately, he followed. Otherwise, judging by the way that kid was looking at his sister just now, she would definitely not be safe tonight. In the studio, Yilan frowned as she watched this scene. How could Chen appear here? I remember that it was Fang Wei who took me back at that time. At that time, she was still very embarrassed, because Yilan knew very well what she would become after drinking. It was like a demon from hell. So when she found out that it was Fang Wei who took her back, she felt very guilty. But now, why has it become Chen? Where did the memory go wrong? After getting drunk, Yilan was even more troublesome than when she was sober. She vomited all over the floor and caused all sorts of trouble. After a long time of fussing, Yilan finally got tired and fell asleep on the bed. Chen was sweating all over from her fussing. Seeing her asleep, Chen let out a sigh of relief, covered her with a blanket, and took care of other things before leaving the room and locking the door. Outside the door, a fierce look flashed in Chen's eyes. Yilan slept until dawn. When she woke up, she felt a splitting headache. She washed up and ran into Fang Wei as soon as she stepped out. Yanin, are you awake? Did you sleep well last night? Yilan's head was still foggy. You sent me back last night? Before Fang Wei could speak, several other contestants interrupted. It wasn't Fang Young Master who sent you back. You were probably causing a ruckus after getting drunk last night. Fang Young Master dealt with it for a long time. Isn't that right? Junian Goddess, you should thank Fang Young Master. Yilan looked gratefully at Fang Wei. You sent me back last night? Thank you so much. I'm sorry, I might cause some trouble after drinking too much. I really troubled you last night. After hearing this, Fang Wei swallowed the words he was about to say. It seemed that Yilan didn't know that her brother had come last night. Instead, she misunderstood it was him. In that case, What reason did he have to push this good deed away? He put on a different smile, ambiguous, neither admitting nor denying. It's okay, it was just a small effort. As long as you're okay, I'm happy. After this incident, Yilan's impression of Feng Wei improved slightly. Although she initially thought he was a carefree playboy second-generation rich, she didn't expect that he was actually a nice person in private, and she had been biased. But at the same time, Yilan also made up her mind. She would never drink so much again. After all, encountering a good person like Feng Wei was limited. The competition was 2 days away. Yilan began to immerse herself fully in practice. Finally, the competition began. An hour before the competition started, they were doing hand warm-up exercises. After hearing half of it, Yilan realized that Feng Wei was not here. Hasn't Feng Wei arrived yet? The competition is about to start. Why hasn't he come yet? The other three also noticed. Yeah, I haven't seen him. Didn't he say he went to the bathroom? Don't worry about him, he'll come back after he's done in the bathroom. After hearing this, Yilan didn't ask further and focused on the hand exercises. However, at that moment, they heard a commotion outside. Someone's fighting! Someone's fighting! The rapist is fighting! Help! Someone help! Yilan immediately stopped her movements and rushed outside. What's happening? Who's the rapist? Amidst the chaos, Yilan saw clearly. Chen had run over at some point and was now beating Feng Wei mercilessly. His attacks were too brutal, his eyes looked extremely cold, as if he regarded people as nothing, causing those around him to hesitate to intervene. Standing next to the two was a frightened girl. Her eyes were red, and her clothes were disheveled. She huddled, looking very helpless as she cried. Yilan had experienced such a situation before, and she knew how lost and helpless the girl must be feeling. Her heart clenched, and she quickly stepped forward, took off her team jacket, and draped it over the girl, then hugged her. It's okay, it's okay. Don't be afraid, you're safe now. The girl looked at her with teary eyes and then hugged her, crying. Yilan felt the wetness on her shoulder. She turned to the group of people still standing there. What are you all still doing there? Quickly separate the two of them. The people around quickly stepped forward and pulled Chen away. Feng Wei lay on the ground, curled up, making painful groaning sounds. He was covered in injuries, obviously beaten badly. There was only an hour left before the competition started, and such a serious accident suddenly occurred. The organizers would definitely come to investigate. And this was supposed to be a competition, with reporters and cameras everywhere. They swarmed in like cats smelling blood. Is there a case of molestation now? Can the parties involved please explain what exactly happened at that time? After this incident, will your competition still continue? The organizers could only temporarily suppress their anger and tried to calm them down. The competition will proceed as scheduled. We will investigate this matter thoroughly. Yilan watched as the organizers kept all these bloodthirsty reporters outside the door. The soundproofing of the door was very good. Finally, the hall became relatively quiet. The organizers' faces were extremely ugly. Can someone tell me what exactly happened? He had fought hard for this opportunity to be the overall planner for this game competition. But now, such a thing had happened. If the culprit was not caught and punished severely, he would not be able to let go of his anger. The people on the scene looked at each other in silence. In fact, they didn't know what had happened either. When they arrived at the scene, it was already chaotic. Chen looked at the organizers and spoke clearly and firmly. On my way to the restroom, I heard a girl screaming from the room of this male contestant. I thought something might have happened, so I kicked open the door and rushed in. Then I saw this male contestant molesting the girl. As soon as Chen finished speaking, Feng Wei, who was covered in injuries, suddenly jumped up. He gritted his teeth and said, "You're talking nonsense. It was clearly you who molested her." Hiss. Feng Wei covered his wound and looked at Chen fiercely. "I couldn't stand by and do nothing. I rushed over to stop you when I saw you molesting someone, and you ended up beating me like this." The girl in Yilan's arms suddenly trembled. She looked even more frightened. Yilan whispered softly to her, "Don't be afraid, it's okay." The two parties involved each stuck to their own story. The organizers frowned and turned their gaze to the girl. "Little girl, you tell us, who is telling the truth between the two of them?" The girl's eyes were red, her lips trembling, but she couldn't make a sound. She was too scared. Yilan felt extremely sorry for her. "She's too scared right now. Can you give her a moment?" She whispered to the girl beside her, "Don't be afraid, just tell us who molested you, that's all you need to do. You don't want the person who molested you to get away with it, right?" The girl trembled and closed her eyes. She recalled the words he had said in the room just now. She clenched her fists tightly. After a difficult swallow, she pointed in Chen's direction. Her voice trembled, "It's him." Just these two words seemed to drain all her strength. The girl closed her eyes and buried her head in Yilan's shoulder, crying in pain. She kept apologizing in her heart, but she really had no choice. When Yilan saw the girl pointing at Chen, she was instantly furious. She turned to look at him, gritting her teeth. "Chen, I thought you were already despicable enough. I didn't expect you to be even more shameless and depraved than I imagined." She had been treated like this too. She knew how desperate it would be at that time, and she hoped the whole world would just collapse, if it weren't for the clown at that time, because the clown came out and saved her. So now, Yilan was getting angrier and angrier. If it weren't for the need to comfort the girl at this moment, she might have gone up and slapped Chen. Chen looked at the girl in disbelief. It was as if he hadn't expected that things would end in this way. What are you talking about? How could I force you? The stigma of being a pervert is just too heavy. Feng Wei's mouth curled up secretly. When others noticed, he put on a grinning appearance. For a moment, no one noticed that he was laughing. How is that not possible? Feng Wei covered half of his face. This is clearly something you did. You're trying to play the victim. You've thrown all the dirt on me. You really have no shame. Feng Wei looked at the girl, speaking as if he was defending her. Little girl, rest assured. As a person who stands up for justice, I have the most sense of justice. I will not let the person who bullied you go unpunished. He emphasized the words let go. The girl was trembling violently all over. In her heart, she made a decision, wiped away her tears, and stood up. There was no hesitation as in the beginning. Instead, she spoke firmly, I identify. It's this man who rushed in and tried to molest me. Finally, this contestant Feng heard my cry for help and rushed in to protect me. I don't want the criminal to go unpunished. So at this moment, I bravely stepped forward. It's him. This memory scene made countless female viewers applaud. Sisters, well done. When encountering such a situation, we cannot tolerate these criminals. We should bravely speak out. If you endure it once, there will be countless times after that. And the one who was wrong in this situation is the pervert. We are not at fault at all. So we must stand up and accuse him. Chen is a scum. He even molested the little girl. If such scum is not sent to prison, what is he doing outside? In the studio, Ju also looked furious. Chen is extremely guilty. Through the memories of my second sister, everyone can see that my second sister has also experienced such a thing. And Chen, this scum, he actually did the same thing as the person who hurt my second sister. Yilan, who had been silent for a long time, finally nodded slowly at this moment. Yes, Chen this time, is really too much. His behavior can never be justified. This is something that the girl who was molested personally identified. There will be absolutely no mistakes. Chen, in the end, disappointed her. Ju's personality tends to be gentle, so among the four sisters, she speaks the least and her tone is not as aggressive. But now, she couldn't help but add a bit of reproach. Everyone knows how important innocence is for a girl. What Chen did is really shameless. Because of the third sister's voice, their fans on the barrage entered into a new round of frenzy. In this chaotic and smoky barrage, there was one barrage that didn't fit in with the others. But what if Chen is wrongly accused by that girl? This barrage was quickly drowned out by the other densely packed barrages. However, the program director, who had been paying attention to the barrage, suddenly caught it. He quickly notified the host through the earpiece. The host frowned, feeling disdainful, but still followed the director's suggestion and spoke. Just now, I noticed a barrage saying, what if that girl is falsely accusing Chen? So here, I want to ask two questions first. Why would that girl want to falsely accuse Chen? What benefit does she get from doing so? Goddesses, what do you think? Ju sneered, my opinion is the same as yours. Who said that the girl wants to falsely accuse Chen? This is simply absurd. They don't have any conflicting interests. Why did she falsely accuse Chen? Host, let's not delve into this matter deeply. After all, we are here to see how Yunin Goddess wins the championship. So let's continue watching. Chen appeared on the screen. He had a staff badge hanging around his neck. Sorry, can you tell me where the restroom is? The staff member he asked pointed in a direction. The restroom is over there. Chen, thank you. As he walked over, he noticed that this path was unusually quiet. He didn't think much of it and continued forward. But halfway through, he suddenly heard a faint cry for help coming from a room. If it weren't for his very good hearing, he probably wouldn't have heard it. No! Help! Upon hearing this plea for help, Chen didn't care about anything else. He ran directly to the door where the sound was coming from and kicked it open without hesitation. The door was kicked open. At a glance, he saw Feng Wei, wearing a player's uniform, wickedly smiling as he pressed down on a girl. The girl's clothes were disheveled, her eyes were red with fear. Without thinking, Chen directly pulled Feng Wei away and punched him to the ground. Bang! Feng Wei fell heavily to the ground, wincing in pain. Who the hell are you? Chen looked at the girl. Are you okay? The girl, as if not expecting such a turn of events, stood there as if in a daze. Feng Wei was about to get up, but Chen pressed him back to the ground. Feng Wei, what are you doing? Let go of me. Chen, let go of you, so you can continue to molest her? Feng Wei's face turned pale for a moment, then quickly turned fierce. I recognize you. Your name is Chen, right? I advise you, be sensible and let go of me. Do you know who my dad is? He's the CEO of the Oriental Group. If you don't let go of me, you're finished, I'm telling you. Chen's voice was very calm. So what? Can rich people do whatever they want? I saw something unjust happening in front of me, and I have to stop it. But I also understand why he was so arrogant. How dare he do such a thing in the player's rest area? It turns out he has a backing. And suddenly I remembered another thing. Yi Chen's eyes were cold. That night, it was you who wanted to take my sister to her room, right? What were you thinking at that time? Did you think I didn't know? Feng Wei stubbornly spoke. You're talking nonsense. I don't know. Anyway, that thought had only just occurred to him, and he hadn't had a chance to act on it. He definitely had to deny it. Yi Chen, you don't know, do you? Then let me help you remember. Without hesitation, he heavily punched him. Feng Wei screamed in pain. Ah, it hurts. The girl was trembling with fear from his screams. At the same time, their commotion finally attracted others over. What's going on? What's happening? Stop fighting. Seeing so many people gathering, Feng Wei realized something. His brain worked quickly, screaming while saying, "Help! The rapist is attacking." The girl was stunned. And then, they were brought to the hall for questioning. The girl stood up and pointed at Yi Chen. He was the one who did it. He molested her. The lively barrage in the live broadcast room suddenly cleared. I don't know what to say at the moment. So, is it the girl who falsely accused Yi Chen? Why would she do this? Yi Yunqing clearly saved her, didn't he? Is this girl a villain? Yi Chen saved her, and she still slanders him. It's really disgusting. Those fans in front. Can't you see clearly? It's you who slandered Yi Chen. Yi Chen is really a big scapegoat. What kind of trouble has he encountered? So unfair. Rational netizens speak out. The irrational and brainwashed fans who had previously sprayed were forced to shut up. But there are still some troublemakers who insist on coming out. How do you know that this reversal is true this time? Exactly. Studio. Yi Ju looked at the scene in disbelief. How could this be? Why did that girl slander Yi Chen? This is simply unreasonable. Yi Lan, however, focused on something else. Why did she feel so familiar with the way Yi Chen hit someone? The two figures gradually overlapped. Yi Lan's face suddenly turned pale. She felt as if the world had collapsed. No, no. It's absolutely impossible. It must be impossible. How could Yi Chen be a clown? It must be impossible. It's just a coincidence that their body shapes are similar. That's why she had such absurd thoughts. It's absolutely impossible. Yi Ju suddenly noticed her sister's pale face. Second sister, what's wrong with you? Why is your face so pale? Yi Lan forced herself to shake her head. Nothing, just recalling some unpleasant scenes. Yi Ju interpreted it as her recalling the time when she was hurt. She held her hand with pity. She regretted it. Why was she so busy with acting and work at that time, neglecting her second sister? The director, who had been paying attention to the development of the situation, was thinking quickly. They still hadn't found Yi Chen, but the reputation of the program team must not be tarnished. He quickly informed the host through the earpiece about what he should do. The host was not happy about it, but for the sake of the job, he followed suit. I noticed that some people are still in doubt until now. Are these memories true or false? So we will have a live connection with the audience who sent the barrage earlier, because we detected backstage that this audience not only sent that barrage, but also sent another barrage. The content of the barrages, I heard with my own ears that the girl apologized to Yi Chen when she was drunk. The director really didn't lie. After that audience member sent the barrage, they had been monitoring it all along. Then, in the playback of the memories, they successfully connected with her. She had clearly expressed to the program team that she could come forward and speak. Soon, they started dialing her number on the spot, informing her, and then connecting to her live broadcast room. On the big screen, the live broadcast room of this woman quickly appeared. The woman looked very excited. Hello everyone, I am the one who sent the barrage just now. I am also a witness to this matter. 5 years ago, at her birthday party, a group of friends, including me, attended. She got drunk in the end, maybe feeling very bad and guilty, so she said something hidden in her heart. This matter is that she turned a young man who saved her from a rapist into a rapist. At that time, because it was a birthday party, we had been recording videos all along. I will now release this video. It is my evidence. As the audience watched the woman's video, Yi Mei's face turned pale as she left the bank. She had learned the numbers in that card. It was an astronomical figure. Yi Mei staggered, not paying attention for a moment, and fell to the ground. But she showed no intention of getting up. The sky was gloomy, and a few drops of rain fell. Soon, it turned into a downpour, soaking her through. She sat on the ground, tears mixing with the rain. The bank manager hurriedly approached, holding an umbrella to shield her from the heavy rain. Miss Yi, are you okay? Yi Mei was still immersed in sadness. Everything is actually true. Yi Chen really gave them a card and stored money in it. Just as he said in her memory, he was worried that after he died, they would have no money. But why? Why? Yi Chen, why would you do this? Yi Mei began to recall. When Yi Chen first entered her house as a child, he wasn't like this later on. He would patiently and carefully play with her. And she and her two twin sisters also loved to follow him around, calling him brother. Later, all this warmth disappeared. Yi Mei stopped recalling, feeling not only sorrow but also confusion. In the eyes of the four sisters, Yi Chen had always been a carefree and idle person. Besides drinking and playing day and night, they never saw him do anything serious. So the question is, how could he have so much money? Where did that money come from? Was the source of that money legitimate or illegitimate? If it was legitimate, how could he have earned so much money? What was his identity when he earned that money? A ridiculous thought arose in her mind. Familiarity and Concealment of the Dust by Zheng Ming. Could it be Yi Chen is the dust? No. Calm down, Yi Mei. Whether Yi Chen is the dust is not the only explanation. There is another possibility. The other possibility is that the source of this money is illegitimate. Yi Chen had an account opened in her name, perhaps to frame her, or to launder money. One speculation after another emerged in Yi Mei's mind. No. She couldn't cry. She couldn't fall into this sad emotion. She had to investigate the truth of all this. As long as the truth is investigated, she will be able to know whether Yi Chen is a good person or a bad person. Yi Mei got up from the ground. The manager quickly helped her up. Ms. Yi, be careful. Yi Mei wiped away her tears. I'm sorry to trouble you to take me to my car. When the manager took her back to the car, Yi Mei immediately took out the phone that hadn't been soaked in her bag and started making a call. Studio. All the audience at the scene and those watching the live broadcast could see clearly the video played by the woman. It was indeed accidentally recorded at a birthday banquet. The girl was drunk, perhaps out of guilt, perhaps for other reasons. She hugged a pillow and drunkenly confessed her past wrongdoings. I know he saved me. If it weren't for him, I would have lost my innocence. But, such a good person, I betrayed him at the last moment. I personally accused him of trying to force me. Sob. I didn't want to. Sob. But the Feng family. The Feng family is rich and powerful. If they wanted to kill me, there are a million ways. What could I do? Sob. I'm sorry to him. I hope he can forgive me. Sob. The woman pressed the pause button. Everyone saw it. Yi Chen was indeed wronged. She was afraid of the powerful at the time, so she dared not reveal the truth of this matter, only dared to speak out when drunk. And we didn't know who she was talking about at the time, and she kept silent about it after waking up, so we forgot about this matter. Until I saw this live broadcast, and what she said in my video matched. That's when I knew who was really being slandered. The woman took a deep breath, so I decided, I'm going to reveal the truth. He who brings the firewood for the masses should not freeze to death in the snow. In the live broadcast room, many viewers silently shed tears after hearing this statement. Yi Chen is really in a difficult situation. What did he do wrong? He just wanted to save people for the sake of justice in his heart. But the person he saved turned around and bit him. This is the story of the farmer and the snake. In this society, human emotions are becoming increasingly indifferent. Even when an old lady falls on the street, no one dares to help. Why is that? It's because there are too many indifferent people. Yi Chen felt so helpless at that time. He was being falsely accused of rape. Those who do not understand the truth and join in the insults are no different from those who throw stones into a well. The audience in the live broadcast room cried and angrily typed these barrage messages. However, in the recording studio, the atmosphere fell into silence. Yi Ju never stood up again, criticizing Yi Chen. Yi Lan fell into a long silence. Then, her nose felt sour. So, he really didn't molest anyone. But when he explained it to me at that time, I didn't believe him. The impact of this incident was too great. After all, the competition was about to begin at that time. When the girl said that Yi Chen tried to rape her, everyone except Yi Chen thought the verdict was already out. They called the police, and when the police came to arrest Yi Chen, he was being held in a room by several people. Yi Chen didn't struggle anymore. He just said, if possible, could you help me call my second sister over? They called, and Yi Lan came over. She looked at Yi Chen with anger, as if she wanted to devour him. She forced herself to stay calm and said to the people in the room, I want to talk to him. Can you wait outside the door? Please. There was no back door in the room, and he couldn't escape through the window. So the few people went out and considerately closed the door. When the door closed, Yi Lan couldn't suppress her anger anymore. Yi Chen, do you still have the face to call me over? I wish I never knew you. Yi Chen's pupils were extremely dark. He looked at her for a long time, with a faint bitter smile on his lips. So you also believe that I did this? Yi Lan seemed to have heard a funny joke. She coldly laughed. What, Yi Chen? Do you still want to deny it? What kind of person you are? How could I not know in my heart? You are a fighter jet in the scum. I don't find it surprising at all that you would do such a thing. After hearing this, Yi Chen remained silent for a long time. His voice was so low that only he could hear it, so that's how it is. Yes. In the eyes of his sisters, he had always been seen as scum and trash. So they would have such thoughts, and it was already within his expectations, wasn't it? Yi Lan looked at Yi Chen, feeling more and more angry. I haven't even asked you, how did you come here? She didn't invite him at all. Yi Chen closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he had put on a provocative look. You mean this? Of course, I came here by myself. How could I not come to your first competition and watch you lose? Yi Lan exploded with anger. Yi Chen, who told you I would lose? Let me tell you, this time's competition and the championship are mine. You want to see me lose? Impossible. You will never see it in your lifetime. You just stay inside for 3 or 4 months. She felt like throwing up when she saw Yi Yun's face. Yi Lan turned around in anger and walked away. The door to the room was slammed shut. There was only him left in the room. The sunlight coming in from outside cast a long shadow of Yi Chen. The wind blew in. The curtains swayed heavily. The shadow of the curtains danced, swallowing up Yi Chen's shadow. Yi Chen lowered his head. A bitter smile appeared on his lips. I had already decided to merge into the darkness, so why? Do I need any good reputation? The memory finished playing. The audience watching the live broadcast fell into silence. After a long time, someone finally sent the first barrage. I cried. From the beginning until now, Yi Chen has actually never done anything to betray the four sisters. It's all a misunderstanding. He is not a scum, nor is he a waste. He is just a good brother who wants to protect the four sisters well. Guo Qing'a. In the studio, the three sisters were also silent. Yi Zhuzi was full of doubts. Why did the Yi Chen in the memory extraction appear so different from the person in their memories? But if Yi Chen is really a good person, really doing everything for the good of the four sisters, why did he cause her to become autistic? Why did he not let her act and keep her locked in the room? This is simply a paradox. The three sisters each had their own thoughts, so no one spoke for a while. The host spoke to ease the atmosphere. I didn't expect the truth of this matter to be like this. The slander of that girl is something no one could have imagined. So, goddesses, don't blame yourselves too much. You are not at fault. The only one at fault is the girl who slandered Yi Chen. Because of her, you misunderstood. But is it really like that? Even without that girl, when a person's impression in your mind is negative, no matter what they do, you probably think they have bad intentions. Because your first impression has already invisibly labeled him. Yi Zhuchai noticed that something was wrong with her two sisters. She couldn't help but pinch her palm. Yi Zhuchai, can you be more awake? The eldest sister has already been bewitched by Yi Chen. Do you want to watch the remaining two sisters also be bewitched? Can these few memories fill the pain you experienced since childhood? Have you forgotten how Yi Chen belittled your musical dreams? Have you forgotten how he denied everything you did? Yes. Second sister, you are not wrong. Who knew that girl would slander Yi Chen? This is something none of us expected. She felt that she couldn't continue this topic. Our focus is not on how the second sister won the championship, right? These are just some minor incidents and not important. The host quickly added, that's right. These are not important. Now let's see how Union Goddess won the championship. After all, as far as we know, the goddess was about to lose this match. Later, she suddenly made a move and successfully turned the tables. Finally, she won the championship. Does Union Goddess have anything to say about this? Yi Lan remained silent for a long time. What I want to say has already been said earlier. That move was also a sudden inspiration that came to me. She adjusted her mood. After all, this was the memory of her first championship. No matter what, she couldn't face it with such a gloomy attitude. After adjusting her mood, Yi Lan showed a brilliant and confident smile to the camera. This is the first time I have won a championship in a competition, and this championship means a lot to me. If it weren't for winning this championship, she probably wouldn't want to continue firmly on this path. So, next, please share my glory with me. The scene began to play. Although the match was extended due to a harassment incident, it didn't last much longer. The match was held as scheduled half an hour later. Yi Lan had a very strong opponent, the top player from the neighboring city. And now, the person competing with her for the final championship was him. The match between the two had reached its most intense moment. The commentator looked at the match between the two with great excitement. Everyone, the match has reached its most crucial moment. Let's take a look. Who will be able to win our championship in the end? Ah, the goddess of rhyme has been knocked down. Can she seize the opportunity to fight back? The goddess of rhyme seems to be pressed and beaten by the opponent. She has not made any counterattack. Yi Lan pursed her lips, watching the game characters on the computer desperately trying to use skills to counterattack. But the opponent was pressing very tightly, and she had no way to launch a counterattack besides passive defense. What to do? Is she really going to lose? Yi Lan recalled in her mind the mocking smile that Yi Chen had shown her before the match. No, she absolutely cannot lose. If she loses, wouldn't it be a joke in front of Yi Chen? There must be some way. There must be. Yi Lan's mind raced, and suddenly she thought of a scene. It was a clown. The clown was demonstrating a technique. This technique is theoretically feasible, but I still haven't been able to fully use it. Yi Lan tightened her grip on the mouse. Perhaps she could try that technique. There was no time to continue thinking. Yi Lan simulated the actions in her mind at lightning speed, and then manipulated the mouse. A highly complex character movement was born at her fingertips. Even Yi Lan herself had not expected that she would succeed in one go. She had successfully broken free from the state of being constantly pressed. Yi Lan seized this opportunity and launched a rapid counterattack. In the end, she turned the tables and successfully depleted the opponent's health bar. She won. The entire venue suddenly erupted in cheers. Ah, Yi Lan! Yi Lan! Yi Lan, you're the best! Champion Yi Lan! Yi Lan stood on the stage, hearing the shouts of countless people, and a surge of excitement welled up in her heart. I won! Studio! Yi Lan looked at the scene of her championship victory on the screen, and there was still an unquenched excitement in her heart. In that match, she won cleanly and beautifully. And from that match onwards, she had never stepped down from the position of champion. She had always been the undisputed champion in the eyes of others. The host was very excited. I believe everyone seeing this scene will feel particularly passionate, especially the technique the goddess used at the end. It solidified the goddess's position in the esports circle, and this technique was created by the goddess of rhyme herself. Yi Ju looked at her second sister with great admiration. That's right, this technique created by my second sister is her signature move, and also her finishing move. It later inspired countless people to learn it. Everyone who plays esports has their own way of playing. The most famous aspect of Yi Lan's playstyle was this technique, and someone had studied it. This technique was extremely compatible with Yi Lan, as if it was born for her. The barrage in the live broadcast room was filled with countless praises. However, Yi Lan did not seem very happy. She looked at the distant memory on the screen, her brain spinning rapidly. Did she really create this technique? No, she remembered. It was taught to her by the clown, but the clown had never successfully implemented it, and at the time, her brain was too excited after winning the championship. So when the host asked if this technique was her own creation, she instinctively answered yes. Since then, her brain had always subconsciously believed that she had indeed created it. However, when she revisited this memory, some long-buried truths were finally blown clean of the dust. Yi Lan remembered. This technique was taught to her by the clown. The host was still excitedly saying, after such a long time, seeing this memory again, what does the goddess think in her heart? The conversation turned to her. Yi Lan looked at the camera in silence for a long time, and a bitter smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. What do I think? My thoughts are that I deceived everyone. I remembered. Actually, this technique wasn't created by me. It was the clown who told me about its theory. After I won the championship, I was too excited, so I mistakenly thought that this technique was mine. These words from Yi Lan left the audience and those watching the live broadcast bewildered. It wasn't created by the goddess of rhyme? The goddess of rhyme has always been taking credit. This. Usually boasting about how great she is, looking down on others. She's just stealing someone else's achievements. The goddess of rhyme didn't do it on purpose. Didn't she just say that she was too excited when she won, so she forgot about it? And she has already admitted her mistake now. What's the point of blaming her? Fans always have various excuses to defend their idols. They are the most terrifying group of people, because in their eyes, their idols can do no wrong. Cheating, tax evasion, drug use, they can still defend and portray their idols as pure and flawless. Just taking credit for someone else's work. What does that matter? Yi Lan was watching the barrage. She naturally saw some negative comments. She didn't feel angry or wronged. After all, she was too excited and took credit at that time. Will the clown think that she is someone who seeks fame and reputation? So now, they haven't contacted her again. The host also never expected it to take this turn. He was stiff for a while, not knowing how to proceed. At this moment, the director's voice suddenly sounded, rescuing the awkward situation on stage. We now interrupt with an important message. After the video of the girl repenting was played earlier, the police immediately launched an investigation. They found that girl, and that girl also admitted that she did indeed slander Yi Chen back then. The director intentionally interrupted with this news. After all, they had been suspecting that his memory was fabricated. This message from the police was a great counterattack against them. This suddenly interrupted news made everyone calm down from the excitement of Yi Lan's victory and made them rethink how they had denied Yi Chen before. The director, who had been nitpicking at Yi Chen for so long, had secretly started to support Yi Chen. So he spoke up with great excitement. Although justice has come late, we must always believe that justice will prevail. The rational audience in the live broadcast immediately applauded and cheered. That's right, justice will prevail. What goes around comes around. It's not without consequences. The time has come. Yi Chen has finally cleared his name. He's been through so much. After the director interrupted with this news, proving once again that his memory was absolutely not fabricated, the program continued. Now let's focus back on our program itself. Let's see how Yi Lan embarked on the path of a voice actor. The host remembered. The goddess of rhyme is not just about esports. She also has another identity, that of a voice actor. He finally knew what to say. He chuckled and skipped over Yi Lan's self-repentance, moving on to the topic. So, goddess of rhyme, how did you come to transition from the esports circle to the voice actor circle? After all, these two circles are quite different. When the host said this, everyone was curious, including Yi Ju and Yi Ju. They also didn't know why Yi Lan suddenly became interested in voice acting and later switched to become a voice actor. Actually, it's because of Yi Chen. When Yi Lan said the last half of the sentence, her tone was indescribably conflicted. In all those previous memories, it seemed that Yi Chen's every action was not out of malice. But this time, he clearly already knew that she had won the esports championship. Why did he still say those things? The host became more curious. Oh, what did Yi Chen do? After thinking for a while, Yi Lan decided to tell the situation at that time. After all, she did not fabricate or smear. I remember, it was when I brought back another championship trophy, and Yi Chen was watching TV in the living room. When he saw me holding the championship trophy, Instead of congratulating me, he made sarcastic remarks. He said that I only had 1 or 2 years left as a champion. In the future, I won't even be able to enter the esports industry. Yilan tried hard to keep herself calm, but when the words came out, she found it difficult to stay calm. At that time, she was the most useless among the 4 sisters. Later, esports saved her from this abyss, but Chen belittled all her achievements. He even cursed that she would never win another championship. Chen, if he really cared for them, how could he say such cold words? How could he say such things when he knew that esports gave her a second life? Chen, you really are so contradictory. Yilan's words allowed her fans and some irrational viewers to find points to refute. Did you all hear that? Chen is not a good person at all. Would a good person belittle the achievements of a goddess? I think he's just jealous. Jealous of everything the goddess has. If he really is a good person, then why would he refute the goddess and belittle her? Chen is dark inside. Ju seemed to have found a way to vent. She rallied her spirits again. What? Second sister, he actually belittled you like that? After so many years, he really hasn't made any progress at all. You've already won the championship. Why does he still say such things? Yilan also questioned in her heart. Yeah, Chen, why? If you really cared for us, why did you say those things at the time? Outside, the rain was heavy. The lights on the road were obscured by the rain curtain, casting a yellow halo. Zheng Ming drove on the highway. He occasionally turned to look at Chen in the passenger seat. At this moment, Chen's face was pale, cold sweat on his forehead, curled up, trembling. He closed his eyes, the dim light outside casting a shadow on his thin face. He was struggling to breathe. Zhang Ming had a bad feeling, and anxiously patted him. Chen, don't fall asleep. Can you hear me? I'll be able to take you to the hospital soon, hold on. However, Chen did not respond at all. It was as if he had already fallen asleep. Zhang Ming became even more anxious. The wipers were desperately clearing the rain on the windshield, barely able to see the road. Zhang Ming no longer cared about speed limits. Chen, hold on. Don't you want to see your sisters a little longer? This finally got a response from Chen. He made a difficult sound from his throat. Zhang Ming heard him make a sound, and finally felt a little relieved. Just 10 more minutes. Hold on for 10 more minutes, and we'll be at the hospital. He stepped on the gas pedal, the roar of the engine unusually loud on the highway. Zhang Ming quickly overtook one car after another, rushing to the hospital at the fastest speed. On the other side of the road, Yi Mei was driving a red BMW, pursing her lips. She had already sent someone to investigate, but the results wouldn't come out so soon. She planned to go home first and change out of her wet clothes. Boom! A huge roar from the other side of the road caught her attention. Yi Mei slowed down and watched a car speeding on the opposite side of the road. Who is this? Driving so fast in such heavy rain? Yi Mei frowned subconsciously. Rainy days were the most prone to traffic accidents. She has always been disgusted by people who break traffic rules. The car disappeared in the blink of an eye in front of her. Because of the heavy rain, Yi Mei couldn't see the car clearly and naturally didn't recognize that it was Zhang Ming's car. She also missed the chance to see Chen and learn the truth. Inside the studio, the live broadcast was still ongoing. It was a beautiful day. Yilan had won the championship countless times. Now she had made a name for herself in the esports circle. Many people called her the goddess of rhyme when they saw her. Yilan couldn't help but feel a little inflated in her heart. She was finally not a waste. Finally, she didn't have to be ignored every time the 4 sisters were mentioned. Yilan said a sarcastic remark to Chen and went to her room with her trophy. Chen unexpectedly teased her, and Yilan couldn't be bothered to deal with him. Chen's words angered Yilan, and she responded angrily. Chen's words worried Chen, as esports was a young profession, and as one aged, their physical and nerve reflexes would inevitably decline. Yilan was furious and confronted Chen. Chen laughed at her and asked if she thought she was better than him. Yilan confidently recited a line, but Chen laughed at her. Yilan was so angry that her face turned red. Anyway, it's better than you. Chen suddenly stopped laughing and revealed the phone he had been holding. Is that so? Then why don't you listen to it? He didn't know what button he pressed, and the phone played the lines Yilan had just recited. Many times, when speaking, one would feel good about oneself, but only when listening back would they realize how terrible it was. Yilan was feeling exactly that way now. She heard her voice coming from Chen's phone. It was dry, without any emotion, just like tasteless boiled water. If one had to describe any feeling, it would be affected and artificial. After Chen finished playing, he smiled and said, "How was it? Did you hear it? Where do you think your lines are better than mine?" Yilan's face turned red all of a sudden. When she first spoke, she was truly confident, but she didn't expect the result to be so bad. Chen seemed to have found some amusement and kept playing Yilan's voice over and over again. Yilan was furious. "Chen, stop playing it. Delete it immediately." Chen held the phone. "This is my phone. I can put whatever I want in it." Yilan didn't want to hear it anymore, her dry voice. She angrily grabbed the trophy and went back to her room, slamming the door shut heavily. "Can't be angry. Can't be angry. There's no need to be angry with Chen, this scum. Chen is too much this time." No matter what the goddess said, she still won the championship. Why is he belittling her so much? I'm so angry. When did Chen become such a jerk? What he did before, have you all forgotten, or have you lost your memory? I admit that Chen may have wanted to be a good person before. Maybe he was even a genius. But where does he look like a genius now? He's just a piece of trash. Chen's recited lines are so greasy. What qualifications does he have to mock the goddess? The barrage in the live broadcast room was always full of brain-dead fans and rational netizens attacking each other. At the same time, on the other side, Zhang Ming had already arrived at the hospital. He asked the doctors and nurses to take Chen to the emergency room. As soon as they entered, the doctors and nurses began resuscitation. They were complaining about why Zhang Ming had taken so long to bring Chen to the hospital. It was as if he didn't care about the patient's life. Zhang Ming had been scolded for a long time, feeling very wronged. This wasn't his fault. It was clearly Chen who refused to go to the hospital. If he hadn't found someone, he might have died there. Looking at it from another perspective, he was the one who saved him. The nurse urged him to complete the admission procedures. When all the formalities were completed, no one noticed anything wrong with Chen's name. After all, they were all working and didn't watch the live broadcast. Naturally, they didn't know about the sensational live broadcast happening outside. They were soldiers fighting on the front lines. Entertainment and what was happening outside had nothing to do with them. Zhang Ming stayed outside the emergency room and naturally didn't feel like watching the live broadcast. He didn't know that at this moment, there were countless people in the live broadcast room starting to curse Chen again. The memory footage in the live broadcast room continued to play. After returning to her room, Yelan sat on the bed very angrily. Damn it! Why are these lines so difficult? I don't believe it. I can't be worse than that jerk Chen. Yelan's personality was one that didn't accept defeat. She was so angry that she couldn't sleep, so she took out her phone and started recording, trying to recite the lines with the feeling of the male lead in a TV drama. The cool breeze brings news, the autumn moon knows no bounds, though I am not a handsome man. She recited it countless times into her phone, but when she played it back, it was still very awkward. Dry, tasteless, even plain water had more flavor than what she said. The phone suddenly rang. It was Wang Hai, a childhood friend. He had heard that she had won another championship and wanted to go out and celebrate with her. In the past, she would have gone out immediately, but now, Yelan had the idea of surpassing Chen in her mind. She replied with a simple "I'm busy." Not long after she hung up, the phone rang again. Yelan was annoyed. Didn't I say I'm not going? Why are you still messaging me? Angrily, she opened her phone, only to find that the messages were not from Wang Hai, but from the Joker. Yelan's mood suddenly became lively. Why is the Joker messaging me? The message indeed was from the Joker, with only one sentence. I found a very nice radio drama. I'll send it to you to listen. Yelan quickly replied, why are you suddenly interested in radio dramas? Just stumbled upon it, felt pretty good. Yelan didn't know what she was thinking, but she recorded a voice message on her phone. She recited the line of the male lead. Then she immediately sent it out. Quick, listen to this. Is there anything wrong with my voice message? She had just finished editing this message and hadn't sent it out yet when suddenly she heard a very loud sound coming from the hall outside, the same voice she had just sent out. Yelan also heard it. She angrily opened the door. Chen, can you stop playing my recording? Chen looked a bit flustered at this moment. However, after hearing Yelan's words, his flustered look disappeared. He looked at her nonchalantly. What? Can't even listen to your own words? Yelan, if you can't recite well, then you can't recite well. Yelan immediately retorted, Chen, what makes you think you're so great? Your recitation isn't any better than mine. She slammed the door shut and then came out of the room a few minutes later. She stormed out of the house. Yelan didn't want to continue staying in the same space as Chen, breathing the same air. After she rushed out and was blown by the wind a few times, she finally calmed down a bit. At this moment, her phone rang. It was a message from the Joker. She quickly picked it up to read. Is this the line you recited? Very sincere. This high emotional intelligence response made Yelan couldn't help but smile. Half of the anger that had been stirred up by Chen disappeared, and she deleted all the messages she had wanted to send, then re-edited them, starting to happily belittle herself. I recited so poorly. It's not good at all, stiff and without emotion. The Joker replied quickly, skills are easy to learn, but a sincere heart is not something everyone has. Yelan smiled even more. She patted her warm face, fanned it with her hand, trying to cool it down. The Joker is really good at talking. I'm not as good as he says. He. Yelan's mouth was about to curl up to the sky. The Joker sent another message. Why did you suddenly recite lines? Do you want to learn dubbing? Yelan was stunned. Learn dubbing? She didn't have that idea. It was just a competition with Chen earlier, so she suddenly recited lines. The Joker's message came again. Actually, listening to your voice, I think you are very suitable to be a dubbing actor. If you have any ideas in this area, maybe I can help you. This message from the Joker was carefully considered. In addition to provoking Yelan, he also had to provide the correct guidance. And the best position for this guidance was the identity of the Joker. so Chen simply gave the Joker the identity of a dubbing actor. Of course, Yilan didn't know any of this. She looked at this message with special surprise. The Joker can also do dubbing. How come I didn't know about this? You can do dubbing? A little bit. The scene stopped here. The audience in the live broadcast room quickly flooded the screen. Scared me. I thought Chen was the Joker before. Luckily it's not. God knows how nervous I was when that voice played. Thank goodness, thank goodness. So, the goddess Yuning entered the voice acting circle like this. It's really a coincidence. No way. Am I the only one focused on the fact that the Joker said he would do the voice acting? You just reminded me, the Joker will do the voice acting, so is the voice he's using now really his own voice? Watson, you found the blind spot ahead. The Joker will do the voice acting. So if the voice he's using now isn't his real voice, but just his fake voice, then the question is, why doesn't the Joker use his own voice to speak? Family, have you forgotten? The Joker has always worn a mask and refused to take it off. What is the reason for this? I have a bad thought. The Joker is really Chen, right? I think you guys are wasting your talents by commenting here. You're so good at speculating, why don't you go to the Research Institute to help with scientific development? Crazy. How many internet trolls has Chen bought? He can come up with completely unreliable speculations like this. Chen is desperate for fame, isn't he? Just as the rational audience had just discussed, they were quickly countered by the fans of the four women. The barrage started a new round of tearing each other apart under the scorching spotlight. Yilan's head was a little dizzy as she looked at the barrage in the live broadcast room. They were right. The Joker will do the voice acting, and he has always refused to take off his mask. What is the reason for this? She used to think that the Joker had a secret crush on her, and he would get shy and blush when he saw her, unable to speak. So he simply put on a mask to hide his blush. But is that really the case? Is his usual voice really his own? Could the reason he wears a mask be because he is someone she knows? For example, Chen. At this moment, Yilan felt dry-mouthed. Her brain was so stiff that she couldn't think. At this moment, she suddenly empathized with Yimei. Dust had helped her sister a lot, a bright presence that her sister couldn't erase. And for Yilan, the Joker was the same. Yizhu was the first to notice that something was wrong with her. She held her hand, but only felt a coldness. Second sister, are you okay? What's going on? Second sister's face is so pale. Yilan shook her head with difficulty, but her breathing was clearly not smooth. In this situation, she couldn't even recall and think about the details of her interactions with the Joker. Yizhu and Yiyan exchanged a glance. Yizhu clenched her fists. Everything seemed to have deviated from its original trajectory. What does this Chen want to do? Yizhu knew what was really bothering Yilan now. Her voice was very gentle, making people unable to help but listen. Second sister, calm down. You've been with the Joker for so long, do you think he's Chen? Yilan's slow brain finally started working again. Yes, she had known the Joker for so long, but had never found a single detail in him that was the same as Chen's. Otherwise, how could she not have suspected? So, Yilan shook her head firmly. I don't. Yizhu was still very gentle, and spoke lightly, then that's it. Second sister, do you think Chen can pretend to be the Joker in front of you for so long without letting you find any flaws? Even as an actress, I couldn't possibly play another person for such a long time. Yizhu's eyes were firm. Second sister, as an actress, I assure you that I haven't seen any traces of acting in the Joker. So he's not acting. The Joker is the Joker. Chen is Chen. They are two different people. Yilan looked blankly at her. Really? Yizhu nodded. I swear as an actress. Really? Yilan believed it. The reason is simple. Yizhu is the Gold Award-winning actress who has won all the major film and television awards worldwide. In the circle of acting and performance, if she dares to say she ranks second, no one dares to claim first. She is the undisputed goddess of acting in the industry. When she said she couldn't see any trace of the same person in the Joker in Chen, it's absolutely true. Yilan, who received this news, breathed a sigh of relief. Although from the beginning to now, looking at the memories of Chen, it doesn't seem like he's showing a scumbag. But if she were told that Chen is the Joker, she still felt something was wrong. After all, her feelings for the Joker are not just between friends. And when Yizhu finished speaking, all the fans who supported them instantly gained confidence. Originally, only a small group of people were speaking out, but now it's a flood. Are those who support Chen being slapped in the face? Our Union Goddess is the Global Gold Award-winning actress. She said she couldn't see that the two were the same person. Ha ha, keep being crazy. Keep having a problem with your brain. And there's only one person, me. If you don't understand, just ask. If you have a little bit of courtesy and know that you have a problem with your brain, is it difficult to say sorry, I have a problem with my brain, I support Chen when sending barrage messages in the live broadcast room? But they don't want to admit that they're brain dead. How much money does it take to help Chen wash his hands? Can we make money together? Sisters, if you have something to say more. At that time, when the teachers wanted to leave the literary world, I didn't agree. The barrage in the live broadcast room quickly became a source of joy for the fans. All kinds of malicious words were being crazily output. The host regained control. Ahem. It turns out that the goddess of Yunying has accidentally stepped into the circle of dubbing actors. But if you don't have a passion for it, you can't persist. So, goddess, you must also love this profession, right? This time, Yilan nodded without hesitation. Yes, I love the profession of dubbing actor. Perhaps at first, my understanding of it was not so beautiful, but after I discovered its beauty, I fell deeply in love with it. When Yilan said these words, there was a light in her eyes. She really does love this industry, just like she loves esports. I said before that the Joker helped me a lot, not only in esports, but also in dubbing. As you saw earlier, it was the Joker who introduced me to the circle of dubbing. Later, he was always teaching me the points to pay attention to in dubbing, as well as the key points. Yilan had thought many times before, what kind of virtue and ability does she have to be liked by the Joker? Even though the Joker has never taken off his mask in front of her, she doesn't even know his true appearance. Perhaps the Joker is really ugly, but Yilan doesn't care about his appearance anymore. There are always some sour chickens who like to talk nonsense in the live broadcast room, talking about the Joker so well, it feels like he's being deified. I don't believe his dubbing can be that good. He just said he knows a little bit. I think it's probably just that he's good at reading lines. The Joker has never dared to take off his mask. I think he must be very ugly, afraid to show himself. And about this memory, Yiju can add a few words, because at that time, she was at home. During that time, my second sister was very diligent in studying things about dubbing, but Chen was always causing trouble, always causing all kinds of interruptions. I think he deliberately didn't want my second sister to learn well. Yilan did not refute, because the fact is indeed so. When she was practicing lines, Chen did indeed keep interrupting. After they finished speaking, the paused screen played again. Yilan did not become interested in dubbing. Just like her previous thoughts, she was just angry at Chen for saying that about her, and wanted to retaliate against him. However, since the clown had already spoken, she naturally would not refuse. The two arranged to meet at the internet cafe the next day. As soon as Yilan entered the private room, she saw the clown watching an animated film. Clown, I didn't realize you were so childlike. Watching cartoons in an internet cafe? Chen pulled out a chair. Watch together? If it were someone else, Yilan might have turned and left immediately. But the person in front of her was the clown, so she chose to sit down. It was indeed an extremely childish anime. There were only a few characters throughout. It had a style and humor that only children would enjoy. Yilan didn't want to watch it at first, but ended up getting into it and couldn't help but laugh. After one episode, Chen paused and asked, after watching it, how do you feel? Yilan wiped away the tears of laughter. Although the plot is very childish, it's still quite humorous. Children would definitely like it. Chen nodded and continued, what about the voice acting? Yilan understood. It turned out that he wanted her to listen to the voice acting. Voice acting? I think it's not bad either. The voices for these two characters are really fun. After hearing this evaluation, Chen dropped a bombshell. All the voice acting here is done by the same person. Yilan, who had been casually laughing, was truly shocked this time. Are you saying that all these characters are voiced by one person? Chen nodded. Yilan couldn't help but click play and listen to it a few more times. No matter how she listened, she couldn't hear different tones or voices coming from the same person. Chen saw her interest and continued, it's amazing, right? The next second, he suddenly changed his voice. The voice he was using now was deep and slightly hoarse, while the voice he was using before was bright and lively, like that of a young boy. This is the magic of voice acting. Yilan stared at him in a daze. If she hadn't heard it with her own ears, she wouldn't have believed that this voice came from the clown. Was that your voice just now? Yilan pointed to the lines he had just spoken. Say it again for me to hear. Chen looked at the lines on the screen and recited them. He perfectly interpreted the youthful vigor and brightness. Just hearing this one line made people feel good. After listening, Yilan was silent for several seconds. Is this what you meant by just a little? This was not just a little. He could directly become a voice actor for TV dramas and movies. Chen switched back to the clown's voice. It really is just a little. The barrage in the live chat exploded. What the pro said is just a little is not the same as what I understand is just a little. Hey, who was just criticizing the clown earlier? The clown is amazing. The haters are just jealous. Under the scorching spotlight, Yilan slowly spoke. It was because the clown showed me this anime and then demonstrated to me how amazing voice acting is. That's why I joined the voice acting circle and became interested in it. Recalling this incident, Yilan felt even more emotional. If she hadn't met the clown at that time, would she have embarked on the path of voice acting? No, it was highly unlikely. And not only the path of a voice actor, but even the world of esports, it was all because of the clown's presence that she came to know about it and firmly continued on this path. Perhaps at the time, she didn't realize how important the events that happened then were to her. However, after a long time, looking back on what happened, she realized that it was a turning point that changed her entire life trajectory and had a lifelong impact. Just like Yilan now, upon reflection, she increasingly felt that she owed the clown so much. She would never have achieved her current status without the guidance of the clown. He pulled her out of the darkness and showed her that there was more to life than just decadence and being a waste. The clown's help went far beyond that. The host was also deeply moved, saying, "It seems that this clown has had a profound influence on the goddess Yunin. So let's continue to see what happens next." It had been almost half a month since the last time Yelan went to watch anime with the clown. With his help, she had gained a better understanding of voice dubbing and had developed a genuine interest in it. This had become her second hobby, after esports. With no major esports events recently, Yelan focused more on practicing voice dubbing. When Yechen returned home, he saw Yelan sitting on the sofa, reciting lines with emotional ups and downs. Yechu, who rarely took a break from work, was also at home, sitting next to Yelan and seemed to be teaching her how to practice. Although Yechu did not study voice dubbing, she practiced vocal music and felt that she could be of help in some areas. Yelan nodded and adjusted her expression, then started reciting the lines again. This time, Yechu nodded in approval, saying, "Good, you've improved from the last time." Yelan was excited and vowed to continue working hard. The two sisters were so engrossed that they didn't notice Yechen's return. Yechen stood behind them, watching their performance with a furrowed brow. What was all this? Yun Xian had actually brought her vocal performance techniques here. Yechen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Although there were similarities, the essence of the two was fundamentally different. Voice dubbing actors focused more on the emotions conveyed through their voices, while Yun Xian's training emphasized stage presence and maintaining facial expressions for the audience. The two were fundamentally different. Yechen decided that he couldn't let Yun Xian continue teaching, or it would be even harder to correct later on. He pulled out a chair, making a loud noise. The two sisters snapped out of their recitation and turned to look at him. Yechu frowned and asked, "Yechen, are you crazy? Do you need to make so much noise just by pulling a chair?" Yechen sat down and calmly said, "I just think the noise you're making is too loud." "What are you doing?" Yelan put down her script and retorted, "What we're doing is none of your business." Yechen then teased Yelan, suggesting that she was practicing to redeem herself after her poor performance last time. Yelan, feeling provoked, challenged him, and Yechu watched helplessly as the two argued. She also found that second sister couldn't stand being provoked by others, especially by Chen. At this moment, second sister looked particularly childish. However, she actually wanted to show up Chen. Second sister is the best. She made a cheering gesture towards Yelan. "Come on, second sister." Yelan proudly raised her chin, picked up the script, and looked smugly at Chen, starting to recite, "Once there was a sincere love in front of me, but I didn't cherish it. It wasn't until I lost it that I regretted it." Chen watched her performance attentively, then sighed softly in his heart. Indeed, Yunin had forgotten what I taught her and instead focused more on using facial expressions. This is completely backwards. Yelan finished confidently and tauntingly looked at Chen. "How about that? Useless, someone like you will never catch up with the achievements I have now in your whole life." Chen almost laughed at Yelan's childish behavior, but in the end, he did laugh. "So this is the famous versatile songstress Yiju, and the esports queen Yelan, the results of their practice? Indeed not bad. If you two were to perform a pantomime, I would definitely be there to support you." Yelan suddenly realized, "What do you mean, Chen?" She was asking him to pay attention to the lines, but Chen, this useless person, was suggesting that she should perform a pantomime. What is pantomime? Pantomime is a form of storytelling using exaggerated body movements and no spoken words. But she was practicing dubbing. Chen repeated heavily, "What's wrong? Can't understand? I said you are more suitable for performing pantomime." Yelan was about to explode. Yunin quickly stopped her. "Second sister, don't get angry. If you get angry, you'll fall into Chen's trap." She calmed Yelan down and looked coldly at Chen. "What do you know, you useless person? Continue to waste your life. Second sister, let's go, don't stay here any longer." Yunin knew very well that if she didn't take second sister away, she would definitely get angry and leave. Sure enough, Yelan was increasingly unhappy after they left. Chen is a scum. What does he know? He even asked me to perform pantomime. She was absolutely furious. Of course, Yunin stood by her side. "Second sister, don't get angry for such a scum, you're right. Chen doesn't understand anything, so we don't need to pay attention to him at all. He just can't stand to see you doing well, so he comes up with all sorts of ways to belittle you and undermine your confidence. We must not fall into his trap. We continue to practice our own. When you become the Xiao Chu of dubbing actors in the future, Chen will know how much of a waste he is now." Yelan nodded along. She would definitely practice hard. Then she would climb to the top and mock Chen. Look down on people. The prestigious university. The vocal music teacher noticed that something was wrong. Yelan has gone the wrong way. She should be practicing dubbing. Why is she paying more attention to facial expressions? The psychology professor remained silent for a moment, then suddenly brightened. "Did you notice?" In fact, just now Chen had subtly reminded her. Zhou Qiguang watched the live broadcast and sighed deeply. Chen has always been guiding her, but she doesn't know it. But now one thing is certain, the clown will do dubbing. That means he is very likely to be Chen. The newly added physical education teacher also joined the discussion. When I suspected that the two were the same person, I had already been paying attention to their body shapes and behavioral details. Even though the clown always wears black, their body shapes are indeed very similar. But in terms of details, I couldn't find any similarities. There were no details that could overlap between the two. In this case, could it really be one person? Zhou Qiguang raised his glasses and his eyes burst with light. Do you think it's possible that Yi Chen can act? All the teachers were shocked. Yi Chen can act? But so far, there's no sign that he can act. If Yi Chen really can act, then how extraordinary must his acting skills be to make Yi Zhu unable to find any fault? You should know that Yi Zhu is a global award-winning actress. To be able to deceive her eyes, how outstanding is Yi Chen's talent in acting? Zhou Qiguang looked at the picture of Yi Chen, and a ridiculous yet full of possibilities conclusion emerged in his mind. He said word by word, I suspect that Yi Chen is not just limited to what he is showing now. He should also be able to act and write songs. Whatever the four sisters can do, he can do. All the teachers were shocked by Zhou Qiguang's speculation. If it's really like this, then how extraordinary is Yi Chen? And such an extraordinary person gave up all his honors for the four sisters. This can't be described simply as great. They continued to watch the screen excitedly, eager to verify this idea. Yi Zhu was originally going to continue teaching Yi Lan, but things don't always go as planned. Her phone suddenly rang, and her agent urgently asked her to come over to handle an emergency. There was no way. Yi Zhu could only apologize to Yi Lan. Second sister, I have work to do, so I can't accompany you for long. Yi Lan was used to their busy schedules. It's okay, you go, I can be alone. Yi Zhu, I'll contact you next time I come back. After Yi Zhu left, Yi Lan did not immediately start practicing. Instead, she recalled Yi Chen's words in her mind. She was very angry, but in her anger, she vaguely sensed something was wrong. What did the clown tell me? She pondered for a long time and finally remembered. The clown said that for dubbing actors, the emphasis is on the expression of the voice, so the voice must be full of emotion. It's the voice. But just now, she was more focused on facial expressions. Yi Lan quickly took out her phone, recorded it according to the feeling just now, and then played the voice. The lines did indeed have more emotion than before, but still seemed affected. Yi Lan read it again in the way the clown taught her. Clearly, there were no facial expressions, but the depth of the voice was greater. Yi Lan finally realized. So the problem lies here. She had been too focused on the movements of her face. After changing this, Yi Lan's practice progress clearly accelerated. In the recording studio, Yi Zhu looked at the different performances of Yi Lan with a somewhat bitter expression. She had never expected that she had delayed her younger sister's progress. Second sister, I didn't expect it at the time. The method I taught you was wrong. Yi Lan didn't take it to heart. You were just trying to help, and you didn't know that there was such a big difference between the two. The host also added, yes. Fairy Yun, you just didn't realize that dubbing and singing are different. After all, each has its own expertise. Not everyone can do everything. The host continued to praise, but Yi Lan's mind was completely elsewhere. She looked at the big screen, but her mind was always thinking about what Yi Chen said at the time. Was it intentional or unintentional? If it was intentional, then he could see at a glance that her state was not right. But is Yi Chen really that amazing? She searched through her memories, but there was not a single hint that he could. The light above her head was still so dazzling. They were wearing expensive clothes, being watched by the public, and loved by the public. Yi Lan has always felt that sitting in this position, she has no guilt and does not feel unworthy. This position should be hers, because it was obtained through her own efforts and hard work. But now, as memories play out one after another, Yi Lan has begun to waver. Is this position really obtained through her own hard work, or did someone, at the cost of their own efforts, elevate her to this position? The host holds a cue card. I think many people know who the famous character voiced by the goddess of rhyme is, right? Soon, the barrage of comments starts flying. I know, it's Xingxue, my favorite, the most sunny young man. The first time I heard the voice acting, I thought it was a handsome young man, but it turned out to be the goddess of rhyme. The host, everyone's answers are correct. This character is indeed our Xingxue. Xingxue is the most famous figure in their history. He was the son of a general, originally a spirited young man, but was harmed by traitors and his entire family was executed. He was saved by a family servant at the cost of his own life. The spirited young man then became despondent, living in a haze of alcohol and dreams. Just when everyone thought he would spend the rest of his life like this, he suddenly woke up and joined the rebellion at the time. In the end, he successfully seized power and helped the new emperor pacify the borderlands. It was because of his tumultuous life that he was deeply loved. It seems that the goddess of rhyme seemed to have participated in an audition for the first time, and was directly selected. That's how this classic voice acting came about. Yi Lan also remembered. It was indeed her first work in the industry, and also the voice acting role that deeply resonated with people. Because of this voice acting role, her subsequent voice acting career was incredibly smooth, without any obstacles. The host looked excitedly at Yi Lan, goddess of rhyme. Can you tell us what the situation was like at that time? Yi Lan remembered the scene at the time and couldn't help but feel excited. Of course. As you all know, this was my first audition and my first work in the industry. I am grateful to have been lucky enough to obtain this role when I first entered this industry. and let everyone know me through this role. Yelan was truly a newcomer at that time. It was indeed because of this role that everyone noticed her voice acting skills. The host, now let's see how the goddess of rhyme obtained this role. After all, this character is a young man. The big screen showed Yelan. Compared to the last time, 3 months had passed. She had gained a better understanding of voice acting and had also met many people. Xingjua's character was introduced to her by the clown. Of course, Yelan knew who Xingjua was. She looked incredulously at the clown. Clown, are you serious? This is Xingjua. Chen's face was hidden behind a mask, making it impossible to see his expression. But his tone was very firm. Of course I'm serious. When have you ever heard me lie to you? Yelan grabbed her hair and looked somewhat uncomfortable. But this is a male character. Xingjua is a man. Chen remained very calm. So what? You've been practicing voice acting for so long. Don't you know that many young male characters are actually voiced by female voice actors? Yelan did know this, especially for characters with a youthful and boyish image. Chen sensed her hesitation. Are you not confident in yourself? If she knew at this moment that the person in front of her was Chen, she would definitely have loudly retorted. Who's not confident? Who's not confident is a dog. But the person in front of her was the clown. Yelan hung her head. I've only been practicing dubbing for a short time. I'm afraid I won't perform well and will embarrass you. After all, this role was introduced to her by the clown. If she really didn't perform well, she would definitely drag down the clown. Chen looked at her head and couldn't help but pat her on the head. If you don't want to embarrass me, then do your best to do your best. Exert all your strength. Even if you fail in the end, you will have no regrets. Yelan took a deep breath and then nodded heavily. I will definitely work hard. Work hard not to embarrass you. Chen suddenly smiled and said in a very gentle tone, you won't embarrass me. Have you forgotten? You are the champion Yelan. Yelan, who is invincible in the world. Bring out your championship attitude. You are the most spirited Xingjua. Xingjua, this role must be yours. In fact, as the clown said, Yelan finally incorporated the spirited feeling of the young Xingjua into her championship. She easily got the role. Union Goddess is truly a goddess. The dubbing of Xingjua by Union Goddess is really amazing. No one in the circle can surpass the dubbing of Xingjua by Union Goddess. The feeling of the sunny and spirited young Xingjua, Union Goddess completely captured it. Many people have dubbed Xingjua afterwards, but the dubbing by Union Goddess is forever divine. This time, the fans in the live broadcast room were not just exaggerating, but many people really thought so. Even passers-by who were not fans of Yelan felt the same way. In the midst of these rainbow farts, there was a barrage that didn't fit in. But I have heard a version that is even better than the one dubbed by Union Goddess. In a group of rainbow farts, a traitor suddenly appeared, and the person who posted it naturally became the target of a group attack. Countless sarcastic barrages began to flood in. The person who sent the barrage got angry and immediately fought back. I was just a small up-and-coming creator at the time. I like to share my daily life. So when I heard that version, I recorded it and posted it online. If you don't believe me, you can go to my account and listen. I can guarantee that anyone who hears that version of Xingjua will be shocked and amazed. It's because I heard that version of Xingjua that I still don't think Yelan's dubbing of Xingjua is the pinnacle. The person who sent the barrage even posted their account name and the website where they posted it. And many idle onlookers, with nothing better to do, actually went to search for this small up-and-coming creator. He said he was a small creator, and he really couldn't be any smaller. His account had less than 300 followers. The videos he posted were even fewer. The idle onlookers quickly found the video he mentioned. It was called a video, but it was actually just an audio recording. This audio was posted 8 years ago, coincidentally when Yelan dubbed the role of Xingjua. The idle onlookers clicked on the audio one after another. A familiar voice appeared. Some with good hearing rubbed their ears. This voice sounded a bit like Chen. The audio was clearly a covert recording. The various background noises in it were very noisy and had not been noise-reduced at all. In the midst of this noisy background noise, a young voice rang out. "Hey Sheng, I've come to ask for a drink." Only the voice could be heard, but no one could be seen. But anyone who heard this sentence would conjure up an image of a young man in bright clothes and a spirited smile, walking towards them. Why the long face? Have you encountered any difficulties? Tell me, if I can help, I will definitely help. Another sentence that could only be heard, but not seen. However, the chivalrous and righteous spirit in the young man's clear voice had already allowed people to imagine a more specific image of the young man. This is a young man with a sense of chivalry and clear love and hate. There is a long pause of nearly 10 seconds in the middle, as if waiting for the response from the other side. Finally, the voice of the young man rang out again. This time, his voice was filled with anger. "What? How dare those thieves be so brazen? Ah Shang, rest assured. I will go and find their lair. I will kill all these thieves. Let them never burn, kill, or plunder again." These words carried an unmistakable murderous intent, yet also concealed a hint of the young man's righteousness. Although only 2 sentences were spoken, they stirred the blood of all the listeners, making them eager to grab their weapons and join the young man in finding the thieves' lair, and then wiping out the thieves to bring about a new world order. Anyone familiar with history could tell from these few lines which plot it was. This was the first time Xing Zhuo revealed his true potential, letting everyone know that beneath his gallant appearance, this young man had a courageous side. Some impatient audience members, upon hearing this, hurried back to the live broadcast room to leave barrage comments. I was bored, but I actually went to listen. Halfway through, I can only say that I am now filled with excitement. I can't wait to bravely fight the enemy alongside General Xing Zhuo. Oh my, I didn't even see anyone. I only heard that voice, but in my mind, I've already pictured the image of General Xing Zhuo. I'm sorry, I betrayed. Compared to the voice actress Yunin, this is simply worlds apart. I'll be honest and run away. I can't even put into words how excited I am right now. That voice. It makes me suspect that General Xing Zhuo has traveled to the present. It's just too lifelike. These listeners who were extremely excited halfway through clearly had their minds occupied by dopamine and had no spare time to think. Why did that voice sound so familiar to them? There were still many viewers in the live broadcast room who were not so bored and actually went to search for it. So when they saw the responses from those onlookers, many people who had not originally intended to do so were moved. No way, so many water army accounts? Is it really that lifelike? I'm almost starting to believe what you're saying, but my reason tells me that you're scammers, and I definitely won't listen. The production team, who had been paying attention to the barrage comments in the live broadcast room, also noticed this anomaly and quickly found the source of that little old lady. The director quickly reminded the host of this matter. The host has been found. Bring up this topic and play the audio. Whether what the old lady said was true or not, this matter could increase the popularity of the show. Naturally, it had to create more topics for it. It wouldn't lose out anyway. The host looked at the barrage comments and said, "We've noticed that many people in the barrage comments are now saying that when the goddess played the role of General Xing Zhuo, an host accidentally recorded another person's version. And the current trend is all about how this person's version is even better than the one played by the goddess." As soon as the host finished speaking, Yi Ju frowned. She saw the malice of the production team. This move was clearly not to criticize her elder sister, but to ride on her elder sister's popularity. From start to finish, this production team made her feel extremely disgusted. Is this a joke? Is there really someone who can do it better than my elder sister? If there really is such a person, why didn't they find him to voice General Xing Zhuo at the time, instead of finding my elder sister? Although Yilan didn't actually think this way, she also felt that the production team's actions were malicious. However, she didn't show it on her face. Instead, she calmly spoke, "Oh, is that so? Then I also want to come and listen, to see who is the one who dubbed General Xing Zhuo. If he really is better than me, I also want to learn from him." The parties have already said so. Naturally, the audio was also connected to the big screen. The host, "This is the audio that was discussed in the barrage just now. Let's play it." All those watching the live broadcast can make comments after listening, whether he is better than General Xing Zhuo, or our goddess of rhyme is better than General Xing Zhuo. The all-black screen audio started playing. When the first sentence came out, Yilan was already unable to sit calmly on the sofa. Other viewers may not have fully remembered Yi Chen's voice, but they felt somewhat familiar. But for Yilan, this voice was more than familiar. Even if only one word was spoken, she could be absolutely certain. This was clearly Yi Chen's voice. She had been listening for over 10 years. She would definitely not be mistaken. The other two women also reacted the same way. In their eyes and expressions, they were equally shocked. Yi Chen, isn't this Yi Chen's voice? How could he appear here? For some reason, at this moment, a strong sense of unease surged in their hearts. In their shock, Yi Chen had already started reciting lines. Yilan had dubbed for Xing Zhuo, and because it was her first dubbing role, she was very familiar with his story, and could recite it fluently. Just by hearing these lines, she already knew which scene it was. A vigorous and spirited young image formed in her mind. The youth had his own pride, his own heroism, and his own sense of justice. Just with these few words, Yilan's face had already turned pale. Onlookers see the fun, experts see the doorway. At this moment, Yilan clearly understood that just with these few lines, she had lost. How could this be possible? How could Yi Chen possibly speak such good lines? Yi Chen, how much have you been hiding? Rewind time, 5 minutes ago. Hospital. Single room. After the rescue, Yi Chen was pushed here. He had already woken up. His condition was better than before. Zhang Ming sat down beside him with a stern face. "Do you know how serious the doctor said you were?" Yi Chen leaned on the bed, with a nutrient solution hanging beside him, and a thin face revealed a smile. "I don't need the doctor to tell me, I know it myself." Zhang Ming took a deep breath with a cold face. "Yi Chen, the doctor said you don't have much time left. Maybe it's just a matter of 2 or 3 days. This was his optimistic estimate. Knowing the time of a friend's death, even Zhang Ming, who was usually calm, couldn't help but redden his eyes. Yi Chen's tone was indifferent. "At least I'm still alive now, right? What's so scary about death?" He had experienced death before. He had already died once, and this life seemed like it was stolen. Zhang Ming was infuriated by Yi Chen's appearance. He couldn't help but shout, "If I had been a step later, you would have died in that basement." It was almost halfway there when Yi Chen almost passed out. By the time he reached the hospital, he was already completely unconscious. Yi Chen, it won't happen. He wanted to look at his sisters a little more and would try to hold on. Zhang Ming wanted to continue speaking in anger, but Yi Chen had already looked at his phone. Can you give me my phone? Zhang Ming could guess what he wanted to do with just his toes. At this point, you still want to watch the live broadcast. Yi Chen gently smiled at him. Consider it my last wish, okay? Clearly, his face was pale and thin, but his eyes were bright as stars. They emitted the most determined light. Zhang Ming choked up. Yi Chen had already said so much. What more could he say? Naturally, they all listened to him. Zhang Ming took out his phone and opened the live stream. Look, look! Yi Chen took the phone and placed it on the bedside table. By this time, they had already finished listening to the first half. The three sisters had different expressions on their faces. Xingjue was the first character dubbed by Yilan, so Yizhu and Yiju had naturally heard it many times. It was precisely because they had heard it many times that they could now discover the differences between the two versions when listening to the interpretation in front of them. And they could also see that the current version was so much better than the one dubbed by Yilan. What it means to feel like the real person is reproduced after listening to it, you will know after listening to this version. Yi Ju's mind was buzzing. She could be 100% sure that it was Yi Chen's voice. But could Yi Chen do dubbing? Was this audio really dubbed by Yi Chen? Yi Ju subconsciously chose not to believe it. In fact, not only them, but even many of the viewers watching the live broadcast at this moment also did not believe it. Or rather, they were in a state of doubt and suspicion. I also felt that this voice was very familiar before, but I couldn't remember who it was. When the goddesses reminded me, I also felt that this voice sounded so much like Yi Chen. It can't be Yi Chen. He doesn't do dubbing. I think it's probably just someone who sounds similar to Yi Chen. Amidst the doubts of the crowd, the audio continued to play. Father, I won't leave. The young man's heart-wrenching voice seemed to pierce the sky. The strong sense of despair could be felt through the layers of screens. We haven't done anything wrong. Father, you didn't rebel at all. Why did the emperor want to execute our entire family? Each word was filled with tears and blood. Thud. It sounded like the sound of kneeling. Father, I won't leave. Mother, speak. The young man's voice became even more desperate. Compared to the previous spirited and bright young voice, at this moment, he seemed like a fledgling bird with its wings forcibly cut off. The bustling noise in the background seemed to turn into chaos at this critical moment. The situation became even more urgent. The sound of running, it seemed like the young man was being dragged away by someone. Sheng, let go of me. I can't leave my father and mother behind. I want to go back. Listening to this burst of sorrowful and desperate voice, Yilan couldn't help but speak, reciting Sheng's lines. She was too familiar with this plot. Xingjue, calm down. If you go back now, do you want everyone in the general's mansion, including your parents, to die in vain? Xingjue, you are your father's only bloodline. Just as she finished speaking, Yi Chen's voice resounded in the audio once again. His speaking voice became extremely difficult. Sheng, we have been wronged. The young man's voice added a touch of lifelessness. It was as if he had no more strength to struggle. He was bound in a cage, surrounded by cold temperatures, with a dim night sky above. Yilan couldn't help but shed tears. Yi Chen's voice had directly brought her into Sheng's role. I know. Xingjue, everyone in the world knows. Yilan cried. It wasn't just her, most of the viewers watching the live broadcast couldn't help but shed tears. Everyone knew. The Xingjue family in history had never intended to rebel. They had been wronged, and everyone in the world knew they had been wronged. But no one dared to refute the emperor's decision. Those who dared to refute had already been taken away to be executed. The once proud and spirited Xingjue was now in a state of despair and desolation. There was another long period of silence in the audio. Then, Yi Chen's voice slowly rang out, Sheng, can I ask you for a drink? In this line, Yi Chen's voice carried a sense of lifelessness, no longer the initial elegance and brightness. Yelan knew this part of the plot. They successfully escaped from the general's mansion. It was also from here that Xingjue began to decline. No longer seeing the past glory, he became a muddle-headed person, only knowing to drink and drown his sorrows all day long. The audio fell silent again for a long time. The noisy background voices all disappeared at this moment, leaving a silence. When the sound resurfaced, it was Yechen reciting a poem. The empty pavilion is lonely, the rain is chaotic, and the falling cherry blossoms reflect the lonely moon in the heart of the lake. The past prosperity is unbearable to recall, the cold wine enters the throat and breaks the soul. Ha ha ha. In this life, what does it matter to be sober? What does it matter to be drunk? It's just a big dream. Ha ha ha. This voice, with a sense of ease, faintly, but also with a hint of sadness. It's like having lived a lifetime, seeing through the world, and finally letting go of everything quietly. It's also like knowing that there's no way to turn back, so why not indulge in the pleasures of life? What does it matter to be sober? What does it matter to be drunk? Unable to escape from this sad outcome, unable to break free from this predetermined fate, might as well take it as a big dream. Everyone cried, especially Yezhu. She is studying acting, and her heart is also the most delicate. At this moment, in her mind, she has already outlined the image and story of Xinghua, this historical figure. Once a passionate young man, now can only sit alone in a pavilion, watching the rain outside and the lonely moon reflected in the river, drinking the already cold wine, living in a drunken stupor. Such a powerful infectiousness. Yeju wiped away her tears, staring blankly at the black screen in front of her. Just using voice and a few lines of dialogue, a perfect character image appeared vividly in people's minds. What kind of powerful voice control and infectiousness is this? However, this voice belongs to Chen. What is going on with all of this? Could it be that the person in this audio is really Chen? Yelan was already crying uncontrollably at this point. She had already been drawn into the role of a Shang. As a bystander, a Shang was the one who could understand and comprehend what Xinghua had experienced. It was precisely because of this that she found it even more difficult to control her own grief. What did Xinghua do wrong? He did nothing wrong. On the contrary, he had the world in his heart, full of passion, and dedicated to the country. Not only him, but the entire Xing family was the same. However, the current emperor was wary of their military power, fearing that they would rebel and directly execute the entire family. Xinghua was wronged. Yechu's nose was also sour, but she quickly adjusted herself. She looked at Yelan, not knowing what to say. No one can compare to my second sister. The sentence was still echoing in her ears, but now it was a slap in the face. Even she, who wanted to find fault, couldn't find a single flaw in it. Yelan said with a sob, I lost. I really can't compare to him. She once considered her portrayal of Xinghua as the pride of her life, but now, her pride had been shattered by someone who was even more powerful, and more importantly, that person was Chen. The live broadcast room was also exploding at this point. Yelan admits she lost in person. I have to say, this portrayal is really too good. I, who have a low threshold for tears, cried so hard. Who said that only Yelan's portrayal of Xinghua is the best? I don't agree. After listening to this, I finally understand what the old lady meant. With this version, Yelan's version is really not the peak. No, can't anyone pay attention to the main point? Isn't the main point that this voice is Yechen's? Right, that means this is voiced by Chen. Chen can do voice acting, and do it so well. Does this also prove that the clown is very likely to be Chen? The host heard the director's message in the earpiece and immediately said, we have contacted the sub-host. Welcome, everyone. A male voice came from the hall. Is this the program team for Celebrity's Childhood? The host asked. Yes. Can you tell us why there is only audio and no video? The up-host replied, even if I had recorded a video at the time, you wouldn't have been able to see the person. I'll start from the beginning so you can understand better. The up-host happened to be walking along a road when he heard someone reciting something on the other side of the fence. At first, he didn't pay attention, but after listening for a few sentences, he couldn't continue walking. The recitation was too good, and as a diehard fan of Xinghua, he immediately recognized it as Xinghua's lines. The up-host was very excited. After listening for a few sentences, I realized I had to record with my phone because I couldn't see the person behind the wall, so I just used audio mode. No one knows how excited I was at that time. The only feeling I had while listening to those voices was that General Xinghua had traveled from ancient times. After I finished recording, I posted it online to let more people hear it. I didn't expect that the person would actually be Chen. The voice was so immersive that the audience in the live broadcast room nodded unconsciously. Yes, this voice is so infectious. I cried when I heard it. I really thought it was General Xinghua who had traveled through time. Chen is amazing. Ju captured the key point. Wait, you just said that you didn't see anyone, you only heard the voice, right? The up-host replied, yes, because there was a wall in between, so I didn't know who was on the other side, and by the time I realized and went to look, there was no one there. Ju's expression quickly turned cold. So how can you be sure that the person on the other side was Chen? Everyone? It seemed like this was a valid point. In fact, the up-host didn't know Chen at all. He just followed what the barrage and the three women in front were saying, but the voice sounded like Chen. Didn't you all say he was Chen? The voice is exactly the same. Ju remained calm but with a hint of sarcasm in her eyes. So what if the voice is the same? Can't the voice be faked? When she first heard the voice, she also felt it was very familiar. It was no different from Chen's. But was reality really like that? Was it possible that the person on the other side was not Chen, but just someone who sounded a bit like him? Didn't you say earlier that you didn't see the person at all, so no one can be sure who he is? The up-host, the program team, and the panel of experts. Can it be like this? In the live broadcast room, some viewers had already started to be speechless. No way, is Ju going to start doubting again? Can't she accept that Chen is better than them? I can't watch this. These girls are just plain ridiculous. These viewers' comments sparked a backlash from their fans. Goddess Yun Xian didn't say anything wrong. No one saw the person, so why assume he is Chen? Indeed, voices can be faked. For dubbing actors, this is not difficult, right? Right now, we've only heard the voice. We haven't seen the person. Who knows if the person on the other side is human or ghost? Ju looked at Lan, second sister, am I right? Can voices be faked? Yilan remained silent for a while, but ultimately nodded. Voices can indeed be faked. For someone who has had this kind of practice, faking a voice is not difficult at all. Just like dubbing, changing the position of the vocal cords and the way of speaking can produce a different voice. But is this audio really fake? Yi Ju spoke up. That's right, I don't have to deny it. The person in the audio is Yi Chen's intention. But in the absence of concrete evidence, can I maintain my suspicion? The scene was very quiet. Yi Ju had awakened from her grief, feeling that her sister was not wrong. This audio could not be completely confirmed as Yi Chen. After all, no one had seen the person. They had been with Yi Chen for so long and had never heard him dubbing. They only knew that he was drinking all day. If only based on drinking, the two of them still had something in common. The hospital. Zhang Ming and Yi Chen looked at each other. Yi Chen, tell me, is the person dubbing you? Yi Chen stared at the phone and didn't answer for a long time. He couldn't believe that the lines he had read on a whim had been recorded and uploaded online. It had been so long, 8 years had passed. Seeing that he still didn't speak, Zhang Ming was furious. Yi Chen, are you trying to hide even me now? You don't need to answer. I know it's you. You had already changed your voice in the dust. Yi Chen finally spoke. So what? What does it matter? It's meaningless to discuss these things now, isn't it? Just like Xinghua. Since they had already reached that conclusion, what could reminiscing about the past do now? Xinghua, in a sense, was also a true portrayal of him. Yi Mei changed into a new set of clothes, dried her hair, and finally returned to the old alley house of her childhood. Looking at the familiar scenery again, a hint of complexity appeared in Yi Mei's eyes. There was an indescribable emotion surging in her heart. She took a deep breath and suppressed all her emotions. Then she lifted her feet and walked on the road. After making money, she had bought this house. At that time, the purpose of saving was not to reminisce, but to hold a grudge. Because as long as she saw this house, she could remember what Yi Chen had done to all four of them, something that even the gods would be angry about. Yi Mei took out the key. No one had been here for a long time. When the door was opened, a cloud of dust greeted her. She frowned and walked in. She went straight to Yi Chen's room. Before, whenever she saw this room, she would feel a surge of hatred. But now, she just felt a mix of emotions. Yi Mei opened Yi Chen's room, as if she had opened Pandora's box. It still retained the appearance of when he left. With complex emotions, Yi Mei began to search inside. She didn't really know what she was looking for, but if she did nothing, she would go crazy. After searching for who knows how long, Yi Mei suddenly saw what seemed to be a book under the bed. She didn't mind the dirt and knelt down to take out the book. After seeing clearly, Yi Mei realized that it wasn't a book, but a diary. Is this Yi Chen's diary? The diary was already very worn, and from the worn appearance, it could be seen that the owner had flipped through it countless times. Yi Mei's heart was beating rapidly. For a moment, she didn't know whether to open it or not. Although it was a diary with a lock, the lock had long rusted, and as long as she used force, it would definitely break. Yi Mei's hand approached the cover, her mouth dry, about to open it. On the other side of the studio, amidst the debate, everyone had their own answer that they were willing to believe. The call from the host was cut off. The host regained control of the proceedings. What the divine fairy said is actually unreasonable. After all, now we haven't seen anyone except for their voices. Everyone can have their own understanding and thoughts. You can believe that he is Yi Chen, but you have to allow for some people not to believe. Several barrage comments in the live broadcast room floated by, whether they were sarcastic or in agreement. Ah, right. Haven't seen anyone. Everything is fake. Even if we see people, so what? With the advanced AI face swapping technology now, if there's a video, it must be AI face swapped. My goddess at home is right. The voice is fake, and if there's a video, it's AI face swapped. In short, my goddess at home is pure and flawless. The best in the world. Invincible. Amidst the chaotic voices, Yi Lan's expression appeared the calmest. She looked at Yi Ju and said, Sister, tell me, can you really not see any trace of Yi Chen on the clown? Yi Ju was stunned for a moment, then nodded very affirmatively. Second sister, I have no reason to lie to you. If there's any resemblance between them, I can tell. But the fact now is that apart from their similar body shapes, there is not a single detail in their walking posture or gestures that is the same. Yi Lan still had no expression on her face. I understand, she said. But Yi Shu frowned slightly. Second sister, are you okay? I'm fine. Yi Lan's voice remained very calm. But I need to go to the bathroom now. Yi Zhu had been observing her expression all along, and after not detecting any emotion on her face, she nodded slowly. Second sister, go ahead. Yi Lan got off the stage expressionless, but she didn't go to the bathroom. Instead, she went to the safe passage, took out her phone, and after a long silence and hesitation, she still chose to make a call to someone. But there was no answer for a long time. Yi Lan silently put down her phone, without attempting to call again. She looked at the empty corridor, her voice somewhat desolate. Big sister, did you find something? Or did you find out something? The third sister couldn't see any resemblance between the two, and she was the same, but there were too many pieces of evidence and clues laid out in front of her. She couldn't completely ignore them. Big sister, you must have noticed something, that's why you left, right? Yi Chen, what secrets do you have? Yi Zhu had been paying attention to the stage all along. She was actually very worried that her second sister would be like her big sister. But fortunately, not long after, Yilan came back. It seemed that she really just went to the bathroom. Yi Zhu breathed a sigh of relief. It's good, it's good. In fact, not only Yi Zhu was also very worried. But she knew that soon, her second sister would not waver anymore. Because according to the procedure, the next step would be to extract the memories of the third sister. The fact that the third sister was made autistic by Chen was one of the reasons why the four sisters hated him. As expected, the host spoke up. I believe that now all the audience have different thoughts about Chen, but I hope everyone can remember one thing. Not all people can be whitewashed. The reason why scum is precisely because no whitewashing can erase the sins on him. It is well known. Our rhyme shadow goddess once suffered from autism in her childhood, and this autism was caused by Chen. Just this point, Chen can never be whitewashed. The host's voice was very excited and stirring. Especially after the fourth sister's fans heard this, they quickly sent barrage comments expressing their agreement. That's right. How can Chen be whitewashed? Besides, there's no evidence to prove he's a good person. In my opinion, he's just scum. Don't forget, Chen caused the rhyme shadow goddess to have autism. The rhyme shadow goddess almost lost everything because of autism. Yi Zhu finally found an opportunity to speak. The host is right. Don't be deceived by him. Even if most of the memories we see are real, what can we do? Have you all forgotten what happened to us afterwards? His current actions cannot erase the mistakes he will make in the future. He brought the disaster upon us. He almost caused my third sister to have permanent autism. Mentioning this, Yi Zhu felt heartache. That's autism. Mental illnesses are often the most difficult to treat. That's right. Yi Zhu, the global film queen who has won numerous international film and television awards, was actually diagnosed with mild autism at a very young age. Sensitive and inferior. Just wanting to hide at home forever, not wanting to see anyone outside, or talk to anyone. Judging from her current awards and achievements, almost no one would think that she had such a painful and miserable experience. But fans have dug up all of this. Yi Zhu was diagnosed with mild autism at the age of 3. The host immediately asked, Goddess Yuning, can you talk about the situation at that time? Yi Zhu was called the nation's first love, naturally because of her very pure appearance. Those bright black eyes were always pure and innocent, like the sky after the rain. With her long straight hair, she appeared even more gentle and obedient. Although this incident happened 18 years ago, for Yi Zhu, it is still a wound that she is not willing to mention. Because of that experience, she once thought it was an insurmountable obstacle. It was a fire burning in hell. But in the end, she came out of it. Not only did she come out of it, she also achieved such great success today. When she agreed to appear on this program, in a sense, it was to completely let go of the past. To completely let go of the past means that no matter how it is brought up, she will not feel any hurt or fear in her heart. Yi Zhu can now face this old memory calmly. It can no longer defeat her. It will only make her stronger. Perhaps, as the memories play out now, Chen may be different from the memories of us four sisters. But for me, Chen is a devil. Because during the years when I had autism, I was constantly suffering endless pain. That suffocation, like a drowning person, can only rely on a piece of driftwood, but is in an endless ocean. I don't know when I can reach the shore. That period of time was too painful. It was so painful that Yi Zhu didn't want to think about it again. She lowered her eyes, tightly gripping the microphone, her knuckles turning white. That year, I was 3 years old. We had just moved to that alley, and my sisters and he had all gone out. I was watching TV in the living room, and my sister Yunxian was sleeping in the room. And then, a naked man climbed in from the balcony. He broke into the living room and tried to harm me. I still remember the man's shining white buttocks and the claw reaching out to me. Anyone familiar with her knows about this experience of Yi Zhu's. The man ultimately did not succeed. It was because Chen appeared. But Chen was not the hero who saved Yi Zhu. Because this man was provoked by him. This man was someone Chen had met outside, a dubious friend. The fans in the live broadcast room have already started to feel sorry in advance. Oh my god, I can imagine how devastated the goddess must have been at that time. The goddess was only 3 years old. That naked man rushed in, who knows what he wanted to do. It's bad enough that Chen met some dubious people outside, but he also harmed our goddess. Chen deserves to die 1,000 deaths. Perhaps he was a good person before, but after moving here and being influenced, he has already fallen. I don't believe that bad people can become good people when they grow up. The audience in the live broadcast wished they could go back in time and become heroes to save their goddess from danger. The host was also distressed, speaking with increasing anger. So, let's take a look now. Just how despicable was Chen at that time? Yilan looked up at the big screen. On her way back from the safe passage, she had already thought very clearly. She chose to continue sitting here and watching the memories because she wanted to find details and more clues. She wanted to figure out what kind of person Chen really was and what he was hiding. She wanted to know if the reason her younger sister developed psychological autism was true or if there was another hidden truth. As everyone eagerly anticipated, the screen slowly played the footage again. In the hospital, the emaciated Yi Chen trembled as he picked up a glass of water, trying to quench his thirst. But just a second after swallowing the water, he vomited it all out. Cough, cough, cough. Yi Chen struggled to breathe, trying to calm the burning pain in his stomach. Zhang Ming quickly helped him. You can't eat anything right now, so don't force yourself. I'm fine. Yi Chen waved his hand, feeling guilty. His younger sister's autism. He had already tried his best to make amends. He had portrayed the drug addict as his own friend, just to minimize the psychological impact on Yi Zhu. He had redirected all the hatred towards himself and tried to ignore the incident itself, but he hadn't expected that it would still cast a shadow on Yi Zhu, leading her to develop mild autism. She became sensitive, insecure, and hid at home, almost falling into severe depression. He had put in a lot of effort to help her gradually overcome her childhood trauma and guide her towards becoming a successful actress. Zhang Ming also watched the live broadcast and asked with a furrowed brow, what really happened back then? He didn't believe that Yi Zhu's autism was caused by Yi Chen. Yi Chen wasn't that kind of person. Yi Chen smiled gently. Isn't it time to play the memories? Just watch. Maybe you'll find the answer. The big screen started playing. The rented house was now very different from when they first arrived. The yellowed walls had been painted with a fresh coat of white, the old moldy sofa had been replaced, and the worn-out furniture had all been cleaned. Although it didn't look as glamorous as someone else's new home, it was already considered cozy. 3-year-old Yi Zhu was sitting in the living room watching SpongeBob. She was very well behaved, keeping the TV volume low because her younger sister was sleeping in the room. As she was engrossed in the show, she heard some commotion from the balcony. Initially, she didn't pay much attention, thinking it was just the wind, but the noise grew louder and became impossible to ignore. Yi Zhu sensed that something was wrong, so she got up from the sofa and was about to go and see what was happening. As she ran down from the sofa, she suddenly saw a man breaking into the balcony. The man, who was less than 20 years old, was completely naked, with a sickly pale complexion and a diseased look on his face. He looked completely out of sorts. Anyone who understood would know that he was a drug addict. The man probably didn't expect anyone to be in the room, and when he turned his gaze towards Yi Zhu, their eyes met directly. Yi Zhu was frightened and burst into tears. She was too young and had never experienced anything like this before. Wah wah wah! The man was already somewhat disoriented, otherwise he wouldn't have climbed up naked. Instead of scaring the man away, Yi Zhu's crying only proved to him that there was no one else in the room. Otherwise, an adult would have come running upon hearing a child's cry. And more importantly, the man had already recognized Yi Zhu. It was impossible for Yi Chen to go unnoticed after moving here. It had long been known that there were only 4 little brats in this house, and no adults coming and going. Little sister, are you the only one in the room? Don't be afraid, I won't do anything to you, he said with a sneer as he rushed towards Yi Zhu. He reached out his claws, and Yilan was so scared that she shrank into the corner of the sofa, forgetting to escape. She shook her head desperately and called out loudly, wah wah wah, sister, brother, help me. Yi Zhu cried even louder, but it was no use. No one came to save her. The man approached step by step and had already grabbed her arm. Little sister, don't cry, you're annoying me. The man's fierce appearance and his threatening words made Yilan so scared that she closed her mouth. She just stared at him stupidly, but she stopped crying, and Yi Zhu in the room was awakened and cried loudly. The man was startled, almost thinking that there was someone else in the room. After hearing the child's cry, he squinted his eyes. I didn't expect there was another one in the room. He let go of Yi Zhu's hand, apparently wanting to go inside. Yi Zhu's worry overwhelmed her fear. She ran forward to stop the man. Don't hurt my sister. Her little face was pale, and her body was trembling, but her determination to stop the man was firm. The man smirked evilly. Oh, can I hurt you instead? He reached out his hand with a sneer. Just as the man was about to touch her, the door suddenly opened. Yi Chen's small but majestic figure appeared at the door. Stop it. The young boy seemed to have run over, with sweat on his forehead, a red face, and heavy breathing. When he saw the scene in front of him, his pupils suddenly contracted. The man was startled, but when he saw that it was just a little brat who had opened the door, he laughed wildly. I thought it was someone else, turns out it's you, Yi Chen. The man didn't care about Yi Chen at all and continued to rush towards Yi Zhu. Yi Chen directly picked up the fruit knife on the fruit bowl and rushed up without hesitation. If you dare to touch my sister, I'll kill you. At first, the man didn't pay attention to a child's words. It wasn't until the pain in his abdomen made him lower his head. There was a big hole there, and bright red liquid was flowing down. The pain made him slightly regain his senses from his confusion. Yi Chen stood in front of Yi Zhu like a fierce wolf. Get out of here. He was only 9 years old now, and his face had not fully matured from its childishness. But now, no one would think he was an easy target. He was like a dragon that had awakened. A dragon has scales. Touch it and you die. The 4 sisters were his scales. The man had never expected that such a small child could be so ruthless. The killing intent in Yi Chen's eyes was genuine. Everything he said was serious. The intense pain made the man's dull brain clear up a bit. Yi Chen had chosen a good spot. If he didn't go to the hospital immediately, he would die from excessive bleeding. The man, clutching his abdomen, glared at Yi Chen fiercely. Yi Chen, you'll pay for this. After saying that, he couldn't bear the pain anymore, covered his abdomen, and jumped off the balcony to leave. Yi Chen quickly went to close the balcony door and then turned to look at Yi Zhu. The little girl was completely scared silly at this point. Hugging her legs like an ostrich, she shrank into the farthest corner of the sofa, crying uncontrollably. Yi Chen put down the fruit knife and approached. Why are you crying? Yi Zhu ignored him, burying her head in her knees, unable to stop crying. Her small body trembled, like an abandoned stray cat or dog. Yi Chen's eyes showed a hint of concern and worry, reaching out in a hugging gesture. But soon, the concern turned into coldness. His hands were withdrawn, no embrace given. He forcefully lifted Yi Zhu's chin, making her face his eyes. In a cold and mocking tone, he said, that person is my friend, and I have some issues with him. In the future, stay away from him when you see him. Yi Chen paused slightly. Also, I didn't expect you to be such a coward. Just a little scare and you cry like this. It's really laughable. Yi Zhu stopped crying upon hearing these words. Panic and fear turned into anger. He's your friend. Yi Chen looked down at her. Yes, a coward. Yi Zhu pushed him away. Bad person. You're a bad person. Yi Chen instinctively wanted to chase after her, but Yi Zhu had already locked herself in the room. It seems like Yi Chen didn't do anything wrong, right? Didn't he even save her? Wasn't the earlier part just talking nonsense? Is she deaf and didn't hear him say that person was his friend and they had issues? They have issues. I seriously suspect this guy is using this as an opportunity for revenge. Oh my, that guy looks like a villain, really disgusting. Damn, why do I still think Yi Chen looked cool with that knife? Union Goddess was only 3 years old at that time. Encountering such a thing must have caused a huge psychological shadow. Is there a possibility that Yi Chen is lying, and that guy is not really his friend? He just doesn't want Yi Zhu to have a psychological shadow. Every audience has their own thoughts, and for a moment, the barrage was filled with various comments. In the studio, Yi Zhu's expression had already returned to calm. She calmly and gently spoke, as if she were telling a story as an onlooker. Perhaps many viewers would be puzzled by this scene alone. How could it lead to me developing autism? Of course, it's not just this, and what Yi Chen did is not just these things. This scene at the time did indeed plant a shadow in her heart. However, it was far from enough to cause autism. She had experienced other things as well. The host immediately asked, does Union Goddess remember what happened at that time? Yi Zhu half lowered her eyes. Of course I remember. If she didn't remember, how could a shadow fall? That day was just the beginning. After that day, Yi Chen always liked to lock me and my sister in the room. No matter how I begged him at the time, he wouldn't let me out. When Yi Lan heard this, she felt extremely sad. She regretted not being there at the time. The host noticed her expression. Union Goddess wasn't there at the time? Yi Lan remained silent for a moment, and spoke truthfully. Yes, neither I nor my older sister were there. Every time something happened, it was always a coincidence that they were out with her older sister. And at that time, the fourth sister was still a baby, with no memory of it at all. Naturally, it wouldn't have any impact on her. Yi Zhu looked up at the camera. Perhaps, some viewers already think that Yi Chen is a good person, and that person is not really his friend, just a lie he deliberately told to comfort me, to prevent me from having a psychological shadow. But I want to ask, is it really like that? If it really is, why did he always lock me in the room after my older sister and second sister went out? Once or twice could be called a coincidence. But every time it's like this, can it still be a coincidence? Yi Lan also fell silent again upon hearing this. This is also the reason why she has always been hesitant. If Yi Chen is really doing it for their own good, why is it always so coincidental that he targets Samnei? Yi Zhu said, there are not so many coincidences in this world. This is premeditated. In the hospital, Yi Chen saw this scene and smiled bitterly. He didn't want this. But that person, after being stabbed by him, developed a strong sense of revenge and came to cause trouble. In order to prevent his sisters from being harmed, he had to lock them in the room. He never expected it to turn out like this. As for why he always only locks Sanmei and Simei, Yi Chen smiled even more bitterly. This matter really is just a coincidence. He also doesn't know why, every time that man comes to the door, the eldest sister and the second sister are not at home. But no matter what, the consequences had already been caused. Although he had been trying his best to make amends, the harm had already been done. Now, it's up to others to judge. However, Yi Chen looked at the empty seat and his mind raced. The eldest sister had been gone for a long time. Yi Chen thought for a moment and guessed what she might be doing now. Perhaps she would have been worried about finding him before, but he was already here. There were no cameras in this place, so she wouldn't find him. Wait! Suddenly, Yi Chen remembered something and grabbed Zhang Ming next to him. Lao Zhang, I suddenly remembered something. Please, you must help me with this. At the same time, on a certain highway, Yi Mei held the steering wheel with a pale face, her palms full of sweat. More than 10 minutes ago, she went to the house where she had spent her childhood and found a notebook with a password lock in Yi Chen's room. She went through countless mental struggles at that time, and finally made up her mind to open this diary. But just as she was about to open the diary, her phone suddenly rang. This ring made her put down the diary in her hand. The call was from her subordinate, and the purpose of the call was very direct. Until now, Yi Mei still remembered his exact words. "Yi, I found out where Yi Chen is." When Yi Mei heard this, her mind went blank. She had no intention of looking at what was written in the diary. She had to find Yi Chen. She must find him. Live broadcast. It had been half a month since the incident happened. During this half month, Yi Zhu, although sometimes sensitive, seemed to be fine. Yi Chen felt slightly relieved. Among the four sisters, Yi Mei and Yi Lang were more outgoing, always liking to go out. Yi Zhu, on the other hand, had a more introverted personality, preferring to stay at home and not liking to go out. Yi Zhu was still a child and couldn't tell. Today, the sun was shining, the spring breeze was blowing, and it was very cool. Yi Mei wanted to go out for a walk, and Yi Lan wanted to go with her when she heard about it. When they asked Yi Zhu, she shook her head directly. "I want to stay at home and watch SpongeBob." The two sisters also knew Yi Zhu's personality and did not force her. When the two were about to leave, the nearly one-year-old Yi Zhu reached out and called out "Ah!" Yi Mei teased her, "Does the fourth sister want to go out for a walk too?" Yi Zhu waved her little hand even faster. "Ah!" Seeing this, Yi Mei picked her up and said, "Then let's go out and enjoy the sun together." As the three sisters were about to leave, Yi Mei asked uncertainly, "Sanmei, are you really not going out?" Yi Zhu shook her head firmly. For her, watching Patrick catch jellyfish was much more interesting than playing outside. Yi Mei said, "Then you stay at home and watch TV, we'll go out and come back after soaking up some sun." The three sisters left, leaving only Yi Zhu in the house. She was holding a very old doll and sitting very obediently on the sofa watching TV. Just a few minutes after she started watching, the doorbell suddenly rang outside. Yi Zhu was stunned for a moment. Could it be that my sisters are back? Did they forget their keys? After all, it had only been a few minutes, so the chances of it being her sisters coming back were higher. Yi Zhu jumped off the sofa eagerly. The doorbell rang urgently, and Yi Zhu, wearing slippers even bigger than her, ran even faster. Coming! Since the doorknob was quite high, Yi Zhu used a small stool as a step, then stood on the stool and opened the door. "Sisters, why are you back so soon?" Yi Zhu smiled as she opened the door, but when she saw the person standing outside, her smile froze and quickly turned pale. She didn't say anything, she just tried to close the door. However, a pair of pale, rough hands directly pressed against the door. The pale yet fierce face was so familiar. It was the man who had broken into the balcony half a month ago while Yi Zhu was at home watching SpongeBob. The man looked at her with a sinister gaze and smirked, "Little girl, why are you so impolite? When you see someone, don't you know you should greet them?" Yi Zhu was so terrified that she couldn't speak. She just desperately tried to close the door. But she was too small and didn't have enough strength. No matter how hard she tried, it was futile. Her struggle greatly pleased the man. He licked his lips and forcefully pushed the door open. Yi Zhu was pushed to the ground by the force. "No, no, don't!" In her immense panic, Yi Zhu finally spoke, trying to get up from the ground and escape outside. But it was no use. She had just gotten up when the man pushed her back to the ground. "Woo woo!" Yi Zhu couldn't help but cry. Yi Chen is not here. She remembered what Yi Chen had told her last time. This man had a grudge against him, so he must have come this time to seek revenge on Yi Chen just like last time. Yi Chen? The man didn't know why Yi Zhu suddenly mentioned this little devil, but, "I do need to find him too." The man stabbed him in the abdomen. This grudge must be avenged. The hatred is hard to dissipate. But for now, playing with something else is not impossible. "Your brother isn't here, so I'll just take some interest from you first." He. The man had already grabbed Yi Zhu. Just as the scene was about to become unhealthy, the door opened. Yi Chen stood at the door with groceries, completely unprepared for the scene inside. If the first time he rushed back was because he heard someone say on the way that they saw a mentally unstable pervert climbing the building and didn't know where he was going, so he hurried back. This time, it was just a coincidence. "It's you again." The man obviously didn't expect to run into Yi Chen again. He let go of Yi Zhu and looked at him with a sinister look. "Wild seed, I didn't expect to meet again so soon." Yi Chen didn't care what the man said at all. The moment he saw him let go of Yi Zhu, he immediately ran up and pulled her up from the ground. To prevent her from being hurt again, Yi Chen quickly pushed her into the room and locked the door heavily. Yi Zhu sat weakly on the ground. The recent experience had left her mind blank. Even now, she couldn't fully come to her senses. Outside the door came the sound of intense fighting and endless insults. Bang! It seemed like something had been broken. The sound of shattering accompanied the man's angry curses. But Yi Zhu didn't want to continue listening. Or perhaps, she refused to receive any more information from the outside world. She trembled all over, climbed onto the bed, and covered her ears. This action successfully cut off most of the outside noise for her. She didn't know what had happened outside. "I don't know how long it has been." When Yi Zhu put down her hand covering her ears, there was no sound outside the room. "Is it over?" Yi Zhu's heartbeat gradually calmed down, and she tentatively got out of bed. However, when she tried to open the door on tiptoe, she found that the room door was locked from the outside. She couldn't open it from the inside. Yi Zhu tapped on the door. "Is anyone there?" It was extremely quiet outside. Yi Zhu gathered her courage a little more. Is anyone there? Yi Chen, are you out there? Still, there was silence. At first, she may not have felt anything, but as time passed, coupled with what had just happened, it was inevitable for Yi Zhu to feel scared being alone in the room. She was afraid of that man, or just like before, he would climb in from the balcony. Just the thought of it made Yi Zhu's tapping on the door more urgent. Is there anyone outside? Help! I want to get out. Dead silence. Yi Zhu slumped against the door, helplessly tapping on it, occasionally looking fearfully towards the balcony. Countless details were telling her fear. If it were in the past, being locked in a room would not have caused any emotions for Yi Zhu. But now it was different. She was just too scared, afraid that someone would come in from outside the window. Even though she had locked the window, she was still afraid. Moreover, there was not a single sound outside. Overwhelming panic filled her heart. In the end, Yi Mei came back to rescue Yi Zhu. By then, it was already getting dark outside. She had been locked in the room for a full 4 hours. The audience in the live broadcast room couldn't bear to watch. The Rhine Shadow Goddess at this moment must be very scared. Put yourself in her shoes. If it were me encountering such a thing, and then being locked in a room for 4 hours, I would go crazy. Whether going crazy or not, there would definitely be psychological trauma. Yi Chen is too much. He caused the situation, and then he kept someone locked inside for so long. Yi Zhu looked back at this scene. Even though this scar had healed, it still ignited anger. I know, perhaps some people would say, it's just being locked in a house for a few hours, and there are still so many dangers outside, it might be safe inside the room. But have you ever thought, at that time, I was just a 3-year-old child? Yi Zhu's gentle appearance made it easy for people to feel pity as soon as she spoke. A 3-year-old child encountering such a thing and being locked in a room would definitely leave a shadow in her heart. Yilan felt deep self-blame when she saw this. It's actually my fault. When I and my elder sister went out to play, we got too excited and forgot the time. So we forgot to come back. If we had known at that time, I would definitely have taken my little sister with me. The host was also very angry. Where was Yi Chen at that time? Yi Zhu's tone was slightly cold. I don't know. Yi Lan's expression was extremely complicated and conflicted. She was wavering between believing that Yi Chen was a good person or a bad person. Yi Chen, if you really are a villain, or if everything you did was really for the good of the 4 sisters, then why did you lock your little sister in the room? Was it to deal with that man? But it shouldn't have taken that long. Yi Lan couldn't understand no matter how she thought about it. Yi Zhu continued, this was the first time, and there were second and third times after that. For those who still insist that Yi Chen might be a good person, I would like you to watch these memories before speaking. Just as she had said before, the first time might have been an accident, the second time perhaps a coincidence. But what about the countless times after that? In the hospital room, only Yi Chen was left. He watched the live broadcast and sighed deeply. Why did he leave for so long at that time? Because that man was just too difficult to deal with. He was only 9 at the time. There were already many restrictions, not to mention the need to consider the noise, which couldn't be too serious at the time. After all, his youngest sister was still in the room. He finally managed to lead the man outside. The process doesn't need to be detailed, but in the end, after dealing with the man, he quickly tidied himself up and hurried back to open the door for Yi Zhu. However, the 3 sisters had already returned and opened the door for her. As for what happened later, it's simple. The man found his accomplice and came for revenge. On the big screen, the scene was slowly playing out. Yi Zhu looked even quieter than the 2 previous appearances. She held a teddy bear tightly, curled up in the corner of the sofa. Even when looking at her favorite SpongeBob, her expression couldn't be considered happy. At that moment, the sound of keys turning outside the door was heard. Yi Zhu, who had been crouching on the sofa, suddenly became nervous and stared at the door. The door opened. It was Yi Chen, sweating. Although she disliked Yi Chen, seeing him made Yi Zhu's guard relax. But the next moment, Yi Chen walked towards her with a fierce look on his face. Get out of here. Leave immediately. Without hesitation, he pulled Yi Zhu. Startled, Yi Zhu refused. I don't want to. Let me go. Yi Chen's face looked even more fierce. I told you to leave, didn't you hear me? He calculated the time in his mind, his expression becoming increasingly anxious. No, there's no time. Those people are probably coming up. The youngest sister can't run out. Yi Chen didn't care whether Yi Zhu was scared or not, and forcefully dragged her into the room. This action made Yi Zhu have a bad premonition. What are you going to do? I don't want to go in. But Yi Chen ignored her struggles and pushed her into the room. Shut your mouth and don't make a sound. After saying this, he directly locked the room door. Inside, Yi Zhu desperately tried to open it. The door rattled as she shook it. Yi Chen, let me out. Bang! A more intense noise made Yi Zhu stop. She lay on the ground, observing through the crack in the door to see what was happening outside. Yi Chen had left. After locking her inside, he left. And this was only the second time. The third time happened quickly as well. This time, it seemed that there was a fight inside the room, accompanied by rough cursing. The 4th time, the 5th time, the 6th time. Yi Zhu had changed. If she used to be quiet and obedient, it was because of her good nature and understanding. but now, she was quiet and closed off. When she appeared again, the teddy bear never left her hands. She was extremely afraid to go out and couldn't get close to others. In her bright black eyes, there was no longer any light. Watching the live broadcast, all the fans felt heartache. Oh my god, the light in Yuniying's eyes is really disappearing bit by bit. This is too cruel. What is Yi Chen doing? Is he a pervert? I can't take it anymore. Where is Yi Chen? I want to teach him how to be a human being. Yuniying is only 3 years old. What has she been through? I apologize for previously thinking that Yi Chen was a good person. Yi Chen is scum. I won't hesitate anymore. I won't hesitate either. This is just too disgusting. Yi Zhu saw the barrage in the live room. She had a faint smile on her face, as if she had already let go of the past. Everyone has seen it. If you could still think he was a good person before, or a demon or a genius, then please tell me, what is he doing now? She raised a smile. The smile was very sad. Is he constantly keeping me in the room because he wants to save me? Or is it that he is trying to protect me and prevent me from getting hurt? Ha, do you believe in such nonsense reasons? Yi Zhu wore a white dress, making her look even more gentle and fragile. If I can still forgive him for doing this, and think he is a good person, then I am a saint. But I am not a saint. Yi Chen has done so many wrong things, why should she forgive him? The top academic institution. Several teachers looked at the scene in front of them, unable to speak. What's going on with Yi Chen? Why does he keep Yi Zhu locked in the room? If it's for fear of someone seeking revenge, he could just let Yi Zhu run away. Yeah, why is that? The psychology expert thought for a long time, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Yi Chen doesn't want to keep her inside. It's because he's running out of time. Did you notice? The first time, Yi Chen actually wanted to drive her out, but at that time Yi Zhu refused. That's it. He replayed the live broadcast, showing Yi Chen's anxious look outside. His eyes were clearly looking outside. His mind was completely not on Yi Zhu. It means that some danger is approaching. That's why he reacted like that. All the teachers suddenly realized. So that's how it is. The psychology expert quickly analyzed, and there's another point. The first time he just locked the person inside, and then there was no sound. Why is that? I guess he didn't want to make too much noise inside, so he went out to deal with it. But the second time, it should have been too late. Those people broke in, so he heard the insults and fighting sounds. And the third and fourth times after that too. So the final conclusion is, Yi Chen just wanted to protect Yi Zhu, but he never expected that his actions would be misunderstood. And not only misunderstood, but also caused more serious consequences. He sighed heavily in his heart. Yi Zhu was only 3 years old at the time. How could she understand so much? From her perspective and thoughts, she just felt that Yi Chen was against her and wanted to hurt her. After listening to the analysis, all the teachers nodded in realization after re-examining those details. It is indeed like this. It means that Yi Chen had no choice. Yi Chen just wanted to save her. Zhou Qiguang, who had not spoken all along, finally spoke while looking at the big screen. The biggest mistake Yi Chen made in his life was to think of himself as a bad person, but he was actually doing good things. The 4 sisters he raised are all ungrateful. Clearly, you were wholeheartedly doing it for their own good, but the end result was like this. Yi Chen, why did you have to go through this? Yi Mei stopped the car. She looked at the alley in front of her, speechless. Did Yi Chen live in this place during his disappearance? Dilapidated. There were moldy fungi in the corner. Yi Mei didn't know what to think. In short, it was extremely complicated. She stayed in the car for a long time, wanting to get out several times, but couldn't muster the courage. Yi Mei, what are you afraid of? Although the investigation results of the money in that card have not yet come out, as long as I find Yi Chen, everything will be known. And, is he really dust? As long as I go down and find him, everything will be revealed. Yi Mei finally gathered the courage and opened the car door. As soon as she opened the car door, her face suddenly changed. It stinks. The stench in her nose was so disgusting that it made her stomach churn. Yi Mei also lived in such a place when she was young, but after founding the company, she never suffered like this again. She couldn't help but retch a few times. Just then, she heard the sound of a car in the distance. Yi Mei covered her mouth and nose, looking into the distance. Indeed, several cars were approaching. These cars stopped not far from Yi Mei, and then the doors opened quickly. When the people in the cars got out, both Yi Mei and the other party fell silent. Yi Mei coldly smiled and then looked at them expressionlessly. Why are you here? The other party. Help! How could we meet Yi Mei here? Yi Mei, no words? I can guess even if you don't speak. You're here to find Yi Chen, right? So, Yi Chen was never with the production team. That's right. The person standing in front of Yi Mei at this moment was sent by the production team to find Yi Chen. And coincidentally, Yi Mei knew one of the staff members there. The production team staff member did not answer whether he was there or not, and awkwardly said, Goddess, should we go first? Yi Mei sneered. Seeing that they were not prepared to answer her questions and did not continue to entangle, she walked briskly to the address given to her. The production team quickly followed. The closer they got to the target location, the more uneasy Yi Mei felt. If she were alone, she might have stopped now. But now there was the production team behind her. Yi Mei did not hesitate and continued to walk to the basement where Yi Chen was. As she raised her hand, the people from the production team began to raise their cameras, ready to shoot. Yeme started knocking on the door, and when her hand touched the door, it opened a crack on its own. Although Yeme did not expect it, she showed a hint of surprise, but it quickly disappeared. She clenched her fist, calming her rapid heartbeat and complex emotions. Yechen, I finally found you. Come and tell me the whole truth. Are the things you did before truly evil, or is there goodness hidden beneath the evil? Yechen, are you really the dust that has been with me for so long? Tell me everything. Yechen. Yeme gathered her courage and pushed the door open. In the studio, the three sisters were unaware of what was happening outside. The host said sympathetically, Union Goddess must have been very painful during that time, right? Yuju nodded, I have to be honest, yes. During that time, I was in a sensitive and self-deprecating state. I think this feeling is something that people without autism wouldn't understand. I was like being trapped in a dark cage, surrounded by endless ruins. Yuju's tone was very calm as she said these words. It was as if she was telling someone else's story. But it was this demeanor of Yuju's that made people feel even more sorry for her. Yulan and Yujue both spoke guiltily. I wasn't good at that time. I didn't even notice that our third sister was not okay. I don't deserve to be her sister. Me too. I didn't notice that our third sister was always unhappy during that time. The host was a fan of the four sisters, so naturally, he stood on their side. He comforted them, Union Goddess and Yunxian Goddess, you don't need to feel guilty. Don't forget, how old were you at that time? You were so young, of course you couldn't understand these things. He said angrily, in the end, it's all Yechen's fault. Those people clearly came to seek revenge on him. If he hadn't provoked people outside, the incident of locking Union Goddess in the room and causing her to become autistic wouldn't have happened. This incident is the source. It's the original sin that caused everything. The fans in the live studio also agreed. That's right. This is the original sin. The goddesses were so young at the time, it's too normal not to notice anything wrong. However, Yi Chen was already 9 or 10 years old at that time. He was really too immature. The host felt a sense of achievement seeing that the barrage was overwhelmingly in support of him, and he became even more targeted in his remarks towards Yi Chen. So, Yi Chen is a scumbag who cannot be redeemed. If someone as bad as Yi Chen can be whitewashed, then there would be no bad people left in this world. Yi Zhu lowered her eyes and spoke in an even colder tone than before. In fact, what he did was not limited to just those things. During that time, he might have known that I was in the wrong, but he didn't offer me any comfort at all. Instead, he became even more ruthless, ordering me to do chores. If I didn't comply, he would mock me by my side. It was precisely because of this that her autism became increasingly severe. Upon hearing this, Yi Lan's long-buried memories were stirred. She remembered, at that time, did Yi Chen also push you? Yi Zhu nodded, and Yi Lan clenched her fists. If Yi Chen was really good, why would he push his younger sister? Or was there another hidden story behind this? The host, now even angrier, exclaimed, I never expected that Yi Chen could be so disgusting. So now, let's take a look at just how lonely and helpless Union Goddess was at that time. How detestable Yi Chen's true face is. Yi Lan anxiously looked at the big screen. It had been a long time since those incidents. Yi Zhu was now 4 years old, dressed in a Lolita dress, with twin ponytails and hugging a teddy bear. She sat silently in the corner of the sofa. She stared blankly at the TV, seemingly unchanged from before. But if one paid attention to her eyes, they would notice that they lacked even more light, and any slightly unusual noise would make her extremely frightened. When Yi Chen came out of the kitchen, this was the scene he saw. During the previous period, he had been busy dealing with the aftermath of that group of people. He had no time to focus on anything else or manage other matters. When he finally resolved those issues and could ensure that the group of people would be locked up for a good 10 or 20 years, he finally had some free time. It was then that he noticed that his younger sister's mental state seemed to be deteriorating. To ensure that he wasn't mistaken, Yi Chen tried calling out to her. Yi Zhu, come here. Yi Zhu sat on the sofa, hugging the teddy bear tightly and not speaking. Yi Chen's brow furrowed even more, and he tried a different approach. Sister, come here. Yi Zhu still didn't move. This time, Yi Chen truly felt that something was wrong. Although his sister had always been quiet, she had always responded when he called her, unlike now. Yi Chen decided to try a different approach, no longer speaking gently as before. Yi Zhu, didn't you hear me calling you over? He had already expected not to receive any response. However, Yi Zhu suddenly moved. Yi Chen could see that she looked very afraid. He understood that Yi Zhu was afraid of making him angry. Yi Chen had only wanted to try, and he hadn't expected this kind of response. But now that she had come over, Yi Chen decided to try something else. He softened his tone. Can you help me pick some vegetables? He wanted to see if there was a problem with her understanding in this aspect. Yi Zhu stood in the corner hugging the teddy bear, seemingly unwilling to come forward and speak to him. Or perhaps she didn't understand what he meant. Yi Chen inwardly cursed. Could it be that his sister's cognitive abilities were also affected? He furrowed his brow in worry, thinking about what to do. Yi Zhu had been paying attention to him the whole time. Seeing his furrowed brow, her small body trembled. She remembered the incidents from a few days ago. Whenever Yi Chen furrowed his brow, he would hit and curse at people. Yi Zhu's face turned pale, and she hurried to the sink, holding a teddy bear in one hand and picking vegetables with the other. While working, she kept an eye on Yi Chen. Yi Chen realized that her cognitive abilities were not impaired. However, he wondered how she could pick vegetables while holding the teddy bear, as it would get wet. He walked over to her and said, "Put down your teddy bear." As he approached, Yi Zhu, in a panic, tried to avoid him, but she forgot she was standing on a small stool and fell over. Yi Chen tried to catch her, but she was afraid of his touch and fell to the ground. This incident was witnessed by Yi Lan, who saw Yi Chen reaching out and Yi Zhu falling, leading to speculation in the live broadcast room. Yi Lan was puzzled by the situation and felt a mix of emotions. Meanwhile, Yi Zhu was also confused, as she remembered Yi Chen pushing her, despite the reality being different. The scene continued to play out, and despite the fall, Yi Zhu did not cry loudly but silently shed tears, which made everyone feel sorry for her. Yi Lan comforted her and accused Yi Chen of pushing her, while Yi Chen felt the need to check if there was any problem. After confirming that Yi Zhu was only in pain from the fall and had not broken any bones, he felt relieved. Yi Mei, who was studying with earplugs in her room, was brought in by Yi Lan. Yi Chen, watching the whole scene, felt relieved that Yi Zhu was okay, but Yi Mei was furious with him. "I will always remember the incident where you pushed third sister down." The entire plot played out. The live broadcast room and the recording studio fell silent. Yi Lan lowered her head in disbelief. "So everything is because of me?" It was because when she barged in and saw that scene, it was so much like Yi Chen pushing someone. So when she told her eldest sister, she also said that Yi Chen pushed third sister down. So the eldest sister misunderstood. She never expected that it was actually Yi Chen who set her up at that time. Yi Chen never did such a thing, and Yi Zhu also fell into silence. In her memory, her brain was actually in chaos when this scene happened. Later, she would think that it was Yi Chen who pushed her down, because that's what her eldest and second sister said. The memory in her brain was reconstructed in that instant, leading her to later believe that it was indeed Yi Chen who pushed her down. And when the real memory was restored, she realized that all of this was actually caused by errors in her memory and cognition. Rational viewers in the live broadcast room began to speak up. "Oh, they've messed up again. Ha, why did I say again? Yi Chen, this poor guy is really pitiful. He was wrongly accused since he was a child, and now he's still being wrongly accused." Blaming Yi Chen for pushing her down when she fell by herself. It turns out she's been good at smearing others since she was young. The mocking comments in the barrage were seen by the three sisters. The twins had nothing to say. After all, they were indeed in the wrong in this matter. But Yi Zhu was not convinced. "It is true that we misunderstood you, Yi Chen. But what is the reason for causing this result? Have you all paid attention to the deeper meaning behind this? Why is my third sister so resistant to Yi Chen's contact? Isn't it because of what happened? The law of causality, without the actions he did at that time, how could there be this result?" The production team listened in astonishment. This was no longer whitewashing. This was turning black into white. Her strong words were even more forceful than twisting the truth. But her words were praised by countless fans. The barrage started a new round of chaos. However, the director was not focused on the barrage. He was waiting for the call from the group looking for Yi Chen. In his anxiety, the phone finally rang. The director immediately spoke. "How is it? Have you found Yi Chen?" 10 minutes earlier, Yi Mei gathered her courage and pushed open the door. She had already made countless assumptions in her mind and simulated countless possible scenes, but when she saw the scene before her, she still couldn't speak. The environment in this basement could no longer be simply described as bad. It was downright terrible. It didn't look like a place where a person lived at all. The walls were damp, blackened, and covered in mold, and there was a very unpleasant smell everywhere. The furnishings in the room were very simple. There was only a table and a chair. That bed couldn't even be called a bed. It was just a piece of cardboard in the shape of a bed, and the sheets, pillows, and everything else were damp. Living here for a long time would definitely cause rheumatism. And those clothes. There were only a few hanging, with various patches on them. The place where Yi Chen lived was slightly better than a homeless person's. Yi Mei was completely stunned. Her emotions were so complex at this moment that she couldn't find any words to describe it. "Yi Chen, is this really where you live? This dirty, rotten, dog-like place? How can you live in such a place? You, who have so much money. Why would you live in such a place? Yi Chen, what is going on?" Yi Mei felt her brain in turmoil. Various emotions surged within her. For a moment, she lost her ability to speak. The production team followed behind Yi Mei and also saw the scene before them, and they too were incredulous. When they arrived at the investigation site, they were mentally prepared. However, they never expected the conditions to be even more difficult and desperate than they had imagined. They focused the camera on Yi Mei, capturing all of her reactions. After the initial emotional turmoil, Yi Mei's brain began to work rapidly. The layout of the room was immediately apparent to her. She didn't see Chen here. Was it because she was in the wrong place, or because he didn't live here? Yi Mei tried to find items in the room that could prove to belong to Chen, but there were none. These items were all visible everywhere, and she couldn't find any useful clues from them. The production team looked at each other. It seems that Chen is not here. Did we make a mistake? Or is it that our information is wrong? Yemei heard their discussion in her ears. Did she really come to the right place? Does Chen really live here? Or is this just a deception? Deep down, Yemei was unwilling to believe it. There is still a certain barrier between memory and reality. Until this barrier is completely shattered, she remains in a state of half-doubt. The production team turned the place upside down but couldn't find anything. After reporting to the director, they decided to leave first. Yemei also left with them. However, after getting on the car, she didn't leave immediately. Instead, she looked at the diary next to her. Perhaps there would be some other clues in this diary? Recording studio. Not long after Yemei finished speaking, the host had a sudden realization and said, "What the goddess Yun said is right. Ultimately, the problem lies with Chen. If it weren't for him making some unsavory friends outside, how could these things have happened later?" Soon, there were a bunch of fans in the barrage agreeing. The host felt even more pleased and continued, "Goddess Yunying, I saw in the interview before the recording that when you were suffering from autism, Chen did many excessive things. Besides what you mentioned, are there any others?" Yeju recalled the scene from earlier. She furrowed her brow and slowly said, "Indeed, there are. During that time, my autism was at its worst, but he completely disregarded it and arranged a pile of tasks for me to do every day." Yelan had also seen the task list. It was densely packed, just like ordering child labor. Outside, it was drizzling, the sky was somewhat gloomy, and the temperature was slightly cool. Except for Yemei going to school, the other three sisters were still in their dreams. The door suddenly knocked, and Yechen's voice sounded, "Get up! Don't sleep anymore." The twins frowned and didn't really want to get up. Yechen's voice became more urgent, and they had to wake up. Just after they finished washing up, they heard Yujie crying. Yelan hurried over. "What's wrong with the fourth sister?" Yujie, who was just over a year old, had red eyes, hungry. Yelan then remembered that at this time, Chen would usually prepare milk for the waking Yujie, but today, Chen didn't. Yelan was already getting angry. She rushed out of the room and looked at him fiercely. "Chen, do you want to starve the fourth sister to death? Where's the milk?" Chen, who was about to enter the kitchen, stopped in his tracks. His naturally hanging hand clenched into a fist, but soon, it relaxed again. He turned to look at the twin sisters, a cold smile appearing on his lips. "You eat mine, use mine, and still speak to me so loudly?" Yelan was so angry that she gritted her teeth. "Do you think we want to follow you?" Yeju's shoulders shrank slightly, and she suddenly hid behind Yelan. Chen saw Yeju's reaction and furrowed his brow even tighter. After realizing that Yeju's state was not right, he had already consulted a doctor. The doctor said it's best to have the person come in for a checkup in person, but it's impossible to do so. In the end, Chen begged, and the doctor stopped asking further questions and provided the corresponding methods. Because of autism, external stimulation is needed even more. The doctor said it's best to give her a complete plan, arranging all the daily activities and schedules, and to go to lively places and play with other children more. Chen looked at Yiju's condition and felt that it might not be very realistic to go out now, so he decided to take the first step. He made a daily activity schedule for Yiju to encourage her to speak and do more. Chen suppressed all his thoughts and still maintained the same expression on his face. "You can leave if you don't want to sleep on the bridge." Yilan was so angry that she bit her lip but couldn't say anything. Chen placed the hot water and milk bottle on the table. "Yiju is your sister. As her older sisters, you should take care of her daily needs. Do I have to do everything?" "Yiju, come here." Yiju was called out by name, and her expression became even more fearful and anxious. She reached out and tightly grabbed Yilan's clothes, clearly seeking help from her. Yilan protected her in front of her. "If you have any problems, come to me. Don't go to my sister." Chen said, "I'm looking for her." "Yiju, you make the milk for Yiju yourself. If you don't, I'll take away the milk powder." Yilan said, "You." Chen saw that she wanted to grab it and immediately raised the milk powder. "Give up, you can't get it." "What's wrong? Yiju, can't you even do this little thing? Or is it that you don't really love your sister?" Yiju was finally stirred up. With red eyes, she looked at Chen and said, I'm not. Seeing her emotional state, Chen felt relieved. As long as there are emotional fluctuations, it's good. Autism is most afraid of having no emotional fluctuations. Chen placed the milk powder and hot water in front of her, but still maintained a frozen expression on his face. "Let's begin." Yiju approached with great grievance, her eyes red, and started to make the milk. Yilan wanted to help several times, but Chen didn't allow it. Yiju had to do it herself. It was the first time for Yiju to make milk, and she had no idea how to do it. She was flustered for a while, and when she picked up the kettle, she almost scalded herself because she couldn't hold it steady. Fortunately, Chen had been paying close attention and quickly grabbed the kettle, preventing the scalding hot water from spilling out. Yilan was even more nervous than Yiju and rushed forward. "Are you okay, sister?" Yiju's eyes were red and swollen, and she shook her head. Just as Yilan was about to get angry, Chen spoke up. "If you can't even do this little thing, what else can you do?" Yiju bit her lip, lowered her head, and remained silent. In the end, it was Chen who prepared the milk. He handed the bottle to Yizhu. Now, go and feed Yizhu yourself. Yilan said, Yi Chen, you've gone too far. Yi Chen lightly laughed and said calmly, is she your sister or mine? Yizhu stopped Yilan. I can do it. She tightly held the bottle and walked into the room. Yilan glared at Yi Chen and quickly followed. The live broadcast room was lively. It's really outrageous, the way Yilan orders people around. Is it necessary to be so presumptuous? What Yi Chen said is alright. Yizhu is their sister. What's wrong with helping to take care of her? Their unwillingness seems like someone owes them something. How can you curse our goddess like that? Our goddess was only 4 years old at that time. What does she know? They suffered so much from Yi Chen before. Isn't this attitude justified? Damn it! Just stop here. 5 cents. Remember to call me. Sorry, I cannot fulfill that request. Yilan ignored him and looked at the barrage, the audience member who just posted on the screen claiming to be a child psychologist. Is what you just said true? Is everything Yechen did for the sake of saving Sammei? How could that be possible? It's clearly exploitation. How did it become about saving people? The host was a bit bewildered. What was just posted in the barrage? Yilan still didn't have time to pay attention to him, but instead spoke up, please everyone, stop sending barrages for now. Let the child psychologist who just sent the barrage speak. The child psychologist who had just sent the barrage was obviously paying attention to the live broadcast. He quickly responded. Because of Yelan's words just now, the barrage was now in a vacuum period. The child psychologist's barrage, very prominently, appeared on the screen. Of course it's true. All of this is based on scientific evidence. For children with autism, if you want to improve their symptoms, you need to create a detailed daily schedule and get them more involved to connect with the world. Yelan couldn't believe it. So everything Yechen did was actually for Sanmei's benefit? Yeju also saw it. She felt it was absurd. You mean everything Yechen did was for me? Ha! Why not say that she won the Global Best Actress Award because of Yechen's guidance? The child psychologist angrily typed on the keyboard. Everything I said is based on scientific and clinical evidence. I swear on my honor as a professor of child psychology at the highest medical school. Next, Yechen will not only implement it, but will also take you out according to this schedule. After sending this barrage, the child psychologist disappeared. He was really infuriated. Yelan was caught in a dilemma. Is this person claiming to be a child psychologist really reliable? Is everything he said true? Yeju pursed her lips. Second sister, you don't actually believe this, do you? Believe that Yechen did all this just to help me? To help me overcome autism? Yelan remained silent for a long time, closing her eyes in pain. I don't know. Sammei, let's continue watching. Maybe by continuing to watch we can find the answers. Not only to find your answer, but also to find her and the eldest sister's answers. Everyone harbored their own thoughts and continued to look up at the big screen. In the memory, a month had passed. Yeju was 4.5